We really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1814 I am very reliable. However, some rules simply cannot be changed. When those races cannot find a way to continue their heritage, they will target other races. Since they cannot reproduce themselves, they place their hopes on other races. As for the races that they target, if they're strong, they may be able to avoid disaster. If they're weak, they will only become tools of these races until they disappear. The further Taishu spoke, the more serious his expression became. Guan Yu said, Taishu, do you mean that the alien race may be the same as the ghost race? Probably. Guan Yu's eyes became sharper. So the aliens came here and probably treated us as vessels. Taishu said, it is possible. Perhaps in the eyes of an individual creature, the continuation of the race has nothing to do with itself. Because as long as you are strong enough, you can live endlessly. In this case, there is no need for continuation at all. The continuation of one's own inheritance is the best continuation as long as one is alive. No matter who it is, no one can replace myself. But living creatures like this are, after all, a minority. Most creatures still need the protection of the group. It is natural that one cannot avoid being influenced by the ethnic group and developing more obsessions. At this time, the continuation of the race becomes particularly important. If the situation of alien races is really similar to that of ghost race, then the purpose of the aliens coming to this void is most likely to continue their race. Guan Yu's face looked extremely bad. Taishu, I remembered Xuanmen. In order to get more descendants of Xuanmen, they used countless people as vessels. Taishu, do you think the founder of Xuanmen is related to the alien race? The biggest difference between Xuanmen and other races. One is internal trouble. One is external threat. But there is no essential difference. All alien races and Xuanmen should disappear. Do you want to seek revenge on Xuanmen? The evil god came between Taishu and Guan Yu at some point. The evil god looked at Taishu with interest, then at Guan Yu. I don't even realize what embarrassment is. Yeah, Guan Yu replied. Actually, I also want to seek revenge on Xuanmen. Do you want to cooperate with me? I am very reliable, said the evil god. Guan Yu remained silent. Taishu looked towards the sacrificial formation. The evil god was not happy. Can you guys say something? What do you mean by not looking at me? Guan Yu flashed to the place where Yunshang was originally sitting. Taishu went to Yunshang and started talking to him. Evil god. Mo Tianlei said with a smile, Dao Guan Yu, come and play the next round with me. Guan Yu raised her hand and said, okay, senior, please go first. The evil god suddenly felt a little redundant. The evil god said, no, what do you two mean? Does cooperating with me make you so disdainful? Guan Yu said, it's not disdainful, it's just inappropriate. The evil god's reputation is really not that good. She heard a lot about the evil god from Qi Ju. I have no idea what the evil god is thinking. His style of doing things is truly free-spirited. In short, almost all gods hate the evil god with gritted teeth. But there was nothing we could do about him. Some gods have also cooperated with evil gods. In the end, the god fell into a state of self-doubt and was depressed for a long time. Guan Yu thinks he is not as powerful as God. Evil gods that even gods cannot suppress. She'd better not take any risks. Shen Xi, why do you want to cooperate with fellow Daoist Hu and Yue? Mo Chan asked. Of course I like her. The only condition for me to choose a collaborator is that I like her. As soon as the evil god finished speaking, he noticed a different gaze. This sight comes from Taishu. The evil god didn't understand Taishu's meaning at all and just thought that the other party liked him. The evil god raised an eyebrow at Taishu. If you want revenge quickly, you can cooperate with me. Strictly speaking, I am the last god in the world with a priesthood. When Mo Chan heard the evil god's words, his hand stopped. The idea of priesthood, when I hear it again today, seems like something from another world. At first they didn't mind the arrival of the priesthood, because as gods, protecting all living beings was their duty. Why do we need clergy constraints? But they never imagined that someone would use the priesthood to plot against the gods. So after they resigned from their priesthood, they no longer dared to protect the people. I'm afraid history will repeat itself. The reason they had an extra level of priesthood was because of a plot by the group of people who were rescued. Mo Chan gave a sarcastic smile and placed a piece. The lessons of the past are profound. But he never regretted his choice. But now he has changed. The premise for him to protect the people is that this crisis will threaten the safety of the gods. The evil god once said something very true. Sheng mean, fight against mean. The gods have always protected the common people. It has made many creatures accustomed to it, and they take the gods' sacrifices for granted and as the gods' responsibility. When the gods first began to save people from suffering, they gained tremendous power of faith. Later, the power of faith gradually diminished. The common people's attitude towards the gods also changed from gratitude and awe to becoming accustomed to it, and finally to being bossy and complaining. Complain about why the gods let them suffer. Blame the gods for not protecting them all the time. He also wants to instruct the gods to destroy their enemies or those they feel are threatening. God exists from being feared. Become a being that should obey their commands. Just deny their request. They will forget the good things that happened before and start to curse and insult the gods, and even want to replace them. The gods no longer have a way to obtain the power of faith, only the merits fed back from heaven and earth. Of course, there are also people who are always grateful and fear God, but they are extremely rare. And such existence will often be attacked by the crowd. God wants to save such people. But things never go as planned. The people that the gods want to save are only a minority. Senior Mo Chan, it's your turn. Guan Yu's voice interrupted Mo Chan's thoughts. She learned a lot about the gods and those who rebelled against them through Qi Ju. Therefore, it is best not to mention the priesthood in front of God. I'm fine. Mo Chan collected his thoughts, but seemed a little absent-minded. After Hu and Yue saw this, she suggested, Senior Mo Chan, the Mermaid King is done. Let's go check out the formation and continue the game another day. Okay, Mo-chan stood up to look at the formation. Guan Yu came to Taishu. After the Mermaid King finished drawing the sacrificial formation, he looked like he was about to disappear at any time. She arrived in front of the evil god and said, Your Excellency, I have finished drawing. This formation is the sacrificial formation. Do you need me to explain it to you? Get out of the way. The evil god waved his sleeves, and the Mermaid King's soul flew away. At the same time, the power of the soul is weaker. If the evil god had not frozen her soul, the Mermaid King's soul would have really dissipated at this moment. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 18:15 Don't ask more questions, updated. The moment the Mermaid King flew out, he felt infinite fear. She desperately grasped the last glimmer of life and didn't let herself disappear. But this vitality is not under her control at all. Under this fear, the Mermaid King actually developed endless greed. She wants to live. I still want to live a strong life. She doesn't want to face the current situation again. The Mermaid King suppressed all his emotions and carefully returned to the evil god. The Mermaid King said cautiously, Your Excellency, I just said the wrong thing. I shouldn't have acted on my own. The evil god glanced at the Mermaid King and asked, What did you just say? The Mermaid King was stunned for a moment. He didn't hear clearly what she said. How could he treat her like that? Is this a deliberate attempt to bully her? I feel a little annoyed when I see you. Exetion who had just started to speak. The Mermaid King had no more ideas and said hastily, I can take you to find the High Priestess. I know she has an apprentice who may be the former witch ancestor. The evil god's expression changed instantly, and the annoyance of being ignored disappeared. Go on. The Mermaid King was extremely respectful. Your Excellency, the secret has never been told to anyone before. You are the first one. The evil god interrupted the Mermaid King and said, Then don't tell me. A secret can only be considered a secret if it is hidden and unknown. If I knew your secret, I'm sure the secret you're talking about will be known to everyone. The evil god's words confused the Fish Emperor. The Mermaid King almost doubted whether he had disappeared. Are these actually just fantasies that I keep for myself? Then there are people. No, is there any living being that doesn't like to hear secrets? The Mermaid King was silent for a long time. The evil god said, You don't want to talk about it anymore, then don't talk about it. I wanted to give you some soul power. The Mermaid King suddenly came to his senses. I said, the High Priest disciple is named Yuche, and he should be a witch ancestor. He chose to become the son of the resurrection curse. Yuche should have actually become the young master of Xuanmen. But I don't know what went wrong that caused Yuche to end up like this. The Mermaid King was very glad that he had investigated Yuche. After the evil god heard this, he raised his hand and put away the curtain that drew the formation. Let's go to the battlefield of the gods to see the former witch ancestor and see how powerful the alien High Priest is. The High Priest took Yuche and Bailey Zhu and entered the demon world quietly. High Priest, why are we coming to the demon realm? Bailey Zhu transmitted the message. He then agreed to cooperate with the High Priest. I thought the High Priest would go to heaven. After all, that place was once his territory, and he could help the High Priest in many ways. But the High Priest chose to come to the demon world. He seldom dealt with demons and didn't know anything about this place. The High Priest said coldly, Since you have chosen to cooperate with me, you should know it. Don't ask too much. There was a flash of darkness in Bailey Zhu's eyes, but he eventually suppressed all his emotions. Now he was begging the High Priest to take him to the Primal Gate. Can only be controlled by the High Priest. Once he reaches the Primal Gate and achieves his goal, everything will be fine. Bailey Zhu transmitted his voice, I am just worried about the safety of the High Priest. The demon world has always been very mysterious. There is no guarantee that there will not be some supreme and powerful people hiding there. The High Priest ignored Bailey Zhu. Master, what are we doing in the demon realm? Yuche couldn't help but ask in a voice transmission. The High Priest replied, Come to find the devouring demon abyss, which was once the place where the mysterious nether demon was. There are things there that can enhance your strength and help you to unlock the seal. Yuche looked grateful, Master, please don't always take risks for me. Yuche, you are stronger and can protect me better. It is worth taking risks for you. The High Priest said this with a look of delight on his face. Hey. Memory is really important. The witch ancestor was so glorious in the past. Control the life and death of billions of lives. The witch ancestor who lost his memory can only be a poor creature at the mercy of others. Soon, the High Priest found the entrance to the demon devouring abyss. The demon devouring abyss was once the burial place of the Xuanming demon. In the end, the Xuanming demons almost disappeared, and when their numbers were pitifully small, they encountered the 12 ancestors. The 12 witch ancestors were all replaced by the Black Snake. As a result, the nether demon successfully retained the aura of an alien race. This is why she was able to accurately find the demon devouring abyss. Xuanming demon is actually the name given to them by later generations. As for what they were once called, no one knows. No one cares. Because even Xuanming Mo himself had never thought of giving himself a proper name. The names they gave themselves were all very strange. The High Priest led Bailey Zhu and Yuche into the demon devouring abyss smoothly. There are many monuments inside. The High Priest glanced over the words on the inscriptions. I saw the cool and unrestrained Demon King, the tyrannical Demon King, the invincible Demon King, the elegant and noble Demon King. The High Priest did not see a normal name. She finally understood why these demons did not leave the names. Yuche and Bailey Zhu couldn't understand a single word. They only felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression here. Yuche transmitted his voice, Master, the power here doesn't seem to be suitable for me. The High Priest said, Don't worry, the demonic energy here is too overbearing, your temporary body cannot bear it yet. After I finish forging your body, you will be able to absorb the power here very well. Don't worry, Yuche, your master won't harm you. After the high priest finished speaking, he walked up to a seat and placed his hand on it. Yu Che didn't dare to speak, for fear of disturbing the high priest. Bailey Zhu actually felt a little regretful at this moment. At the same time, the main hall of the demon world. Tang Chongguo received 3 photo stones. One was sent from the fairyland. One was sent by the deputy leader of Wugui Pavilion. The other one was the one that Chongyi had just handed to him. Tang Chongguo played with the photo stone in his hand. Chongyi, are you sure you didn't discuss this with them? While patting Tang Chongguo's shoulders, Chongyi said, Demon Lord, I am loyal to you and have no intention of choosing another master. Tang Chongguo raised his hand and crushed a photo stone. Yi Xingchen's voice rang out in the hall, the alien race has invaded, and their strength is unfathomable. I hope you will thoroughly investigate the demon world and find the suspicious ones. After listening to this, Tang Chongguo suddenly closed his eyes. Because there was an extra memory in his sea of consciousness. The memory is very vague. All I could see were 2 figures. One of them spoke, his voice unintelligible, I am willing to sacrifice for her, for no reason. Another voice sounded, she doesn't need you to sacrifice at all. She can't see anything you have done. It doesn't matter, I don't need her to see it. I just want to do what I can. Don't stop me, this is my choice, a voluntary one. In the end, only one figure remained in the picture. Tang Chongguo opened his eyes, not quite understanding why this memory suddenly awakened to him. It's still a very unfamiliar memory. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 18:16, Passage to All Realms. While Tang Chongguo was still thinking about the source of his memory, the scenes in his memory gradually became clearer. It turned out that he was in the dark void. When he raised his eyes, he could see countless shining stars. They form a vast and boundless sea of stars. Brilliant and shining. It seems that countless forces are rushing towards one place in the sea of stars. He can see where it was. It just felt like the end of a dark void. At the same time, there were countless figures like him, standing in the sea of stars, looking in that direction. And there is a boundary marker behind him. There are ancient and mysterious words engraved on it. He shouldn't have been able to understand these words. But somehow, he knew what the words on it meant. Original space. What is this place? Soon, the words on the boundary marker disappeared. The words that appeared again were still not in his memory. But he still understood those words. The primordial realm. When Tang Chongguo saw this, he was shocked. Wasn't Taichu the time when the heaven and earth were first created? He was clearly born in the post-ancient era, so why did he see these things? Is this some kind of inheritance? Before he could think more, the words on the boundary marker in his memory changed again. It was still not the words in his memory. But he still understood it. Xuanchu Plain. The memory ends here. Tang Chongguo looked at the photo that Yi Xingchen sent him again. After reading it carefully, Tang Chongguo discovered that whenever he heard about aliens, his soul would become restless. Therefore, the alien race that Yi Xingchen mentioned was not the alien beast race. Demon Lord, are the alien races that Emperor Yi Qian mentioned very powerful? Chong Yi asked curiously. It should be amazing. Chong Yi asked, then should we thoroughly investigate the demon world? Tang Chongguo did not answer Chong Yi's question, but raised his hand and released the photo stone given by Wugui Pavilion. A slightly serious voice sounded. Hello, Demon Lord, I am Yu Jing, the deputy leader of Wugui Pavilion. Wugui Pavilion is tracking down the alien race coming from the outer void. I hope you can notify Wugui Pavilion if you find anything unusual. The alien race is very powerful. If you encounter it, it is best to avoid it and save your life. As soon as Yu Jing finished speaking, the image disappeared. Chong Yi said, Demon Lord, this alien race actually alarmed Wugui Pavilion. I'm afraid it must be someone powerful. Tang Chongguo's eyes were deep, and this time he did not awaken any memory. But when he heard about the alien race, that strong feeling of disgust still existed. Is this someone coming from outer void? Also want to occupy Xuanchu? Where do they get the courage and bravery? As for the terrifying strength of the person coming from outer space mentioned by Yu Jing, Tang Chongguo thought of many aspects. Behind Wugui Pavilion, the god of heaven and moon now sits in charge. Although the strength of Tianyu God has not reached that of the Eternal Emperor, there is definitely a strong man behind Tianyu who is as powerful as the Eternal Emperor. That's why Yu Jing said that his strength was terrifying. The alien race might have reached the realm of Supreme Venerable. A strong man of this strength would still be timid when coming to occupy Xuanchu. He is even hiding from Yi Xingchen and Wugui Pavilion. There must be something here that the aliens are afraid of. Perhaps the aliens came for what they feared. Thinking of this, Tang Chongguo threw out the third photo-taking stone. Demon Lord, this image stone was sent by the 10th Demon Emperor. Chong Yi said. The 10th Demon Emperor is responsible for guarding the entrance to the demon realm. The other party sent a photo stone. Could it be that aliens really invaded the demon world? An alien race that neither Yi Xingchen nor Wugui Pavilion could find. They will definitely not come to attack the demon world blatantly. Tang Chongguo waved his hand and the picture appeared. Total darkness. Nothing can be seen. Zheng Yi looked through it and said, Demon Lord, did the 10th Demon Emperor take the wrong one? There is nothing in this picture. Tang Chongguo stood up and threw a token to Zheng Yi. Go to the immortal realm and tell Yi Xingchen that the aliens have come to the demon realm. Go to Shankang again and tell the deputy leader of Wugui Pavilion that the alien he is looking for is here, and come quickly to capture him. After that, go to the God realm, and finally to the underworld, and inform the two realm masters respectively. By the way, when you enter these worlds with the token, if the token turns purple, you follow the token. You should meet gods later, and tell them that aliens from the outer void have invaded Xuanchu. If the token doesn't change, you can find Yan Miyu and ask him to take you to the border to see Tianyu Divine Lord and tell him that the demon realm is in danger and needs him. After Tang Chongguo finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of Chong Yi. Chongyi held the golden token in his hand and was stunned for a moment. This is actually a pass to all realms. I heard that with this order in hand, one can move freely in all walks of life. But since the War of the Ancient Gods, all the passes to all realms have disappeared. Never appeared again. Why does the Demon Lord have this thing? After being surprised, Chongyi thought of Tang Chongguo's words. God. Is this the God he imagined? The gods were framed by the rebels and ended up like that. Will they still care about the common people? Chongyi left the demon world with full of doubts. At this time, Tang Chongguo had already arrived at the entrance of the demon-devouring abyss. He took out a Tai Chi formation plate. This was given to him by Feng Qingran before she left. At that time, Feng Qingran said that if someone entered the demon-devouring abyss and identified the enemy and friend, they could choose to use this formation. If you are a friend, turn the array plate from 5 to 6. If you encounter an enemy, just throw the formation plate out to block the entrance to the demon-devouring abyss. The killing formation will be activated immediately. As long as the people inside try to get out, they will be attacked until they die. Of course, if the opponent is too strong and can break the life-destroying formation, it can only prove that the enemy this time is extremely powerful and the entire demon world will be in danger. When Feng Qingran gave him the formation plate, his strength was only that of the Lord of Origin. The strength of the alien race is at least that of the Supreme Lord. Can this formation really trap the aliens? Tang Chongguo finally threw the formation plate towards the entrance of the demon-devouring abyss. In an instant, hundreds of beams of light shot up into the sky. Dazzling and eye-catching. The position of the light column is constantly changing. Tang Chongguo could vaguely see runes flowing on the light column. These runes gradually formed the forms of various beasts. The beast on each pillar of light is different. In a moment, all the light beams stopped changing positions. The situation in the demon world is changing rapidly, with lightning and thunder in the sky, as if a powerful threat from heaven is pouring down. The light on the beam of light gradually dimmed. It turned into a soft light. There were chains of light between the light pillars. The chains are connected together by pillars of light. Formed a huge net covering the sky. Tang Chongguo discovered that his spiritual sense only touched the edge of the formation and he was almost injured. Fortunately, he withdrew his spiritual consciousness quickly and avoided being injured. Tang Chongguo tried to call upon the power of heaven and earth from the demon world. These forces of heaven and earth dissipated in an instant as they approached the edge of the formation. The beast in the beam of light also moved at this moment. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 18-17. Let's talk about something else first. They fly along the light chains, as if patrolling their territory. These ferocious beasts exist only as shadows. It is still an extremely terrifying existence. Tang Chongguo, what's going on? A majestic voice sounded in Tang Chongguo's sea of consciousness. The movement of the formation directly awakened all the sleeping demon ancestors. Ever since Tang Chongguo took over the demon realm, the demon ancestors really have nothing to do. They can only choose to sleep to slow down the passage of their lifespan. Tang Chongguo said, someone from the outer void has broken into the demon world, and I want to use a large formation to trap him. Many demon ancestors have actually arrived nearby. But they were afraid of the formation and did not dare to get too close. A demon ancestor asked, Tang Chongguo, do you know what these beasts are? When Tang Chongguo heard this question, he thought about observing those beasts. He was just immersed in the shock brought by the formation and completely ignored these beasts. After this observation, Tang Chongguo could not detect anything wrong. Why do these beasts look so ferocious? They are all ferocious beasts that have disappeared for a long time. Tang Chongguo, what price did you pay for summoning these ferocious beasts? Fierce beasts have always been free. Anyone who dares to summon the ferocious beast will have to pay a huge price. Even inside the totem, there are no ferocious beasts. Tang Chongguo must have paid a terrible price for summoning so many ferocious beast spirits at once. When the demon ancestors thought of this, they all spoke up. He didn't even give Tang Chongguo a chance to explain. Tang Chongguo, we ask you to be the lord of the demon realm and protect it well. Why did you act on your own? Do you know what will happen to the demon realm if you are in danger? Tang Chongguo, the alien invasion is such a big thing, why didn't you call us? We are all old guys. We should be at the forefront. You actually deprived us of this power. What do you want to do? Tang Chongguo, you have done enough to protect the demon realm. Let us give the beast what it wants this time. Hey, Tang Chongguo, you are really unpleasant. You have to do everything by yourself, which makes us look useless. Ellipsis. The demon ancestors all spoke at the same time. It sounded like he was blaming Tang Chongguo, but in fact, every word was full of concern and heartache. Tang Chongguo can lead the demons to a higher dimension. It can also change the situation of the demon clan, which is neither up nor down. So they must protect Tang Chongguo. After listening to the words of the demons, Tang Chongguo couldn't help but smile. They're really a group of lovely old guys. Tang Chongguo said, I didn't pay any price. I used the formation given by fellow Daoist Feng, and then this formation appeared. If you want to sacrifice, you can do so directly to provide some power to the formation. Tang Chongguo finished his teasing. The demon ancestors were silent for a moment. Feng Daoyu, she is really amazing. She can even control ferocious beasts. Have you discovered that these beast spirits are very obedient? Just now, I tried to tear open the void and use my spiritual sense to probe into the formation, but I was attacked by the power inside. This formation contains the suppression rules formed by the power of fierce beasts. I think fellow Daoist Feng had already guessed that the aliens would come, so he prepared the formation. Feng Daoyu is really good and powerful. If she were to cultivate magic, I would definitely let her become the master of the demon world. How can a realm master be worthy of fellow Daoist Feng? I feel like she should be the most supreme one in the demon world. Alas, what a pity, why isn't fellow Daoist Feng a demon? Ellipsis. Tang Chongguo was speechless. The feeling I just had vanished into thin air. Tang Jungguo asked, "Are you sure you want to chat here?" Instead of thinking about the crisis in the demon world. Fang Daoyu said that if the alien race breaks through this formation, the demon world will be in danger, and we must be careful. Upon hearing this, a demon ancestor said calmly, "Are you sure the other party can get out of this secret realm?" Tang Chongguo shook his head. Another demon ancestor spoke up, "In fact, I feel that if the alien race can escape under the suppression of the beast's threat, any preparations we make will be redundant." Makes sense. In fact, there is a difference. One dies lying down, and the other dies struggling. One dies with some dignity, and the other dies in a very miserable way. So what should we do now? There's nothing we can do, why not talk about something else first? So the demon ancestors really changed the topic. Tang Chongguo was even more speechless this time. Just now they accused him of not calling for their help. What now? How did they help? Inside the demon-devouring abyss. The high priest is drawing the sacrificial formation. This formation is complicated and requires a large amount of blood. She didn't want to use Yuchei's. Because Yuchei's blood must be saved for last. So I can only use Bailey Zhu's. Bailey Zhu wanted to refuse. Using blood to draw a formation sounds very strange. But the high priest made him an offer he couldn't refuse. In the end, he chose to use half of his blood in exchange for the skills he could practice after passing through the primordial gate. He couldn't understand any of the words on the formation. The high priest didn't seem to have any intention of answering his questions. Yuchei, however, came over curiously, took a few glances, and then asked the high priest, "Master, where is this text from?" The high priest said, "This is the text of another void. If you want to learn it, I can teach you after your strength is restored. However, you won't be able to use it for the time being, so you might as well go to the outer void to learn. Then I can give you the golden seal of memory so you can learn faster." The text on each piece of void is different. In fact, writing is the most important heritage of every place. If you want to completely destroy a place, the best way is to first destroy the cultural heritage and then cut off everyone's possibility of moving forward. After that, it's a fight like a trapped beast. When a place cannot even protect its own culture, it basically means that the place is finished. No matter how powerful an existence is, without inheritance, it is still a weak one. For example, Yuchei. When he was one of the 12 witch ancestors, he knew a lot of things and had countless powerful inheritances. Therefore, it became the overlord of the time. Yuchei now has no inheritance. So I can only follow the path she planned and be grateful to her. If Yuchei possesses the inheritance, I'm afraid he will confront her directly now, so he won't be obedient. So, inheritance is very important to everyone. The high priest drew the formation faster and faster. Bailey Zhu was bleeding more and more. Bailey Zhu felt that he was already far more than halfway. But the high priest showed no intention of stopping. Bailey Zhu asked cautiously, "High priest, how much more blood do you need?" The high priest was interrupted at the critical moment and said unhappily, "If you don't want to give it, you can leave now. I have already given you what I should give you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore." Chapter 18 Gain and Loss, additional update. Bailey Zhu was shocked when he heard this and his face turned even paler. Is the high priest going to give up on him? Without his original door? How can this be? He must go to that kind of place. Without the limitations of lifespan and space, and the constraints of the power of cause and effect, he will surely become a supreme power quickly. Ultimately, greed and ignorance took over. Bailey Zhu said anxiously, "High priest, I don't mean that. I just want to ask, is there enough blood? I'm going to take the blood-generating pill so that it won't interrupt your plan." Bailey Zhu's attitude was very humble. Not far away, Yuchei stared at Bailey Zhu, as if thinking about something. The high priest said, "You cannot take the blood-generating pill, it will affect the formation of the formation." After Bailey Zhu heard the high priest's words, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he finally responded, "Okay." The high priest raised his eyes and glanced at Bailey Zhu, "Don't worry, I won't let you die. The formation is almost complete." After hearing this, Bailey Zhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, all the high priest needs is blood. Otherwise he really couldn't hold on. Yuchei stared at Bailey Zhu for a while, and his eyes fell on the high priest. The master has no patience for Bailey Zhu. But her attitude towards him was exceptionally good. Does it have anything to do with him being her apprentice? Master protected him so much. He will definitely pay it back 100-fold or 1,000-fold. Yuchei completely ignored the weirdness of the formation. In his eyes, the witch ancestor is an unpredictable existence, and he wants to use the formation to unlock the seal on his memory and obtain the witch ancestor's inheritance. The formation is definitely not an ordinary formation. Finally, when Bailey Zhu's blood was almost drained, the formation was completed. Bailey Zhu used the last bit of his consciousness to feed himself a handful of pills. He regained some consciousness. Then he saw the high priest waving at Yuchei with a kind smile. "Xiao, come to the center of the formation and circulate your power as I teach you." Yuchei stepped into the formation without any doubt. When Bailey Zhu saw this scene, he felt that something was weird. Generally, only the formation plate needs to stay in the middle. If a person goes into the middle, he will either become the controller of the formation or make a sacrifice for it. Bailey Zhu thought of the high priest's love for Yuchei. The possibility of sacrifice was denied. Therefore, the high priest wanted Yuchei to control the formation and then do something with it. For example, absorbing these domineering forces. Bailey Zhu looked at Yuchei with envy. With a master like this who plans for you, it would be hard not to become stronger. Bailey Zhu was in a trance. When he was as old as Yuchei, he was still fighting in a crowd. Just become the strongest one. The head of the Bailey family must be the strongest one. Others can only become victims. In addition, the Bailey family has an ancestral precept that for the sake of family stability, all those who participate in the competition for the head of the family, except for the new head of the family, will be dealt with. This is done because they are afraid that the new head of the family will have difficulty controlling the family. He was able to become the head of the family by fighting his way through blood. He can only, and dares to, rely on himself. If Fang Qingbran had not appeared, he might still be the head of the Bailey family in Shankang, and would not have fallen into the situation of being at the mercy of others. Perhaps, he should have been more ruthless and killed Fang Qingbran before she entered Shankang. However, it's all over. It doesn't matter anymore. When he passes through the primordial gate and reaches a higher dimension, Fang Qingbran and Fang Qingwu will all be left behind. Bailey Zhu was still thinking. Suddenly, Yu Chei's slightly panicked voice was heard. Master, what's going on? Why can't I control my own power? The high priest has already left the range of the sacrificial formation. She looked at Yu Chei with a loving and compassionate look in her eyes. Yu Chei, don't be anxious. If you want to gain something, you must lose something first. Yu Chei asked uncertainly, is this really the case? The high priest answered in the affirmative. Yu Chei actually smiled. Master, I understand. Bailey Zhu felt a chill down his spine. He felt that the high priest wanted Yu Chei to offer the sacrifice. How did the high priest manage to keep smiling? Bailey Zhu was shocked and confused. He didn't dare to look at the high priest. He could only stare blankly at Yu Chei. Yu Chei looked calm, and even had a lot of expectations in his eyes. Bailey Zhu sympathized with Yu Chei for a moment, but also felt a little envious of Yu Chei. Never know the truth. Isn't it a kind of happiness? Bailey Zhu felt the cold gaze from the high priest. But he did not have the courage to see the high priest. The high priest can even attack Yu Chei. What's more, it's him. The high priest quickly withdrew his scrutinizing gaze. She telepathically sent a spell to Yu Chei and asked him to recite it. Yu Chei did not hesitate for a moment. He cut his wrist, dripped the blood into the formation, and began to recite the spell. In a moment, the formation shone with a blood-red light. Yu Chei could feel that his vitality was rapidly draining away, his consciousness was becoming blurred, and it seemed as if his soul was about to escape from his body at any time. Master. Xiao Chei, don't worry, I won't let you die. The eternal existence of the body is also another form of living. A void crack appeared above Yu Chei's head. When Bailey Zhu saw the crack, he subconsciously wanted to escape. But he found that he couldn't move his body. Bailey Zhu, I said I would take you there, and I will keep my promise. After the high priest said this, the scepter in his hand lit up. A dark object with unclear shape came out from the crack in the void. Directly drilled into Bailey Zhu's body. Bailey Zhu's eyes widened and his mouth opened, as if in disbelief and fear. The next moment, Bailey Zhu's facial features began to distort. His eyeballs rolled directly to the ground. His body leaned back at a strange angle, picked up his eyeballs, pressed them back into his eye sockets, then turned his head to look at the high priest. Tong Cheng, how is the matter going? They are all waiting in the back. There is no need to worry, high priest. Tong Cheng finished speaking, his lips curled up to the back of his ears. It's really interesting, high priest, this body you found for me is really interesting. The high priest asked curiously, what happened? Tong Cheng said, a tiny ant actually wants to compete with the sun and the moon. There is an enemy in his memory named Fang Qingwu. High priest, you left early, it's normal that you don't know Fang Qingwu. After you left, the Phoenix clan gained several generals. Their soul levels are not very high, only about level 2 or 3. But their bodies are stronger than ever before. Even if a 5th level soul were to go there, it would not be able to possess them, and it might even be injured by them. Among them is Fang Qingwu. She surpassed her level and killed several of our 4th level warriors. The other priests are discussing how to get rid of her. They are afraid that she will become the next Fang Lingyun. Tong Cheng paused, and then said, I just merged the memory of this Bailey Zhu, and he actually regarded Fang Qingwu as an enemy. You still dream of surpassing Fang Qingwu? High priest, can I have another body? I'm afraid his stupidity will be passed on to me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 18:19. A fake is a fake after all. When the high priest heard Tong Cheng mention Fang Qingwu, his expression suddenly changed. He flicked his sleeves and a scroll unfolded. The high priest asked in a cold voice, does the Fang Qingwu you were talking about look like this? Tong Cheng stared at the woman in the painting for a few seconds. They do look exactly the same, but her charm is much worse than Fang Qingwu's. When Fang Qingwu stood in the void, there was a natural sense of dominance and power around him. Especially the sharpness between her eyebrows. I was a little scared when I saw it. The woman in this painting has a timid look between her eyebrows, as if she is afraid of something, and she doesn't have any aura at all. If it weren't for this face, she wouldn't be comparable to Fang Qingwu. High priest, who is the person in this painting? Tong Cheng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. He looks exactly like Fang Qingwu, so he should have some relationship with Fang Qingwu. The high priest put away the painting and said, her name is Wen Yun. She is a chess piece that I have trained to replace Fang Qingwu. It's a pity that a fake is still a fake after all. Wen Yun's disguise only fooled a few fools. And she failed to deceive any of the people she wanted Wen Yun to control. Tong Cheng shook his head. High priest, to be honest, she is not even worthy of holding Fang Qingwu's clothes. You should not expect her to replace Fang Qingwu. When Fang Qingwu first entered the boundless land, his soul was only at the 2nd level. At that time, she was not comparable to this Wen Yun. Fang Qingwu has now advanced for a 3rd level soul master. Wen Yun is afraid that she can't even get close to Fang Qingwu, let alone replace him. Wen Yun cannot replace Fang Qingwu, but foreigners can, the high priest said coldly. She never thought that Fang Qingwu had escaped and gone to the boundless land. She always thought Fang Qingwu had died. Only then did Wen Yun transform into Fang Qingwu's appearance. Thinking that at least I could trick Fang Qingbran and Tianyu. But none of the people who were supposed to be deceived were deceived. She still keeps Wen Yun and Su Yanran, but she is only attracted to their bodies. Tong Cheng asked, could it be that the high priest wants to let an alien race take over Wen Yun's body, and then train her to become Feng Qingwu, so that she can be mistaken for the real one? Wen Yun's charm is not like Feng Qingwu's. But if an alien race enters Wen Yun's body, there are ways to create an identical Feng Qingwu. Ah. She had taken in Wen Yun and helped her transform into Feng Qingwu's appearance in order to use someone else's trick. The Phoenix clan is an obstacle to the alien race's plans. If the Phoenix clan is not eliminated, the alien race's subsequent plans will never succeed. But the Phoenix clan is too united. It is impossible to be possessed. They would rather sacrifice their souls than give aliens any chance. This makes it impossible for alien races to infiltrate the Phoenix clan. Since the people of the Phoenix clan would rather die than surrender, just replace them directly. High Priest, do you think I can? Tong Cheng said half of his words. Wu Yu interrupted him directly, you are not suitable to pretend to be Feng Qingwu. Tong Cheng disguised himself as Feng Qingwu, but was exposed in a minute. High Priest, I am suitable. How about you consider me? I really don't want this body, Tong Cheng said in a flattering tone. Before the alien race obtains the body, there is no distinction between men and women. Only after taking over a suitable body and merging with it can the gender be determined. Tong Cheng thought about it and still felt that it would be fun to infiltrate the Phoenix clan. High Priest, I don't want to be this Bailey Zhu, he is really stupid. I don't even want to refine his soul, I'm afraid I'll become a fool like him. High Priest, can you please give me Wen Yun's body? I can guarantee that I am the one who knows Feng Qingwu best. I've dealt with her every time I've been to the Expanse over the years. You asked me to disguise myself as her, and I will definitely not let the Phoenix clan see through me. Tong Cheng's words already contained a pleading tone. After listening to this, Wu Yu remained silent. Understanding a person does not mean that you can disguise him well. And she has been away from the alien race for so many years. There is no way to ensure that Tong Cheng is 100% loyal to her. Compared to Tong Cheng, she would rather trust the Black Snake and Teng Snake with whom she had a contract. There is a reincarnation guide on the Black Snake's soul. As long as this petal is there, not only will the Phoenix clan not be able to see through the Black Snake's disguise, but even the Mo clan will not be able to detect its abnormality. Master, Yu Chei's voice was weak. Yu Chei had already guessed that he would probably die. Wu Yu's kindness to him was all fake. Ha, High Priest, have you accepted a disciple? Tong Cheng asked curiously, as if he had just discovered Yu Chei. The High Priest did not answer Tong Cheng's question, but just looked at Yu Chei quietly. Why? Yu Chei seemed to have used up all his strength when asking this question. Tong Chengyu smiled and said, why? High Priest, where did you find such a naive person? Wu Yu glanced at Tong Cheng coldly. Tong Cheng shrank his neck in fear, but a dark light flashed in his eyes. Wu Yu said to Yu Chei, there is no reason, you just happened to appear in front of me. A human race that can cultivate the power of witchcraft. Almost none. Yu Chei was the first one she had ever seen. If the Mermaid King hadn't run away, she might have kept Yu Chei to study him carefully. Unfortunately. There is no chance after all. So that's how it is. Yu Chei's eyes dimmed, he slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death. High Priest, can I take over his body? I don't want Bailey Zhu's body, Tong Cheng said. Wu Yu originally wanted to agree directly. But looking at the dying Yu Chei, she hesitated again. After all, he was her first apprentice. Tong Cheng said, High Priest, it's just one human race. If you want, you can find countless more in the future. Wu Yu remained silent. Master, I don't regret it, Yu Chei murmured. He has been without parents since childhood, living under the care of others, and often doesn't know what to do. He later had a master. I thought I would be protected from now on. But master also has relatives. Whenever he had a conflict with that person, in order not to embarrass his master, he had to admit his mistake first. Later, the entire Kyushu situation changed drastically. And he was the only one walking in the world. That's why he took the risk to practice the power of witchcraft. Without a master to guide him, he could only practice based on his feelings and nearly died. It was the High Priest who showed up in time. She gently taught him how to refine the power of witchcraft and gave him many rare treasures. It was then that he realized that there were so many techniques in cultivation. She also gave him the divine level skills that he had never been able to obtain before. He also accepted him as his disciple. Gave him a place to stay. She gave him warmth he had never experienced before. He actually knew that there was no such thing as goodness without reason, and no one would be selfless enough to cultivate a stranger. But he was still willing to take her as his master. Follow her orders. Even at this moment, he still didn't hate her. Master, goodbye. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1820, The Strut of the Fierce Beast. After Yu Chei finished speaking, he actually pulled his soul out of his sea of consciousness and sacrificed it to the formation. In an instant, the entire sacrificial formation shone brightly. There was originally only one crack above the sacrificial formation, but now there are dozens more. Countless forces surged towards the formation. Expand the range of the sacrificial formation. The void cracks in the sky are still increasing. But Yu Chei's body was preserved intact. TSK, High Priest, your disciple is impeccable. When he offered the sacrifice, he had no resentment at all. Tong Cheng suddenly felt that it was a pity to let Yu Chei die like this. Such loyal people should be saved for more critical moments. The reason why the sacrificial formation is called the sacrificial formation. It just requires a sacrificer. The more willing the sacrificer is, the greater the power of the sacrificial formation will be. The sacrificial formation created by the High Priest does not allow alien souls to be sacrificed. The sacrificial formation will only work if a living being with a body is sacrificed. The sacrificers who possess bodies are basically not aliens. In this situation, few sacrificers would be willing to do so. Even if the sacrifice was tricked into entering the formation. Eventually you will understand the truth. These sacrifices will have some resentment before the sacrifice. Just now, Yuche obviously knew the truth before he died. But not only did Yuche not hate the high priest, he also chose to sacrifice all his soul power and left his body intact. What a pity. Yuche should be left behind. Tong Cheng said with regret, High priest, why did you choose him as a sacrifice? We don't actually need so much power. Wu Yu's eyes were complicated, with all kinds of emotions surging in them. She didn't expect Yuche to be like this. She thought he would at least have some resentment. Wu Yu was in mixed mood and thought of many things at once. She said, I was betrayed by the Mermaid King. I had no choice but to sacrifice him. She will blame the Mermaid King for this. And there are also Tianchen and Chengzai's heads. If Tianchen and Chenxi hadn't rejected her, she could actually let Chenxi be the sacrifice. And Tianyu was pressing hard. If it weren't for Tianyu, she wouldn't have come here, and Yuche wouldn't have disappeared completely. High priest, something is wrong. Tong Cheng's puzzled voice interrupted Wu Yu's thoughts. What happened? High priest, look. Tong Cheng pointed to the crack in the void. Tong Cheng said seriously, with such a strong force, other alien races should have arrived. Why haven't they made any movement yet? The high priestess's face darkened slightly. She hadn't noticed these things just now. The high priest sensed the crack in the void and found no breath of any alien race. Could something have happened to the alien race? Or did Fang Lingyun discover something? The high priest felt uneasy. High priest, where is this place? Tong Cheng asked. Demon devouring abyss. High priest, wait for me to show up. After Tong Cheng finished speaking, he left Bailey Zhu's body. Boom. Bailey Zhu's body fell straight to the ground. Tong Cheng did not refine Bailey Zhu's soul. So when Tong Cheng left this body, Bailey Zhu woke up again. But he was extremely weak at this moment. The high priest had no intention of paying attention to Bailey Zhu. She pointed the scepter in her hand at the void, and a series of pulling forces were connected to the scepter in her hand, forming something like silk threads. Wu Yu raised his hand and pulled up a silk thread. There is nothing at the end. High priest, save me. An anxious voice sounded. Yuche's body lying on the ground sat up. He has become Tong Cheng. Wu Yu transferred it out of the formation. Poof. Tong Cheng then spat out a mouthful of blood. Tong Cheng, why do you want to occupy Yuche's body? High priest, let's not talk about this for now. I just went outside and encountered many ferocious beast spirits. They gathered into a big net and trapped us here. Tong Cheng's tone was anxious. Are you sure? Asked the high priest. Tong Cheng said with a firm tone, I am very sure that it is a fierce beast. I have suffered countless losses at their hands in the past. How could I be wrong about the pure power of fierce beasts? The ferocious beast clan had always been at odds with the other races. Of course, they don't actually get along with any tribe. The ferocious beast clan has no friends, only enemies and passers-by. The ferocious beasts of the ferocious beast clan are even more arbitrary than their fellow races. If you don't like something, just bid. There is no room for negotiation. If they like something, they will ignore it as long as you don't provoke them. The ferocious beast clan has made countless enemies. They don't care at all. They will not be united because of this. If a vicious beast is killed outside, no other vicious beast will seek revenge for it. Seeing this, some forces went to the ferocious beast void to seek revenge. As a result, the beast started fighting first in order to get a chance to deal with those forces. Those forces were very happy to see this. He was prepared to take advantage of the chaos, reap the benefits, and deal with the ferocious beasts he hated. As a result, once they joined in, the ferocious beasts stopped fighting. They began to deal with these intruders. The ferocious beast clan is indeed not united. But they like to fight. I especially like to fight with enemies who come to my door. After all, once they are in their territory, the other party will have no chance to escape, so they can fight to their heart's content and fill their stomachs at the same time. Therefore, the ferocious beast clan deliberately left an entrance to the void. In fact, except for the human race. The bodies of the ferocious beasts are also very suitable for alien races. But the ferocious beasts, like the alien races, cannot reproduce. Moreover, the risk of taking over the body of a ferocious beast is much higher than that of humans. The power of the ferocious beasts cultivated by the ferocious beast clan can still restrain the souls of other races. At the beginning, when the alien race invaded the vast land, a mysterious and powerful force attacked the void where the ferocious beast tribe was located. At that time, countless ferocious beasts suffered casualties. It seems that the mysterious force didn't get any good results either. Without having time to wipe out the ferocious beast clan, he hurriedly left the ferocious beast void. The ferocious beast clan already has many enemies. Seeing this, other forces took this opportunity to attack the beast void. Even if the ferocious beasts are in a weak state, they will not choose to surrender when facing the enemy. Finally, the ferocious beasts fell one by one. He has since disappeared. He thought that the ferocious beast clan had really disappeared. I didn't expect him to hide here. High priest, how could the ferocious beast clan collude with the boundless land? Tong Cheng asked puzzled. I don't know, said the high priest. When the ferocious beast clan disappeared, she was still in the boundless land. Later, she wanted to investigate, but missed the opportunity and found nothing. Later, when the black snake told her that there were ferocious beasts in the original void, she thought they were just some newly appeared ferocious beasts. But Black Snake told her clearly. It saw a familiar ferocious beast. But the beast was very weak. In fact, it doesn't matter why the ferocious beasts appear here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1821. It's better to leave now. She only knew one thing, she must not allow the ferocious beast clan to form an alliance with the boundless land. So she asked the black snake to find a way to pollute the ferocious beast. Make the ferocious beast lose its mind and become forced to follow its nature. The power cultivated by the ferocious beasts will make them brutal and bloodthirsty. A rational beast would restrain itself. A force that can suppress riots. But a beast that loses its mind will only become a killing machine. In this way, the ferocious beasts will massacre all the creatures in the original space. By that time, the relationship between the ferocious beast clan and the boundless land could not be good. Her goal was achieved. However, Black Snake's plan was only half completed. It successfully polluted the beast. But the trace of the ferocious beast was lost. Fang Lingyun was also in this void at that time. She thought that Fang Lingyun had discovered the abnormality of the ferocious beasts and sent them all out of the original space. It is impossible to see the ferocious beast slaughtering all living creatures. She felt sorry for a long time. Later, the Black Snake told her that many ferocious beasts were found in the Xuanchu plain. But the violent side of these beasts seemed to be sealed. The reason why the Lord of Chaos Realm came to Xuanchu was actually because of the ferocious beast clan. But that realm master was such a waste that he didn't even find a single ferocious beast. He was beaten and fled by the Mohist boy. Ever since the Lord of the Chaos Realm left Xuanchu, no trace of the ferocious beast could be found in the entire Xuanchu anymore. The Black Snake once tried to use the reincarnation expeditionist to find the hiding place of the ferocious beast, but found nothing. Now the spirit of the ferocious beast has reappeared. There may be a secret hidden in this that she and Black Snake have never seen. Wu Yu even suspected that the ferocious beast clan had been eyeing her for a long time, otherwise why would they set up a large formation to besiege her at this very moment? High Priest, what should we do next? Tong Cheng asked. He was not very willing to confront the ferocious beast. He was already subject to the rules of this void, and his strength was suppressed. There is no way they can be a match for the ferocious beast. The ferocious beast clan is invincible among the same level. If you want to defeat them, you must be much stronger than them. This is one of the reasons why many forces are unwilling to confront the ferocious beast clan. High Priest, why don't we go back? Tong Cheng suggested impatiently. This new body he had acquired was a very good one. He didn't want to give up. The High Priest probably didn't notice anything special about Yuche, which is why he asked Yuche to offer the sacrifice. It just happened to be a good deal for him. He deliberately left Bailey Zhu's body and went outside to observe the situation, intending to switch to Yuche's body. The plan was successful. Now there is a greater crisis waiting for him. The High Priest said, if we go back now, all our plans will fail. At least not now. Tong Cheng didn't quite understand and said, High Priest, the people in this void may not be able to kill us, but the beasts definitely can. Here, they are only constrained by their strength, not by any other rules. If we fight against the beasts, we will only suffer losses. It is better to leave now and minimize the losses. He knew that even if the spirit of the ferocious beast blocked the void here and did not allow aliens to come in. The High Priest also has a way to leave here. You can't leave. The High Priest refused to give in. Judging from the news from the Black Snake, the strength of the ferocious beast clan will not be too strong. They are not the ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast void back then. More like a newborn ferocious beast. Perhaps the statement that the ferocious beasts are unable to reproduce is simply a complete lie. The High Priest's eyes turned dark. The ferocious beast clan was too powerful and had caused countless forces in the void to be wary of them. The ferocious beasts had no way to reproduce. This made many forces relax a lot. Even if all the ferocious beasts have infinite lifespans. But as long as they cannot reproduce, their numbers will inevitably decrease. One day, the number of ferocious beasts will become fewer and fewer. That would be the best time to deal with the ferocious beast clan. Many forces are holding exactly this idea. Abandon the plan to besiege the ferocious beast clan. The alien race also abandoned the bodies of the ferocious beasts because the ferocious beasts were unable to reproduce. She had been watching the ferocious beast clan for a long time, and only gave up her plan to attack the ferocious beast void after discovering that they were indeed unable to reproduce. Now look again. She felt that she had been deceived by the ferocious beast clan. The ferocious beasts must have special reproduction methods. Or a new way. But only ferocious beasts know this method. Tong Cheng, go and treat Bailey Zhu's injuries, Wu Yu said. Why? Go quickly, Wu Yu said sternly. With unquestionable momentum. Bailey Zhu was useless before, but now he is really useful. The fairyland is unbreakable. Then start with God. A place that has been ruled by Xuanmen for such a long time is bound to be full of filth and dirt. There are so many places for her to take advantage of. Wu Yu knocked the formation a few times with the scepter in his hand. It makes a dong 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 sound. The sound seemed to knock on Bailey Zhu's heart. His eyes became dull. He stared at the High Priest. In a moment, a black mark appeared on Bailey Zhu's forehead and then disappeared at an extremely fast speed. High Priest, do you want to transform him into a foreign race? Tong Cheng asked in surprise. So stupid. What can you do here? Wu Yu did not shy away from saying, he is stupid enough and greedy enough, so he is easier to control. Bailey Zhu had no reaction to this. The Wu Yu scepter fell on Bailey Zhu's head. A dark light flashed across Bailey Zhu's eyes, and then they regained clarity. He looked around, then looked at Wu Yu with doubtful eyes. High Priest, where are we? Tong Cheng immediately understood that the High Priest had erased part of Bailey Zhu's memory. Wu Yu said, this is the devouring demon abyss. I brought you and Yuche here to find the power from the ancient times. But it didn't occur to me that you can adapt to these forces. You almost went insane while refining these powers just now. Fortunately, Yuche discovered it in time, so I had the chance to save you. Wu Yu's voice was neither fast nor slow. He still treated Bailey Zhu with the same attitude as before. After listening to Wu Yu's words, Bailey Zhu still had many doubts, but when he thought about the purpose of following her, he did not ask those questions in the end. Bailey Zhu said, thank you, High Priest, for saving my life. And Brother Yuche, thank you too. Bailey Zhu could sense that something was wrong with Yuche in front of him. However, he only thought that Yuche became like this because he refined those powers. You're welcome, Tong Cheng said indifferently. He seemed to understand why Wu Yu chose Bailey Zhu. This is not easy to deceive. This is deceiving yourself. Of course, Tong Cheng did not miss the greed in Bailey Zhu's eyes. People like this are best controlled. High Priest, what's going on with this formation? Bailey Zhu asked. He could feel himself connected to the formation. But when he thought about it carefully, he can remember anything. Wu Yu said, the formation was drawn with your blood. It was originally prepared for you. Unfortunately, you went astray and the formation lost its function. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1822 Honk Universe, Update 1. Bailey Zhu looked at the formation with an unclear expression, not knowing whether he believed Wu Yu's words or not. Bailey Zhu was silent for a moment, then looked up at the void crack above. High Priest, what's going on with this void crack above? Tong Cheng took the lead and said, they're used to extradite other things and to improve our strength. After Tong Cheng finished speaking, he sent a message to Wu Yu. High Priest, is there any way to leave here? Yes, don't worry. After Wu Yu finished speaking, he walked to a statue and smashed the scepter on the stone tablet in front of the statue. Click. Cracks began to appear on the stone tablet. Finally it broke into pieces. Tong Cheng saw another strand of power entering Wu Yu's scepter. His eyes dimmed slightly, perhaps the High Priest was reluctant to leave. There were other reasons that he didn't know about. Bailey Zhu and Tong Cheng watched Wu Yu smash one boundary monument after another. Every time the power of a boundary marker is absorbed, the scepter in the High Priest's hand looks even more like a real dragon. The eyes above the scepter already had some of the majesty of a dragon. Tong Cheng actually knew this scepter. When Wu Yu was still in the alien void, he always liked to carry this scepter with him. The scepter at that time looked very much like a snake. But the scepter keeps changing. From a snake to a dragon. Later, it became a dragon. However, the dragons at that time looked like things covered in dragon skin. Not like a snake. It doesn't look like a dragon at all. He actually didn't quite understand what this scepter could do. He had never seen Wu Yu use it against his enemies. The scepter that looked inconspicuous before now has a majestic and domineering feeling. Tong Cheng felt that his soul was suppressed by the scepter. Tong Cheng's expression changed slightly. What was the purpose of the High Priest creating this thing to suppress the souls of aliens? Honk Universe. After Fang Qingran placed the universe source core, he said to Sheng Shuingui, Senior Sheng Shuan, let's stay in this universe for a while. There is a small red flower on the head of the divine black turtle. There is also a bright red mushroom on the turtle shell. In addition to these, there are many colorful things. At the beginning of Fang Zhichu, they completely regarded the shell of the divine black turtle as their nest. Play around on it. The divine black tortoise also indulges it. After entering the dark void, a barrier will be set up to protect the little guy on its back. Fang Qingran also let Fang Zhichu and the others play. They used to only be able to stay in the space, which was really boring. Now we have this condition. Just let them do whatever makes them happy. The divine black turtle sensed the Honk universe and said, there are no more natural treasures left. What are we doing here? Fang Qingran said, revenge. Qian Yuanzi once said that many top forces in the Honk universe were involved in the fight for the fragments of the moon goddess's eye. The peak forces of the past, no matter how weak they were, must have their bloodlines left. She wants to get those fragments back and avenge Jingyu. The merits of ancestors can bless future generations. By the same token, the younger generations should pay for the sins committed by their ancestors. Sister Fang, don't delay your trip for me, Fang Jingyu said. Her soul fragments can be found at any time. And Fang Qingran still has a lot of things to do next. Don't worry, Jingyu, it won't take much time, Fang Qingran said. With the divine black turtle and Mo Jinggong around, it wouldn't take much time at all to deal with these forces. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she held a piece of debris in her hand and sensed the aura of various realms. Soon, she found a direction. Amo, do you know where that is? Mo Jinggong recalled for a moment, in the Zeke realm of the Honk universe, there are not many powerful supreme venerables among the later generations. In addition to the lack of heaven and earth resources, it is also related to the rules of heaven and earth. This Zeke realm is one of the few places in the future where a supreme venerable was born. Its status in the entire Honk universe is very high. That supreme master later went to Xuanmen and became the same person as Xuanmen's founder. ZQ realm and Xuanmen have close contacts because of this. When Mo Jinggong said this, he remembered something else. Junior sister, do you still remember Kang Xuanji and Ning Qiongling? Ah. Mo Jinggong said, Ning Qionglin's mother is from Zeke realm. Because there are no women in Xuanmen, Ning Qionglin's mother cannot enter Xuanmen. But the one from Zeke has a high status in Xuanmen, and he helped her get Xuanmen's cultivation resources. So she is considered half a mystic. Many people don't know that Ning Qionglin's mother works for Xuanmen. That's why the Ning family's first step in plotting against Kang Xuanji was successful. When Kang Xuanji realized that Ning Qionglin's mother was a mysterious person, she had already become a task couple with Ning Qiongling. Later, Kang Xuanji and Ning Qiongling disappeared at the same time, and Ning Qionglin's mother also disappeared. After listening to Mo Jinggong's words, Fang Qingran asked, what is the name of the powerful person who has achieved the supreme venerable realm? Mo Jinggong said, I don't know. These things were all investigated by Ling Yuanluo. As for the other party's name, Ling Yuanluo did not find out. This is because the name of anyone who has entered the state of the supreme being can be hidden. No snooping allowed. And the other party entered the Xuanmen. It is absolutely impossible to reveal everything about yourself to outsiders. Fang Qingran said, then let's follow the guidance of the scent. She was sure that the powerful man in the supreme realm had participated in what happened back then. These forces in the Honk universe in the past were most likely arranged by the other party. After all, no matter how good Xuanmen is, it cannot be controlled in one's own hands. But the Honk universe is different. It is a place that the other party can fully control. Zeke Realm. There are many magnificent buildings. Rich spiritual energy. It really is a wonderful place. But Fang Qingran, Mo Jinggong and the Divine Black Turtle discovered a problem as soon as they stepped in. The strength here is polarized. There are 6 areas, and strong people above the saint level are everywhere. In other places, there are almost no saints, and all of them are practitioners below the saint level. Moreover, on the surface, the entire Zeke realm is filled with rich spiritual energy. But these spiritual energies will continue to flow into the 6 areas. The rest of the places don't get any spiritual energy at all. Fang Qingran was a little skeptical. The rich spiritual energy that she could feel was actually created intentionally by those 6 areas. Aims to tell other places. If you are given spiritual energy but cannot grasp it, don't complain. After Fang Qingran felt the conditions in various places, she found that those barren lands were very similar to the former Tianquan realm. These places all chose to lock up the women in one place. However, this phenomenon does not occur in the 6 areas with rich spiritual energy. The number of strong people of both genders is roughly equal. Fang Qingran's mood was a little complicated. The barren land will exploit female cultivators. On the contrary, these 6 slightly domineering places can tolerate the existence of various kinds of strong people. Fang Qingran couldn't help but think of the Northern Wilderness universe. This place was originally very powerful, but because they agreed to cooperate with Xuanqiu, they were imprisoned. In the end, the Northern Wilderness didn't even have a decent defender. Is it true that the more they are exploited, the weaker they become? Or should we exploit them more the weaker they are? This may be a cycle. There is no order. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1823 The Power of Words, Update 2. Fang Qingran could feel that the location the fragments were pointing to was these 6 areas. However, she was now hesitating about how to deal with the people from these 6 places. She wanted to revenge Jingyu. But he didn't want to destroy the lives of innocent people just to revenge Jingyu. She was afraid that she wouldn't handle it properly. Let these 6 forces disappear. At that time, the strong men in the barren land will surely take the opportunity to become the rulers of these 6 areas. She didn't want the strong men from the barren land to control the Zeke realm. Neither men nor women are allowed. Having lived in such an environment since childhood, many of my perceptions cannot be changed in a short period of time. She also didn't have time to cultivate them in the barren land. There is no time to wait for them to completely control the Zeke realm. Fang Qingran looked at Mo Jinggong again. Mo Jinggong seemed to understand Fang Qingran's meaning in an instant. Ran, don't worry, just do what you want as soon as possible. Someone will take care of this place later. A mortal realm. Ling Yuanluo received the message from Mo Jinggong. I looked again and again, uncertain. He even suspected that he had seen it wrong. The Domain Lord actually asked Qinshu and Zuyu to go to the Honk universe together to help train a group of realm lords. Ling Yuanluo thought about the scene where Qinshu and Zuyu disliked each other. I'm a little worried that these 2 will destroy the Honk universe. But worry is worry. Ling Yuanluo still called Qinshu and Zuyu. Also coming with them were Heiyu and Taikun. Taikun had a sour face. I didn't want to come, but Taikian insisted that I come. He said you must have a mission, so you asked me to go out and practice my mind. Ling Yuanluo pretended to cough with his hands covering his lips, hiding the corners of his mouth that were curled up. Compared with Taikin and Tai Chi, Taikin really requires more practice. Otherwise, it would be easy to be fooled by the old guys in the immortal realm. Are you making fun of me? Taikun said in an angry tone. Ling Yuanluo said seriously, no, you are mistaken. To avoid Taikun from asking further questions, Ling Yuanluo looked towards the black domain. What about you? Heiyu's face was grim. I'll look after Zuyu and Qinshu. Ling Yuanluo felt that there was nothing wrong with this statement. Ling Yuanluo said sternly, you go to the Honk universe. The realm lords there are not good enough. You should find a group of people who are suitable to be realm lords and train them again. This is a task given by the territory lord. When you train those realm masters, it's best to let them know that the opportunity they get is related to Venerable Feng. By the way, it would be best to replace the guardian of the universe as well. The domain lord said that all unsuitable realm lords in the Honk universe would be replaced. According to the information he has. In any of the small worlds in the Honk universe, no world master is qualified. Because a figure who was like the ancestor of Xuanmen was born in that place. No matter where you step into Xuanmen, they will not stop until the place is completely polluted. So I have cooperated with Xuanmen before. The best way to deal with this is to replace everyone. Especially those world masters. Since they allow Xuanmen to exist, it is obvious that they support Xuanmen. Ling Yuanluo considered many aspects. He would not only listen to Mo Jinggong's requests, but also carefully think about the meaning behind these requests. Training a world master, only a few of us will go there. Zuyu suspected that he had heard it. When she was in the northern wilderness, she ran through less than 1/10 of the small world and was almost exhausted to death. At that time, there was someone around her to share the burden with her. Now there are only 4 of them going to Honk universe. Not only do we need to train world masters for all the small worlds, but we also need to find a guardian. If you're not trying to tire them to death, then what are you trying to do? Ling Yuanluo said calmly, yes, originally it was just you and Qinshu. Heiyu and Taikun went there voluntarily, so I didn't stop them. Zuyu rolled his eyes. Old Ling, how can you have the nerve to say that? Ling Yuanluo asked in confusion, what's there to be embarrassed about? Taikian said, Sister Zuyu, don't pay attention to him. The old man is very shameless. Only Sister Yan Huang and the territory master can control him. Qinshu stared at Ling Yuanluo. Are you sure the territory lord only wants us 2 to pass? It was originally for the northern wilderness universe. The domain lord called everyone over. The situation in the Honk universe should be similar now, so why did they only let him and Zuyu go? Did the domain lord feel that he was strong enough to accomplish this? Ling Yuanluo said, very sure, you guys should leave quickly. Remember, you can't fight over there. This is the domain master's specific instructions. Hey, you asked, did the territory master mention that no one is allowed to go to the Honk universe? Ling Yuanluo said without hesitation, Gu Ming, Tai Chi, Tai Qian, and Jin Yan. Why don't you let us go? The voice came before the ancient Ming people arrived. After Gu Ming entered the house, Ling Yuanluo's figure disappeared directly in front of Gu Ming. Behind Gu Ming are Tai Chi and Tai Qian. Ling Yuanluo thought he couldn't beat these three, so of course he chose to avoid them. Anyway, everything that needs to be explained has been explained. The rest depends on Qinshu and Zuyu themselves. Gu Ming said, the old man runs pretty fast. Tai Qian saw Tai Ji and Tai Qian and snorted coldly, turning his head away and not looking at them. These two brothers actually said that he was stupid. Taikun, you should study the Qinshu carefully, Tai Qian said. Taikun remained silent. Qinshu smiled and said, Tai Qian, you are a bit immoral. If Taikun learns all my skills, how can I survive in the future? Zuyu said, TSK, what are you capable of? Are you trying to deceive people with lies? Every time you need to fight, you don't fight. It's just a bunch of incomprehensible things that he talks about first. Qinshu, when can you be more straightforward? Strong people will take action instead of talking. Zuyu thought about the times when he could have defeated Qinshu. In the end, he left because he couldn't stand Qinshu's words. You can just block what others say. But as for the Qinshu, even if it is blocked, it will still penetrate into the sea of consciousness, just like chanting scriptures. Isn't spreading false information to confuse people a kind of strength? Qin Yu asked back. Hey, Zuyu didn't want to refute. Tai Gan smiled meaningfully, it is a very strong strength. After all, the power of words is unfathomable. If it is a competition of physical strength, the weak will have no fighting power in front of the strong. The opportunity for the weak to defeat the strong lies in words. The power of words is not simply speaking. In fact, runes, formations, totems, deductions, the power of words, these are all related to the power of words. As long as you master these and make good use of them, there will be no problem in completing cross-level battles. The power of Qin Yu's words is very special. A spell of seduction with some power of words. As long as the listener is not on guard and agrees with something Qinshu says, he will unknowingly fall into Qinshu's trap. Eventually, you may become a puppet. Only obey the piano and books. Of course, it is also possible to not become a puppet and let the other party retain his own thoughts. But even so, Qinshu still has a way to control the other party. Unless the opponent's strength is several levels higher than Qinshu. Only then can you break free from the control of Qinshu. This is probably the reason why the domain lord let Qinshu go. That place used to be Xuanlun's territory, and many people are Xuanlun's pawns. If you want them to be obedient, only Qinshu is suitable to go there. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1824 Building Momentum. And master by going to the Honk universe alone. But Qinshu and Yanwang are a bit similar. If no one holds it back, the Honk universe will easily collapse. That's why the domain lord instructed Zuyu and Qinshu to go to Honk universe together. The charm of the power of Qinshu's words cannot work on Zuyu. This resulted in Qinshu's few remaining competitive ambitions being focused on battling Zuyu. And Zuyu likes to play with Yan Huang. He also learned Yan Huang's fighting nature completely. Zuyu is slightly different from Yan Huang. When Flame Phoenix fights, it's always about courtesy before force. Zuyu is not a talkative person and always chooses to take action directly. Zuyu learned Yan Wang's love of fighting. Qinshu learned Yan Wang's madness. But if Zuyu and Qinshu are put together, they both become normal. Qinshu is not crazy anymore. Zuyu rarely uses surgery anymore. Qinshu met Taikin's meaningful gaze and narrowed her eyes slightly. What evil plan is this old fox planning? Qinshu said, you can let Taikun go with me, but if he encounters any danger, I will not help him. Taigan smiled kindly, if he can't even save his own life, I won't let him go. HMPH. Taikun snorted heavily to express his dissatisfaction. Taiji flashed in front of Taikun and slapped him on the back of the head. What are you humming about? I asked you to follow the Qinshu, and you were wronged. Taikun really wanted to fight back. But thinking about the fact that Tai Chi is his brother, the key point is that he can't beat Tai Chi. Gave up the idea of fighting back. Taikun was not convinced and said, you can't say I'm stupid, right? If this gets out, how can I go out and see people in the future? Taikun still felt a little aggrieved at the end of his speech. He is an old man, but in the end he is still accused of being stupid. Anyone would probably collapse if this happened to them. Taiji said, when we were at the border of the northern wilderness, if you hadn't been tricked by He Yuan first, would we have been trapped in the formation? Taikun was silent. Recall the scene at that time. That He Yuan's words are so irritating. He couldn't help but attack He Yuan. Eventually he fell into the trap set by He Yuan. As soon as he entered, several people who were on good terms with him wanted to save him. Finally, they were trapped in the formation together. Ellipsis. Tai Qian stopped recalling. He was afraid to think about it any further. He would be ashamed. Seeing this, Gu Ming spoke up to help Taikun out. Tai Qian, Lao Ling ran away quickly just now and didn't answer my question. Can't we go to Honk Universe for a stroll? I heard that there was a Supreme Master in the Honk Universe. I really want to go and see him. The realm of the Supreme Lord, that is a realm he has never reached. Go and see if you can get some inheritance. To realize something about the Supreme Realm. Tai Qian said, if the Territory Lord doesn't allow me to go, I can't go. Gu Ming showed a look of regret. Tai Qian added, the Territory Lord doesn't allow us to go to the Honk Universe. He must have other arrangements. Don't worry. Another arrangement. Gu Ming was puzzled. Tai Qian did not answer Gu Ming, but looked in one direction. Ling Yuanluo's figure appeared again. Everyone, don't do anything yet, I have something to say. Ling Yuanluo said hurriedly. Gu Ming smiled and said, you say. Ling Yuanluo said seriously, this time the Territory Lord has new arrangements, and he still needs to train the Realm Lord. The people arranged by the Territory Lord are Gu Ming and Tai Qian. The Territory Lord requires you to not rush into action after you arrive at the Golden Origin universe. Observe for a while before taking action. There is no Guardian in the genuine universe now, so you need to stay there until a new Guardian appears. Also, Ling Yuanluo seemed to be hesitating whether to say the last words. Gu Ming said, what else? Also, you guys should leave quickly. Ling Yuanluo disappeared when he was halfway through his words. Gu Ming immediately understood that Ling Yuanluo had done it on purpose. But everyone ran away. We can only wait until next time to settle the score. Tai Qian, what do you think? Gu Ming asked. Tai Qian said slowly, the Territory Lord is very fast. He was in the Honk universe not long ago, but now he has reached the Golden Source. This speed should not be the Dark Void. It seemed as if it had torn through the void directly. Taiji asked seriously, Tai Qian, the Territory Lord directly asked us to interfere in the affairs of various universes. Is something big going to happen? Tai Qian said, the universe should change. Xuanmen is still recuperating. This is a good opportunity. Even the Lord of Chaos Realm is unable to take care of himself. But this time, commanding the universe from all directions will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Taiji was silent for a moment after hearing this. I feel that the Territory Lord wants to give the control of these universes to Venerable Feng. Gu Ming said, the Territory Lord should want to build momentum for Venerable Feng. Venerable Feng is growing too fast. She will definitely have a place among the Supreme Venerables in the future. By then, Venerable Feng will probably be targeted by countless greedy people. If Venerable Feng does not have a force to support her, both she and the people related to her will be in danger. The realm of the Supreme Lord is a realm that countless practitioners can only dream of but cannot reach. Among the later generations, there are very few who can reach this realm. And those who can enter this realm only appears in the Immortal Realm, the Chaos Realm, and the Xuanmen. If a cultivator of the Supreme Realm appears in other forces, that person will eventually join the Immortal Realm, or the Chaos Realm, or the Xuanmen. The Immortal Realm will not do anything to those Supreme Realm monks. But it's hard to say about the Chaos Realm and Xuanmen. The Chaos Realm and Xuanmen cannot tolerate the emergence of people in the Supreme Realm in other forces. So no matter what, the Supreme Venerable will be forced to join a certain force in order to protect himself. Those who advance to the realm of Supreme Venerable among the later generations are not the later generations in the true sense. Those people are basically old monsters hiding in the cracks of the void. Their advancement would not cause much shock. The greedy person wants to spy, but he also knows that he cannot imitate the other party. In the end, they could only give up unwillingly. But Fang Qingran is different. She was born in the post-ancient era and grew up in a ruined heritage site. Compared to those billion-year-old monsters, she is simply too young. Still so young that it's hard to imagine or compare. The peerless young genius probably attracted a lot of admiration and applause. But how many of these praises and applause are genuine? The path of cultivation is inherently extremely difficult. Late bloomers are the norm. Suddenly an alien appeared. It will definitely attract countless jealousy and suspicion. There are also various dark tricks. Those venerables who have already reached the Supreme Realm will probably be the first to attack Fang Qingran. There are also people who are infinitely close to the realm of Supreme Venerable, and they will also set their sights on Fang Qingran, wanting to get the method of advancement from her. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1825. After the convenience, the palm is thrown. If these two parties cannot gain any benefits from Fang Qingran, they will turn to target the people around her. At that time, the Xuanchu Plain will also become the target of the greedy. The people in the Xuanchu Plain were implicated because of Fang Qingran. This karma should be blamed on her. That's why Mo Jinggong would build momentum for Fang Qingran at this moment. If Fang Qingran became the ruler of multiple universes, by then, those greedy people will have some reservations. They dare to be enemies with the Xuanchu Plain. But he dared not to be the enemy of so many universes. After all, achieving the realm of Supreme Venerable is a very grand process of advancement. Can't hide it from everyone. At that time, these universes will work together to deal with a person who is in the process of advancement, and it will be easy for him to fail in his advancement. No one wants to face this risk. This is probably the reason why Mo Jinggong is building up momentum for Fang Qingran. When Gu Ming thought about this, he found that Tai Qian and the others were also thinking about the same thing. Zhu Yu became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. She vaguely grasped something, but couldn't think of the key point. Hey. It would be more practical to have a fight. It's all Xuanmen's fault. Just clean up all these complicated things. I heard from Yan Huang that in the beginning of time, Xuanmen did not exist and everyone solved problems by fighting. I never calculate this or that. Zhu Yu said, why is the Territory Lord making such a big fuss to build momentum for Venerable Feng? Can't the Territory Lord alone suppress all the greedy people? Qin Shu said, the people that the Territory Lord can intimidate are those who want to attack Venerable Feng. As for those greedy people who take other approaches, how can the Territory Lord control them? Should he kill them all? There will be people in the Supreme Realm who will not attack Fang Qingran because they are afraid of the Immortal Realm. But no one will let go of the people around Fang Qingran just because of the Immortal Realm. Especially Liu Kanglin and his group will definitely become the primary targets. It's good that they have the ability to protect themselves. If not, she would become a burden to Fang Qingran, impeding her progress. Qin Shu noticed that Zhu Yu still had a puzzled expression on his face, and continued, the Territory Lord is building momentum for Venerable Feng. The first thing he has to do is make his attitude clear. Venerable Feng is his man, and no one is allowed to touch him. Secondly, the more forces behind Venerable Feng, the stronger she will become in the future, which will only make people wary. Those greedy people and snoopers, even if they want to do something, or want to do something to the people around Venerable Feng, will be scared away by the power behind Venerable Feng. Third, and in fact the most important point, the more power they have, the easier it will be for them to be hands-off managers in the future. At the beginning, there was only Mo Jinggong in the immortal realm. Mo Jinggong didn't want to develop any power at all. I don't even want to recruit people into the immortal realm. However, as time passed, Mo Jinggong realized that he could not do everything by himself. So he accepted some people he liked. As more and more people entered the immortal realm, Mo Jinggong didn't want to care about them anymore. So he asked Ling Yuanluo to be the deputy domain lord. Ever since Ling Yuanluo became the deputy domain lord, Mo Jinggong completely ignored them. Tell Ling Yuanluo everything directly. And Ling Yuanluo is really amazing. Gradually, the immortal domain developed into a powerful force. It also intimidated these people. When it comes to fighting, there are only a few people that Ling Yuanluo can beat. But when it comes to understanding current affairs, they all combined are no match for Ling Yuanluo. Mo Jinggong has walked this path before, so he knows the importance of cultivating useful people. That's why Mo Jinggong let them pass. It is both to cultivate world masters and to cultivate guardians. It would be impossible for Venerable Feng to command so many universes by himself. But who gave her the background? Territory Lord, Yan Huang, Yan Yue, Huan Yue, Tai Zhu, all ran to help her. Especially Yan Yu, Wan Yu and Taishu, they just never came back. In addition, there are powerful people from the Taichu period such as Yinyi, Heiyun and Bijing to help her. The Domain Lord and Venerable Feng are really thinking long-term. Heiyu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Qinshu looked at Heiyu, as if asking him why he said that. Heiyu's expression remained unchanged. The Territory Lord and Venerable Feng dared to support so many forces and are not afraid of problems. They must have considered the problems they will face in the future. So we just need to complete the task as required and don't worry about anything else. When Heiyu said this, a strange look flashed in his eyes. I feel that Venerable Feng will come out on top. Before in the Northern Wilderness, they were plotted against by He Yuan, and they all felt more or less uncomfortable. Even if He Yuan apologized in the end. They also beat He Yuan up. I also don't like the feeling of being calculated. But when they returned to the immortal realm and saw the things that Venerable Feng had sent them, that slight discomfort completely disappeared. Venerable Feng prepared something for each of them. This was something no one expected. The storage space was filled with exquisite boxes. Each box has a name on it. And it can be seen that the things in the box are all carefully selected and extremely suitable for them. The delivery can be so precise. There are many, many things to be seen behind this. Feng Qingren's action was actually telling them something. Her background is enough for her to be on par with Mo Jinggong. Born in the post-ancient era and still able to produce such treasures, he can indeed be compared with Mo Jinggong. I agree, Zhu Yu responded. Anyone that Yan Huang admires must be extremely powerful. Let's go. After saying this, Heiyu turned around and walked out. Gu Ming and Tai Qian looked at each other and left the immortal realm. In the dark void. After Feng Qingran and his companions left the Honk universe, they went to the genuine universe again. A lot of fragments were also recovered. From these two places alone, 1/10 of the fragments were recovered. There are very few other universes. Just a few slices. If the fragments of the moon goddess's eye disappeared, the power contained in them could be absorbed by the heaven and earth and then returned to Feng Jingyu. As long as Feng Jingyu doesn't find those fragments that are still there, she will never be able to absorb the power of these fragments. Feng Qingran knew that most of the fragments should be in Xuanmen's hands. But according to the clues given by Kang Guyi, the fragments of Xuanmen are controlled by Master Xuan. Standing behind the Xuan Lord is the one who rebels against God. After the primitive period, the founder of Xuanmen disappeared. Even when Xuanmen was facing a devastating crisis, the founders of Xuanmen were unable to come forward. The fact that those founders do not show up does not mean that they will really stop caring about Xuanmen. So we need to clean up the Xuanmen thoroughly. We still have to find those who rebel against God. After we get rid of them, the remaining Xuanists will not be a problem to be feared. Amo, what kind of hiding place would the founder of Xuanmen choose? Mo Jinggong looked into the endless dark void. I don't know. Yan Huang once went to the main hall of Xuanmen in order to force the founder of Xuanmen to show up. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1826. How should I answer this? Ad. Flame Phoenix killed countless Xuanists and destroyed the Xuanmen's base, but failed to make the founder of Xuanmen appear. At that time, Xuanmen's Grand Elder Luo Hui wanted to threaten Yan Huang to stop, and sent a message to Xuanmen's founder in front of her, but received no response. Flame Phoenix sensed the sound transmission device and found that it was impossible to trace the source. People from the immortal realm have been looking for them over the years, but they can't find any clues. However, Yan Huang went to the Xuanmen headquarters once, and after returning, he confirmed one thing, that is, the founders of Xuanmen are still alive and well. They must have received some special opportunity, so they chose to completely shut themselves up. They will come out after they have completed their cultivation. After Mo Jinggong finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, and then said, before the founder of Xuanmen went into hiding, he had close contacts with the Lord of Chaos Realm. At that time, the Chaos Realm had just settled down, and the Chaos Realm Lord was still striving to reach the Tao Lord Realm. Before that, the Chaos Realm Lord had tried to advance once, but failed. After the Chaos Realm Lord failed to advance, he brought the plunderers and roamed the universe, seemingly looking for something. Later, Xuanmen cooperated with the Lord of Chaos Realm to occupy all the universes together. The Lord of Chaos Realm once again attacks the Tao Lord Realm. This time, he succeeded. Not long after his success, the founder of Xuanmen handed Xuanmen over to Xuanju and disappeared from the scene ever since. I suspect they found a secluded place to prepare for their promotion to Tao Master. The Lord of Chaos Realm obtained all the things needed to be promoted to Tao Lord at that time. The only thing missing is an opportunity. The founder of Xuanmen discovered the contract for advancement to the Lord of Tao while on his way to killing a god. It's just that the founder of Xuanmen lacks what he needs to advance to the level of Taoist Master. That's why they cooperate with the Lord of Chaos. The Taoist body of the Taoist Master is the immortal Taoist body. Only by possessing an immortal body can one be immortal. At least in this void, it cannot be killed. Therefore, compared to the safety of Xuanmen. Of course, advancing to the Tao Lord realm is more important. As long as you can advance successfully, you can establish countless mysterious gates in the future. After listening to Mo Jinggong's words, Fang Qingren's eyes moved slightly. She had actually touched upon some opportunities of heaven and earth in the realm of Tao Lord. But she could feel that she still had a long way to go before she could advance. Advancing to the Tao Lord realm is not as simple as combining the 3,000 great ways into one. When the 3,000 great ways existed independently, they were all very powerful. Many of the teachings refute each other. It's simple to put together things that complement each other. When merging opposing things, one of them must be destroyed. Or like the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram, allow the two to achieve a certain delicate balance. But this balance point is not easy to find. And her path is not just the 3,000 great ways. Therefore, the path of harmony that she has to take will be even more time-consuming. Fang Qingren couldn't help but worry. What if the founder of Xuanmen succeeds in achieving the Tao before her? And he will cooperate with the Lord of Chaos again and attack the Xuanchu plane again. What should we do? The best solution is to not give the founder of Xuanmen the opportunity to achieve harmony with the Tao. Ran, what's wrong? Mo Jinggong saw Fang Qingren didn't speak for a long time and asked with some concern. Fang Qingren said, I wonder where the founder of Xuanmen would hide. The voice of the divine black turtle sounded, since we are looking for the founder of Xuanmen, why not go to Xuanmen first and take a look? There will always be some clues. Fang Lingyun went to raid Xuanmen's lair. There must be some purpose. Fang Qingren and Mo Jinggong looked at each other and decided to listen to the advice of the divine black turtle. Mo Jinggong said, Kang Bui sent a message earlier that they went to an unknown universe, which is very close to the extreme dark land. When Fang Qingren heard the words, extremely dark place, she immediately thought of the little divine phoenix. Amo, we seem to have forgotten the little divine phoenix in that secret place. The little divine phoenix is so small. He won't die in there, will he? Fang Qingren asked worriedly, Senior Shengshuan, are you really the only one who can open that secret realm? Does the little Shenwang have a chance to break out? The divine black turtle did not answer Fang Qingren's question immediately. Instead, he sent a message to Mo Jinggong, Xiao Mo, how should I answer this? It can't say that only the spell it gives can open it. It is even more unacceptable to say that others have no way to open it. Otherwise, Fang Qingren would know something was wrong as soon as she got there. Mo Jinggong transmitted his voice, Senior Shengshuan can say whatever he wants. The flame phoenix should have separated Yuan Ji's soul from the body of the divine phoenix. The divine black turtle felt that Mo Jinggong's words were the same as if he hadn't said anything. Xiao Mo, don't deceive me, otherwise I'm not sure if I will tell the truth. The divine black turtle transmitted the message. Mo Jinggong heard this and looked at Fang Qingren. Flame Phoenix also knows the formula to open that secret realm. I will send her a message and ask her to go get the little divine phoenix. Fang Qingren nodded and said, okay. Fang Qingren watched Mo Jinggong use a special spell to convey a message to Yan Huang. Fang Qingren was still worried. Mo, didn't you say that after the little divine phoenix comes out, it is very likely that it will recover Yuan Ji's memories? Yes. Will Yuan Ji fight with Yan Huang? She wasn't worried about anyone getting hurt. I'm just worried that the two of them might get too excited. Mo Jinggong said, don't worry, the flame phoenix can subdue Yuan Ji, and the little fox in the northern wilderness doesn't like the dark one, it should directly drive Yuan Ji out of the universe. Drive him out. Fang Qingren didn't know whether to sympathize with Yuan Ji or worry about the little divine phoenix. In fact, in her heart, Yuan Ji and Shen Huang are different after all. Unfortunately, the soul of the divine phoenix was taken away by the people of Xuanmen. Can no longer be resurrected. She always felt that Yuan Ji should be Yuan Ji. The divine phoenix should be the divine phoenix. She still can't understand what old man Chang'an did. Let Yuan Ji transform into a divine phoenix. If the true phoenix soul comes back, where will it go? Amo, what do you think will become of Yuan Ji in the end? It should be the dark one. The divine black turtle was speechless after hearing this. Mo Jinggong clearly knew the truth, but he just didn't want to say it. Yuan Ji had clearly been separated from the body of the divine phoenix. Fang Qingren collected her thoughts. With the flame phoenix here, she should be able to subdue both the divine phoenix and Yuan Ji. A very dark place. It looks like a chaotic space. The heaven and earth were derived from here. But nothing else. No stars are visible. No sun or moon. There is no cycle of 4 seasons. Looking at the entire space, it was shrouded in fog and there was no sign of life. One can only feel that this space is vast and boundless, with no edge to be found. After Yuan Ji stepped in, he felt dazed. He finally came back here. He thought he would never come back. When the Chaos Demon was unwilling to disappear but had to disappear, he thought of creating the Dark One to revenge himself. They never considered what the Dark One's situation would be like. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1827 Yuan Ji Memories, Gold Ticket 1. Nor did he consider the future of the Dark One. He only wanted to make life difficult for everyone. In the end, the Dark One became a neither fish nor fowl existence. The Dark One is very similar to the original slaughter monster. They have no rationality and only know how to kill. And there is a big difference between the two. The killing monsters were born from heaven and earth and are extremely powerful. Possesses the power to travel freely through the universe. Therefore, the killing monster has a chance to turn over a new leaf. In this world, only the strong have the chance to turn back and they cannot bear any punishment. For someone like the Dark One, who only has the strength of the Lord of Origin, it is simply not enough to travel through the universe. Besides, with this strength, one can't even freely travel between the universes. What about revenge? The Darkest One cannot leave the dark place, nor can he control his murderous instinct. In the end, they can only resort to the path of killing each other. Yuan Li is the most special one among the Dark Ones. Yuan Li was able to control his mind very early and not get involved in those fights. He regained consciousness amidst the bloodbaths. One day, after he tore a fellow tribesman to pieces, all kinds of thoughts suddenly came to his mind. Why would he do this? Is this the only way he can live? Then what is the meaning of his existence? He can kill other Dark Ones, and they can kill him. This cycle continues over and over again. When will this fight end? He didn't want to continue. He always felt that his life shouldn't be like this. Finally he found Yuan Li. Whenever the Dark Ones killed each other, Yuan Li would stay away from them. Do not stop the Dark Ones from fighting. Will not even participate. Yuan Li also quickly discovered his abnormality. At that time, the Dark Ones did not have their own language. Yuan Li greeted him. He didn't understand a word. He didn't know why, but he developed a dark feeling towards Yuan Li, who remained rational and sober. He wanted to pull Yuan Li into the fight. He didn't want Yuan Li to be alone. Under his deliberate guidance, many dark forces attack Yuan Li. A dark being who has never participated in fighting. Of course, he is no match for other Dark Ones. Soon, Yuan Li was injured by other Dark Ones. Yuan Li still spoke to him in a language he couldn't understand. When he looked into Yuan Li's clear eyes, he actually felt sorry for her. He killed those Dark Ones and saved Yuan Li. Yuan Liming knew that all this was his plan. But I never blamed him. It was not until a long time later that he finally learned those languages under Yuan Li's instruction. The reason why Yuan Li is so special. It's because Yuan Li has a memory inheritance. When the Chaos Demon created the Dark One, he was afraid that the Dark One would have inherited memories. He even took special action to cleanse the soul of the Dark One. This is why the Dark One's soul is incomplete. Those souls with inherited memories were forcibly erased. When he heard this, he felt no emotion. Because he knew very little at that time. Even expressing emotions is a luxury. It's all instinct. Thinking about it now, it just feels extremely ironic. The Chaos Demons wanted the Dark One to revenge them, but ignored other things and only left the Dark One with the order to kill everyone. Sometimes he wondered if there was a possibility that the Chaos Demons were actually the enemies of the Dark Ones. The Chaos Demon left such instructions to the Dark One just to destroy the Dark One as soon as possible. The memories Yuan Li obtained were not complete. The part of memory that Yuan Li retained should have been ignored by the Chaos Demon. Based on those memories, Yuan Li saw the outside world and saw many grievances between Chaos Demons and other races. There are also some beautiful and interesting things. At that time, he didn't understand how beautiful and interesting those things were. It was not until a long time after Yuan Li left that he tried to leave the extremely dark place and saw the vast sea of stars, the sun, the moon, and the stars. He finally understood what scenery was. That's why he wanted to bring the Darkest Ones out and let them see the vastness of the world. Maybe it can awaken their minds. The Dark One is covered in blood and sin. But the one who is truly guilty is not the Dark One. However, his plan failed and pushed the Dark One deeper into the abyss. The Darkest One almost disappeared because of him. After that, he always felt guilty but could do nothing about it. He knew that staying in the darkest place would not change the situation of the Darkest Ones. So he walked the universe again. I have heard the name Mo Zhu many times. Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm. It seems to be an existence that everyone is afraid of. He remembered what Yuan Li said before he left. He found the Immortal Realm and wanted to meet Mo Jingong. He wants to get a way to change the situation of the Dark One from Mo Jingong. But he didn't even enter the Immortal Realm. He was also beaten several times. Only later did I know that Mo Jingong was not in the Immortal Realm. He began to look for Mo Jingong's trace in all the universes. Instead of finding Mo Jingong, he met the plunderer leader Mu Wudao first. There were no other predators around Mu Wudao. The Dark One is extremely good at hiding his own aura. Hiding is for better killing. He followed Mu Wudao all the way without the other party noticing. Mu Wudao also disguised himself and kept changing his disguise. On several occasions, he almost lost track of Mu Wudao. But fortunately, he summed up some rules. Mu Wudao was looking everywhere for a talented predictor. Mu Wudao wanted these predictors to help him deduce a way to save a person. Almost all the deducers gave the same answer: Dao, the person you are looking for has already disappeared in the long river of time. You should give up. There were also a few mysterious deducers who gave up on the deductions and drove Mu Wudao out as soon as the compass in their hands moved. He was not very strong at that time and did not dare to confront those strategists rashly. Of course I don't know the reason behind this. Later, Mu Wudao met the high priest of the mermaid tribe and seemed to have reached some kind of agreement with him. Mu Wudao took the mermaid tribe to the Xuanchu plain. At that time, Mu Wudao wandered outside the Xuanchu plain for a long time, but was unable to enter. Finally, Mu Wudao released a tripod. The boundary marker lit up for a moment. Only then did Mu Wudao get the opportunity to enter Xuanchu. He took advantage of Mu Wudao and went in with them. But as soon as they entered, they felt an extremely terrifying aura. Had to hide his breath. After hiding for a long time, he finally found an opportunity to sneak into the team led by Feng Qingwu. However, since then, things have become increasingly strange. He followed Feng Qingwu to guard the border, kill those outsiders, and not give them the opportunity to invade the plain. At that time, he actually forgot that he was the Dark One, and even forgot the purpose of his trip. I only know that I have protected many people. Gradually, he fell in love with the feeling of protection. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1828 The Dark One Yuan Qi, Gold Ticket 2. And he also discovered that the spiritual shackles of the Dark One on him were actually loosening. It turned out that it was the power of merit he had obtained that was increasing his soul power. However, before he could be happy, Feng Qingwu found him. At that time, Feng Qingwu said very seriously, Yuan Ji, I know you are the Dark One. I knew you on the first day you came to Xuanchu. He thought there would be a fight after his identity was exposed. It will eventually end with him leaving Xuanchu. But things developed completely differently from what he expected. Feng Qingwu actually knew that the shackles on his soul had loosened. Those merit powers were also given to him by Feng Qingwu. As the Dark One, he cannot obtain any merit power. All his joy turned into anger of being fooled at that moment. Feng Qingwu seemed to have anticipated his reaction. When he was about to take action, he mentioned Yuan Li. The Yuan Li I know is very special. You were someone Yuan Li highly recommended, so I didn't expose your identity at the beginning. Yuan Li helped me once, and I promised Yuan Li that I would not kill you if you broke into the Xuanchu plain. Yuan Ji, I know that you and Yuan Li are both looking for a way to free the Dark One from his shackles. When I was calculating my own crisis not long ago, I actually saw an opportunity for you to break free from the shackles of the Dark One. It's just that this opportunity is in the future. I came to you today because I want you to act out a play with me. How about it? Want to work together? By the way, that Mu Dao came in with you, so I didn't touch him. After listening to Feng Qingwu's words, he finally realized that there was no way he could compare to Yuan Li. Because of Yuan Li, Mo Jinggong saved the Dark One. Feng Qingwu also had good intentions towards Yuan Li because of him. He can no longer remember how he felt at that time. He only knew that Feng Qingwu could tolerate a dark man and a plunderer in her plane, which must be related to Yuan Li. Feng Qingwu told me many more things afterwards. He knew very well that Feng Qingwu trusted not him, but Yuan Li behind him. In fact, he didn't have much trust in Feng Qingwu at that time. I don't even believe what she said about the opportunity in the future. Because he felt that if there was such an opportunity, Feng Qingwu would definitely give priority to Yuan Li instead of him. But he came here with a purpose. No rejection. As for Mu Dao's identity, he did not reveal it at that time. He just told Feng Qingwu that he would discuss the plan with Mu Dao and there was no need to worry. When he communicated with Mu Dao, he concealed important information. Just tell Mu Dao that if he cooperates with the plan, there will be a way to rescue the people he wants to save. Mu Dao agreed without hesitation. Afterwards, the plan succeeded, but he found himself tricked by Feng Qingwu. Feng Qingwu's complete trust before was just to make him let down his guard. She never thought of letting him enter the small world from the beginning to the end. Helplessly, he could only force his way into the small world. As a result, it was discovered that there are rules in the small world that can restrain the darkest ones. He cannot exist as a residual soul. Even a monk who possesses another's body cannot keep the body alive. He was very annoyed by the constant changing of bodies. Finally, he used the reincarnation path of the underworld to share a body with a man named Muchen. And also be suppressed by the opponent. And for some unknown reason, Muchen later gave his body to him. Muchen chose to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. After he completely controlled his body, he met Feng Qingran. Only then did I learn that Feng Qingwu had died. He can describe his feelings at the time. I felt like I was cheated and that I had no chance at all. He can get rid of that shackle after all. But the turning point soon came. He met Old Man Chankin and got a chance to reincarnate. He believed what Old Man Chankin said. He never expected that the so-called opportunity would turn him into an egg. It was an egg that was almost burnt. Things are really getting more and more outrageous. When he was inside the egg, he had a vague consciousness. Later, when it hatched, it lost all its memories. After he came out of the secret realm and recovered some of his memories, he felt that this opportunity was ridiculous. He became a beast. Divine Phoenix Beast. So is he still the Dark One. And he didn't have to struggle for long before he got a new body. It's still an extremely strong body. He had a suitable body and a complete soul of the Dark One. It was not until this moment, when he returned to the darkest place, that he realized that Feng Qingwu had not lied to him. The opportunity she mentioned was real. He truly broke free from the shackles of the Dark One. However, because of his misunderstanding of Feng Qingwu, he even thought about killing Feng Qingran. At this time, Yuan Ji sensed the atmosphere of a riot. Countless figures came towards him. They are all Dark Ones. Their eyes were bloodshot, their faces were hideous, and the two sharp fangs were exposed. They are excited. Excited that a stranger finally set foot here. They still have no sanity. Still driven by instinct. Yuan Ji raised his hand and said softly, "Decide." All the Dark Ones were frozen in place, unable to move. Their eyes were still staring at Yuan Ji with extreme desire. Yuan Ji flashed in front of a dark being. Yuan Ji tried to condense a complete soul for the other party. The Dark One's original soul was incomplete. Even if you get the memory, it is fleeting and you can't think. Therefore, if we want to restore their sanity, we must first give them a complete soul. After a long time, Yuan Ji put down his hand dejectedly. Or not. How can we change the fate of the Dark One? At this moment, a lotus of sinful blood floated out from between his eyebrows. The lotus of sinful blood flew into the body of the Dark One. Yuan Ji's eyes were panicked for a moment. He remembered that the sin blood lotus of the flame phoenix was something that specialized in devouring souls. Yuan Ji pressed the Dark One's shoulder. He wants to force the lotus of sin and blood out of the Dark One's body. But he found that the lotus of sinful blood had disappeared. The scarlet in the eyes of the Dark One was disappearing little by little. Soon, Yuan Ji discovered this. The darkest thing in front of my eyes turned into brown pupils. He stared at Yuan Ji with confused and curious eyes. Yuan Ji seemed to understand something. He immediately transmitted a memory to the other party. "Chief," the Dark One spoke awkwardly, as if it was the first time he spoke. Ah. Yuan Ji responded softly. At this moment, he suddenly understood Yuan Li's feelings towards him. After a long period of loneliness, I finally met my fellow tribesmen. This feeling cannot be described in words. Yuan Ji asked, how about you call yourself Yuan Qi from now on? The Dark One thus opens up a new path and a new life. Name, Yuan Qi. Even though the Dark One had regained his memory, he still couldn't quite understand. He was like a newborn baby. No matter how much you get, you still can't understand it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1829 Fickle. Yuan Ji met Yuan Qi's confused and curious eyes and unconsciously lowered his voice. Yes, your name is Yuan Qi. It's okay if you don't understand now. You will understand later. Yuan Ji only felt that he could be infinitely tolerant of everything Yuan Qi did at this moment. Just like how Yuan Li treated him back then. Yuan Ji was very happy. This kind of joy is something I have never experienced before. He wanted to treat Yuan Qi the same way Yuan Li treated him. Yuan Ji raised his hand and gave Yuan Qi some strength, and said to Yuan Qi, put away your fangs and become similar to me. The Dark One is not born with a hideous appearance. The reason they become so ugly is all due to acquired factors. Yuan Qi blinked, raised his hand and broke off his 2 fangs, hiding them in his clothes, and said, put them away. Yuan Ji. While Yuan Ji was thinking about what to say next, he saw Yuan Qi's face slowly changing and becoming more and more like him. Yuan Ji immediately restrained Yuan Qi's power. He didn't want to see his face and make such a silly expression. Yuan Ji had no choice but to eliminate the dark power on Yuan Qi's face, and sorted out the dark power in Yuan Qi's body, allowing all the power to gather in Danshan. Next, Yuan Qi widened the 8 extraordinary meridians for Yuan Qi. In this way, Yuan Qi will not encounter any obstacles when practicing the dark power in the future. After completing it step by step, Yuan Qi's appearance changed completely. Not the slightest bit similar to Yuan Ji. But he is also surprisingly handsome. Yuan Qi blinked, not quite understanding what was happening. Why does the leader's mood change so much? When he first met him, the leader was delighted, excited, and somewhat loving. Yuan Qi searched his memory and felt that the only word that could describe Yuan Ji's feelings was kindness. However, once he began to speak, the chief's mood seemed to change again. Very shocked. And there is something helpless. In the end it turned into disgust. Why did the leader dislike him? Could it be that the leader's love for him would disappear? Yuan Qi opened his big, ignorant eyes, looking inquiringly, trying to understand Yuan Ji's changes. Chief, can I move anything? This is a bit uncomfortable. Yuan Ji thought of Yuan Qi's action of breaking his teeth just now, and said, first, you should digest the memories I gave you here. When you have sorted out your memories, you can move. Yuan Qi said, Leader, I don't understand many parts of the memories you gave me, what should I do? Yuan Ji met Yuan Qi's puzzled look and tried his best to remain patient and said, try to understand it yourself first. If you really don't understand, I will tell you later. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he was afraid that Yuan Qi would speak again, so he cast a silencing spell on Yuan Qi. After hearing Yuan Ji's words, Yuan Qi wanted to respond. But he found that he couldn't speak. Yuan Qi was anxious at first and tried to make a sound. After failing many times, he actually showed a look of panic. Seeing this, Yuan Ji rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. He suddenly admired Yuan Li very much. I actually had such strong patience back then. Yuan Ji said, don't speak yet, close your eyes, and integrate the memories I gave you. While Yuan Ji was speaking, he passed on a memory to Yuan Qi. After Yuan Qi received the new memories given by Yuan Ji, the panic on his face disappeared, and he closed his eyes obediently to understand the memories given by Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yuan Qi is obedient enough. Otherwise, his patience might run out. Yuan Ji begins to understand why Yuan Qi regained his sanity. He first searched Yuan Qi's body and sea of consciousness, but found no trace of the sinful blood lotus, nor any residual aura of the sinful blood lotus. Could it be that the lotus of sinful blood completed Yuan Qi's soul? Why can the lotus of sin and blood complete Yuan Qi's soul? And why did the lotus of sin and blood fly out of his body? Yuan Ji was also unable to find the aura of the lotus of sinful blood in his body. He recalled his experiences in the Northern Wilderness universe. Only when he transformed did the flame phoenix give him a lotus of sinful blood. And wasn't he using that sin blood lotus to reshape his body? Wrong. There must be something he overlooked. When Yan Huang asked him to reshape his body, he told him that as long as he left the mark of the ancestors' blood, he would not suffer any loss. She would also give him a big gift. Is helping a dark person to complete his soul the gift given by Flame Phoenix? Since the lotus of sin and blood can help the Dark One complete his soul, why has Yuan Li been missing for so long? Judging from Yan Wang's tone, she and Yuan Li have a good relationship. If this method is feasible, Yan Huang will not ignore Yuan Li. Yuan Ji had an urge to go back to Biawang to find Yan Huang and find out everything. But you still have to make some arrangements before going. Yuan Ji waved his sleeves and sent the other Darkest Ones back to their original positions, and placed Yuan Qi in a place alone. He also set up several barriers for Yuan Qi. Only then did we get out of the extremely dark place. As soon as Yuan Ji was in the dark void, he felt a terrifying force spreading out from not far away. This means that a war is going on in that place. Yuan Ji searched his memory and remembered that there seemed to be a universe over there. The first place he took the Dark One to. Later, he was blasted out by the guards inside. The guard was an old man with a white beard, hunched over, and said in a loud voice, "Get out. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. How dare you bring these guys to harm us? Yuan Ji, if it weren't for Yuan Li's sake, I would definitely blow your head off." The old man looked as if he was staggering. But he spoke with full energy. He couldn't defeat the other party at that time, so he could only leave with the Dark One. The darkest land is left by the Chaos Demons for the darkest ones. In the past, the Chaos Demon committed too many evil deeds and was hunted down by countless forces. He had no place to hide. In the end, the Chaos Demon was forced to choose the most barren and remote area to hide. There are only 2 universes around here. Neither of these 2 universes is developing very well. The only guardian of the universe is the Lord of Origin. Compared with other universes, it is completely crushed. Fortunately, there are no rare treasures here, nor any ancient heritage, so the powerful beings in the universe look down on this place. The guardians of the 2 universes are old friends. Therefore, this area has always been in a peaceful state. How did the fight suddenly break out? Who are you? A vigilant voice sounded not far from Yuan-Ji. Yuan-Ji looked over and saw that person seemed to be the guardian of another universe. What was his name? Didn't think of it. Yuan-Ji said bluntly, I am Yuan-Ji. The old man's eyes were sharp. Do you think you can fool me by wearing Yuan-Ji's skin? Tell me, what do you want to do by transforming into Yuan-Ji's appearance? Yuan-Ji was helpless. Doesn't anyone believe the truth these days? Yuan-Ji could only emphasize again, I am really Yuan-Ji. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1830. You are not like Yuan-Ji. The old man snorted coldly, boy, you didn't find out the situation clearly, did you? Yuan-Ji is the Dark One, and his strength is only as strong as the Lord of Origin. You are stronger than me, how could you be Yuan-Ji? Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here pretending to be Yuan-Ji? The old man's attitude was no longer polite. Yuan-Ji felt that this matter was too complicated to explain. Choose to take direct action. After a dark force was released, Yuan-Ji looked at the old man again and said, now you believe it, right? Pretense can be deceiving. The breath will not. The old man let down his guard a little. But there was still doubt in his eyes. The old man said, you are not like Yuan-Ji. When that boy looked at me, he almost raised his head to the sky. Yuan-Ji was helpless. I am really Yuan-Ji, I came back to take a look. Yuan-Ji felt that he was more patient than before. He actually explained it 3 times in a row. The old man stared at Yuan-Ji for a few breaths. I am the guardian of the Tianyuan universe, Li Zhenhou. I made a bet with Lao Chen before, about how long it would take for you to come back. I didn't expect that you would disappear for so many epochs. Congratulations on breaking through the shackles. The old man gave his blessing sincerely. Yuan-Ji suddenly remembered a lot of things. Master Huo, is Master Chen still at the same level as you? Li Zhen's angry face suddenly fell. Oh, now I completely believe that you're Yuan-Ji. You offend 2 people as soon as you open your mouth. Only Yuan-Ji would be so lacking in emotional intelligence. Yuan-Ji sensed Li Zhenhou's resentment and changed the subject. Master Huo, what's going on with Zhaoyuan universe now? Li Zhenhou's expression became more serious. I don't know. Lao Chen didn't respond to my voice transmission, so I thought about going over to take a look. Yuan-Ji felt the aura of Zhaoyuan universe and said honestly, Old Huo, why don't you go back? The battle that broke out in the Zhaoyuan universe was not a fight between the Lords of the Origin at all. Chen Guang is the guardian of the Zhaoyuan universe. You can use the identity of this universe to deal with the enemy. If Li Zhenhou went over, it would give Chen Guang an extra handle. Yuan-Ji, do you know something? Li Zhenhou asked seriously. Yuan-Ji shook his head. Li Zhen's eyes dimmed slightly, and he raised his hand and handed Yuan-Ji a defensive magic weapon. Use it first, and return it to me when you come back. After Li Zhenhou stuffed the thing into Yuan-Ji's hand, his face was full of dejection. If you are weak, you won't even be qualified to participate in some things. He also shoulders the responsibility of protecting the Tianyuan universe. There is no reason to be willful or impulsive. I can't help my old friend Chen Guang. Li Zhenhou turned around and returned to the Tianyuan universe. Yuan-Ji saw powerlessness and sadness from Li Zhenhou's back. Yuan-Ji's eyes darkened. If he was the Lord of Origin forever, when the Dark One was destroyed in the future, he would probably be the same as Li Zhenhou. Yuan-Ji put away the magic weapon given by Li Zhenhou. His strength is indeed only that of the Lord of the universe. But the body condensed from the essence of the divine phoenix and the blood of the ancestor of life is already equivalent to an immortal body, able to withstand the attacks of the immortal Lord. Therefore, Yuan-Ji broke into the Zhaoyuan universe without hesitation. In the Zhaoyuan universe, Yuan-Ji did not see the battle he had imagined. There was no bloody scene. There are 2 groups of people at the border, each occupying one side. There is a fighting platform in the middle. There are 2 people on the stage. A man who looked to be about 30 years old. A man who looked to be about 30 years old. Yuan-Ji judged from the other person's clothing that this person was a master of the Xuanren Xuanzang. The other man, already in his 80s, with a hunched back, fought with all his might against the mysterious master. Yuan-Ji recognized the old man as Chen Guang at a glance. The guardian of the Zhaoyuan universe. The 2 sides seemed to be fighting. In fact, it was Chen Guang alone who was trying his best. The mysterious one was at ease and easily avoided Chen Guang's attack. The mysterious master was even in the mood to speak. Old man, our mysterious master said that we want to have a competition, but he just wants to give you a decent experience. Are you sure you want to continue to resist? Chen Guang was only thinking about how to defeat the mysterious person in front of him. Choose to ignore what the other person says. He can't lose. We cannot allow Xuanren to occupy the Zhaoyuan universe. He is the only one who has a chance of winning. The master of Xuanren said that as long as they win the next competition. Xuanren then withdrew from the Zhaoyuan universe and never came back again. So even at the risk of being reduced to ashes, he must win. Old man, even if you burn the power of your soul, you can't beat me. The mysterious man continued to smile playfully. In fact, he never fought back since the start of the fight. The mystics of the Xuanren sect also watched the fight with a joking attitude. The people on Zhaoyuan universe's side, however, all looked as pale as death. Yuan Ji observed for a while and found that Chen Guang was burning not only the power of his soul, but also his own vitality. If this continues, Chen Guang will die. Yuan Ji did not act rashly to stop the fight. He looked towards Xuanmen, his eyes fell on a man with a tall and handsome figure. The other party was also looking at him. There was a look of inquiry in his eyes. Yuan Ji said, Xuanmen Xuanju is in a good mood. Why did he come here instead of staying in the Xuanmen universe? Luo Wuji remained silent. Luo Hui beside him asked, do you want to stand up for them, fellow Daoist? Yuan Ji's lips curled slightly, and he said slowly, I can't beat you. Luo Hui did not respond. Yuan Ji's expression changed immediately, and he said seriously, but, I think you probably don't like this place. After all, this place can't support so many Shranists. Luo Hui said, after we come here, we can afford it. Yuan Ji asked, so, you're determined to take this place? Luo Hui chuckled. In fact, Luo Hui didn't care about Yuan Ji's thoughts at all. He didn't even want to deal with Yuan Ji anymore. A mystic beside Luo Hui stepped forward with a shrewd look, if we really want to take this place directly, will we still set up a duel? We don't force anyone here to do anything. It also gives them the opportunity to choose. In the 10 duels, if Zhaoyuan Universe wins one, we will withdraw from here. However, they lost the first 9 games. You can't blame Xuanmen for our lack of strength. Besides, Zhaoyuan Universe has never produced a Universe Master so far. Isn't it because of the Guardian? If we were the rulers of Xuanmen, this situation would never happen. We will benefit this place and allow more powerful beings to appear here. Then, no one will dare to invade here. This should have been a wonderful, wonderful thing. Fellow Daoist, are you sure you want to interfere? After the mysterious master finished speaking, he glanced at Yuan Ji with contempt. Just a master of the universe. The great elder Luo Hui could crush him to death with just a flick of his finger. Where do you get the courage to come here and question? Clap clap. Yuan Ji raised his hands and clapped. Good, good, really good. I have only heard that Xuanmen is extremely shameless and overbearing before. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1831, another competition, additional update. Now I have personally experienced the shamelessness of your Xuanmen. No, the word that should be used to describe you is shameless. You did something bad, but you still want to stand on the moral high ground. I admire your nerve. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he applauded. Some of the mysterious practitioners immediately showed angry expressions. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui seemed not to care about Yuan Ji's ridicule. Kang Bui lowered the corners of his lips and didn't look at Yuan Ji. He let the mysterious person see the approval in his eyes. Yuan Ji observed the expressions of all the mysterious people. Yuan Ji said, don't be angry, everyone. I feel that 10 jewels are a bit too hasty to decide the future of billions of lives in a universe. I have a more interesting idea. Would you like to hear what it is? When Yuan Ji finished speaking, he deliberately released the aura of the divine phoenix's blood and the blood of the ancestor of life. In an instant, all the mysterious people stared at Yuan Ji. There was a quick flash of astonishment in his eyes. Soon, greed appeared in the eyes of many mysterious practitioners. Luo Hui knew more than the other Shranists, so he transmitted his voice, Master Xuan, how could he have the real blood of the divine phoenix in his body? After listening to this, Luo Wuji did not answer Luo Hui's question. Instead, he transmitted the message, he is the Dark One. Luo Hui looked at Yuan Ji in disbelief, Master Xuan, how can he have the strength of the Lord of the Universe? Luo Wuji's eyes deepened slightly, his soul is complete, it should be related to the blood of the divine phoenix and the blood of the life ancestor in his body. The last divine phoenix in the world was obtained and refined by the founder of Xuanmen. Logically speaking, there should be nothing more related to the divine phoenix in the world. Yuan Ji was actually able to obtain the blood essence of the divine phoenix. It seems that the divine phoenix is hidden somewhere. In fact, what he cares about most is not the blood of the divine phoenix, but it is the blood of the ancestor of life. The blood of the ancestor of life is very easy to identify. The only blood that carries the laws of reincarnation and destiny. Back then, the ancestor of life was besieged by the Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm because of his special blood. It's a pity that this ancestor of life would rather die than surrender. He actually sacrificed his body and soul, and was unwilling to submit to Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm. After the ancestor of life disappeared, Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm searched throughout the universe but never found the existence of blood containing the power of laws. Now the blood of the ancestor of life has reappeared. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the ancestor of life at that time is not dead and is hiding somewhere. The second is that Yuan Ji found the blood left by his ancestor in the world and replaced it with his own. Luo Hui transmitted his voice, Master Xuan, I recognize who he is. After Yuan Li disappeared, a new leader emerged from the Dark Ones, named Yuan Ji. This Yuan Ji seems to have gone to the Xuanchu Plain. He was also involved in the plan to plot against Feng Qingwu. Xuanmen, maybe we can form an alliance with him. Luo Hui suggested. As for the fact that the Dark One has a grudge against the Plunderer. Of course Luo Hui knew it. But so what? The Darklings and the Reavers have a hostile relationship. There is no need to worry about Yuan Ji being bribed by the Lord of Chaos Realm. Luo Wuji shook his head, he won't cooperate with Xuanmen. Yuan Ji looked at Xuanj with cold eyes. Luo Hui transmitted his voice, Master Xuan, do we want to hear what Yuan Ji has to say next? You can listen to it. Luo Wuji said. It won't be too late to deal with him later if you find out Yuan Ji's bottom line first. It just so happened that he wanted to see the power of the divine phoenix's blood and the blood of the ancestor of life. Luo Hui heard Luo Wuji's voice transmission. He immediately looked at Yuan Ji. Luo Hui said, my fellow Taoist, if you have any good suggestions, please share them with me. When everyone in Zhaoyuan Universe heard Luo Hui's words, they were shocked. They didn't expect Xuanmen to agree. One of the female cultivators sent a voice message to Yuan Ji. Dayu, this is our Zhaoyuan Universe's business, you should not get involved. Many people sent messages to Yuan Ji. Fellow Taoist, thank you for your kindness, but the mysterious ones are difficult to deal with, you'd better escape quickly. Fellow Taoist, don't act on impulse. I know you want to save us, but it's useless. We are no match for the mystic. Fellow Taoist, this is a feud between Zhaoyuan Universe and Shuanmen. Don't get involved in this mess. Just leave. Ellipsis. Sentence after sentence. They all advised Yuan Ji to leave. They themselves are sinking into a quagmire. I don't want to implicate innocent people anymore. Chen Guang also said to Yuan Ji, this is not your dark place. Whatever happens here has nothing to do with you. Leave quickly. Yuan Ji originally wanted to answer Luo Hui's question. Now, after hearing Chen Guang's voice transmission, he smiled and said, Old Chen, you fight well and don't be distracted. Since I'm here, I'm not afraid of being implicated. Chen Guang said rudely, you little brat, I told you to get out of here. Did you hear me? The safety of the Zhaoyuan universe is not something you, a Dark One, should worry about. Yuan Ji smiled and said, Master Chen, I can't leave. I want to see them leave this area. While Yuan Ji was speaking, he actually pointed his finger at Luo Wuji. You were simply looking for death. A harsh shout rang out, and at the same time an attack was directed towards Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji did not hide. There is no need to hide at all. Attacks below the level of the Immortal Lord cannot hurt him at all. Yuan Ji was hit by the Lord of Laws but was unharmed. Some of the mysterious practitioners looked at Yuan Ji in shock. Isn't he just the power of the Lord of the Universe? Correct. Then why can he easily dissolve the attack of the Lord of Laws? Could it be related to the Divine Phoenix blood in his body? I heard that the blood of the Divine Phoenix can be used to refine healing pills. It should be the blood of the Divine Phoenix that helped him heal his injuries. The blood of the Divine Phoenix is in his body. It's such a waste of God's gift. What a pity. Ellipsis. When the mystics heard these words, they all had their own thoughts. When Luo Hui saw the scene just now, his eyes narrowed slightly and he thought of Feng Lingyun. At that time, I was in the main hall of Shuanmen. It seems that Feng Lingyun's strength is not as good as everyone else's. But once Feng Lingyun made a move, he was able to easily crush all the Shuanists. Could it be that Yuan Ji in front of him is actually pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? In line with the principle of caution, Luo Hui did not test Yuan Ji's strength again, but said, Dayu Yuan Ji, you haven't said your proposal yet. Luo Hui's reaction made the other Shuanists feel strange. Even Yuan Ji was a little confused. Is the Grand Elder of Shuanmen so good-tempered? Yuan Ji just felt that the Shuanists were quite good at disguise. Thinking of this, Yuan Ji suddenly changed the subject and said, I don't actually have any good suggestions. I was just thinking that since you all came here, if you want to settle in Zhaoyuan Universe, you must seek the consent of the other two places. How about this, you go to the darkest place and compete 10 more times. If you still win, I will lead the Dark Ones to completely submit to Shuanmen, how about that? He promised to surrender. His contractor did not agree. If the contractor does not allow him to submit to Shuanmen at that time, he will have no choice but to listen to the contractor. Luo Hui always felt that there was something fishy about Yuan Ji's words. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1832 I am not a human, gold ticket 1. Luo Hui subconsciously looked at Luo Wuji and said in a voice transmission, Master Xuan, Yuan Ji proposed this, is there any trap waiting for us? Yuan Ji's attitude towards Shuanmen is very clear. Disgust. And looked down upon. How could such a Yuan Ji possibly think of surrendering to Shuanmen? But if you don't want to submit to Shuanmen, there is no way Yuan Ji would make such a request. After all, everyone knows that the Dark One only has the strength of the Lord of Origin. The competition hasn't started yet. It is destined that Shuanmen will win. Unless Yuan Ji intends to use underhanded tactics. Luo Hui always felt that something was fishy. Luo Hui didn't care, he was just the master of the universe. No matter how to set the trap. There is nothing to be afraid of. Luo Wuji looked at Yuan Ji and said calmly, we agree, Luo Yi will come back. In the arena, Luo Yi heard this and immediately kicked Chen Guang off the stage. Old man, you're lucky. I'll spare your life first. After Luo Yi finished speaking, he returned to Luo Wuji's back with a very respectful attitude. Luo Wuji turned around and said, let's go to the darkest place. In a moment, all the mysterious people left the Zhaoyuan universe. The dying Chen Guang received 2 messages. One was from Yuan Ji, Master Chen, take good care of your injuries. Don't worry, there is no chance that the mysterious master will come back. One was from Luo Hui, you have lost. Hurry up and do what I told you before. If you disobey us again, we will have to clean it up ourselves. Chen Guang stared at the entrance to the universe, with worry and confusion in his eyes, but more of it was grief. He actually didn't believe Yuan Ji could defeat Shuanmen. Yuan Ji's move was just to delay time. So he must take advantage of this time to transfer all the female cultivators away. They can go anywhere. I just can't stay in this area anymore. Master Chen, take the pill quickly. A man helped Chen Guang up and fed the pill into his mouth. There were also several strong men who provided strength to Chen Guang to heal his injuries. The others looked at Chen Guang with worry in their eyes. After Chen Guang swallowed the pill, he stopped several people from transferring their strength. Quick, notify all the female cultivators to leave Zhaoyuan universe. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? Someone asked in confusion. They all came very late. I didn't hear the request made by Shuanmen. I only know that Shuanmen wants to occupy this place. He also demanded that Chen Lao hand over control of the universe. Chen Guang said, Shuanmen said that all female cultivators should be handed over to them for disposal. Otherwise, they will slaughter the entire universe. Upon hearing this, most of the female cultivators turned pale. They had heard about Shuanmen's deeds in other places. Shuanmen is targeting them, probably wanting to use them as tools. One of the female cultivators was relatively calm. Go and inform all the female cultivators to leave here. Don't leave together. If anyone can escape, then escape. By the way, take the younger generation with you as well. Now that Shranman has set its sights on them, it will definitely not give up. One person asked, Master Chen, should we notify Tianyuan Universe? Chen Guang said, go, CIE, go find Li Zhenho. After you find him, don't come back, just leave. Qie clenched her fists, her eyes full of reluctance, but she also knew that she couldn't waste any more time talking now. Qie looked at Chen Guang deeply before leaving the universe. Old Chen gave several orders in succession. Soon, there were only a few people left around him. One of the old men had been with Chen Guang for many years. He said firmly, Chen Guang, do you have anything else to say? Chen Guang coughed up some blood and set up a barrier. Old buddy, someone has to sacrifice to protect these young people and preserve the hope of Zhaoyuan Universe. Luo Hui just said that if anyone dares to escape, we will be killed. After Chen Guang finished speaking, he began to look decadent, with an aura of death lingering around him. Chen Guang, your arrangement is very good. Even if everyone stays, they will live a life that is neither human nor ghost. It's better to let the younger generation leave and find another way to make a living. Maybe many years later, they can still avenge us. It's better to leave. If you stay, you will become a Shranman puppet, a living zombie, and lose yourself. The weak never have the power to choose. When you encounter Shranman, you have no choice but to escape or surrender. Otherwise, your body and soul will be destroyed. These old guys don't have much lifespan to begin with, so they die without regrets. But those younger generations are in their best years. I dare not fall into this abyss. An atmosphere of sadness surrounded Chen Guang and others. At this moment, a bright voice sounded, Master Chen, the task you assigned has been completed. Chen Guang looked at the smiling Qie, his expression changed slightly, why are you back? At this time, countless figures came to the border. There are both girls and boys. Qie said, Master Chen, we have sent away all the young generations, and we will stay to protect the Zhaoyuan Universe with you. Chen Lao sighed heavily, do you know what will happen if you stay? Everyone nodded. Qie's expression was firm. Master Chen, the Zhaoyuan Universe is everyone's Zhaoyuan. It is our duty to resist outsiders. There are no eggs left in the nest. If they choose to stay, they can buy time for the younger ones to escape. After hearing this, Chen Lao stopped talking. He understood the deep meaning behind the chivalrous words. It is precisely because he understands this that he hates his own incompetence even more. As the guardian of the universe, he had no choice but to lead everyone to death. Dark Void. The divine black turtle is galloping. Fang Qingran suddenly said, Senior Shengxuan, wait, I seem to sense the aura of the Dark One just now. The divine black turtle stopped immediately and asked, where? Fang Qingran pointed in a direction. In the blink of an eye, the huge body of the divine black turtle blocked the person. It was Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi looked at the divine black turtle curiously. Then look at the little red flower on its head. Yuan Qi asked, can I pick one? The black turtle said, no. Oh, goodbye then, Yuan Qi said and was about to leave. The divine black tortoise immediately froze his body. After Fang Qingran saw Yuan Qi, she sent a message to Mo Jinggong, Mo, he and I have a contract. Mo Jinggong asked, could it be that Yuan Qi returned to the Dark Land and transferred the contract to him? Fang Qingran felt that there was no such possibility. There is still the breath of the lotus of sinful blood on Yuan Qi's soul. Fang Qingran suspected that Yan Huang had gone to the extremely dark place. At this time, Yuan Qi said anxiously, let me go, I want to get help. The black turtle asked curiously, who is the rescuer you are looking for? The leader said we can't tell anyone we don't know. Yuan Qi said honestly. I'm not a human, I'm a turtle. Just tell me in secret. The divine black turtle said. Kang Qi looked conflicted. It seems that the leader never said not to tell turtle. The black tortoise continued, well, tell me, and in exchange, I'll give you a little red flower, how about that? As the divine black turtle finished speaking, a vine stretched out in front of Yuan Qi. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1833 What an honest child, Gold 2. A big red flower bloomed on it. It's really beautiful. Yuan Qi took the big red flower and said to the divine black turtle, I will only tell you this, don't tell anyone. It is good. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong looked at each other. Why does this kid feel a little silly? Yuan Qi looked at Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong, turn your backs away and don't listen. The black turtle said, don't worry, they wouldn't dare to eavesdrop. Listen openly. Yuan Qi believed the words of the divine black turtle. The leader brought back a group of people, and then he told me to go to the Northern Wilderness Universe to find help. It is said that only people from the Northern Wilderness Universe can save the Dark Land. He also told me to avoid everyone. I had to keep changing my schedule to avoid people. Let me go quickly, I want to continue to the Northern Wasteland. Yuan Qi really told everything without reservation. The divine black turtle said, we just asked for the extreme darkness land, so you don't have to go to the Northern Wasteland. Yuan Qi shook his head firmly, I want to go. The leader said we should go to the Northern Wasteland to get reinforcements. The divine black turtle said, by the time you go to the Northern Wasteland and come back, the daily will be cold. It's not that it dislikes Yuan Qi. But his speed is really not as good as it. Yuan Qi said stubbornly, no, I must go to the Northern Wilderness Universe. This is what the leader told me to do. Don't try to fool me. I'm very smart. The divine black turtle was silent for a moment. We came from the Northern Wasteland. Yuan Qi said, you came from the Northern Wasteland, but the leader said that he wanted to go to the Northern Wasteland to ask for help. The divine black turtle sighed helplessly. Forget it. Can't persuade. The divine black turtle untied Yuan Qi's shackles and watched him leave. The black turtle looked at Yuan Qi's hurriedly retreating back and sighed, ah. Such an honest child, but unfortunately he is so stupid. Xiao Feng, Xiao Mo, come up, let's go see what's going on in the Dark Land. It is good. Not long after, the divine black turtle brought Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong into the extremely dark place silently. The darkest place is grey. There is only one place that shines brightly. However, the divine black turtle did not go directly over. Anyway, with the strength of Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong, they can see clearly what is happening in the entire dark place. The first person Feng Qingran saw was not Yuan Ji, but it was Luo Wuji. Feng Qingran looked at the familiar face and was stunned. Why is Luo Wuji here? Didn't he die when the Luo family was destroyed? She remembered it clearly. After she returned to the long river of time, she went to kill Luo Wuji personally. Because, in the previous lives when she was reborn without any memories, it was Luo Wuji who assisted the tyrant in committing evil. It can be said that without Luo Wuji, Su Yanran would not be able to persecute other people in Lingyun sect. Even though the eldest senior brother Lu Kanglan had left the Lu family. But no matter what, he is the direct descendant of the Lu family. The Su family where Su Yanran stayed in the God-forsaken land had far less foundation than the Lu family. Who gave Su Yanran the courage to kill the senior brother? It's Luo Wuji. There is also the sixth senior brother Bailey Wenyu. His apparent identity made it even more impossible for Su Yanran to offend him. Sixth senior brother's mother is the eldest daughter of the Luo family. My father is the current head of the Bailey family. If Luo Wuji hadn't supported Su Yanran behind the scenes, she would never have dared to touch her sixth senior brother. As for the second senior brother, the third senior sister, and the fifth senior sister, Su Yanran dared to hurt them. But the second senior brother is a very powerful swordsman. I like being alone. Without Luo Wuji's help, Su Yanran would have no way of finding her second senior brother's hiding place. The third and fifth senior sisters jointly founded Chang Pavilion. A top alchemist. A top-level talisman master. They also hid their identities, so it can be said that no force dared to offend Chang Pavilion. But for some reason, Luo Wuji couldn't find out their identities. After the Bailey family knew this, they could no longer accommodate Chang Pavilion. The third and fifth senior sisters lost Chang Pavilion. Only then will they end up with a tragic death. As for the eighth senior brother, the final death was still related to Luo Wuji. Now thinking about the memories of those past lives, Feng Qingran only felt that Luo Wuji's appearance was very strange. He seemed to have suddenly appeared in the Luo family. And he was clearly far away in Dilingzhu. But he always happened to go to where Su Yanran was, and then he was attracted by Su Yanran's talent at first sight and accepted her as his disciple. Su Yanran's real fight for fortune only began after she became Luo Wuji's disciple. She once hated Su Yanran very much. And because of Su Yanran, I lost my mind. However, as she gradually became stronger, she sometimes even forgot about Su Yanran. She killed Su Yanran 3 times. One time was in the God-forsaken land. The 2 times were in the fairyland. The last time she killed Su Yanran, she actually felt that killing her was a complete waste of time. Su Yanran was just a chess piece in the open from the beginning to the end. She is the real enemy, the chess player behind the scenes. Xuanmen. Chaos World. Perhaps one day, she will even feel that Xuanmen and the Chaos Realm are not worthy of being her enemies. But at this moment, she couldn't do that. She saw Kang Bui standing beside Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji's identity has been guessed. The legendary Master Xuan. If Luo Wuji is the Lord of Xuan, many things can be traced. The Master of Xuanmen personally plotted against such a weak girl. If Mo Jinggong hadn't appeared, would she really have had the chance to get to where she is now? Feng Qingran glanced sideways at Mo Jinggong. A warm feeling arises in the heart. Feng Qingran couldn't describe what this feeling was. She couldn't help but whispered, "Amo, thank you." Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, reflecting Feng Qingran's shadow. "Ran, you don't need to say thank you to me." The divine black turtle was slightly speechless, and said in a disastrous tone, "You all know each other, why don't you introduce them to me?" Feng Qingran came back to her senses and quickly gathered her thoughts. Senior Shengchuan, the leader of the Dark Ones is Yuan Ji, he should be the incarnation of the little divine phoenix. The divine black turtle shook his head. No, his body is a reshaped one, not the body of a divine phoenix. Feng Qingran was surprised. The body has been reshaped, so why is the contract still there? Mo Jinggong explained seriously, he used the blood of the divine phoenix to reshape his body, and you and the divine phoenix also have a blood contract, so the contract was transferred to him. The divine black turtle rolled his eyes silently. What bullshit. It was obviously you who planned it all. The divine black turtle was too lazy to expose Mo Jinggong. After all, he is a little master. Yeah, Feng Qingran believed what Mo Jinggong said. Mo Jinggong continued, Luo Wuji is the Xuan sect's Xuan master. He once went to the God-forsaken land and went against the long river of time in an attempt to change your growth trajectory. The old man on Luo Wuji's left is Luo Hui, the great elder of Xuanmen. When Luo Wuji is not a Xuanmen, Luo Hui is in charge. And the few behind Luo Wuji are responsible for occupying the universes in all directions and finding the source of the universe. Mo Jinggong gave a detailed introduction to the mysterious masters he knew. After listening to this, Feng Qingran came to a conclusion, they should all have fragments on them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1834 No one behind. Mo Jinggong checked and nodded, they all have fragments on them. When Feng Xi and Feng Jingyu heard this, they just looked at each other and didn't say anything. Feng Xi knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for Luo Wuji. Rather than seeking revenge impulsively, it's better to watch the show from the sidelines. Feng Jingyu remained silent because she knew that there were things left by Xuanmen in her soul, and she would not end up well if she confronted Xuanmen. If she went to seek revenge on Luo Wuji, Luo Hui and others, it would only cause trouble for Feng Qingran. She had to wait until she had taken back all the fragments and erased the things that Xuanren had left on her soul before taking action. After all, there is still a long way to go. And her real enemies are not the people in front of her. Fang Jingyu was happily swinging on the back of the divine black turtle. Xuanren should be the reason why Yuanqi went to ask for help, Hongxian said suddenly. Fang Qingran was surprised and asked, Hongxian, is the Yuanqi you were talking about the Dark One just now? Hongxian said, yes, it's him, a sincere child who doesn't even hide his true feelings. Fang Qingran always felt that Hongxian wanted to say something else before she told the truth. The divine black turtle sighed and said, why would Yuanqi send a child like Yuanqi to ask for help? Whenever Yuanqi met someone else, I'm afraid he has been fooled and has lost his way. Fortunately, it was kind and did not deceive Yuanqi. Before Yuanqi left, it added a layer of barrier on him to conceal his aura. It should be possible to allow the other party to reach the northern wilderness smoothly. Mo Jinggong said, only Yuanqi can go. Yuanqi wants to stay to deal with the Xuanren Xuanj. The other darkest ones have not regained their sanity. It is impossible to execute Yuanzi's instructions at all. Maybe, because he met someone on the road, he would develop a murderous instinct and kill the person directly. The divine black turtle commented, with Yuanqi's speed, by the time he returns, the dark land will have already become Xuanren's. Then, the divine black turtle said with regret, I should have knocked Yuanqi out at that time and shouldn't have let him go to the northern wasteland alone. The divine black turtle looked into the distance. On the side of the dark ones, Yuanqi is the only one left for the time being, and his momentum is weaker than that of Xuanren. There are several hundred people in Xuanren. Their overall strength was higher than Yuanqi's, and some of the Xuanists deliberately released pressure that enveloped Yuanqi. Yuanqi does have an immortal body. But his strength is ultimately that of the Lord of the Universe. Yuanqi felt very uncomfortable under the pressure of these Lords of Law. The black turtle saw loneliness and desolation in Yuanqi. There is also a kind of pride that refuses to give in. He was like a lonely king defending his territory. There was no one behind. Darkness became his only background. Maybe it's not that there's no one behind him. But Yuanqi didn't dare to let those darkest ones come out. The Dark One, who has no mind and no strength, has no way out when facing the attack of the Xuanren Xuanzang. The divine black turtle looked at Yuanqi like this and felt an inexplicable sense of soreness. In the boundless land back then, at the last moment, Fang Lingyun fought alone, risking his own death, and defeated the alien leader. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the alien race to withdraw from the boundless land. There would be no original void as it is today. A bloodthirsty look flashed across the eyes of the divine black turtle, and then returned to normal at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Fang, Xiao Mo, you all stay here and let me, old turtle, go over and play for a while. Okay, Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong agreed at the same time. Fang Qingran discovered that Fang Zhichu, the small box, the small mushrooms, etc. on the back of the divine black turtle had all disappeared. Only Fang Xi and Fang Jingyu were forced to leave the shell of the divine black turtle. Fang Qingran could sense that the small boxes were still on the turtle shell. But she couldn't detect their scent. It's a special hidden barrier, don't worry, Mo Jinggong explained in a gentle voice. Xiaofeng, don't worry, I will take good care of them. When the message from the divine black turtle landed, its huge figure had already stood between Xuanren and the Dark One. Its size is like a giant mountain. The limbs are thick and powerful, like 4 pillars. Just by standing there, it brought everyone an unprecedented sense of oppression. Yuanqi had the memory of the little divine phoenix and recognized the divine black turtle at a glance. Seeing it appear, Yuanqi breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense body finally relaxed. The pressure from those Lords of Law also disappeared completely. Compared to the relaxation here at Yuanzi, all the mysterious people looked nervous, staring at the divine black turtle vigilantly. Even Luo Wuji, who had always looked calm and as if everything was under control, had a sudden change of expression after the divine black turtle appeared. He sensed a strong sense of oppression from the divine black turtle. He could feel that he was no match for the divine black turtle. Lord Xuan, could this beast be the legendary divine owl? Luo Hui asked via voice transmission. The shape of the divine black tortoise is similar to that of a turtle, but there are many differences. He could only guess that it was the divine turtle that had been sleeping for a long time. Luo Wuji ignored Luo Hui. He was thinking about the reason why this divine turtle appeared. The other mystics were also discussing quietly. Such a powerful beast hides in such a barren land. This giant beast didn't reveal any presence before, how did it suddenly appear? Isn't it some kind of beast from the ancient times? It shouldn't be. Doesn't our Xuan Lord have a prehistoric dragon? It seems to be far less powerful than the one in front of us. I heard that the beast of the Xuan Lord is about to transform into a dragon, so it has been training in the space and has not appeared. What do you think this beast wants to do by suddenly appearing? After it appeared, it stayed motionless. Could it be observing us? When a mysterious person heard this, he seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, do you think it came out to find the contractor? Powerful beasts like these would not bother to make a contract with humans. They can live well without a contract, so why would they create a burden for themselves? What you said is not right. If the beast tribe is not united, no matter how powerful it is, it will eventually be alone. And if it can find an owner for itself, it will have someone to keep it company and avoid being picked at, so why not? Does it have to find an owner for itself? Can't it just live well on its own? But almost all powerful beasts have contracts with humans. Since it appears here, it should be looking for a contractor for itself. Isn't what you are discussing a bit far-fetched? Even if it wants to find a contractor, it won't be us. But Master Xuan and the Great Elder both have contracted beasts. Why can't Master Xuan have 2 contracted beasts? After hearing this, some of the mysterious practitioners had to hide their resentment. Everyone wants a powerful beast. Unfortunately, after several catastrophes, beasts with high bloodlines such as dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns became extinct. Among the remaining beasts, except those with owners, there are really no high-level bloodlines. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1835 I didn't say I couldn't beat you. Therefore, since the primitive times, the strong ones rarely make contracts with the beastmen. And those strong men who had contracted beasts gradually stopped letting their contracted beasts fight. Maybe he is afraid that his contracted beast will be targeted by a greedy person. After all, if a beast with low-level blood consumes high-level blood, there is a great chance that the power of its blood will be upgraded. Moreover, the high-level bloodline of the beastmen can not only help the beastmen improve their bloodline level, but can also be used for cultivation by many races. Because of the special flesh and blood of the Kun clan, they were targeted by many forces and eventually disappeared. The greed in the eyes of some mysterious practitioners reappeared. If this beast does not obey Master Schwen, will they have a chance to refine the power of its flesh and blood? Back then, those beasts that refused to submit to the Schwen Lord were thrown to them by the Schwen Lord. The divine black turtle stood there quietly, observing the reactions of the various mysterious practitioners. They were only shocked for a moment when they found out. When I got to the back, I began to look at it unscrupulously. The look in their eyes was very similar to the look in the eyes of the aliens when they stared at the human bodies. If it weren't for the fact that these youngsters in the original void were all descendants of the boundless land, it almost suspected that the Schwanj was an alien race. It does not have the slightest liking for the mysterious people. It even wanted to beat them all to death. Yuan-Ji still looked more pleasing to the eye. The divine black tortoise flashed and appeared beside Yuan-Ji. Yuan-Ji saw the mysterious people again. However, at this moment, his momentum actually overwhelmed Xuanmen's side. The mysterious voice of the divine black turtle sounded, "What were you doing just now? You can continue." Yuan-Ji looked at Luo Wuji. "Lord Luo Xuan, shall we discuss the rules of the competition?" Luo Wuji remained silent. Luo Yi, who was standing behind him, crossed his arms and said with contempt, "Yuan-Ji, aren't you going to call out all the Dark Ones? Are you going to compete in all 10 matches?" Yuan-Ji said, "What's wrong with me competing? Are you afraid?" Luo Yi sneered, "Yuan-Ji, what's the point of the duel you proposed? Anyone here can easily defeat you. You can't win the first game, and you want to play 10 games. Are you trying to humiliate yourself?" After Luo Yi finished speaking, many Shranists laughed out loud. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui were carefully observing the reaction of the divine black turtle. They wanted to determine the purpose of the divine black turtle. Yuan-Ji asked back slowly, "How do you know I can't beat you?" Luo Yi choked and his face turned gloomy. Ever since he became Luo Wuji's protector, everyone has spoken to him with great respect, and no one has ever dared to refute him like that. Luo Yi said coldly, "How can you, a mere master of the universe, defeat me? Besides, you can't even argue with us, can't you?" Yuan-Ji said, "I said I can't beat you, I didn't say I can't beat you. As for the outcome of the competition, we won't know until we compete." After hearing Yuan-Ji's words, the mystics looked at him with disdain. They couldn't understand why Lord Xuan would agree to Yuan-Ji's request and conduct such a meaningless competition. It would be better to arrest Yuan-Ji directly. Not only can you get the blood essence of the divine phoenix quickly, but you can also directly control the dark place. Besides, they have already taken over the Tianyuan universe. This area belongs to Xuanmen. Why give Yuan-Ji a chance to struggle? Yuan-Ji, haven't you decided on the rules of the competition yet? Asked the divine black turtle. Not in time, Yuan-Ji said. The divine black turtle was very satisfied when he heard this. It looked at Luo Wuji and spoke slowly, "The rules haven't been set yet, so let's make them simpler. Both sides compete 10 times, regardless of the means used, regardless of life or death, and the match ends when one side dies or admits defeat. As long as one of the parties wins all 10 games, it will gain control of the Dark Land. In addition, it will make 3 more requests, and the party that loses all 10 games cannot refuse them. If you win 9 games, you can only make 2 requests. The side that wins 8 games can make 1 request. Well, if you win 7 games, you can only get the Extreme Darkness Land. Let's decide the rewards after winning or losing the competition. In each match, there is no limit to the number of contestants on each side, and contestants can also compete repeatedly. There are no other restrictions. As long as we win, we can win in any way." The tone of the divine black turtle was overbearing and unquestionable. When it speaks, no one can interrupt it. The mysterious person wanted to speak several times, but they were unable to speak. "You haven't said how to determine the rewards and punishments for winning 6 games. A mysterious person finally spoke. The divine black turtle ignored him. A huge circular platform appeared in the middle. The black turtle said, "Let's compete here. Once the competition begins, no one outside the arena can interfere." Luo Wuji discovered that his spiritual sense could not pass through the circular platform barrier. "What, do you have anything to add?" the divine black turtle asked lightly. It seems like a casual question. It seems like he won't listen even if I tell him. The faces of all the mysterious practitioners look very unhappy. Especially Luo Wuji and Luo Hui. The attitude of the divine black turtle clearly shows that he is supporting Yuan-Ji. This is not good news for them. Luo Hui transmitted his voice, "Master Xuan, these competition rules completely favor the stronger side. I suspect there is a trap." Luo Wuji transmitted his voice, "Think of a way to change the rules so that Yuan-Ji won't have any helpers. If Yuan-Ji is the only one left, Xuanmen will definitely win." Luo Hui listened to Luo Wuji's request. His eyes fell on a mysterious person. Not long after, the mysterious practitioner said cautiously, "Senior Shenao, the rules should be discussed by both parties, and you shouldn't set them directly." The black turtle asked, "What rules do you want to set?" The mysterious practitioner trembled and said, "This competition is between the Dark Ones and the mysterious ones of the mysterious sect. If you are not a Dark One or a mysterious one, you cannot participate in the competition." He actually didn't want to speak out at all. He always had a feeling that the divine black turtle could kill him with one slap of its claw. But this was the order given to him by the Great Elder. He had to do it. I reject your rule. There is no restriction on who can be sent out to compete. The Divine Black Turtle said calmly. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man looked at Luo Hui. How should I reply to this? Luo Hui also had a headache. The feeling given by the Divine Turtle in front of him was somewhat similar to Feng Lingyun. He doesn't want to offend the other party. I don't want to attract the other person's attention. Luo Hui sent a voice message to Luo Wuji, Master Xuan, what should we do? Luo Wuji said, it wants to play. It wants to compete with us 10 times. Luo Hui was shocked. In this case, doesn't it mean that only he and Luo Wuji can win by taking the field? Luo Hui looked towards the Divine Black Turtle and happened to meet its eyes. Luo Hui suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and said, Senior Shenao, the rules can be followed according to your decision, but you cannot play. The Black Turtle agreed readily, okay. After hearing this, Luo Hui continued, only those present are allowed to participate in the competition. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1836, not enough, additional. The Black Turtle said, it's settled. Everyone present can participate in the competition, except me. Luo Hui felt that the words of the Divine Black Turtle were strange. But he investigated carefully and confirmed that except for Xuanzhe, Dr. Zhe, and it, there was really no one else present. Luo Hui was finally relieved, I'll do as you said. The Black Turtle said, okay, if you agree to the rules I set, then make an oath. Yuan Ji, you should make one too. The mystic subconsciously looked at Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji didn't want to make a vow. He was the one who always asked people to swear an oath, but no one had ever asked him to swear an oath. Once you make a promise, you must fulfill it. Otherwise there will be backlash. Yuan Ji had already made his vow, and then looked at the mystics. Yuan Ji sneered and said, so this is all the courage you have. You don't dare to swear an oath. Then get out of this area now. After hearing this, many Shranists were furious and wanted to attack Yuan Ji. He was stopped by Luo Hui. Yuan Ji saw this and asked, are you so angry because I exposed your thoughts? In fact, it's better if you leave now. It's better than being kicked out after losing. Do you think I'm right, Lord Luo Xuan? Yuan Ji looked at Luo Wuji with a smile on his face. This smile was seen as a provocation by the mystics. A dark being actually dared to look down on them. Yuan Ji doesn't think he can defeat them. All the mystics looked at Luo Wuji, waiting for his orders. There's no way they're leaving here. If I really just leave, the reputation of Xuanmen will be ruined. The Divine Black Turtle spoke at this moment, if you are scared, I won't make things difficult for you. Let's go now. Luo Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a dangerous look. He was silent for a moment, then took the initiative to make a vow. In this competition, Xuanmen must win 10 games. All the mystics followed suit and swore an oath. Luo Wuji said, Luo Yi, since the competition does not limit the number of participants, you can bring 10 mystics to the stage. Luo Yi responded respectfully, yes, Master Xuan. Luo Wuji looked at the Divine Black Turtle again, you just said that if one side wins 10 games, it can make 3 requests. The Black Turtle said, yes. A dark light flashed across Luo Wuji's eyes, you are standing with Yuan Ji, so you are on Yuan Ji's side, right? The Divine Black Turtle knew what Luo Wuji wanted to ask, as long as you win 10 games, you can make 3 requests to me. Okay, I hope you'll keep your promise. As Luo Wuji spoke, he raised his hand and threw a storage ring to Luo Yi. Play hard. Ah. When it comes to using tricks, Xuanmen has never lost. Luo Yi took the storage ring, and after checking what was inside, he looked at Luo Wuji in disbelief. The space is filled with array plates, talismans, elixirs, and magical tools. Luo Yi also found a unique box. Luo Yi remembered very clearly that these boxes were used to place the sleeping King Gu. The power of Wang Gu is equivalent to the eternal emperor of the human race. Any living creature whose strength is lower than that of the King Gu must be controlled by it. If it encounters someone stronger than Wang Gu, it only needs to cause a wound on the opponent's body, and Wang Gu will be able to enter the opponent's body and slowly devour the opponent's body. Why would we need to use the King Gu to deal with just one dark one? Even these magical tools may not be used. Luo Yi really wanted to ask Luo Wuji if he had taken the wrong thing. Luo Wuji returned Luo Yi's look. Luo Yi understood everything at once. He directly brought 9 mysterious practitioners onto the stage. It seems that Master Xuan is angry. Giving him these things was probably to prevent Yuan Ji from making a comeback. Master Xuan, what request do you want to make? Luo Hui asked via voice transmission. I want it to be my contracted beast. This is a trap it dug for itself. Luo Wuji said in a voice transmission. He began to hesitate whether to contract the Divine Black Turtle. After all, the Divine Black Turtle is too powerful. I will never surrender easily. If a real fight came, he was not completely sure he could tame the Divine Black Turtle. He didn't want to end up in a situation where both sides suffered losses. In the end, the fishermen benefit. But the Divine Black Turtle actually dared to propose such competition rules. The Divine Black Turtle only proposed winning 10 games, or 9 games, and did not mention the rules for other games. He was too lazy to ask more questions. He was sure that Yuan Ji would not win a single match. Luo Hui said anxiously, Master Xuan, it didn't swear an oath. What if it denies it and runs away? It can't run away. The Divine Black Turtle just spoke and established the rules. It's like taking a vow. When Yuan Ji saw Luo Yi and the others going up, he immediately prepared to leave. The Black Turtle called Yuan Ji, wait a moment, get to know your teammates first. Upon hearing this, all the mysterious people looked towards the Divine Black Turtle. What teammates? Where did Yuan Ji's teammates come from? Didn't they say that only those present could participate in the competition? Do you want to break the rules? A mysterious person looked at the Divine Black Turtle. The divine black turtle ignored the other party and directly untied the barrier on its shell. Then, the mystic saw that the tortoise shell, which originally had nothing on it, became colorful. Is that an iron-eating beast? Amidst the flowers, there is a big white ball, it is hard not to notice it. It's an iron-eating beast, and an iron-eating beast with the strength of the immortal lord, said a mysterious person. After Yuan Ji saw Fang Yuyu, he suddenly understood the intention of the divine black turtle when he emphasized that everyone present can participate in the competition. It turns out that it had been prepared for a long time. Yuan Ji looked at Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji's face looked extremely ugly. He guessed that the divine black turtle had a backup plan, but he didn't expect that it was hidden so deeply. When the iron-eating beast appears, 10 Luo Yis are not enough. Luo Wuji said, Luo Hui, you and Kang Bui go up together. Luo Hui is actually a little afraid of death. But he couldn't refuse Luo Wuji's order, so he could only go up with Kang Bui. Luo Wuji still felt uneasy. 10 more immortal masters were sent to the stage. Yuyu, Chu-Chu, little box. Do you want to fight? Asked the divine black turtle. Fang Yuyu glanced at the competition stage and said, you can fight. Fang Zhichu coiled his hands on Fang Yuyu's head and said, I can only beat them. Little Mushroom exclaimed in surprise, is it our turn to go on stage? Can I hit anyone I want? The newly researched mushrooms just happened to be useful. The little box couldn't wait to say, I want to fight. Zhu Zhao lazily wagged his tail, so it's a mysterious person. I can waste some time on him. Fang Juyu said indifferently, it's just right to use them for some training. Loyalty Gu was not interested, they're all a bunch of weaklings, not worth mentioning at all. Ellipsis. Yuan Ji was speechless when he heard these words. If we talk about craziness, the most crazy one is the beast in the contract with Fang Qingran. None of them take Xuanren seriously at all. Of course, the mystics heard what Fang Yuyu and the others said. But they had no time to be angry. All were immersed in shock. The vines on top of the iron-eating beast's head seemed to be the ancient gourd vines. A mysterious person exclaimed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1837 must win, gold ticket 1. How is that possible? Wasn't the ancient gourd vine destroyed long ago? I'm very sure, it's the Honghuang gourd vine. Luo Hui said, it is indeed the ancient gourd vine. As soon as he said this, all the mysterious people stared at Fang Zhichu with burning eyes. It is said that the Honghuang gourd vine has become an ancestral spirit. If you can refine it, your soul will become stronger and your sea of consciousness will be expanded several times. All the natural treasures that can replenish the soul are almost no match for the primitive gourd vine. Especially the gourd vine in front of him had developed spiritual consciousness. The effect will only get better. Luo Hui noticed the changes in the mystics, and a shrewd look flashed in his eyes. In the face of huge temptation. They will definitely fight to the death. Great Elder, do you know what that mushroom is? Luo Yi asked. The Honghuang gourd vine is very good. But Luo Yi always felt that the bright red mushroom was also very good. When Luo Hui heard this, he immediately felt it. In a moment, Luo Hui's expression changed from shock to joy. Luo Hui immediately sent a message to Luo Wuji, Master Xuan, do you still remember the chaos psychic mushroom that was taken away by the devil of luck? Luo Wuji looked serious and looked at the little mushroom. In an instant, Luo Wuji's expression turned into surprise. This chaos psychic mushroom is what the founder of Xuanren has been looking for. If you can obtain the chaos psychic mushroom and refine it, the risk of failure will be reduced when you are promoted to Dao Master. Back then, countless strong men died in the fight for this mushroom. While other powerful men were fighting to the death, the chaos psychic mushroom actually disappeared. The founder of Xuanren made many deductions. Finally it was confirmed that the thing was in the hands of the demon god of fortune. However, when the founder found the demon god of fortune, the chaos psychic mushroom had been hidden by him. The founder wanted to obtain the chaos psychic mushroom and advance to the level of Taoist master. Various methods were used to investigate the demon god of destiny. Successfully found the weak spot of the demon god of luck. The founders also cooperated with the Lord of Chaos, and later successfully controlled the demon god of luck, making him the first godslayer. He bore all the consequences of killing gods. The demon god of luck suffered a horrific backlash. The founders took this opportunity to besiege the demon god of fortune. The demon god of luck was no match for the founders and was beaten to the point of losing his mind. But even so, the demon god of luck still refused to reveal the location of the chaos psychic mushroom. Finally, the demon god of luck got his chance and escaped. Afterwards, the founders continued to deduce and finally found the trace of the demon god of luck. The other party has been reincarnated. Also lost all memory. But the founders still failed to find the chaos mushroom through the demon of luck. The founders were unwilling to accept this and began to seize the fortune of the demon god of fortune. Afterwards, the demon god of fortune disappeared again. The founders continued to search for the trace of the demon god of luck. After searching for a long time, it was discovered that the other party seemed to have been reincarnated. This time, the founders changed their minds and sent someone who had not yet become a Xuanren Xuanj to contact the other party. And become good friends with each other. He hopes to use this to find out the whereabouts of the chaos psychic mushroom. However, the plan failed. If the deduction had not shown that the chaos psychic mushroom was still there, the founders would have even suspected that the thing had been refined by the demon god of luck. The founders gradually lost their patience. In order to obtain the memory of the god of fortune, he must find the location of the chaos psychic mushroom. The founders did not get the memories they wanted. Instead, he was injured by the demon god of luck. This plan ends here. The founders no longer looked for the god of fortune, but focused on finding the mushroom. However, in the end, nothing was found. The founders had no choice but to give up and choose to use other methods to advance to the rank of Dao Master. For example, the fragments of the Eye of the Moon. But fragments cannot replace chaos mushrooms. Therefore, Xuanren's mission to find the chaos psychic mushroom has always been on. Luo Wuji stared at the little mushroom, many emotions surging in his eyes. He was very sure that the small mushroom in front of him was the Chaos Psychic Mushroom that the founders had been thinking about. It is worthy of being called Chaos Psychic Mushroom. The power of chaos in his body is even more powerful than the origin of chaos. At this moment, Luo Wuji finally understood why the founders were so obsessed with finding the Chaos Psychic Mushroom. This thing can be used even if it is not used to advance to the rank of Tao Lord. There are still countless valuable uses. So Xuanmen must win this battle. Luo Wuji was silent for too long. Let Luo Hui think he had made a mistake. He looked carefully again and found that the bright red mushrooms in front of him was slightly different from what was recorded. Luo Hui turned and looked at Fang Juyu. Colorful wings. The body is transparent and crystal clear. The golden tentacles exude a mysterious atmosphere. There is even the power of laws. This feeling, why does it feel like the laws of time and space? Great Elder, that butterfly seems to be the 9 Netherworld butterfly. Luo Yi said cautiously. A beast that has the power to reverse the laws of time and space. As long as you follow the 9 Netherworld butterfly to reverse time and space, you can also eliminate some cause and effect. Of course, if the 9 Netherworld butterfly is powerful enough, it can also offset all the causes and effects of the retrograde time river. But the possibility is too small. 9 Netherworld butterfly. Luo Hui was shocked and suspected that he was hallucinating. Especially when he discovered that it was indeed the 9 Netherworld butterfly, Luo Hui even suspected that he had entered an illusion. Iron-eating beast, primitive gourd vine, chaos psychic mushroom, 9-net butterfly. Xuanmen tried hard to track it down. Nothing to be found. It was delivered right in front of me. After being shocked, Luo Hui looked at the small box again. After feeling the breath, Luo Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. A killing monster that takes the form of a small black box. There's nothing strange about it. Luo Hui examined the candlelight again but found nothing unusual. He finally calmed down. Luo Hui sent a message to Luo Wuji again. Master Xuan, we must win this competition. These things can only belong to Xuanmen. Luo Wuji had exactly the same idea. At this time, he no longer cared about anything. Xuanmen not only has to win, but also has to win all 10 games. Luo Wuji only left 2 Xuanists behind him, and the rest all went onto the competition stage. Luo Wuji also gave Luo Hui a few things on his own. After Luo Hui put it away, he transmitted his voice. Master Xuan, do you think there is an owner behind this divine turtle? Luo Wuji's eyes were dim, and he transmitted his voice. Whether it exists or not, it belongs to Xuanmen. The owner of the divine black turtle is not the lord of the chaos realm. He is determined to win. Even if he is the lord of chaos, he will not give up. Luo Wuji looked at the little mushroom a few more times, then raised his hand and crushed a few jade sips. Little mushroom felt the gazes of Luo Wuji and Luo Hui, and said unhappily, that person, and that person, why are they looking at me like that? So disgusting. Upon hearing this, Fang Juyu first looked at Luo Hui and then at Luo Wuji. Fang Juyu sent a voice message to the Loyalty Gu. Did they recognize the little mushroom? Loyalty Gu said coldly, so what if they recognize it? They can only watch and can't do anything else. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1838, being protected is also good, gold 2. The Loyalty Gu feels the goo in the bodies of all the mysterious people. He said to the little mushroom, don't worry, little mushroom. If you don't like their eyes, I will find a way to make them eyeless later. The little mushroom refused, no. So how do you want to punish them? The little mushroom said, I will just smash them directly, without you. The little box came to the little mushroom and said, little mushroom, tell me before you smash it, so I can clear their space. It would be a waste if you don't take the treasure. It is good. Fang Shichu said, little mushroom, I can tie them up so that you can hit them more accurately. Yeah, thank you Chu-Chu. Little mushroom's mood immediately improved. Yuan Ji, who was standing aside, was a little at a loss. He suddenly felt redundant. The competition platform is big, but it seems that there is no place for him. The Xuanmen side is full of people. And on his side, even he himself is not considered a proper human. The divine black turtle thought Yuan Ji was worried. Don't worry, kid, I won't let you fight alone. When Yuan Ji heard the words of the divine black turtle, he was stunned for a moment. Isn't it destined that the Dark One will fight alone from the moment he is born? Yuan Li and he both are. Although Yuan Li has many friends in the universe. But Yuan Li has always been lonely. Alone in search of a way to free the darkest being. Later, Yuan Li disappeared. He followed the path that Yuan Li had taken. Only then did he understand why Yuan Li didn't take him with him. Because when most powerful people see the Dark One, they want to get rid of him for no reason. They allow the darkest ones to live in the darkest places. But they cannot tolerate the darkest ones walking in the universe. I don't want the Dark One to break free from the shackles. He nearly died many times. Whenever he can control his mind, he would think of Yuan Li. Finally, he forced himself to retain his sanity and control his murderous instinct. When the divine black turtle saw Yuan Ji in a daze, it thought that he didn't believe what it said. The black turtle said, I dare to set such competition rules, which will definitely allow you to win 10 games. Don't think about other things. Think about how to make the 3 requests first. Yuan Ji came back to his senses and asked in a voice transmission, did Fang Qingran ask you to come here? Yes. Yuan Ji pursed his lips, perhaps leaving the contract was really a good thing. The mystics naturally heard the words of the divine black turtle. They looked at each other, and the fighting spirit in their eyes became stronger. Luo Hui began to arrange the positions of the Xuanists. Both the iron-eating beast and the primitive gourd vine have weaknesses. Buyi, once they get on stage, you will immediately seal the entire competition stage with ice. Kang Buyi nodded. Kang Buyi's eyes fell on the divine black turtle inquiringly. How can it ensure a profit? Kang Bushi didn't know how to release the water. Luo Wuji was staring at him from below. If he made the slightest movement, he would be exposed. Kang Bui really wanted to send a message to the divine black turtle and tell it that Chuanren had a way to deal with the iron-eating beast. But Luo Wuji is here. He didn't dare to take risks. I was even more afraid of bringing trouble to Fang Yuyu. The divine black turtle glanced at Kang Bui and then retracted his gaze. All of you go up, don't keep them waiting for too long. Okay. Fang Yuyu took the stage first. Yuan Ji followed closely behind. What shocked Yuan Ji was that Luo Hui and the others were clearly exerting their pressure, but he didn't feel it. Yuan Ji didn't quite understand why this happened. He turned and looked at the divine black turtle. It nodded at him. Yuan Ji was a little dazed for a moment. Was he being protected? Yuan Ji, stand at the back, otherwise you might get hurt later. The little mushroom's voice brought Yuan Ji back to his senses. Yuan Ji retreated to the back. Maybe it feels good to be protected. After all, he is happy at the moment. The next moment, Yuan Ji saw the spreading ice directly cover the entire competition platform. Brother Zhao, I don't like ice, the little mushroom shouted. Zhao yawned. In an instant, the ice melted. The little box opened its mouth wide. The ice that melted into water entered its box space. Everything happened too fast. The mysterious person didn't react at all. Wait for them to react. Wow. Water was pouring down on my head. Those who reacted quickly dodged it. Those who didn't have time to react were all soaked. Ha ha ha, little box, you did a good job. Loyalty Gu praised. The faces of all the mysterious people turned pale. Luo Hui received Luo Wuji's voice transmission. Be careful of the insect beast that just spoke. Luo Hui looked at Loyalty Gu. It is only the size of a palm, white and plump, and has a pair of crystal clear wings. What kind of insect beast is this? Why are there no levels? I have never seen it in ancient books. Master Xuan, what is it? I don't know it, but I feel that it has restraint on me, like a natural restraint, not a suppression of physical strength. Luo Wuji transmitted the message. Luo Hui's face changed slightly. Strength suppression was not scary. What I'm afraid of is the kind of natural restraint. Luo Hui didn't dare to act rashly. While he was hesitating, Fang Yuyu and the others moved. Within a few breaths, Fang Yuyu directly broke into the group of mysterious people. Upon seeing this, the mysterious people lost their patience and started to attack Fang Yuyu. However, their attacks always happened to miss Fang Yuyu and hit their own people. All the mystics were suddenly confused. The little mushroom also started to move. The small box matches the small mushroom. Zhao had no intention of joining the battle. Fang Juyu and Zheng Chenggu stared at everyone. Yuan Ji's gaze fell on Zhao. Pure black cat. Only the eyes are bright, which shows that it is not a black ball. Zhao looked at Shang Yuanzi inquiringly. Yuan Ji said, Zhao, long time no see. Zhao said, it took quite a long time. Congratulations on finally breaking through the shackles of the Dark One. Zhao, Fang Qingran is here too, right? I guessed it right, but unfortunately there is no reward. Zhao and Yuanzi chatted for only a few words. Then looked towards Fang Yuyu. I found that more than half of the Xuanists had been shot down. 10 competitions. Of course, you can't kill everyone at once. Seeing this, Luo Hui finally stopped being silent. He raised his hand and terrifying power lingered around him. Juyu, it's your turn, said Loyalty Gu. Fang Juyu flapped his wings, and countless fluorescent powder scattered. Time seemed to be frozen at this moment. Luo Hui's eyes widened immediately, watching his attack hit Kang Bui. Kang Bui didn't expect Luo Hui to attack him. Defenseless. Fly out instantly. A mysterious person beside Luo Wuji stepped forward and caught the dying Kang Bui. Luo Yi asked coldly, Great Elder, what are you doing? Luo Hui was still in shock. Someone just controlled me. He was originally planning to deal with Fang Yuyu. But for some reason, the power he used to attack Fang Yuyu reached Kang Bui. Luo Yi's eyes were sharp and full of suspicion. He saw it clearly and Luo Hui didn't look like he was out of control at all. Luo Hui wanted to explain, but he didn't know how. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1839 Mutual Suspicion. The mystics also quickly moved away from Luo Hui, looking at him with suspicion. Luo Hui saw everyone's actions and could only look at Luo Wuji. Luo Wuji should be the one who knows best whether he has betrayed or not. However, when Luo Hui met Luo Wuji's cold gaze, he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and the blood in his body seemed to have solidified. Luo Hui said anxiously, Master Xuan, I have no second thoughts about Chuanren. What happened just now must be. In desperation, Luo Hui could only point the spearhead at the divine black turtle. Master Xuan, there must be something wrong with the competition venue that Shenao arranged. When Luo Wuji heard this, his eyes became deep. He could feel that the goo in Luo Hui's body was sleeping. This means that Luo Hui has no intention of betraying Xuanren. But Luo Hui's strength is that of the Lord of Chaos. You should have known how to exploit the loophole and avoid the awakening of goo. Luo Hui will not betray Xuanren. But that doesn't mean Luo Hui doesn't want to replace him. The founder of Xuanren has been missing for too long. He, the Lord of Xuan, is now the only controller of Xuanren, and too many people want to replace him. He didn't believe that Luo Hui didn't want to become the master of Xuan. After all, if you become a Xuan Lord, you will get a special promotion pill. As long as you refine that pill, you will definitely advance to the Supreme Realm. The realm of the Supreme Lord. You can get a glimpse of many secrets between heaven and earth. You can also sense the development direction of the universe. It is equivalent to standing on the top and overlooking the world. Once you reach this realm, you will have the opportunity to cultivate an immortal body. Few people can resist such temptation. Luo Hui entered the Xuanmen sect earlier than him. He knows more about Xuanmen affairs than he does. It's a pity that Luo Hui is not the descendant of the founder of Xuanmen. Based on this point alone, he is destined not to become the Lord of Xuanmen. Nowadays, the deterrent power of the founders of Xuanmen is getting smaller and smaller as they disappear for longer. In particular, Luo Hui has contacted the founder of Xuanmen several times recently, but has not received a response. This would give Luo Hui the illusion that the founder of Xuanmen might have fallen. Luo Hui's attack on Kang Bui should be a test for him. Before they chose to come here, Luo Hui asked him whether the founder of Xuanmen was still alive. Even he himself doesn't know the answer to this question. After the primitive times, the founder of Xuanmen never contacted him again. If he didn't have a special sense, he would have thought that the founders had fallen, just like everyone else. He thought so. The other mystics might have already had second thoughts. If it weren't for the loyalty poison suppressing them in their bodies. At this moment, Xuanmen has probably become torn apart. Luo Wuji thought about this, and his sharp eyes swept across all the mysterious practitioners on the field. Many mystics met his gaze and unconsciously avoided it, obviously feeling guilty. Luo Wuji suddenly laughed. It turned out that it was just as he thought, there were many people who wanted to replace him. On the test stand, some of the mystics communicated with each other anxiously. Master Xuan was staring at me just now. Wouldn't he think that I, like the Great Elder, have ulterior motives towards him? What's wrong with the Great Elder? He's testing the Xuan Lord at this time, and he's causing us to suffer as a result. Hey, I am very close to the Great Elder. Master Xuan, you won't think that I am in the same group with the Great Elder, right? Master Xuan's aura is too strong. I don't even dare to look him in the eye. Then you're done. Master Xuan will definitely think you're guilty. I also looked away because I felt really guilty. When the iron-eating beast rushed towards us, I hid at the back. What should we do now? Do we still have to follow the orders of the Great Elder? I don't know. Let's wait for Master Xuan to speak. I feel like we are isolating the Great Elder. Why don't you go to the Great Elder? Ellipsis. The mystics looked at the large empty space around Luo Hui. Both of them felt guilty. Did they offend the Great Elder? If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, they might be in trouble. But at this time, between Lord Xuan and the Great Elder, they can only choose one. Moreover, Kang Bui, whom the Great Elder had hurt, was the only young master that Xuan Lord had just determined to be qualified to inherit Xuan Lord's position. Isn't this a slap in the face of Lord Xuan? When the Great Elder attacked Kang Bui, he did not hold back at all. They suspected that he wanted to kill Kang Bui. After Luo Hui injured Kang Bui, all the mysterious people were suspicious of him. So no one noticed the abnormality of Feng Juyu and Zheng Chenggu. Feng Juyu, who was originally still flying in the air, fell straight down when Luo Hui attacked Kang Bui. Yuan Ji immediately raised his hand and used his strength to hold Feng Juyu back. Zheng Chenggu's body swayed and was caught by Zhu Zhao. Feng Juyu sent a voice message to Feng Yuyu, I really can't take it anymore. This Luo Hui almost sucked me dry. Loyalty Gu also weakly transmitted his voice, the Lord of Chaos is really worthy of being the Lord of Chaos. The Gu in his body is much harder to control. I almost exposed my flaws. Little Mushroom was a little worried, Xiao Qingkai, Yuan, are you okay? Loyalty Gu transmitted a message, it's okay. Controlling Gu is a piece of cake for me. I'm not like some fluttering moth that gets weak all of a sudden. Feng Juyu immediately became angry and said in a voice transmission, you stinky white worm, who are you talking about? I think you are the weak one. I control the attacks of all the mysterious people. And you only controlled the old man, and I made you so tired, and you still have the nerve to call me weak. Also, if I hadn't helped you just now, you would have been discovered by the old man. Feng Juyu was so angry that he almost flew up again. After listening to Feng Juyu's words, Loyalty Gu replied nonchalantly, Fluttermoth, you are anxious. Feng Juyu flapped his wings and rushed forward, trying to extract the Loyalty Gu. Yuan Ji watched Feng Juyu stumbling and trying to fly, and could only supply it with some strength. He also wanted to see the infighting within the Xuan sect. I don't want Feng Juyu to be exposed. This is the first time I see Xuanmen suffer a loss. I can't find the real culprit and I start to suspect my own people. Very refreshing. Feng Juyu flew towards the Loyalty Gu, but before he could do anything, Zhu Zhao raised his front paws and pressed him to the ground. The Loyalty Gu was held down by Zhu Zhao's other claw. You two stop making trouble for now. If you miss this good show, you won't have another chance in the future. Zhu Zhao transmitted the message. Loyalty Gu was very dissatisfied. Zhu Zhao, let me go. It's the moth that's causing trouble, you can just catch it, why are you catching me? Zhu Zhao transmitted his voice, without you provoking trouble, would Feng Juyu be like this? Loyalty Gu was not convinced, it is narrow-minded and blames me. When Little Mushroom heard Feng Juyu and Zheng Chenggu arguing, he immediately stopped asking questions. Can quarrel. It proves that there is no problem. It should think about how to hit someone next. Most of the Xuanists were knocked down by Feng Yuyu's claw, and it didn't hit any of them. Feng Zhichu agreed to cooperate with it and tie people up and smash them. As a result, Feng Zhichu himself got high from smoking. Completely forget what you just promised it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1840 shows that you are not strong enough. The mysterious ones who are still staying in the competition arena. More than half of them had been beaten by Feng Zhichu. Moreover, in order to avoid Feng Zhichu's vines, they were always jumping up and down. The result is that the Mushroom Mountain is always empty. Little Mushroom sent a voice message to Feng Zhichu, Chu, you have already beaten them, now it's my turn to smash them. Feng Zhichu reacted immediately and hurriedly explained. Little Mushroom, I'm sorry, I hated the look in their eyes so much, I couldn't control the urge to slap them, and I forgot about it for a moment. I hate the look in their eyes too, Little Mushroom said angrily. The way these people looked at it reminded it of experiences long ago. As soon as it gained consciousness, countless people set their sights on it and wanted to refine it. The looks in these people's eyes are almost the same as those of the original people. Feng Zhiqiu seemed to agree with Little Mushroom's words. Little Mushroom, they definitely want our lives. We can't let them go. When it was still a gourd vine, it had to face such gazes almost all the time. Those people treat it as an item to be sold, completely ignoring the fact that it has already developed spiritual consciousness. They were even afraid that its spiritual awareness would grow too quickly and get out of their control, so they set up formations around it to control it to absorb the power of heaven and earth. They control its growth. But I was afraid that it would affect the 7 gourds. I set up formations around several gourds. It also supplied the power of heaven and earth to the 7 gourds. During that time, it just felt very depressed, as if it was locked in a cage and unable to break free. It almost gave up growing. Later, it took advantage of those people's inattention and separated out a few strands of spiritual consciousness. Those spiritual consciousnesses came into contact with the outside world. I also saw many strange scripts. The memories transmitted back made it understand a lot of things. It saw a lot of scenery it had never seen before. It gradually realized that giving up on growing would only make its situation worse. The weak can only have their lives arranged by others. Moreover, no one will care about the resistance of the weak. It may even bring about fatal disaster. The rules of this world are made only by the strong and will only serve the strong. The weak only have the right to obey. So, it absorbs all the power it can absorb and continuously strengthens its spiritual awareness. Watch it grow stronger and stronger. Those people were very panicked and came up with more ways to deal with it. It's a pity that those people are greedy and want all the benefits. Want it? I want 7 more gourds. So they didn't dare to erase its spiritual consciousness easily. It takes advantage of those people's greed and grows little by little. Finally, with the help of 7 gourds, he successfully escaped from those disgusting guys. But it will never forget the look in those people's eyes. Nausea. Sticky. Examine. Those people are so similar to the mysterious person in front of him. It has clearly become a sentient being. But they still treat it as a dead object. At this moment, Feng Zhiqiu suddenly wanted to transform into a human form. It was initially resistant to transforming into a human form. Because it hates those people from the bottom of its heart. Don't want to be like them. But there are still many good people in the human race that it likes. It shouldn't look at people it hates. It should look more at the people it likes. After dealing with these mysterious people, it will find an opportunity to transform into a human form. While Feng Zhiqiu was still thinking about how to transform, a brilliant light appeared around its body. It seems to be shrouded in colorful clouds. Small red flowers bloom on the emerald green vines. There were suddenly some red embellishments on Feng Yu's head. At the same time, throughout the competition arena, the aura of Taoism became increasingly strong. The mystics had already set their sights on Feng Zhiqiu. Now I stared at it even more closely. There were also several Shrinists whose realms were directly loosened because of this. I'm going to be promoted to Dao Zun, a mysterious person exclaimed in surprise. Me too, I've been stuck in the Dao Emperor realm for several epochs, and finally I've got my chance. The flowers of the ancient gourd vine seem to contain the rhythm of Taoism, which can help people realize the Tao. Ellipsis. When the Shrinists saw that several of them had started to practice, they instantly forgot about Luo Hui and focused their attention on Feng Zhiqiu. Luo Hui looked at Feng Zhiqiu, emotion surging in his eyes. He wanted to get this vine. If he gets it, his strength will definitely surpass Luo Wuji. The founder of Shuanmen disappeared for so long. He might be able to take this opportunity to seize control of Shuanmen. In fact, it doesn't matter to the founders who the Shuanmen master is. Because no matter who becomes the Shuan Lord, none of this will affect the status of those founders. Shuanmen will always be their Shuanmen. Luo Hui suddenly no longer cared about Luo Wuji's suspicion of him. No matter how suspicious Luo Wuji was, he would not turn against him at this time. Luo Hui relaxed. And Luo Wuji really didn't want to punish Luo Hui at this time. At the beginning of the battle, Luo Hui was the strongest person except him. If Luo swung it down, does he, a Shuan Lord, have to participate in the competition? As the Lord of the Mysterious, if he were to compete with the Dark One, where would his prestige be in the future? So Luo Hui still has to stay on the stage. As for the Honghuang gourd vine, he could feel that it had been promoted. Also more difficult to deal with. At times like this, it is necessary to stabilize the mystics and resolve the rift between them and Luo Hui. Luo Wuji turned to look at the divine black turtle. Luo Wuji said, I want to check the competition platform. When the divine black turtle heard Luo Wuji's words, it immediately understood what he meant. The divine black turtle said leisurely, there is no problem with the competition stage. I, the old turtle, will not bully you here. If I wanted to bully you, I wouldn't give you the chance to go on stage. I agreed to hold 10 competitions only to vent my anger on Yuan Ji. Since you are here to vent your anger on Yuan Ji, I will certainly not give you the opportunity to talk about Yuan Ji. After all, Yuan Ji is very thin-skinned and cannot stand bad words. The fact that Luo Hui hit the wrong person has nothing to do with the competition stage. Do you have any more questions? Ask them all together, and then we can continue the competition. Don't waste time. The divine black turtle spoke in a very domineering manner. Don't give anyone a chance to interrupt. Luo Wuji wanted to speak several times, but was interrupted by the divine black turtle. At this moment, the divine black turtle finally stopped talking. Luo Wuji didn't know what to say again. Instead, Luo Hui spoke up, no problem, why was I controlled just now? He really didn't notice anything wrong on the stage. But he was very sure that the palm he struck at Kang Buyi was definitely controlled by someone. The black turtle said, what did I say about the rules of the competition? On the competition stage, you can do whatever you want. The fact that you were controlled only means that you are not strong enough, there is no other reason. If you have time to pursue accountability, you might as well think more about how to deal with it next. The divine black turtle speaks in strings. Every time Luo Hui wanted to refute, he was controlled by an invisible force and could not speak. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1841. It wasn't intentional, additional. Wait until Luo Hui was able to speak. The divine black turtle looked at Luo Wuji again. He said he was controlled, but that was just one-sided. Is there a possibility that he actually wanted to do this a long time ago? Luo Wuji, if you ask me, you are quite a failure as a Xuan Lord. If I were you, I would definitely investigate all the mysterious people at this time. It is said that to resist foreign aggression, one must first stabilize the internal situation. You haven't even resolved the internal conflicts of your Xuan sect yet, and yet you come to participate in the competition. TSK, if you don't lose, who will? The last words of the divine black turtle were full of sympathy. After Luo Hui heard the words of the divine black turtle, his anger subsided and he felt cold all over. The words of the divine black turtle are simply too poisonous. Poof. A mysterious practitioner who was advancing to the Dao Zun realm suddenly vomited blood. The breath all over the body is disordered. Obviously failed to advance. He raised his eyes and looked at the divine black turtle angrily. The black turtle said, I'm sorry, old turtle, I'm hard of hearing, so I couldn't help but speak louder. I disturbed you, it really wasn't intentional. Soon after, the remaining few Xuanists who were about to advance also failed. Several mysterious people looked ashen. Not only did they fail to advance, their realm also regressed, and their souls were damaged. The voice of the divine black turtle cannot be blocked at all. It exploded directly in their sea of consciousness. This prevents them from concentrating on promotion. After several mystics failed to advance, anger burned in their hearts. But they couldn't defeat the divine black turtle. I can only hold back my anger. As soon as the divine black turtle opened its mouth, it began to overbearingly control the words of others, which also caused dissatisfaction among many mysterious practitioners. The divine black turtle sensed the anger of several mysterious masters and said calmly, my name is the divine black turtle, not the divine Ao. Don't call me that again. I just heard you guys calling me Shenao, and I felt embarrassed for you. Aren't you all from the Xuan sect using my tortoise shell to deduce? Why can't you recognize me? As soon as the divine black turtle said this, Luo Wuji just stared at the shell of the divine black tortoise. As if remembering something, Luo Wuji took out the immortal tortoise shell. After the comparison, his face turned ugly. What they found in the ancient secret realm turned out to be the shell of the divine black tortoise. They thought it was a treasure derived from heaven and earth. Luo Wuji investigated and found that none of the tortoise shells were missing. The divine black turtle seemed to understand Luo Wuji's intention and deliberately explained, sorry, I can shed my shell. Snort. Dare to use its turtle shell to plot against Fang Lingyun. It's meant to be intentional. The divine black turtle still felt that it was not enough, and said, in fact, if I were to perceive carefully, I would know everything you have deduced using the immortal turtle shell. Luo Wuji clenched the tortoise shell in his hand, wanting to destroy it. But he found that he was unable to shake the immortal tortoise shell. How could this be? The black turtle said, I didn't deliberately spy on the secrets of Xuanmen. You brought the secrets to me, and I had no way to refuse. The faces of all the mysterious people turned pale. They knew very well that the things that needed to be deduced using the immortal turtle shell were all the secrets of the mystics. A secret that many of them were not qualified to know was actually known by the divine black turtle. Could it be that the divine black turtle came here on purpose? Or has it formed an alliance with the Dark One? Many things that a mystic can think of. Of course Luo Wuji thought of it too. There was murderous intent in his eyes. The murderous intent was directed towards the divine black turtle and Yuan Ji. If these two cannot be made to surrender, then we can only let them disappear. Luo Wuji sent a message to Luo Hui, think of a way to kill Yuan Ji directly. 10 games won. If Yuan Ji died, the next competition would not be possible. Naturally, Xuanmen won 10 games. In this competition, none of the creatures that the divine black turtle summoned later had taken an oath, and so they were not truly qualified contestants. Just get rid of Yuan Ji. Fang Yuyu and the others will lose the qualifications to compete. Luo Hui transmitted his voice, Master Xuan, what's the problem with the competition stage? Luo Wuji's eyes were dark. There is nothing wrong with the competition stage. It must be that the nine nether butterfly did something that caused your attack to deviate. Luo Hui was silent for a moment. He felt that Luo Wuji had just thought of this. But Luo Wuji still doubted him. It can be seen that Luo Wuji did it on purpose. Luo Hui sneered in his heart, but didn't show it on his face. Master Xuan, how should we deal with the nine nether butterflies? Luo Wuji transmitted his voice, time and space illusion array. This formation was created by the Lord of Chaos Realm and is specifically used to deal with the time demon. As long as you enter this formation, you will lose your sense of time and space. Only by seeing through the illusion and finding the right time and space can you get out. The stronger one's perception of time and space is, the easier it is to get trapped in it and unable to get out. At that time, the demon god entered the formation. Almost didn't come out. If the Lord of Chaos Realm had not been weak at that time, the Chaos Demon God would not have had the opportunity to create the time illusion array. After the Lord of Chaos Realm was promoted to the Lord of Dao, he gave him a time illusion array disc, which he had just given to Luo Hui. It just happens to be useful here. It shouldn't be a problem to use the time illusion array to subdue the 9 netherworld butterfly. Luo Hui took out the formation plate and began to arrange the competition. What he wanted to capture was the iron-eating beast and the gourd vine. As for the rest, let other mystics handle it. The chaos psychic mushroom is what the founder of Xuanmen wants, and he cannot touch it. He despised the killing monster and the black cat. The 9 nether butterfly is not suitable for him. As for the insect beast, he subconsciously didn't want to provoke it. The task of killing Yuan Ji is even easier. Leave it to Luo Yi and a few others, there will definitely be no problem. Luo Hui quickly made arrangements. The atmosphere on the competition stage became tense again. Loyalty Gu sent a message to Yuan Ji, protect yourself. I feel like they're going to kill you. Yuan Ji said, okay. Yuan Ji likes this feeling of being protected. Decided to continue enjoying it. When they leave, he will be the only one left in the dark place again. Little Mushroom jumped to Fang Yuyu's side and said, are we going to smash these people to death? Fang Yuyu said, leave half, so there will be more to fight later. It is good. The little box also came over, add me, those mysterious people were not injured just now, and they were sent down, I didn't get any treasures. It's still too weak. You can only take things from their caves after they're injured. The fight is over. It must continue to improve its strength. Luo Hui and Luo Yi looked at each other. Luo Yi took action first. Dozens of immortal lords came towards Yuan Ji. Zhu Zhao released the Loyalty Gu and the 9 Netherworld Butterfly, and his aura emanated from his body. Zhu Zhao asked nonchalantly, Yuan Ji, do you want to take action? Or do you want to just watch them disappear? Yuan Ji said, disappear. Okay. As Zhu Zhao finished speaking, his figure flashed. Yuan Ji only saw a black shadow approaching the mysterious person as fast as lightning. Before those mystics could react, they turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1842 We give up the game, golden ticket 1. Zhu Zhao moved very quickly. It was so fast that all the Shrinists felt that in the blink of an eye, the person in front of them disappeared. They are all immortal masters. Possessing an immortal body. There are very few things in this world that can harm the body. And they didn't even see clearly what the black ball did. Dozens of immortal masters inexplicably turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared between heaven and earth. There was not even a chance to struggle or resist. His soul was completely destroyed. How can this be? They have so many magical weapons to protect their bodies and souls. There are even divine bones made from fragments of the moon goddess's eye. All the mysterious people had terrified expressions on their faces, looking at Zhu Zhao with great vigilance. After Zhu Zhao finished doing all this, he returned to his original position, squatted elegantly and calmly, and looked disdainfully at the mystics who were still in a state of shock. Zhu Zhao said, Yuanzi, I'm protecting you. As long as you can beat Fang Yuyu, Fang Zhichu, Little Mushroom, and Little Box, you will win this competition. As for the rest of us, I just want to watch the show. Zhu Zhao spoke slowly and calmly. However, it made most of the mysterious practitioners feel extremely oppressed. After hearing what Zhu Zhao said, Luo Yi felt disappointed. He didn't know whether he should use the time illusion array. With this kind of strength, can the formation really work? The mystics were in a state of panic and could not help but ask through voice transmission, what kind of beast is this? Why is it so strong? The immortal lord can be easily killed, what do you think its strength is? It seems to be the strength of the Lord of the Void. Why do I feel that it is more dangerous than the iron-eating beast? Did you see how it killed the mysterious one just now? I only saw it leave its position and return to its position, but I couldn't see the rest clearly. Does anyone know what level of beast it is? I don't know. I can't tell. The cat tribe shouldn't have such a strong beast, right? Cats are not actually beasts. But a demon. The bloodline level of the cat demon clan is neither high nor low. The cat demon's strength is not too weak, but it is not so strong either. When it made its move, I felt a flash of burning breath from it. Strange fire. I'm sure there's no scent of strange fire. Now I just want to know, should we continue to kill Yuan Ji? The mystics looked at each other in bewilderment. How can I kill him? Going forward would mean going to die. Luo Yi and Luo Hui also couldn't guess Zhu Zhao's identity. After Zhu Zhao transformed into a beast, he has been hiding ever since. Ancient books only record that it was the ancestor of all beasts born at the beginning of heaven and earth, with terrifying power, and was the natural enemy of the mother of decay. The rest is just bullshit. Therefore, Luo Hui and Luo Yi never thought that the black cat in front of them was the legendary son Zhu Zhao. They just thought it was some beast they had never seen before. After seeing Zhu Zhao take action, Luo Wuji's expression changed several times. He suddenly had a feeling that Xuanmen was going to lose. Even if Luo Hui was the eternal emperor, stronger than this black cat, he still felt that Xuanmen would be defeated. Luo Wuji felt unwilling to accept this result. But he knew very well that he couldn't compete any further. Preserving your strength is always more important than showing off your power for a while. Luo Wuji thought about the rules that the divine black turtle had mentioned before, as well as the oath they had made. There are only penalties for winning or losing the game. There is no rule that prohibits abandonment. Luo Hui, give up the game. Luo Wuji sent a message to Luo Hui. Luo Hui looked at Luo Wuji in disbelief and said in a voice transmission, Master Xuan, why should we give up the competition? Luo Wuji transmitted his voice, we can't win a single game. Except for the black cat. What he feared most was the insect beast. Even if the other party deliberately concealed his aura, he still felt that the other party could suppress him. If even he could be suppressed by it, other profound practitioners should be suppressed by it even more. But the other mystics seemed to have no reaction to this. This is the scariest place. Why? Luo Hui suspected that Luo Wuji was joking. They still have 10 Chaos Lords who have not taken action yet, so why can't they win? This is an order. Luo Wuji didn't want to mention the uniqueness of the insect beast. He was afraid that Luo Hui would use insects and beasts to deal with him after he knew about it. We give up the game and exit the dark place. Luo Hui looked at Yuan Ji and said, this competition was originally a competition between the Dark Ones and the Mysterious Ones. All you need to give up the game is Yuan Ji's consent. After Luo Hui gave up the game, he sent a message to Yuan Ji alone, the mystics we left in Xiaoyuan universe have captured many people who tried to escape. Yuan Ji, if you want us to let those people go, then agree to give up the game. After we give up the game, we will leave this area and never come back again. We will also leave some compensation for Xiaoyuan universe. These things will allow him to cultivate an immortal master. Luo Hui used threats and inducements simultaneously. He knew that for such a barren land, the birth of an immortal lord must be a great temptation. Yuan Ji looked at Luo Hui with a smile. This made Luo Hui feel a little flustered. Luo Wuji's voice resounded in Yuan Ji's sea of consciousness. Yuan Ji, as long as you agree to give up the game, I will give you a Hunyuan breaking realm pill. After taking this elixir, your strength will definitely reach that of the Eternal Emperor. At this level, you are already invincible in the world. You don't need to worry about the safety of the Dark Ones anymore. Yuan Ji looked at Luo Wuji who was standing below the competition stage. Giving up the game at this time is not like Xuanmen's style. The candlelight is very strong. But if Luo makes a move, it is not impossible for him to win. Why give up the game? Yuan Ji was very curious. Lord Luo Xuan, can I know why you gave up the competition? Luo Wuji transmitted his voice. No reason. He didn't want to explain. There is no need to explain too much to a dark person. Yuan Ji smiled and said, then I refuse your surrender. Luo Hui immediately sent a message to Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji, do you really not care about the life and death of Xiaoyuan universe? Yuan Ji said nonchalantly, what does the life and death of the Xiaoyuan universe have to do with me? I am the Dark One. Have you ever seen a Dark One show mercy to the common people? Luo Hui said, Yuan Ji, are you sure you want to do this? He felt that Yuan Ji was acting. Yuan Ji rushed into the Xiaoyuan universe just to prevent them from occupying there. How could you not care? Yuan Ji chuckled and said, what is this? As soon as Yuan Ji finished speaking, he received a message from Luo Wuji. Yuan Ji, what do you want? Yuan Ji's smile deepened. Lord Luo Xuan, I have already said it, I just want to know why you gave up the competition. Zhu Zhao said, what other reason could there be? He's just scared. It didn't hear Luo Wuji's message. However, through Yuan Ji's reply, he could guess that Luo Wuji must have promised Yuan Ji benefits. It could also guess the reason why Luo Wuji was anxious to give up the game. Loyalty Gu. This is probably the Supreme Venerable's keen perception of danger. Unfortunately, since the competition has already begun, how and when it ends is not up to Xuanmen. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1843 I reject your abandonment. Yuan Ji refused twice in a row, making Luo Hui and Luo Wuji look extremely ugly. Luo Hui sent a message to Luo Wuji, Master Xuan, Yuan Ji should want more benefits, what should we do? Luo Wuji's eyes were dark. Give it to him. Whether it was the divine black turtle or Yuan Ji, he wanted to find out the origin of the insect beast before dealing with it. That insect beast is most likely a Gu. It is still an extremely powerful Gu. That's why he asked Luo Hui to give up the game. The divine black turtle and Yuan Ji were obviously prepared to use Gu to deal with Xuanmen. Yuan Ji led him to the extremely dark place, and he was probably waiting for them here. 3 conditions. Yuan Ji and the divine black turtle really dared to think big. He can let the game continue, and he can agree to the 3 conditions that were under oath. Luo Wuji was just about to put away the immortal tortoise shell in his hand. But he found that the thing was flying towards the divine black turtle. The immortal tortoise's scales merged directly into the tortoise's shell and disappeared. The black turtle said, you seem reluctant to take it. In that case, I will take it back. Luo Wuji forced himself to suppress his anger. At a time like this, he couldn't act impulsively, as Xuanmen's situation was already bad enough. He had to hold on. Luo Wuji chose to remain silent. On the test stand, Yuan Ji received Luo Hui's message. The benefits Luo Hui gave were increasing. And Luo Hui no longer mentioned the matters of Xiaoyuan universe and Tianyuan universe. Maybe he thinks he really won't care about these 2 universes. Luo Hui said a lot. Yuan Ji only had one thing to say, he wanted to know why they gave up the competition. Luo Hui just felt that Yuan Ji was unmoved. I feel that Yuan Ji is too greedy. The things he gave were all extremely rare treasures for this area. Yuan Ji actually still didn't agree. Definitely want more. Yuan Ji looked at Luo Hui and said calmly, I refuse your decision to give up the game. Yuan Ji's voice fell. Zhu Zhao said, Yu, Choo, little mushroom, little box, let's start. Luo Hui stared at Yuan Ji and said with gritted teeth, Yuan Ji, how dare you? Don't forget that they will leave the Dark Land sooner or later. You have offended Xuanmen, and not only the Dark Land is implicated, but also the other 2 universes. Yuan Ji, are you sure they can withstand Xuanmen's wrath? Luo Hui no longer hid and used telepathy. Instead, he threatened directly. Yuan Ji smiled and said softly, how can you be sure that Xuanmen will have a chance to come back and trouble me again? After Luo Hui heard Yuan Ji's words, he didn't have the chance to think more. Fang Yuyu, Fang Zhichu, Little Mushroom and Little Box have already taken action. Fang Yuyu mainly deals with the Immortal Lord and the Eternal Emperor. Fang Zhichu just advanced. Its vines extended out quickly, tying up many mystics who had no time to react. The bound Xuanzhi was trying to break free from the vines when he saw a mushroom mountain coming towards him. And the mushroom mountain has an indescribable smell. After smelling it, I just felt my mind scattered and my consciousness a little fuzzy. You can only let the mushroom mountain fall on you. Fortunately, their bodies are very strong. Barely managed to hold up the mushroom mountain. But they were inevitably injured. The smell from the mushroom mountain is poisonous. It is also a poison that goes straight into the sea of consciousness. By the time they realized it, their sea of consciousness was already in chaos. The poison was like a living thing. If it was not removed in time, it would crawl up to the soul and try to corrode their souls. Many mysterious practitioners were caught off guard and their souls were injured to varying degrees. The injured Shrinists are basically all immortal lords. The mysterious practitioner at the Eternal Emperor realm only felt a little uncomfortable in his sea of consciousness. The small box flew back and forth among these mystics. The only mystic masters who survived the disaster were chaos masters like Luo Hui. 10 mysterious masters including Luo Yi. They all looked at Luo Hui. Both Luo Hui and Luo Wuji said they wanted to withdraw from the competition. At this time, they certainly can't act rashly. In fact, they don't understand why they should give up the game. As long as they take action, they can achieve a crushing victory and also put forward 3 conditions. But as a mysterious person, obeying orders is the first priority. Master Xuan has said that he will give up the competition. They just have to listen. Luo Hui looked at the mysterious person lying on the ground, then looked at Luo Wuji. This is completely stomping on Xuanman's face. Do you want to continue to give up the game? Luo Hui suddenly realized, as a mysterious person, why did he become so humble? In the past, when they went to a place, they could get the desired results with just a word. But now, going to a remote place, I feel so depressed. A dark color flashed across Luo Hui's eyes. Why did Luo Wuji give in step by step? As the master of Xuanman, he has countless life-saving things on him, as well as the strength of the Supreme Realm. As long as Luo Wuji wants, he can easily take these things. But he retreated at the critical moment. He was very suspicious that Luo Wuji actually did it on purpose. Luo Wuji wanted to use this incident to make him lose the prestige of the Great Elder in front of the other Shrinists. After all, it was he who said he wanted to give up the game. Luo Hui suddenly had a thought that perhaps Xuanman really should change its leader. Thinking of this, Luo Hui looked at Kang Bui who was still in a coma below the stage. Luo Wuji made him the official young master. It's just that I want to calm the hearts of other mystics. Then he would let Kang Bui really become the Lord of Xuan. Kang Bui will be a chess piece that is easy to control. Luo Hui's aura suddenly changed, and the unique pressure of the Lord of Chaos spread out. In a moment, the entire competition arena became his territory. When Luo Wuji saw this scene, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Luo Hui was going to disobey his orders. Luo Hui's robe moved without wind, and a terrifying force surrounded him. Yuan Ji, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Then I can only. When Luo Hui was halfway through his words, the feeling of being controlled came back. Not only him, Luo Yi and the others also had this feeling. Kick it down. Yu, hurry, said Loyalty Gu. Fang Yu's body was as fast as lightning, and she slapped one down with one claw. Fang Zhichu rolled up his vines and threw down 2. Little Mushroom controls the mushrooms and knocks down 2 of them. However, in the blink of an eye, all the Chaos Lords left the competition stage. It was not until they stepped off the competition stage that Luo Hui, Luo Yi and the others regained consciousness and regained control of their bodies. The only person left on the field was the injured Shrinist. After seeing this scene, they were all horrified. Don't you understand what just happened? What made them especially puzzled was Luo Hui's lack of resistance. Ha, it's finally sent down. Well, those who are left are those we can deal with. Loyalty Gu said proudly. Little Mushroom praised, Yuan, not bad. Loyalty Gu said, that's right, if I don't make a move, it's fine, but once I do, it will definitely astonish everyone. HMPH, if it weren't for my cooperation, would you be able to do it so easily? Fang Juyu said in a sour tone. Little Kinkai, you are great too. The little mushroom fully demonstrated what it means to treat everyone equally. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1844 Where are the things in my cave? Fang Juyu finally felt comfortable. The discomfort of having run out of energy also disappeared. It is still difficult for the Loyalty Gu to unexpectedly control the Gu in Luo Hui and others' bodies. In order to prevent the Loyalty Gu from being discovered, Fang Juyu changed the time and space where Luo Hui and others lived, so that they are unaware of the changes in their bodies. So, what seemed to happen in a flash actually took a long time. Fortunately, it works very well with the Loyalty Gu. Successfully controlled Luo Hui and others before they discovered anything unusual. Fang Yuyu, Fang Zhichu and Xiao Mushroom reacted even more promptly. Only then did Luo Hui and others step down. Once they went down, the real threat was gone. And it just saw it clearly. The things that Luo Wuji gave were all in the hands of Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others. Once they went down, the backup plan that Luo Wuji had prepared would no longer be usable. Everyone will be safe. The mystics who were still in the competition arena were nervously discussing countermeasures. The Great Elder and the others have gone down, what should we do? I don't want to fight anymore. The taste of this mushroom is just too torturous. I never want to see mushrooms again. And that gourd vine is so brutal. I'm obviously an immortal, but you think you beat me. A gourd vine is comparable to an innate treasure. No wonder even the great masters of the prehistoric world can get it. If I had this thing in my hands, I feel I could fight against opponents of higher levels. The iron-eating beast is indeed an iron-eating beast. I am much stronger than it, and I cannot suppress it. And the black cat is outrageous too. I don't know where the divine black turtle found them, and how they gathered together. I feel that if these guys cultivate into human form, we humans will have to make way for them. Hey, I was just planning to attack the gourd vine, but now it has hit me. It really doesn't hold back at all. Don't even think about this thing. The Great Elder has already taken a fancy to it. Great Elder, do you think he is still willing to accept it? Some of the mystics fell into silence when they heard this message. Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others, as the Masters of Chaos, were driven off the stage in public. No matter who it is, their heart will be twisted. A mystic said cautiously, aren't you afraid that we can't go down? What's the point of worrying? We don't have the right to decide our own life or death. Whether they can survive depends on whether Master Xuan lets them admit defeat. Second, see if Fang Yu and the others will let them go. Shit, where are the things in my cave? A mysterious person exclaimed in shock. Then another mysterious person said, why are all the things in my space and cave disappeared? How could the things in the cave be? Oh my god, where are my treasures? I still had them before the fight. It seems that after I was poisoned by the mushroom, I stopped paying attention to the cave. Will the things in our cave be corroded by the mushroom poison? Absolutely impossible. Why did that thing disappear? The mysterious person was puzzled. If the owner of something in the cave dies, it will disappear along with the owner. And no matter how big the difference in strength is, even a strong person cannot forcibly spy into another person's cave. The small box has been hidden behind Fang Yu, concealing its aura. The little box was completely guilty. Those mysterious people didn't even notice it. Zhu Zhao's figure flashed, and he squatted in the air, looking down at the mystics. Do you want to admit defeat yourself, or do you want us to help you make a choice? The oppressive feeling of the candlelight is extremely strong. The mystics stopped thinking about the problem with the cave for a moment. They all looked at Luo Wuji, waiting for him to speak. Luo Wuji remained silent. A black-clothed mysterious person behind Luo Wuji said, admit defeat. All the mystics heaved a sigh of relief. Just admit defeat and jump down. In the first game, Yuan Ji wins. The divine black turtle announced loudly. All the mysterious practitioners looked unhappy. Luo Hui, Luo Yi and the others came to their senses from the embarrassment and could only pretend that nothing had happened. Luo Hui sent a message to Luo Wuji, Yuan Ji won't let us give up the game. Do we want to leave by force? After hearing what Luo Hui said, Luo Wuji was very hesitant. If we leave by force, we might have to abandon some people. The divine black turtle is so powerful that it must be stopped by a mysterious person. Besides, he was unwilling to leave like this. Chaos psychic mushrooms are what the founder wants. Perhaps the founders will rush over after receiving the news. But he didn't get any response when he crushed the jade sip just now. The founder of Xuanmen should still be the same as before, so it is impossible for him to come. Luo Wuji took another look at the loyalty goo. Should I continue taking risks? Or just leave now? He wanted to leave because he saw his own death in that insect beast. The Supreme Realm has the keenest perception of danger. Since it is a fatal disaster, it is best to avoid it. But death sometimes represents opportunity. Still a huge opportunity. Luo Wuji himself was not sure how to choose. Maybe we can have another match and let Luo Hui and the others try using Xuanmen's Wang Gu. No, all the Immortal Lords will withdraw, and the Eternal Emperor and the Lord of Chaos will continue to participate in the competition. After Luo Wuji finished speaking, he began to arrange the next round of battle. All the candidates could hear Luo Wuji's seriousness. Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others listened quietly to Luo Wuji's arrangements. After listening to this, the mystics had different thoughts. Many mysterious practitioners felt resentful. If Luo Wuji had arranged it this way from the beginning, they would not have been so passive in the first game. Some Xuanists marveled at Luo Wuji's wisdom. After all, a Xuan master is still a Xuan master. Luo Hui made all the arrangements and waved for everyone to go on stage. Just now, 4 figures appeared beside the divine black turtle. 2 women and 2 men. Luo Wuji stared at the person who came and his expression suddenly changed. Luo Hui and Luo Yi, who had already gone on stage, both showed expressions of horror. Eye of the Moon Goddess. How could she still be alive? And why would Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm come? Luo Wuji recognized Fang Qingran, the member of the Phoenix clan whom he met in the River of Time. How come she is here? As for who Fang Si is, no one knows. The divine black turtle asked, Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuliang, Xiao Mo, Fang Si, you guys also want to participate in the competition? Fang Qingran said, didn't Senior Shengshuan say that everyone present can participate in the competition? The 4 of us have been here just now, so it doesn't count as a violation of the rules if we participate in the competition. The black turtle said, I did say that, but if the 4 of you go up there, aren't you bullying others? Fang Si looked at the mystics with a cold look in his eyes. Are they human? Besides, they are all going to die, so there is no question of whether to bully them or not. All the mystics could sense the murderous intent in his body. At this moment, all the Xuanists felt that it was a wise move for Luo Wuji to let them give up the competition. Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm has arrived. How else to fight? Unless Lord Xuan comes up. That makes sense. The divine black turtle nodded in agreement. Luo Wuji asked, Master Mo, do you want to bring the Immortal Realm to declare war on Xuanmen? Mo Jinggong said calmly, to deal with you Xuan, Ran alone is enough. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1845 The Hanging Heart is Dead, plus. When Luo Wuji heard this, he took a moment to react before he understood what Mo Jinggong meant. Luo Wuji immediately went to investigate Fang Qingran's cultivation level. Fang Qingran also removed his disguise, revealing his true abilities. Eternal Emperor. How can this be? There was horror in Luo Wuji's eyes. He recalled his memories of entering the long river of time. According to that time, Fang Qingran is only over 30,000 years old now. Don't even mention being the Eternal Emperor when he's over 30,000 years old. He didn't even dare to think about becoming a saint. The gap between a saint and an Eternal Emperor is indescribably huge. How could Fang Qingran become the Eternal Emperor at this age? Unless she took the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill. However, there are very few people who can achieve Eternal Emperor through the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill. All successful people are the best among the best. Besides, the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill is not something Fang Qingran can take at her age. If there is not enough time for growth, taking the Hunyuan Breaking Realm pill will only cause your body to explode and die. And Fang Qingran actually succeeded. It can be seen how amazing his qualifications are. So is this the reason why the founder of Xuanmen left in order to seize Fang Qingran's luck and kill her? In fact, Luo Wuji knew that perhaps Fang Qingran became the eternal emperor through his own cultivation. But he didn't want to think about it. I dare not even think about it. If Fang Qingran is really this age, it would be terrifying for him to become the eternal emperor with his own strength. The Lord of Chaos Realm would not allow Fang Qingran to live like this. Lord Xuan, is she the chess piece that was supposed to be taken away? Luo Hui asked in a voice transmission. Ah. Master Xuan, it seems that this matter today cannot be resolved peacefully. Do you want to ask the Lord of Chaos Realm to come and help? Wait a little longer. Luo Wuji subconsciously didn't want to call the Lord of Chaos Realm over. Every time he cooperated with the Lord of Chaos, it seemed like a win-win situation for both parties, but in fact, all the benefits went to the Lord of Chaos. If the Lord of Chaos Realm was not very powerful and really needed him, he would never have cooperated with him so many times. Master Xuan, Master Mo is not going to take action and just let Fang Qingran go on stage. As long as we subdue Fang Qingran, we can complete the competition. Luo Hui could tell at a glance that Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran had an unusual relationship. He really didn't expect that Mo Jinggong would also have weaknesses. It also automatically puts the handle in their hands. Luo Hui completely forgot about everything else at this moment, and his eyes were filled with the joy of knowing Mo Jinggong's weakness. Luo Hui, what kind of person do you think Master Mo is? Luo Wuji was very sure that the fact that Mo Jinggong dared to let Fang Qingran go on stage proved that Fang Qingran would not be in danger. Mo Jinggong's background is unimaginable to Xuanmen. Master Xuan, back then Mo Jinggong allowed Yan Huang to destroy our Xuanmen main hall. This vengeance must be avenged sooner or later. Luo Hui certainly knew the implication of Luo Wuji's words. There are some things that you just have to try to know. Xuanmen still has many cosmic source nuclei in his hands. Even if it fails, Mo Jinggong didn't dare to do anything to them. Luo Hui, the Lord of Mo in the immortal realm, is an existence that all the founders of Xuanchu must avoid. Luo Wuji warned. Luo Hui was still unwilling to give in. Once again dissatisfied with Luo Wuji's concession, Luo Wuji looked at Mo Jinggong and said, Master Mo, what you mean by this is that you will not participate in this competition, and will not care about the affairs between the Dark One and Xuanmen, right? Mo Jinggong's eyes were indifferent. I don't care. After hearing Mo Jinggong's answer, Luo Wuji finally felt relieved. Seeing this, the Divine Black Turtle deliberately said, he said he doesn't care, but he didn't say he won't kill the Black One. The mystics saw Mo Jinggong and nodded. The hanging heart finally died. They all felt regretful. Why are they coming here? The Dark Void is so vast, isn't it a choice to choose that universe? Why did you have to choose this place? Master Mo, don't forget the agreement we made at the beginning. Luo Wuji reminded. The immortal realm and Xuanmen coexist in peace. Xuanmen will not touch those cosmic source nuclei. It is precisely because of the cosmic source core that Xuanmen can successfully escape from the hands of the strong men in the immortal realm every time. I don't want to comply, Mo Jinggong said. Master Mo, do you really not care about the lives of those creatures in the universe? Luo Wuji transmitted the message. Well, whatever, Mo Jinggong answered quickly without any thought or hesitation. It seems like they really don't care anymore. The failure of his most effective trick in the past made Luo Wuji panic, but he remained calm. Xuanmen has been doing too smoothly in recent years. Everything that was tried was successful. He hasn't encountered such a situation in a long time. Does Mo Jinggong really not care about the people anymore? Luo Wuji couldn't figure out where the problem lay. Fang Qingran has already brought Fang Xi to the competition stage. Fang Jingyu actually wanted to go, but was persuaded by Fang Qingran. In the end, Fang Jingyu could only watch with envy as Fang Xi and Fang Qingran went on stage. The little mushroom jumped happily in front of Fang Qingran. Master Fang, my poison is strong enough to hurt the immortal master. Fang Qingran smiled and praised, little mushroom is really amazing, you must help me later. Of course, said the little mushroom a little proudly. Fang Zhichu presented a small red flower to Fang Qingran. Master Fang, I have advanced and can bloom a flower with a richer Dao charm. Fang Qingran caught the flower and said, Chu, how come you are so outstanding? You can advance just by fighting. Lord Fang, I have many treasures for you. The small box transmitted a message to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran raised her hand, put the small box into the void space, and quickly put the small box out again. There are hundreds of mountains in the void space where treasures are placed. Yuan Bao had just sorted out the treasures he had collected before. Seeing hundreds of more mountains, he instantly became distraught. Fang Qingran investigated the scene and gave Yuan Bao some flowers of the Great Dao. Yuan Bao's aura suddenly regained vitality. Fang Qingran withdrew her spiritual consciousness and gave the small box another flower of the Great Dao. After swallowing the box, he said happily, Master Fang, don't worry, I will definitely be invincible. It is good. The loyalty goo fell on Fang Qingran's shoulder. Loyalty goo transmitted the message, Master Fang, I found something interesting, do you want to hear it? What? I feel like Luo Wuji himself doesn't even know that he has a soul-controlling goo in his body. What is the soul-control goo? The loyalty goo transmitted a message, this goo's level is so much lower than mine. It's more terrifying than the soul-devouring goo. The soul-devouring goo only eats away at the soul. In addition to controlling the soul control goo will also record everything a person does, thinks, and feels. The person who is possessed by the goo will not only have his body and soul controlled, but will also live completely under the surveillance of the goo caster. Even a supreme realm venerable cannot detect the existence of this goo. In the entire void, only this soul control goo can barely stand against me. Lord Fang, do you think this is interesting? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1846 Soul Control Goo, Gold Ticket 2. Fang Qingran looked at Luo Wuji and felt that it was indeed very interesting. It turns out that the founder of Xuanmen is on guard against everyone. The biggest fear of a betrayer is being betrayed. The greedy are even more afraid of meeting another greedy person. Loyalty Gu added, "Oh, by the way, Master Feng, this soul control Gu can also control the loyalty Gu in the body of a mysterious person." Feng Qingran sent a voice message, "Jungcheng, you just said that you were stronger than this soul controlling Gu, is that true?" Loyalty Gu was a little lacking in confidence. "Actually, we still need Feng Jiyu's help." "Then can you find the owner behind it through the soul controlling Gu?" Feng Qingran asked. "If we can find the master behind it, there is no need to keep these mystics." "I'm not sure about this. Only after we have subdued the soul controlling Gu can we know if it is possible." The loyalty Gu transmitted the message. When Feng Qingran heard the word submit instead of devour, she knew that this soul controlling Gu was not simple. "Zhengcheng, are you sure you can subdue the soul control Gu?" Loyalty Gu vowed and said, "As long as Feng Jiyu cooperates with me, I promise there will be no problem." Feng Qingran was speechless for a moment. Loyalty Gu always likes to exaggerate. "With Zhongye and Juyu and Fengshi, how likely are you to capture the soul controlling Gu?" Loyalty Gu felt a little guilty, 70%. Feng Qingran felt that Loyalty Gu was telling the truth this time. "Then you will be with Feng Jiyu and Fengshi later." "It is good." Feng Qingran dealt with these matters before looking at Yuan Ji. "Long time no see." There was a gleam in Yuan Ji's eyes. "Not long. He has the memories of the little divine phoenix." Yuan Ji pretended to be indifferent and said, "I will restore all the dark ones to their senses as soon as possible and will not delay your work." "Thank you." After Feng Qingran finished speaking, she discovered a throne made of vines appeared behind her. There are many small red flowers as decoration. Each flower blooms beautifully. It contains an extremely rich Taoist atmosphere. Feng Zhiqiu said, "Master Feng, I prepared this for you. Don't worry, I've taken care of it. It's all soft." "Thank you, Chu. Feng Qingran sat on it leisurely. Feng Si naturally stood beside Feng Qingran. Seeing this, Yuan Ji stood on the other side. Zhu Zhao was squatting at Feng Qingran's feet. Feng Yuyu was in front and side of Feng Qingran. Seeing this, Little Mushroom chose a position symmetrical to Feng Yuyu and stood up. The small box was suspended on Feng Qingran's side. Feng Jiyu fell on Feng Si's shoulder, because there was no place for it around Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran sat like this. It seems that he is a little shorter than the mysterious ones. Instead, he overwhelmed all the mysterious masters in terms of momentum. Luo Hui, Luo Yi and the others looked livid. They carefully arranged their battle formations and waited for the competition to begin. As a result, Feng Qingran just sat there leisurely, making them look like clowns. Luo Yi's eyes were filled with gloom. "A little girl who is unknown to the public. Do you think you can defeat Xuanmen with the strength accumulated from elixirs? If it weren't for Mo Jinggong, she wouldn't be worthy of standing on the same stage with them. Great Elder, she really relies on the support of Master Mo and thinks we dare not touch her. She is from the Feng clan, so she is naturally arrogant. After all, the Feng clan is ruled by women," Luo Hui said. "Back then, when the Xuan sect invaded the universe, countless Xuanists were killed by the Phoenix clan. If there were no people with the surname Feng, the development momentum of Xuanmen would be even stronger. In order to suppress those with the surname Feng, Xuanmen later deliberately formulated many rules of hierarchy. Want to control all the female cultivators. And then control those with the surname Feng. But people with the surname Feng cannot be controlled at all, and will not pay attention to the rules of hierarchy set by them. They still insist on educating the daughters. Fortunately, there are fewer and fewer people with the surname Feng in the universe. Xuanmen's plan of hierarchy was still successful. From then on, people with the surname Feng became the descendants of sinners. HMPH, she is the descendant of a criminal. Today I will teach her a lesson about how high the sky is and how deep the earth is," Luo Yi said in a vicious tone. He took out another formation plate and handed it to the person who set up the formation. Luo Hui saw the formation plate given by Luo Yi and did not stop it. "Great Elder, where is she sitting, watching us set up the formation? Is there any conspiracy?" asked a mysterious person with a little uneasiness. Luo Hui didn't say anything. Luo Yi said first, "She didn't make any moves, how could she plot?" In the eyes of Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others, Feng Qingran really did nothing and was sitting there with an arrogant look on his face. Feng Qingran really did nothing. Zhu Zhao silently gave Feng Qingran a bunch of fragments of the moon goddess eye. "Lord Feng, this is what I got from killing Shranj just now." Feng Qingran put away the fragments, and at the same time saw Luo Yi's actions, with the corners of her lips slightly raised. She likes to watch the enemy set up their own formation to trap themselves. "Lord Feng, when I was beating these Shranists just now, I felt that there were fragments on their bodies." Feng Zhiqiu transmitted the message. Feng Si transmitted the message, "Master Feng, I will be the one to extract the bones from these people." There was no chance last time. This time he wanted all the Shrinists to experience the pain that Xiao Liang had once felt. Feng Qingran looked at the 309 mystics and asked, "Can you handle this by yourself?" Feng Si transmitted his voice, "As long as they have no strength to resist, I will act quickly." Little Mushroom excitedly transmitted his voice, "Brother Fengqi, I can poison some of the mysterious people, which will make it easier for you to take action." The little box transmitted the message, "Brother Fengqi, I'm with you. I also want to revenge Sister Yueyu." Feng Zhiqiu followed closely behind, "I'll come too." Feng Qingran and the others did not avoid Yuan Ji when transmitting the message. Yuan Ji listened to everything they said. He suddenly felt that he was so weak compared to Feng Qingran and the people in her contract. Maybe he was just here to make up the numbers. Feng Qingran transmitted the message, "Yuan Ji, I remember that your power of darkness can corrode the mark of the soul." Yuan Ji suddenly came to his senses, "Yes, but they are all stronger than me, and I can't erode the mark of their souls." Feng Qingran transmitted the message, "Their strength must be a few levels lower than yours to ensure that the mark on their souls can be eroded silently. There are various restrictions and marks on the body of the mysterious person. Memory cannot be read. But if these marks and prohibitions no longer existed, they should be able to be spied on. Yuan Ji did not answer easily. He thought for a long time before transmitting his voice. Anyone in the Saint realm or below is fine. Fang Qingran sensed the formation set up by the mysterious master. It is somewhat difficult to suppress the Xuan level to the Saint level using these formations. Especially Luo Yi and others are still eternal emperors. It's even harder. Hongmeng Tree noticed that Fang Qingran was in a tangled mood, and sent her a voice message. Xiaofeng, have you forgotten that you have something called the Dreamless Boundary Monument? Fang Qingran really forgot. I got this thing from that Buddha, but I have never used it. Hongmengshu said, you can completely change the Wumeng Boundary Monument into the core of these formations. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1847. It has the final say. Can the Wumeng Boundary Monument become the center of the formation? Fang Qingran thought about the purpose of the Dream Boundary Monument. Hongmeng Tree transmitted the message, now you can make it the center of the formation. The entire arena will then become a world of dream boundaries. As long as you can make them fall into dreams, you can do whatever you want. And on this competition stage, once they fall into a dream, only you can wake them up. You can control their realms, allowing Yuan Ji to corrode the marks on their souls and spy on their memories. But if you do that, the fact that you own the Dream Boundary Monument will be exposed, and it might attract some old guys. Of course, with your current strength, you don't have to worry about them wanting your things. When Hongmengshu finished speaking, he felt a sense of pride. Xiaofeng has finally grown up. She already has the strength to face many powerful people. No more fear. There is no need to worry about being targeted by greedy people. Fang Qingran could feel the happiness and joy of the Hongmeng Tree. She was infected by the good mood of Hongmeng Tree. Hongmeng, thank you for always being with me. Hongmeng Tree was even happier. Xiaofeng, as long as you don't dislike me in the future, I am willing to stay with you forever. I am very happy to have you and all of you along the way. Fang Qingran did not make a direct promise, but expressed her feelings. She is grateful for every being she encounters. She would never give them up. Therefore, she must have stronger strength to be able to control everything. Only then can you protect what you want to protect. Fang Qingran's eyes dimmed as she looked at the mysterious men who were setting up the formation on the field. The best protection is to eliminate the threat. This will be the burial place of Luo Wuji and others. Those who set up the formation suddenly felt a chill down their spines. The threat of death came over me. Several mysterious people hesitated for a moment, looked around, and inadvertently glanced at Fang Qingran. At this moment, she looked like an ancient god sitting on the throne and looking down at them. They should be the ones looking down on her. Why do they feel so insignificant? Several mysterious practitioners felt uneasy. That iron-eating beast, as well as the primitive gourd vine, the chaos psychic mushroom, and the 9 netherworld butterfly all seemed to call Fang Qingran their master just now. The fact that she could make contracts with these 4 people at the same time was enough to make people fear her. Besides, Lian Yuanzi called Fang Qingran the Fang Lord. Does such a person really have the courage to come on stage only because of Mo Jinggong? One of the mystics sent a voice message to Luo Hui, Great Elder, is there something wrong with Fang Qingran? Luo Hui glanced at the mysterious person who was asking the question, what do you think is wrong with her? The mysterious man was silent, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't see any problem, he just felt threatened. Luo Hui said seriously, whether she has any problems or not, we must win this competition. These formations are not aimed at taking Fang Qingran's life. They didn't have the courage to kill the people Mo Jinggong was protecting. But they have to keep Fang Qingran under their control. Only in this way can they proceed with the next plan. Luo Wuji was afraid of offending Mo Jinggong. He wanted Xuanmen to completely provoke Mo Jinggong. In this way, his plan to replace Master Xuan was half accomplished. Luo Hui looked at the mysterious person who asked the question with a dark look in his eyes. Do you understand what I mean? The mysterious practitioner felt even more anxious and said hastily, understood. I will set up the formation right away. After saying this, he continued to set up the formation, not daring to have any extra thoughts. After Fang Qingran observed the formation set up by Xuanmen, she realized that they did not take her seriously. Most of these formations are aimed at Fang Yuyu, Zhu Zhao, Fang Juyu, Fang Zhichu, and Xiao Mushroom. There is also a formation used to suppress the Dark Ones. Only the formation given by Luo Yi is a psychedelic formation used to deal with the human race. There are no more. Fang Qingran sent a voice message to Yuan Ji. They just said they want to give up the game, how about changing it to a 1-round match to decide the winner? Inside the Wumeng Boundary Monument, it is also a good time for the loyalty Gu to deal with Luo Wuji. What she wanted to spy on most was Luo Wuji's memory. The place where the founder of Xuanmen is located can probably only be found in Luo Wuji's memory. After hearing Fang Qingran's voice transmission, Yuan Ji said to Luo Hui without hesitation, Great Elder, seeing that you are having such a hard time setting up the formation, how about changing the order of the matches? Luo Hui said coldly, what do you want to do? Yuan Ji asked, how about we have a fight to decide the winner? After listening to Yuan Ji's words, Luo Hui did not give a direct answer, but discussed countermeasures with Luo Wuji. Mo Jinggong's arrival made them realize that perhaps from the moment they entered the dark place, everything was under the control of others. If Xuanmen wants to escape, the best way is to just stop fighting. But Mo Jinggong's arrival means they can't leave. We can only continue the competition. If it really is a battle to decide the outcome, it might not be a bad thing for Xuanmen. However, their last loss was weird. Luo Wuji transmitted his voice, we can't agree to this. Yuan Ji is proposing to change the rules of the competition at this time. There must be some conspiracy. Luo Hui, however, had a different opinion, Master Xuan, if we put all our treasures into this competition, we will have a greater chance of winning. There are 8 more games to come. Therefore, they had to be careful in this competition and did not dare to use many moves. But if you agree to Yuan Ji's proposal, they can definitely win. Master Xuan, we lost last time because we were not prepared. They can't win this time. Luo Hui's words made Luo Wuji somewhat interested. Luo Wuji stared at the competition stage in silence, the color in his eyes constantly changing. When Luo Hui saw this scene, he knew that Luo Wuji was deducing good and bad luck. In a moment, Luo Wuji's eyes returned to black, but his brows were filled with disbelief. The victory or defeat of a competition. He saw nothing but a blank space. How could this be? The worst thing when deducing the results is not being able to see anything. If you can't see anything, you can't judge the situation based on the deduction results, let alone make a choice that is beneficial to you. Could it be that agreeing to Yuan Shi or rejecting Yuan Shi would lead to two completely different results? That's why he can see the answer. When Luo Wuji hesitated, he felt a terrifying force enveloping him. He didn't even wait for him to resist. He is already on the competition stage. Not only him, but all the Xuan lords in the audience were drawn into the competition stage. Only Kang Buyi was still unconscious below. Lord Xuan, Luo Yi asked puzzled. The voice of the divine black turtle sounded, I see you guys are always transmitting messages, wasting time, why don't you all just go to the stage? As a Xuan lord, I will have to go up sooner or later anyway, so I might as well go up sooner rather than later to avoid regrets. After the divine black turtle finished speaking, it domineeringly set up a barrier for the competition stage that made it impossible to enter or exit. Don't give Luo Wuji and others the chance to come down. From the moment it sets the rules for this competition, it has the final say on everything. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1848 I will just listen to it for fun. It is not even afraid that Luo Wuji and others will escape using special means. Don't think it doesn't know. Xiaofeng and Xiaomo were afraid that the mysterious person would escape. As soon as we entered the dark place, action began. Xiao Feng has set up a siege formation for the extremely dark place. Xiao Mo turned the extremely dark land into his territory. In fact, when it was negotiating with the Xuanj, it deliberately said a series of words just because it didn't want to give Luo Wuji the opportunity to discover the aura of the domain. It turned out that it was overthinking. Although Luo Wuji seems to be at the supreme level, he is no match for Xiao Mo. The domain that Xiao Mo displayed reached Luo Wuji's feet. Luo Wuji didn't react at all. He didn't even notice the slightest abnormality. All the masters of Xuanmen are so incompetent. It really couldn't understand why Xuanmen had been able to stand for so long. He also dominated half of the void. Even got so many cosmic source nuclei. The divine black turtle rolled his eyes and had a bold idea. Could it be that Xuanmen had any connection with the alien races? It is impossible that Feng Lingyun would be willing to be locked up in Xuanmen for so long for no reason. There must be some hidden secret that it doesn't know. The divine black turtle asked in a voice transmission, Xiao Mo, tell me honestly, is that Kang Buyi a chess piece you planted in Xuanmen? Mo Jinggong replied, it's not me, but he does hate Xuanmen. The divine black tortoise immediately understood. When Kang Buyi first looked at Yuan Shi, there was worry in his eyes. Fortunately, after it discovered it in advance, it let Feng Zhu and the others get Kang Buyi off the stage. Next time something like this happens, tell me in advance, said the divine black turtle. It is good. Aren't you going up? Mo Jinggong said, Ran can handle it. The black turtle was speechless, you are really careless. They all said that Xiao Feng is your weakness. The divine black turtle said this in a loud voice. Everyone present could hear what it said. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui's faces turned pale. If they communicated via voice, how would the divine black turtle know? Then all their previous secret discussions on countermeasures would have become a joke. The divine black turtle noticed the looks of the many mysterious practitioners and let out a simple laugh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. I'm old and well informed, and I just happen to know the secret method of your voice transmission. The divine black turtle said this, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. I am a kind-hearted turtle. I will not pursue the matter if you disturb me. Next time when you send a message, say less nonsense and get straight to the point. The faces of the mysterious practitioners turned blue, purple, and white. Very colorful. The black turtle said again, don't worry, I am the most tight-lipped person. I won't tell you what you said. I will just listen to it for fun. It would have been better if the divine black turtle hadn't said the last sentence. After these words were spoken, many mysterious people showed great changes in their emotions. As the divine black turtle spoke, Feng Zhichu's vine silently climbed all over the edge of the competition stage. After hearing the words of the divine black turtle, Luo Wuji was left with only regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have agreed to this competition. If he had forced to leave before Mo Jinggong arrived, the current situation would not have happened. All the strategies and territories they discussed were heard by the divine black turtle. Yuan Ji dared to propose changing the match schedule at this time. He must have discussed the countermeasures with the divine black turtle. In this competition, Xuanmen has little hope of winning. Master Xuan, Luo Yi called softly. Luo Wuji pulled himself out of his thoughts and observed the competition field. His eyes fell on Feng Qingran. The founder of Xuanmen left an order to seize the fortune of a man named Feng. For her, the Lord of Chaos Realm did not hesitate to make concessions to Xuanmen and gave Xuanmen many cosmic source nuclei. Her luck is indeed very strong. But the luck she has is not worth the effort of both forces. So what secrets does Feng Qingran hide? Or, the reason behind the seizure of fortune was actually for the things around her. Chaos Psychic Mushroom. Ancient Gourd Vine. Iron-Eating Beast. 9 Netherworld Butterfly. And there is the Black Cat and the Insect Beast. Whoever gets Feng Qingran's luck will own these things. There is indeed a reason for taking advantage of the situation. Luo Wuji recalled the memory of the god-forsaken land and spoke first, Miss Feng, long time no see. Feng Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly, it's been quite a long time indeed. Speaking of which, Lord Luo Xuan must like the god-forsaken land very much. He would rather cross the long river of time to go and see it. Luo Wuji knew the deeper meaning behind Fang Qingren's words. I really like the God-forsaken land. It has many talented people and beautiful scenery. I wanted to go in and take a look. I never thought I would see someone as amazing as Miss Fang. The mystics listened to Luo Wuji's words. Stunned. He looked at Fang Qingren in surprise. Do Lord Xuan and Fang Qingren know each other? It seems that there has been quite a bit of overlap. Fang Qingren's smile did not reach her eyes. Lord Luo Xuan, how about we settle our grievances here today? Luo Wuji asked, how does Miss Fang want to resolve the grudge between me and Miss Fang? Luo Wuji didn't feel any killing intent at this moment. So I just thought Fang Qingren wanted to make compensation. He never thought that Fang Qingren wanted to kill him, let alone that Fang Qingren dared to kill him. He had been to the God-forsaken land and knew that Fang Qingren had no one behind him. Wrong. Mo Jinggong might protect Fang Qingren. But Mo Jinggong only protected Fang Qingren. As long as Xuanmen wants to take action, no one can protect Fang Qingren's senior brothers and sisters, as well as the people she knows. The Fang Qingren he remembered was always loyal and righteous. So it is impossible for her to implicate other people for her own revenge. Fang Qingren looked at Luo Wuji. Lord Luo Xuan, do you agree to decide the winner in one round? Luo Wuji said, if this is Miss Fang's request, I can agree to it. No matter whether Xuanmen wins or loses, I can agree to one of Miss Fang's requests. This will be Xuanmen's compensation to you. As soon as Luo Wuji finished speaking, he sensed a dangerous aura. He looked towards the source of the danger. He found that it was Mo Jinggong who was looking at him. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, as if he could see through everything. Luo Wuji understood that Mo Jinggong might be dissatisfied with a request he made. That's right, Fang Qingren has Mo Jinggong behind her, so she won't care about a request he made. Mo Jinggong looked at the mysterious person on the competition stage and said in a cold voice, she is not my weakness. She can get to where she is now because of herself. She won't be my weak spot, but someone who will walk with me. Everyone reacted for a while. Only then did I understand what Mo Jinggong meant. Of course, most of the Shranists did not believe what Mo Jinggong said. Only a few mysterious people were half believing. But from Mo Jinggong's words, one can hear how much he values Fang Qingren. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui looked at each other and saw the plot in each other's eyes. They didn't believe what Mo Jinggong said. This kind of momentum-building method is used quite often by Xuanmen. Yuan Ji looked at Mo Jinggong in shock. Master Mo is right. Master Fang will not be a weakness. Our Master Fang will become the strongest one, and no one can compete with him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1849. Am I wrong? Add. The little box jumped out and finished shouting. Everyone suddenly came to their senses. Little Mushroom then spoke up. The Phoenix Master will never be a weakling. You Xuanmen really have no vision. No wonder you are going to be destroyed. Fang Zhiqiu followed closely and said, the strength of the Phoenix Lord is not something you can peek into. You are short-sighted and of course you cannot see the power of the Phoenix Lord. Fang Zhiqiu's voice was not very loud, but it reached the ears of every mysterious practitioner. I, Yuan Ji, represent the Dark Ones. I only wish to be loyal to the Phoenix Master in this life and never betray him. Luo Wuji and the others didn't know that Yuan Ji had already signed a contract with Fang Qingren. Now I hear Yuan Ji's words. I just felt that Yuan Ji must be crazy. Lead the Dark Ones to pledge allegiance to one person. This is a joke. If other forces knew this news, they would definitely go crazy and try to target Fang Qingren. Many forces do dislike the Dark One. That's because the Dark One cannot be conquered. But when someone is recognized by the Dark One, it's different. A group of Darkest Ones with a master. It will definitely make many forces wary. Fang Si noticed the reactions of the mysterious people and said calmly, I, Fang Si, represent the Zhenshin clan and will be loyal to the Phoenix Master forever and ever and will never betray him. The God-suppressing clan. All the mysterious people looked at Fang Si. They were shocked by the Dark One's surrender. It was just shocking. But the Zhenshin clan is different. The legendary beast that could kill the gods has long disappeared. He actually made a contract with Fang Qingren. Why should she? The god-suppressing beasts are arrogant by nature and never make contracts with humans. Moreover, the divine beast is a beast clan favored by the laws of the universe, and its status is far higher than that of the dragon, phoenix and unicorn clans. Such beasts would make most humans feel uneasy and threatened. Therefore, the divine beasts do not make contracts with humans. There are only two possible outcomes. One is to defeat the human race and become the leader, and the other is extinction. Fang Si said, the beasts that suppress gods are not the gods, but those who rebel against gods. At first he also thought that the divine beast was killing the gods. But as he received more and more inheritance, he found that this was not the case. The sacred beasts and the gods work together to protect the common people. We are partners. When Luo Wuji heard Fang Si's words, his expression changed immediately. Kill those who rebel against God. Speaking of the founder of Xuanmen. So it is said that the divine beast has a grudge against Xuanmen. Luo Hui was looking at Fang Si. He always felt that Fang Si's hatred towards them was not just because of those who rebelled against God. Those who rebelled against God killed God. There was no deliberate targeting of the divine beast. Instead, other forces are dealing with the divine beast. Therefore, there are other grudges between the rebels and the god-suppressing beasts. Luo Hui was about to send a message to Luo Wuji, but then he thought of the words of the divine black turtle, so he just shut up. This feeling is terrible. It's better to leave the dark place as soon as possible. The god-suppressing beast clan is so arrogant, Luo Yi said arrogantly. He spoke only after observing the strength of Fang Qingren, Fang Si and others. Two eternal emperors dare to be so arrogant. I really don't know how high the sky is. Fang Si could only glance at Luo Yi indifferently and ignored her. Dying person. No need to pay attention. Fang Qingren said at this time, Lord Luo Xuan just asked me what compensation I want, can I ask directly? Luo Wuji nodded. Fang Qingran said, I want to know where the founder of Xuanmen is hiding. Luo Wuji's expression changed instantly. Not to mention that he didn't know the location of the founder of Xuanmen. Even if he really knew it, he couldn't tell Fang Qingran. The founder of Xuanmen went into hiding at first, just to advance to the Dao Master level with peace of mind. If other people were allowed to find their hiding place, they would fail to advance and the entire Xuanmen would be harmed. If other people were allowed to find their hiding place, they would fail to advance and the entire Xuanmen would be harmed. So Fang Qingran wants to take revenge on Xuanmen. Luo Wuji said, Miss Fang, if you want compensation, you can make some reasonable requests and we will try our best to meet them. Fang Qingran leaned back, put her hands on the armrest, and said calmly, then let's change one. Luo Wuji was just about to ask what to change. Fang Qingran changed the subject and said, can we start the competition? Let's decide the winner in one round. This time Luo Wuji didn't say anything. All the mysterious people remained silent. They actually didn't quite understand why Luo Wuji kept backing down towards Fang Qingran. Lord Xuan is at the level of the Supreme Venerable. They have experienced the difference between the Supreme Realm and the Eternal Emperor. A complete and direct crush. Luo Wuji only needs to exert his coercion to make people present unable to move. But after Luo Wuji came up to the competition stage, he was always thinking about how to avoid the fight and had no intention of fighting at all. As the Lord of Xuan, why would he be afraid of Fang Qingran? Miss Fang, are you sure you want to start? Luo Wuji asked. I've been waiting for you, Fang Qingran said. Only after the formation is set up. Only then will she be able to better control the formations. The foundation of Xuanmen is indeed profound. All the things used in setting up the formation are of the best quality. These formations will definitely be able to trap them. Lord Xuan, let me deal with it, Luo Yi said coldly. An eternal emperor. So arrogant. Do you really think Xuanmen doesn't dare to touch her? Luo Wuji hasn't spoken yet. Fang Xi looked at Luo Hui, you are not worthy to be the enemy of Lord Fang. Your opponent is me. Luo Yi's eyes were full of disdain. Oh, she is an eternal emperor, yet she dares to challenge our Xuan Lord. She really overestimates her own abilities. Fang Xi crossed his arms, I advise you not to speak, lest it be more embarrassing if your Xuan Lord loses. You. Fang Xi continued to speak, don't get angry first, let's be honest, you Xuanmen are all garbage. Why are you staring at me? Did I say anything wrong? Fang Xi said, scanning all the Xuanists one by one, making sure they could see the mockery in his eyes, before looking at Luo Yi again. There was anger in Luo Yi's eyes. Fang Xi said, I didn't mean to say you were trash. I just wanted to tell you not to always snoop into other people's things. I hope you can live an upright life and stop doing shameful things. Well, it seems we can only hope. After all, you won't survive today. Fang Xi uttered the last sentence. The eyes of the mystics looking at him were full of gloom. Do you think that just because you are a member of the God-suppressing clan, you can humiliate us like this? Fang Xi said, I can, after all, the mouth is on my body. When the mysterious man heard this, he became even more furious. Fang Xi, do you dare to fight me? Luo Yi said angrily. He completely forgot to ask Luo Wuji's opinion. Luo Wuji wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Logically speaking, Luo Yi's realm is higher than Fang Xi's, so he shouldn't worry. But at this moment he subconsciously didn't want to fight. He always felt that once the war started, Xuanmen would be finished. After listening to Luo Yi's words, Fang Xi lowered his head to seek Fang Qingran's opinion. Fang Qingran raised her hand, and a small black ball flew onto Fang Xi's shoulder. The little black ball blinked his ignorant eyes and said timidly, Master Fang, I'm scared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1850. I want your Xuan sect to be destroyed, gold ticket 1. Fang Qingran cooperated with Chuowu to act, don't be afraid, follow Fang Xi, he will protect you. Ever since she obtained the 5 origins of primordial origin, the devouring consciousness has transformed into a spiritual body. It can become a devouring path on its own. You can even fight without her. There is no level in front of devouring. As long as it gets the chance, even if it is in the supreme realm, it can still try to invade the opponent's sea of consciousness. Luo Yi is the Lord of Chaos. As long as Devour is around, Fang Xi will not be in danger. Really, Master Fang, Swallow spoke in a voice that was ignorant of worldly affairs. Ah. Luo Yi, who was far away, couldn't help laughing when hearing this. I was so arrogant just now. I thought I was so powerful that I actually needed a consciousness to fight. Fang Xi raised his hand and soothed the swallowing on his shoulder. The look in his eyes when he looked at Luo Yi became cold and the aura around him became dangerous. Fang Xi walked slowly towards Luo Yi. Every step is taken calmly and gracefully. For some reason, the mystics felt their hair stand on end and they all moved aside. Swallowed lay on Fang Xi's shoulder, looking at the mysterious people curiously, secretly slurping his saliva. Luo Wuji watched Fang Xi step into the formation, his eyes slightly narrowed, and gave Luo Hui a look. The formation has indeed been set up. But only Fang Xi came in. If the formation was activated at this moment, Fang Qingran would definitely notice it. It can easily affect future plans. Luo Hui was hesitating. But Luo Wuji didn't want to wait any longer. It doesn't matter whether Fang Qingran enters the formation or not. As long as we can catch Fang Xi. It can force Fang Qingran to be obedient. Luo Wuji had only one thought at this moment. Seize every opportunity. Luo Hui did not move. Luo Wuji gave orders directly to the formation master. The formation master immediately activated the formation. In a moment, array patterns unfolded on the competition stage. Countless complex runes complement each other and are connected to each other. The formation continues to spread. Gradually, it occupied the entire competition stage. Luo Wuji found that Fang Qingran was still sitting there, with no intention of moving an inch. A joy in my heart. Then, the formations overlapped and merged into a new formation center. Several formation masters carefully controlled the formation, fearing for making mistakes. Watching a formation take effect. Finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Qingran stood up at this moment and looked at Luo Wuji with a half-smile. Lord Luo Xuan, do you want to compete? Xiao Fang, do you really want to compete with him? Hong Mengtree asked in a voice transmission. Even if Fang Qingran can fight across levels. But when it comes to the realm of Eternal Emperor, there is really a huge leap with each level. Therefore, with Fang Qingran's strength, it is still somewhat difficult for her to cross levels and fight against the Supreme Venerable. And Luo Wuji is a seasoned veteran. Hong Mengtree was still worried that Fang Qingran would suffer. Fang Qingran said, let's compare and see the difference, so that we can advance better. She has been focusing on promotion lately. We also have to deal with the issue of the origin of the universe. There is no chance to gain proper experience. It would be a pity to miss the opponent who comes to you for training. Okay, then Xiaofeng, you have to be careful. Luo Wuji must have some shady tricks, said Hong Mengtree. The Qingguan sword appeared in Fang Qingran's hand. Hong Meng, don't worry. It is good. The moment Fang Qingran's Qingguan sword appeared, the weapons in the hands of all the Xuanists on the field made a buzzing sound. Next moment. Snap, snap. Almost all the weapons in the hands of the mysterious practitioners were broken. Only the weapons in the hands of Luo Hui and Luo Yi were still intact. But the weapon's soul didn't seem to be in a deep sleep. No matter how they called, there was no response. Luo Hui returned the weapon in his hand to the cave. Still unable to summon the weapon soul. Fang Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly, and said in a brisk tone, thank you all for your weapon souls. As expected, high-level weapon souls are more effective. The mystics immediately looked towards Fang Qingran, and saw a dragon and a phoenix swimming on the sword in her hand. They even heard the roar of dragons and the cry of phoenixes. How can this be? I've never heard of a weapon soul that can devour a weapon soul through the air. Can you tell what grade her sword is? I can't tell, I just feel a strong sense of oppression, as if it could easily hurt me. Even the soul of an innate treasure can be devoured. Could there be an innate treasure of a higher level? Ellipsis. At this moment, a thought flashed through Luo Wuji's mind. Perhaps Fang Qingran really was the Eternal Emperor achieved by his own strength. Fang Qingran ignored the shock of the other mysterious people. She also released the 10,000 struts, the 10,000 ghost spanner, the god-killing spear, and the chaos bell. Fang Qingran said, you, take everyone to have some fun. Wan Ling blinked her black eyes, Master Fang, can they eat it? Fang Qingran said, dirty things cannot be eaten. Wan Ling was very disappointed and said, okay. Fang Qingran soothed him, be good, after we're done here, I'll ask Yuan Bao to prepare something delicious for you. Wan Ling instantly regained his spirit. The mystics looked at the god-killing spear and the chaos bell that appeared first. Their shock turned into horror. Fang Qingran didn't care at all about the gazes of the mysterious people. Yuan Ji, you should follow them. I'm too weak, so I'd better not hold everyone back. The 10,000 ghosts banner floated in front of Yuan Ji and said, brother, it's okay. I'll protect you, there won't be any danger. Let's kill everyone, just cheer for me. Remember to praise differently. Yuan Ji could only remain silent as he looked at the 10,000 ghosts banner in front of him that was emitting ghostly aura. The emotions of the mystics have now changed from horror to greed. The god-killing spear, the chaos bell, the 10,000 ghosts banner. If you can get one of these things, your strength will double. Fang Qingran has so many. No wonder she dares to be so arrogant. They all wanted to fight against Fang Qingran for Luo Wuji. The moon is visible first from the mirror-like tower. Only if they defeat Fang Qingran first will they be able to get one of them. The first person Luo Hui noticed was Wan Ling. The unique power of bloodline. It was the thing that Kang Xuanji would rather die than hand over to Xuanmen. When Luo Wuji saw Fang Qingran taking out these things unscrupulously, his eyes changed. Perhaps he was really overthinking. How could a girl who was so simple-minded and only knew how to show off pose a death threat to him? These treasures are indeed very powerful. But no matter how powerful the treasure is, it must be placed in the right place. Fang Qingran, an Eternal Emperor, is simply unable to unleash the power of the god-killing spear. Luo Wuji said, since Miss Fang is determined to fight, let's have a fight. Fang Qingran seemed to be waiting for Luo Wuji to say these words. He finished speaking. Fang Qingran raised her sword and headed towards Luo Wuji. And when Fang Qingran moved, Fang Yuyu and the others followed closely. The target is Luo Hui and others. All the mysterious people showed greed. Only a few formation masters' faces suddenly changed, they looked at each other, and their bodies trembled with fear. Fang Qingran raised the sword, flashed past Luo Wuji, and arrived at the center of the formation. Lord Luo Xuan, my request is that your Xuan sect be completely destroyed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1851 Action. As Fang Qingran finished speaking, she was already in the center of the formation. When the mystics heard this, there was an uproar. How dare she do that? Who gave her the courage? Being young and ignorant is not a terrible thing. The most terrible thing is being stupid and not knowing it. Our Xuan Lord spoke to her in a nice tone, but she really thought she was an important figure. Does she think that she can do whatever she wants with the support of Master Mo? Master Mo doesn't even dare to say that Xuanmen should be destroyed. How dare she say that? Humph, she must have misunderstood the realm of the Eternal Emperor. She really thinks she is invincible in the world. It doesn't matter. Our Xuan Lord will take action and let her know what the sky is high and the earth is thick. Ellipsis. Luo Wuji's face suddenly turned cold. He knew Fang Qingran was not joking. She really wants Xuanmen to be destroyed. But why did she think that she and Fang Xi alone could destroy Xuanmen? Luo Wuji said, Miss Fang, if you want Xuanmen to be destroyed, just come on. At this time, only a few formation masters were facing a formidable enemy. They didn't even listen to what Fang Qingran said. He didn't even care about the reactions of the other mystics. They were desperately fiddling with the formation plates in their hands, trying to regain control of the formation. However, more and more formations are out of control. Several formation masters looked at each other, their eyes filled with fear. At this moment, there was a problem with the formation, and it was uncertain whether they could save their lives. But if this matter is not spoken of, it cannot be hidden. A formation master tremblingly sent a message to Luo Hui, Grand Elder, the formation is out of control. Luo Hui said coldly, when did it happen? Why did it get out of control? The formation master trembled and said, just now, we found that the formation was gradually out of our control. Luo Hui raised his eyes and looked at Fang Qingran. She is now the person closest to several formation masters. Fang Qingran moved too quickly just now. He wanted to stop her, but it was too late. In addition, Fang Qingran later said that she wanted to destroy Xuanmen. Directly diverted his attention. Moreover, in his opinion, Fang Qingran had walked into a trap by entering the center of the formation. He never thought that the formation would have problems because of Fang Qingran's arrival. Moreover, the formation plates of these formations have the exclusive mark of Xuanmen on them, and only Xuanmen can manipulate these formations. Is the loss of control of the formation really related to Fang Qingran? Fang Qingran raised the corner of her lips and looked at Luo Wuji. She flipped her wrist and the Xinguan sword went straight into the main array. It is good. Fang Qingran's good was obviously a response to Luo Wuji. Luo Hui had no time to do anything. The main array plate shattered, and all their hard work was in vain. Poof! Several formation masters holding formation plates vomited blood at the same time. The mystics immediately discovered this anomaly. Luo Wuji asked, what's going on? Luo Yi replied, the formation was destroyed. The minds of the mysterious practitioners were originally still on Fang Qingran, but after hearing these words, they all looked at the formation master. The destruction of the main array disk meant that they underestimated Fang Qingran's strength. Luo Wuji looked at Fang Qingran first. And her sword. This sword looks familiar. It seemed to be the Qingguan sword at the auction that year. He remembered that the sword was only a 6th grade magic weapon at that time. But now it's impossible to tell the grade. Is this the benefit brought by strong destiny? The competition stage was extremely quiet for a moment. Even Luo Yi, who was shouting the loudest, was staring at the destroyed main array. The formations used by Xuanmen are all made of the hardest divine source stone. Fang Qingran actually destroyed the main array disk. What grade is that sword? Not long after, some mysterious practitioners discovered that something was wrong. There are several layers of restraining force on them, which are subtly suppressing their strength. The ones who felt it most obviously were Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others. Luo Hui was more perceptive and he discovered that it was not just his strength that was suppressed. Luo Hui quickly found the problem. After the main array disk was destroyed, the array was still running. It's just that the person in charge of this operation has changed. Luo Hui stared at Fang Qingran and suddenly remembered her previous words about the destruction of Xuanmen. Perhaps, she was not arrogant, but was already confident. Use the formation arranged by Xuanmen to deal with Xuanmen. Luo Hui finally felt panic. Luo Hui released his coercive power and said seriously, Master Xuan, we can't wait any longer. We must deal with her quickly. At the same time, Fang Qingran's voice also sounded, Fang Si, Yu, move. Fang Si immediately attacked Luo Yi. Fang Yu, Fang Zhichu, Xiao Mushroom and others rushed into the Xuanj. The God-killing spear and the 10,000 demons banner are faster. Almost as soon as Fang Qingran opened her mouth, they each chose a direction and headed towards the mysterious one. As soon as Fang Qingran finished speaking, the God-killing spear had already pierced through the body of a mysterious practitioner. The 10,000 ghosts banner exudes a thick aura of death. The flag has already entangled a mysterious person. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui saw this scene, looked at each other, and went towards Fang Qingran together. Fang Qingran felt the overwhelming pressure, but her expression remained calm. When Luo Wuji saw Fang Qingran's expression, his movements suddenly froze and he felt inexplicably flustered. He stopped immediately, took out a box and opened it. A thumb-sized cicada-like creature appeared. The black cicada has a strange aura. Luo Wuji raised his hand and a drop of blood sank into the cicada's body. The next moment, the cicada flew towards Fang Qingran. Luo Hui was shocked when he noticed the appearance of Wang Gu. Wang Gu can only exert its strongest effect when used after the enemy is injured. Why did Luo Wuji take it out in advance? Buzz. Wang Gu flew towards Fang Qingran with a dangerous aura. Master Xuan, why? There is something strange about Fang Qingran. This was the only answer Luo Wuji could give. It's hard to describe that feeling. Just when he was about to attack Fang Qingran, he saw a flash of a picture in which he was sleeping. Falling asleep on the competition stage. This is simply courting death. Lord Xuan, is Fang Qingran really only at the Eternal Emperor level? Luo Hui asked. Why would an Eternal Emperor not be afraid of their pressure? Could it be that Fang Qingran is hiding her strength? In fact, Xuanmen has many hidden cards. But if you don't even know the enemy's true strength, no matter how many cards you have, they will be useless. Luo Wuji just felt that Luo Hui's question was stupid. The vision of advancing to the Supreme Realm cannot be hidden at all. In this era, no one has ever advanced to the Supreme Realm. Therefore, Fang Qingran must not be in the Supreme Realm. He is in the Supreme Realm, how can Fang Qingran hide his strength in front of him? Luo Wuji glanced at Luo Hui, and gave an order to Wang Gu to find a way to control Fang Qingran. He had a hunch and continued to drag it out. They will become more and more passive. But when Wang Gu was one step away from Fang Qingran, he stopped and did not move forward. Its body was trembling. It seemed to have encountered something that frightened it. The next moment, Luo Wuji saw the insect beast that he was so afraid of flying over and swallowed the King Gu in lightning speed. During the whole process, Wang Gu never struggled. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui watched Wang Gu being swallowed, and an uncontrollable feeling of panic came over them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1852 Dreaming. At the same time, the mysterious practitioners on the field were either killed or injured. Luo Wuji and Luo Hui just had the same idea of getting rid of Feng Qingbran, so they didn't care about the other mystics. This has resulted in the Shrinists being like a pile of loose sand at this moment. Fang Yuyu and the others cooperated well and each chose the appropriate enemy. In a short while, many Shrinists who were unable to react were directly dealt with by Fang Yuyu and the others. There are also some strong ones. Fang Yuyu avoided them all. Leave it to the God-killing spear and the 10,000 demons banner to deal with. And Luo Yi was restrained by Fang Si. Unable to be distracted. Luo Yi just couldn't understand why he, the Lord of Chaos, was beaten so badly by an eternal emperor that he had no power to fight back. And he also felt that Fang Si didn't try his best. How did you do it? Luo Yi finally couldn't help but ask. Fang Si sneered, I have said it long ago, the god of suppression is the one who suppresses those who rebel against the gods, and you happen to be a rebel against the gods. The rest of Fang Si's words speak for themselves. When Luo Yi heard Fang Si's words, he felt as if the blood in his body was almost solidified. His soul seemed to tremble. Kill those who rebel against God. Does he still have a chance to resist? Just as Luo Hui was stunned, the god-killing spear pierced through his protective barrier. Fang Si had a dagger in his hand. Enter a dream. 2 words rang in Luo Yi's ears. Soft as a feather. But he had absolutely no intention of resisting. Consciousness fell into coma instantly. When Luo Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a place illuminated by blood. There was the sound of flowing water not far away. Luo Yi realized that his hands and feet were tied and he could not move. This is where. What about his power? Wake up. If you wake up, I will start. Luo Yi met a pair of cold eyes. Are you Fang Si? Fang Si squatted down and pointed the knife at Luo Yi's face. Yes, it's me. I want to retrieve something from you. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Luo Yi suddenly felt cold all over. When we were fighting just now, I felt that Fang Si was an elegant nobleman. At this moment, the other party was holding a dagger and looking at him sinisterly. He just felt that Fang Si was like a devil. Wrong. What he should be thinking about is why is he here? What did you do to me? Luo Yi asked nervously. Fang Si was too lazy to answer Luo Hui's question. Fang Qingbran told him that Luo Yi had fallen into a dream and could never wake up again. Fang Si asked, have you ever been to the small world where the Eye of the Moon is located? Luo Yi immediately responded, you want the Moon Goddess bone in my body. I not only want the Moon Goddess's bones, I also want you to experience the pain of having your bones dug out. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. On the competition ground. Only Luo Wuji and Luo Hui were still standing. All other mystics fell into a deep sleep. No matter how hard Luo Wuji and Luo Hui tried, they could not wake up the mysterious person in the deep voice. Hongmeng Tree said, Xiao Feng, these two are really powerful. They can actually resist the law of dreams. Xiao Feng, how are you going to deal with them? If you don't enter the dream, you can only suppress it with formation. There is still a great risk. Fang Qingbran transmitted the message, if they can't dream, let them force themselves to dream. Hongmeng Tree was puzzled, how can I force myself into a dream? You'll find out soon enough. The staff of Quanshang appeared in Fang Qingbran's hand. Even if she wanted to use Luo Wuji for training, she had to ensure her own safety. Luo Wuji does not enter dreams. Of course she wouldn't confront the other party head-on. Fang Qingbran directly used the staff of Quanshang to draw a black snake. There was a green mark faintly visible between the black snake's eyebrows. The moment Luo Wuji and Luo Hui saw the black snake appear, they were both confused. Why does Fang Qingbran dare to use this totem? How could she have this totem? Luo Hui fell into extreme panic. But they didn't have time to think about it. The black snake was already rushing towards them. Luo Hui and Luo Wuji wanted to use the secret method of Xuanmen to control the black snake in front of them, but they failed. Instead, the black snake was blown away by its tail. Luo Hui widened his eyes, suspecting that he had fallen into an illusion. Luo Wuji managed to steady himself and stared at Fang Qingbran. Fang Qingbran, why do you know these mysterious things? Control the formation arranged by Xuanmen. Controls the goo that can deal with Xuanmen. He also knows how to suppress the mysterious ones. Even totems. How could a person named Fang, who is hostile to Xuanmen, have so many things? Fang Qingbran asked calmly, your Xuanmen's things. Is it true that if you use someone else's things for a long time, you will think they're your own? Just as Luo Wuji was about to speak, he sensed a dangerous aura approaching. It turned out that the black snake's tail was whipping towards them again. Luo Wuji dodged the black snake's attack and realized one thing, he can wake up the black snake in front of him. It must be eliminated. Luo Hui, cooperate with me, Luo Wuji said. Luo Hui dodged to another position and attacked the black snake. At this moment, the only ones left in the competition arena were Fang Qingbran, Zheng Chenggu, Fang Juyu, Fang Shi, and Yuan Ji. Fang Yuyu and the others entered the dream and played. Fang Si even directly created hundreds of clones, which entered the dream and dug out bones one by one. She didn't want to waste time looking at the memories of those mysterious people. She only needs Luo Wuji's memory. Especially the soul-controlling goo. A goo that can record everything Luo Wuji does. More useful than any memory. In fact, as long as those mysterious people are not dazzled by the treasures. It's not possible to fall asleep so quickly. Unfortunately, greedy people can never change the greed. When you see a treasure, you want to take it for yourself. Loyalty Gu sent a message to Feng Qingran. Master Feng, the King Gu just now tasted good. It would be even better if there were a few more. Feng Qingran understood the subtext of the Loyalty Gu. I have sent a message to the small box, asking it to bring it out to you. Loyalty Gu immediately started the rainbow blowing mode. He. Thank you, Master Feng. Master Feng, you are so wise and brave. You are the best master I have ever seen. It is my great fortune to meet you. Feng Qingran pretended not to hear these words and asked in a voice transmission, have you figured out how to deal with the soul control Gu? Loyalty Gu was silent for a while. Master Feng, there is actually something that I just found out. The one who possesses the strength of the Supreme Realm is not Luo Wuji, but the soul control Gu. Luo Wuji is just the carrier of the soul control Gu. His existence is entirely for the purpose of controlling the soul Gu, so I feel that this Gu is likely to have a sealed soul just like me. Gu is considered a living being. Not a complete living being. From the moment living creatures are raised as Gu, in order to better control them, the Gu refiner will extract their intelligence and even their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Only a trace of soul is left for them. After his death, he was plotted against by the Shuanman and turned into a Gu. The mysterious master who refined him actually wanted to extract his 7 souls. In order to protect the 7 spirits, it directly sealed its own soul. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1853 finally founded, updated. Later he met Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran used the blood of the ferocious beast to awaken his intelligence. However, the seal on his 3 souls and 7 spirits was not released at that time, but was slowly released afterwards. His memories before his death were only restored after the seal on his soul was released. But he seemed to have gotten used to being a Gu. So even after recovering his memory, he was not in a hurry to transform. Plus following Feng Qingran is not bad. You only need to put in a little effort occasionally, and the rest of the time he can create all kinds of natural treasures. There is also a group of friends who can be trusted. He likes days like this very much. He didn't want it to end easily. He also completely regarded himself as a Gu living. However, the appearance of the soul-controlling Gu at this moment made him recall many past events. He is actually alive with a complete soul. Not a Gu. But he could feel that life as a Gu was happier than life as a human. He was even happier when he followed Feng Qingran and grew up to be a Gu queen. Could it be that the soul-controlling Gu was also a being that was forced to be refined into a Gu like him? Or in other words, the soul of this Gu is a rebel against God. Loyalty Gu just thought of this. Then Feng Qingran said, Loyalty, that one's soul is very strong, right? Ah. Loyalty, tell me, is it possible that the soul of that Gu is the soul of a rebel against God? From all aspects, it is clear that the founder of Shuanman has no intention of giving up Shuanman. They even go into seclusion and don't show up. Still want to firmly control Shuanman. So how can we ensure that the mysterious person does not change his mind? In addition to the control of the Gu, someone must be watching in person. After all, people's hearts are fickle. The Gu can also be solved by finding a way. The founder of Shuanman must have thought of this level. Therefore, the soul inside this soul-controlling insect is most likely the soul of the founder of Shuanman. It's possible, said Loyalty Gu. But this time, the red fairy flew down and landed in front of the Loyalty Gu. Hong Shan asked very seriously, do you want to regain your original identity in the future, or transform into a new identity? Loyalty Gu said without hesitation, a new identity. Of course, I may not transform. Hong Shan said, no matter what form you take, you must be loyal to Ranran, just like your name is Loyalty. Hong Xian's voice was gentle, but there was an invisible sense of dominance in it. Feng Qingran looked at Hong Shan with slight surprise. Loyalty Gu took a long time to react before speaking. I will be loyal to the Phoenix Master forever. If I disobey you, I will turn into nothingness and have no chance of survival. Hong Xian seemed very satisfied with Loyalty Gu's answer. He tapped the Loyalty Gu's forehead and said, no matter how strong you are, the soul control Gu cannot devour you. Loyalty Gu felt a layer of lavender halo above his soul, which quickly disappeared. What is this? Loyalty Gu did not ask Hong Xian this question. Because there is no way to ask. It cannot mention anything related to the aperture just now. The red fairy flew back to Feng Qingran's head, hid in her hair, and quietly served as a decoration. Feng Qingran didn't ask any more questions. But this time, Luo Wuji and Luo Hui were being chased and beaten by the black snake. All their attacks were unable to harm the black snake. Feng Qingran was not happy when she saw this scene, but felt even more solemn. Black snakes are an alien race. If the alien races that were summoned alone can be so strong, how terrifying must the strength of the other alien races be? If an alien race invades this void. At this moment, the law governing order flew out. A blood-red word, demon, appeared on the token. Feng Qingran's eyes became deep. The mark of the law she left in the demon-devouring abyss had been tampered with. Tang Chongguo will not enter the demon-devouring abyss. He didn't even have the strength to break through the formation she had set up. The formation she left in the demon-devouring abyss and the formation plate she used were all given to her by Senior Zhu Juyin. So the person who broke into the demon-devouring abyss is very powerful, very strong. Even above Senior Zhu Juyin. Feng Qingran thought of what Mo Jinggong said about Xuan Chu being in danger. Guan Yu and Taishu have the power of eternal emperors. Can solve most of the troubles. But what if it's an alien race that breaks into the demon-devouring abyss? Feng Qingran unconsciously felt a sense of urgency. Feng Qingran gently waved the staff of Quan Chong, and the black snake disappeared in an instant. She directly used the power of the law governing order to forcibly pull Luo Wuji into the dream. She didn't want to wait any longer. She wants to get Luo Wuji's memory now. Before Feng Qingran entered the dream, she forcibly sent Luo Hui to another dream. Afterwards, he entered the dream with Feng Juyu and Feng Shi, carrying the Loyalty Gu. Yuan Ji was the only one left in the competition arena. Yuan Ji could see the bodies of Luo Wuji, Luo Hui, Luo Yi and others lying there. But they were unable to find the whereabouts of Feng Qinggran and Feng Xi's bodies. A flash of desolation passed through Yuan Ji's eyes. After all, he still didn't get her full trust. Xuanchu Plain. Deep in the forbidden area of the Jiang family in the divine world. There is a palace hidden in the mist. An old man was sitting in the main hall. He suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand and a jade slip appeared. After reading the contents of the jade slip, the old man's vigorous eyes flashed with greed, finally found it. Chanshu, it seems you have also received the news. A vicissitudes of life voice sounded. There was one more person standing opposite Jiang Chanshu. It is also the image of an old man. But his face was haggard, he looked exhausted, and there was a hint of death between his brows. It was obvious that he didn't have much time left. Jiang Chanshu looked at the old man who had arrived, and was shocked. Chanken, how did you become like this? Qian Shu, I've been attacked back. What happened? Do you still remember the old man Chanken who was transformed from my soul? Jiang Chanshu nodded. Back then, they tried every possible means to get the Chaos Psychic Mushroom in the hands of the Demon God of Luck, but they didn't get what they wanted. So he wanted to send someone to approach the Demon God of Fortune and make friends with him so that he could get something. They would not feel comfortable sending someone else to handle such a matter. Only a few of them can go. Later, Chanken left. Only the disguise of the incarnation of Chanken's soul can remain undetected by the Demon God of Destiny. The plan started out successfully. Chanken and the Demon God of Destiny became friends. But when the Demon God of Destiny discovered that Chanken was involved with Xuanmen, he immediately cut off contact with them. Even after that, Chanken performed several scenes, he still couldn't impress the Demon God of Destiny. But the play has ended here. Chanken did not take back his soul incarnation and continued to keep it outside. After that, they all found a place to hide. In order not to reveal the location. They never contacted each other again. If it weren't for the news about collecting the Chaos Psychic Mushrooms today, he may not be able to see the world yet. Jiang Chanshu looked at Chanken, very worried. Chanken, you became like this, could it be the work of the Devil of Luck? Qian Kun said, yes and no, my soul fragment has developed its own consciousness. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1854 It's time to show up, Golden Ticket 2. He actually forced a sacrifice and erased the mark we left on the soul of the Devil of Fortune. Chanken's tone was gloomy. For that soul mark, everyone has put in countless efforts. He never thought that he would be backstabbed by his soul incarnation. It seems that no matter who I use in the future, they must be infected with the loyalty poison. Many emotions flashed in Chanken's eyes. Chanshu, you were right, it's a good thing you didn't listen to me back then. Before they left, Jiang Chanshu and others said they wanted to poison Luo Wuji with the soul-controlling goo. The soul-controlling insect enters the body and will eventually merge into the soul. The power cultivated by the person who is poisoned will be transferred to the soul-controlling goo. As long as the soul-controlling goo is taken away, the person who is infected with it will definitely die. After all, Luo Wuji was the Xuan Lord that they had cultivated with all their efforts. He felt a little reluctant at the time. But Jiang Chanshu and the others insisted on being infected with the soul-controlling goo. Each person also has a wisp of soul inside the goo. The purpose is to prevent the power of Xuanmen from falling into the hands of others. Looking back now, Jiang Chanshu and his team were right. Has the betrayal of your soul avatar alone made you become like this? Jiang Chanshu always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. The split soul incarnation looks like a clone. Actually it's a puppet. How could one possibly have the intention to betray his master? And you still drag the world down to this point. Qian Kun said, well, when he sacrificed himself, he returned most of his luck to the Devil of Luck, and I suffered a backlash because of it. Jiang Chanshu shook his head, no, he is a split soul, and the only one to be sacrificed is himself. As for his luck, the backlash after returning it should not be so severe. Jiang Chanshu paused, then said firmly, he must have done something else that you don't know about. Qian Kun, look through your memory again and see if there is anything unusual. Qian Kun's cloudy eyes moved with difficulty. Since I went into seclusion, his memories have never been transmitted back. And when he offered the sacrifice, he also destroyed those memories. I couldn't see it. I had to wake up because of the backlash. After waking up, I saw the news from Luo Wuji. Qian Kun hesitated and said, Qian Shu, is it true or false that the Chaos Psychic Mushroom has reappeared? They were deceived many times back then. He almost exposed his whereabouts. Jiang Chanshu said, it should be true, because along with the Chaos Psychic Mushroom, there also appeared the primordial gourd vine and the iron-eating beast. Hearing this, Qian Kun's cloudy eyes brightened up. Qian Shu, maybe it's time for us to emerge into the world. Yes, it's time to show up. A cheerful voice fell. There was another figure in the hall. The visitor was wearing a long gauze dress. There are exquisite totems embroidered on the hem of the skirt. As she walked, the totem seemed to come alive. When Jiang Chanshu and Chanken saw the person coming, they stood up and said respectfully, Your Excellency. No need to salute. I feel like I can't bear the thought of you, your old arms and legs, saluting me. After the woman finished speaking, she slowly walked up the steps to the main hall. There is a dragon throne on it, inlaid with many gemstones. She calmly sat on the throne, crossed her legs, and looked at Jiang Chanshu and old man Chanken below. I heard everything you just said. Jiang Chanshu and Chanken immediately bowed their heads. Your Majesty, I'm sorry, it's our incompetence. The woman smiled and said, it's not your fault. We underestimated our opponent's strength. But don't worry too much. Nothing is set in stone yet. We still have many opportunities. What your Majesty said is absolutely true. You guys are really boring. Don't you have anything else to say besides this? Jiang Chanshu said, Your Majesty, I have already injected the soul-devouring goo into Feng Qingwu's body as you requested. Qian-kun said, Your Majesty, I'm sorry. My soul avatar betrayed me. I don't know if Fang King followed the plan. The woman shook her head. Hey, you guys are such wimps. The Protoss had already become meat on the chopping block, but you insisted on adding unnecessary details, and in the end, they escaped. You guys can mess up such a simple mission now. If we don't hide, who will? I heard the woman say this. There was only shame and fear on Jiang Chanshu and Chankin's faces. No complaints or anger at all. The woman waved her hand. Forget it. If it were before, I might have blamed you. But ever since I met Fang Qingran, I felt that our plan was bound to fail. Jiang Chanshu and Chankin didn't dare to respond. The person whose luck they wanted to seize was Fang Qingran. The woman above continued, As for me, I didn't stay in seclusion like you did. I cleansed my soul and reincarnated. Jiang Chanshu and Chankin couldn't control their shock and looked up at the woman above them at the same time. Cleansing the soul is an extremely dangerous thing. It is equivalent to a strong man giving up all his cultivation and going back to practice again. The woman said nonchalantly, No one can do anything to me anyway. We are cooperating with the Lord of Chaos. He is very smart. There is another person hiding even deeper behind him. How can I feel at ease if I don't personally participate in the plan? I transformed myself into Yi Jamin and watched one wonderful show after another. Humans have really complicated emotions. It's really despicable. You can hurt a group of unrelated people just for the sake of the people you care about. In the end, you're still asking for forgiveness. Isn't this pure hypocrisy? Oh, what a pity. I was hoping to do more through Yi Jamin's identity. As a result, Fang Qingran did not follow the prescribed path at all. As soon as he broke into the fairyland, he destroyed the incarnation of the Lord of the Chaos Realm. It also directly changed the rules of the fairy world. As a result, I was unable to perform the scenes I had prepared. When she said this, her eyes narrowed slightly. What do you think? Should I continue to call Yi Jamin, or use my previous name? Your Majesty, which one do you like? Jiang Chanshu asked cautiously. I don't like any of them. Forget it. I'll just use Yi Jamin for now. After leaving here, I'll go back to my previous name. After all, this void is quite interesting. The human race is also very interesting. No wonder the alien races have always wanted to occupy the vast land. Jiang Chanshu said, As long as your Majesty likes it. Yi Jamin's eyes fell on Jiang Chanshu. I forgot to tell you, your plan failed. Fang Qingwu used the method of escaping from the shell to get rid of the soul-devouring goo. Jiang Chanshu's body trembled slightly. A playful smile flashed across Yi Jamin's eyes. Then with a wave of his hand, Jiang Chanshu and Chankin instantly returned to the youthful appearance. The deathly aura on Chankin's body also disappeared. Yi Jamin nodded with satisfaction. It looks much better this way. Go call the other idiots over. Jiang Chanshu and Chankin did not dare to hesitate and went straight to find other people. Yi Jamin looked at the empty hall and murmured in a low voice, Fang, this time, will you still not get the result you want? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1855 It's your own fault. Yi Jamin leaned back on the dragon throne with a wanton look, her hand touching the dragon head beside the armrest, and she looked at the 9 people below with an inexplicable expression. 7 of them looked old. It is already the age of death. There were 2 others who looked to be around 30 years old. These 2 people were Jiang Chanshu and Chankin from before. The 9 people saluted Yi Jamin respectfully. Greetings, your Majesty. Yi Jamin looked at the 9 people below. Aren't you trying to comprehend the Dao law and advance to the Dao Master realm? Why are you all like this? All 9 of them had expressions of shame on their faces. Jiang Chanshu spoke first. Your Excellency, we do want to be promoted to Dao Master, but we are still short of a contract and cannot succeed in merging with the Dao. The attempts to merge with the Dao failed again and again. This caused them to suffer constant backlash and thus shorten their lifespan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become like this. The existence of Xuanren is to continuously supply them with good luck. Over the years, if it weren't for Xuanren helping them seize good luck and offset most of the backlash, they might not have survived until now. This is why they completely hid themselves from the world. After listening to Jiang Chanshu's words, Yi Jamin glanced at the 9 people one by one. Yi Jamin's eyes were full of interest. It's quite interesting, Chankin, you were stupid, you were tricked by a soul incarnation. Qian-kun bowed his head and said, Please give me your instructions, your Majesty. Yi Jamin said, Your soul incarnation obtained the divine phoenix egg, and also received a trace of the true phoenix divine thought, so it gave birth to its own thoughts. Once he had his own ideas, he was thinking about getting out of your control. And you just didn't have time to take care of him, which gave him the opportunity to plan carefully. However, a split soul can only be a split soul forever and can never become the real master. Although he cannot be the real boss needs to bear the consequences for what he did. He probably knew this, so he used the law of cause and effect in this void to plot against you, causing you to suffer the backlash of defying the will of heaven and changing your fate. Yi Jamin stopped talking here, and asked slowly, Qian-kun, do you want to know how he plotted against you? Qian-kun obeyed and said, I want to know. After hearing this, Yi Jamin continued, It's all your own fault. You refined the divine phoenix soul and used it for your own benefit, but you kept the divine phoenix egg. You kept the divine phoenix egg because you wanted to inject soul into it again and hatch a divine phoenix that is completely under your control, right? It's a pity that you never found the right soul, and the egg ended up in the hands of your clone. He's very good. He helped you find the right soul. That divine phoenix egg also successfully hatched a divine phoenix. But, you should know better than me how much consequences you will suffer if you do this, right? Yi Jamin's words sounded like a question, but in fact, there was a sense of contempt and sarcasm in her voice. She taught them the method of transferring cause and effect. It actually made them start to act recklessly. I never thought of quitting while I was ahead. Yi Jamin continued, Your soul has borne all the consequences for the new divine phoenix soul. By the time the new divine phoenix hatched, he had already vanished into thin air. So this karma all falls on you. Oh, I have some bad news for you. After the little divine phoenix was hatched, it was blessed. The real divine phoenix soul that you refined has been taken away by heaven and earth. Can you feel it now? Is your spirit much weaker? Once the little divine phoenix successfully gathers its soul, you will become the enemy of the entire divine phoenix clan. Every word Yi Jamin said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Chang'an's heart. Chang'an never expected this. His soul incarnation would betray him to this extent. Jiang Chanshu said, Your Majesty, wasn't the divine phoenix clan destroyed a long time ago? Why do you say the divine phoenix clan? Yi Jamin was too lazy to answer Jiang Chanshu's question and changed the subject directly. Back then, I promised you immortality and helped you become the Supreme Lord. And now you can't even take down a Xuanchu. I'm really disappointed. Yi Jamin was smiling at first, but when she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. Jiang Chanshu and the other 9 people felt a chill all over their bodies. Even though Yi Jamin did not release any pressure, they still felt fear unconsciously. Back then, Yi Jamin took them to another void with just a casual move. An extremely mysterious place. They only stayed there for a while, and after coming back, they were directly promoted to Chaos Lords. They will never forget that scene. It was also the appearance of Yi Jamin that made them realize their shallowness and ignorance. It also makes them breed greed that can never be suppressed. Especially when Yi Jamin raised her hand lightly. The power to restore their lifespan is something they are extremely eager for. So they obeyed Yi Jamin's orders. No matter what she says, how she says them. They would not get angry, nor would they show any dissatisfaction. But they were afraid that Margaret Yi would be angry. They were even more afraid that Yi Jamin would abandon them in anger. Because as long as Yi Jamin wants, countless people in this void will obey her. Before they met Yi Jamin, they were just creatures of the lowest status. God is the most powerful being they can look up to. At first I saw God saving people. They were very grateful and revered God immensely. But after being rescued more and more times, their mood began to change. Why should they be the only ones to be rescued? Why are gods born to be extremely powerful? Why are they born to be humble and struggle in the darkness? If they could, they would also like to become gods. I want to be a god who is omnipotent, respected by everyone and in control of my own destiny. But there are too many unfair things in this world. Some creatures are naturally powerful and noble, standing at heights that they cannot reach no matter how hard they try. There are also some creatures who can get everything they want without doing anything. There are also some creatures who are always the rule makers and control the fate of countless people. But they have become the lowest level of existence. The kind that anyone who passes by can step on. They use up all their strength just to stay alive. There is no chance to become stronger, let alone reach the level of God. Countless times, they fantasized about the day when they would become gods. So when Yi Jamin found them, she said that as long as they were obedient, she could give them everything they wanted. They agreed without any hesitation. The first task Yi Jamin gave them was to overthrow the gods and bring disorder to the universe. Once the universe falls into a state of disorder, countless weak creatures will suffer. But what does that have to do with them? They just want to seize this opportunity. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1856, Memories of the Founder of Xuanmen. Even if more people are sacrificed, it has nothing to do with them. After all, they are not compassionate gods. Nor is he revered by the dead like a god. Therefore, the suffering of the people has nothing to do with them. They found many forces that refused to submit to God's rule and created the anti-God organization. But when they really faced God, they realized how insignificant they were. They are no match for God. God can suppress them with just a raise of his hand. All their means and strategies are like those of a clown when used in front of God. Yi Jamin had expected such a situation. When they were dejected, Yi Jamin appeared again. When they saw her the second time, she looked different again. Of course, every time Yi Jamin met them, their identities and appearances were different. And they were very sure that the body Yi Jamin used every time was not taken from someone else. It is not a reshaped body. What Yi Jamin showed inadvertently made them more determined to follow her. Especially after they had the strength but still could not dethrone God, they suddenly realized that just having strength could not make them strong. Unless they can become someone like Yi Jamin. Only then can you do whatever you want with your strength. Before that, they must hold on to Yi Jamin tightly and not let her give up on them. Back then, when Yi Jamin knew that they had failed, she was not angry at all. Instead, it seemed as if everything was within her expectations. After Yi Jamin asked a few questions, she asked them to wait for a while before taking any action. He also told them where the Eye of the Moon was. They found the Eye of the Moon Goddess, learned the value of the Eye of the Moon Goddess, and finally, obtained the fragments of the Eye of the Moon Goddess. The power contained in the fragments of the Moon Goddess Eye once again overturned their cognition. It turns out that this is why the strong will become stronger and stronger. The strong will get better treasures, and their strength will naturally increase faster. They used the fragments of the Eye of the Moon to rebuild their bones. The speed of cultivation suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. At that time, they actually had the idea of disobeying Yi Jamin. He also thought about using his special powers to imprison her the next time she appeared. So they used some of the fragments of the Moon Goddess Eye to piece together a new Moon Goddess Eye. Gave it to the 12 witch ancestors. He wanted to make friends with the other party and obtain the witchcraft power and witchcraft controlled by the 12 witch ancestors. So as to use these things to control Yi Jamin. At that time, they were really wishful thinking and ridiculous. Just like mayflies talking about the changing seasons. Just when they were daydreaming, God suddenly had a new priesthood. God is inherently good, and saving all living beings from suffering is voluntary on God's part. God will choose to save the people. But after becoming a priest, God must save all living beings. Whenever a catastrophe occurs in the universe, God will also suffer backlash. This is something that can be used very easily by those who rebel against God. They used the shackles of the priesthood to advance cautiously. In addition, the Lord of Chaos at that time also intended to overthrow the rule of God. With the instigation of both sides, the god finally fell from the altar. I thought the downtrodden god was easy to deal with. So they did not destroy God first, but wanted everything that belonged to God. But this delay allowed the gods to escape. For some reason, the duties of the gods also disappeared. As a result, they were unable to eradicate the problem completely. But this time, Yi Jamin appeared again and was very dissatisfied with their work. But Yi Jamin did not blame them for this. From her tone, it seemed like this was just a simple game. They, the gods, and other creatures are all Yi Jamin's toys. At that moment, they hesitated. Hesitated whether to control Yi Jamin. But Yi Jamin seemed to see through all their thoughts. She took them to another void. He also told them that the void they were in was called the original void. The primordial void is a unique existence. But beyond the original void, there are countless voids. The uniqueness of the primordial void is that it is both the strongest void and the weakest void. What is strong is the law within it. No matter how powerful a being is, once it enters the primordial void, it must abide by the laws of the void. You must also bear the cause and effect of this void. The original void is obviously weak. The strength of the living beings in the original void will never be able to surpass the realm of the Supreme Venerable. Such strength would be like a speck of dust if it went to other voids. The laws of the primordial void protect us, but at the same time they also become shackles that bind us. And the creatures living in the original void have no ability to resist risks. Once you lose the protection of these laws, the creatures that survive here can only become fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered by other creatures in the void. They listened to these words in the alien void. Back to the original void. Watching one's own strength continue to grow. They stopped thinking about it. If they want to leave the original void and go to other places, they must rely on Yi Jamin. Besides, Yi Jamin changed the trajectory of their lives. They must not be ungrateful. Afterwards, Yi Jamin gave them another task. What's strange is that the 12 witch ancestors also gave them the same task. Calculate a person's fortune. They were shocked at first. If Yi Jamin wanted luck, she actually needed to make calculations. With her strength, if she wants someone's luck, she can just take it away. There are also 12 witch ancestors who almost dominated the prehistoric world. Why do we need the luck of the human race? At that time, the human race was still very weak. Why is it worthy of the concern of the 12 witch ancestors and Yi Jamin at the same time? And when they saw that the person whose fortune was taken away was in the post-ancient era, they were even more shocked. A future generation who has not yet been born. How could he be targeted by both the 12 witch ancestors and Yi Jamin at the same time? They were puzzled. At this time, the Lord of Chaos also came to them. The 12 witch ancestors' request was to transfer all of Feng Qingren's luck to another person. Yi Jamin only asked them to seize the luck. The two are not in conflict. The Lord of Chaos Realm wants to participate in the fortune-stealing plan. As long as they agree, the Lord of Chaos Realm can tell them how to become Tao Lords. Becoming a Taoist Master frees you from being bound by ordinary laws. If the Taoist Master can find all the origins of Hongmeng and refine them, he can change the laws of the void at will. This is the real temptation. At that time, Yi Jamin was also missing. They agreed to cooperate with the Lord of Chaos. Change the organization of rebels against God into Xuanmen. They gradually disappeared from the world and brought out a Xuanju to lead the Xuanmen and control multiple universes. The Lord of Chaos Realm wanted to show his sincerity. Not only did he teach them how to become Tao Masters, he also gave them a large portion of the source core of the universe, allowing Xuanmen to quickly become the master of multiple universes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1857 Destined Proposed, Additional. They were therefore relieved, arranged all the plans, came to Xuanchu and hid themselves. When Yi Jamin asked them to seize the fortune, she also asked them to control the Xuanchu plane as much as possible. They thought at the time that Xuanmen would sooner or later take over Xuanchu. They hid in Xuanchu, which was just right. Because the person whose fortune they want to steal is named Feng Qingren. They thought of a way to make the soul of one of them transform into the ancestor of the Phoenix clan. However, the plan did not start smoothly. The Phoenix clan only has women in power. They must first make the Phoenix clan change their ancestral teachings. However, it failed. Fortunately, most of the core members of the Phoenix clan left later. This is their opportunity. They first deliberately established the rule of male superiority and female inferiority in the divine world, taming people little by little and changing their concepts. Eventually, the female cultivators lost all their power. From then on, the Phoenix clan could no longer adhere to their ancestral teachings. They also successfully took control of the Phoenix clan. But they never expected that Feng Qingren, who was supposed to be born in the Phoenix clan of the God Realm, was not born in the God Realm. Many of the plans they had made changed course. However, if they want to break through to the Tao Lord realm, it is impossible for them to always pay attention to the plans outside. This time they were awakened by the news about the Chaos Psychic Mushroom. Before they had time to understand what happened in detail, Yi Jamin appeared first. Jiang Chanshu carefully observed Yi Jamin's expression. He had a hunch that Yi Jamin knew everything. But she didn't blame him and Chanken just now. He also said that the failure of the plan was inevitable. Why did Yi Jamin's attitude change when he and Chanken went to call someone? Yi Jamin said that part about Chanken. In fact, it is a metaphor that she is very disappointed. After all, being betrayed by a split soul incarnation is a very fatal thing. Fortunately, Chanken was lucky enough. Otherwise, as Yi Jamin said, Chanken will fall. Yi Jamin's voice sounded, why don't you say anything? Jiang Chanshu bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, we failed to capture Xuanchu, and it was our fault. But don't worry, Xuanmen has layouts in every place. As long as Your Excellency wants to take control of this place, those chess pieces can be quickly activated and will definitely help Your Excellency take down Xuanchu. The reason why Xuanmen failed to capture Xuanchu was actually related to Old Man Chanken. If he hadn't betrayed Xuanmen and cooperated with Feng Qingwu, at this moment, Xuanchu will definitely become the territory of Xuanmen. It was Old Man Chanken who deliberately exposed the location of Xuanmen back then. This made Feng Qingwu alert, and she immediately and quickly cleared out the Xuanmen shrinists in sight. After that, Xuanmen could only hide. The saint ancestor of the Jiang family was his soul fragment. When he saw the Xuan stake being destroyed, he deliberately stood out and secretly protected some shrinists. What a mistake. I almost lost everything. Jiang Chanshu was speechless as he flipped through his memories. But he knew that Chanken was not to blame for this. After all, examples of betrayal by a split soul incarnation are extremely rare. Are you sure that the chess pieces you have laid out are still there? Yi Jiamen asked leisurely. There was a deep meaning in that look that the 9 people could not understand. Qian Kun stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I have contacted the Dark Lord of Xuanmen before, and he said that the chess pieces we have laid out are still there. Yi Jiamen smiled strangely. Xuanmen Dark Lord. Do you still remember who the Xuanmen Dark Lord is? He didn't even know that the Dark Lord of Xuanmen had been replaced. Why did she feel that this group of things could become part of the game? Why is the person Feng randomly chose so powerful, so smart, and able to help Feng? And what did you choose? If Feng Lingyun hadn't been guarding this void back then, why would she cleanse her soul and hide her breath? Don't even expect him to do things. Fortunately, Feng Lingyun finally left. In fact, she should have continued to be Yi Jiamen. But the appearance of the high priest aroused her curiosity, so she went over to take a look. Heard about the original gate. The memories she had abandoned were instantly restored. She then began to wonder who she was and what she was doing in this void. Yi Jiamen's identity is low-key enough. Yi Jiamen was not involved when all this happened. However, many of these things have her shadow. Therefore, there was no sense of incongruity when she appeared next to Feng. Hey. Feng is still as kind as ever. He actually helped her gather her soul again. And helped her regain her body. She almost couldn't bear to plot against Feng. But there is no way. She and Feng are destined to be in opposition. If Feng walks out of this void again, there will be no way to suppress Feng. She would have a fair fight with Feng Lai. Before that, she could only be a spectator. After all, Feng is too smart, and any clues can make her think of many things. It would be bad if Feng awakens early. Your Majesty, the Dark Lord of Xuanmen has been trained by Xuanmen since childhood, and there is absolutely no possibility that he would betray Xuanmen. Jiang Chanshu said confidently. Yi Jiamen's thoughts were interrupted, and she felt annoyed for no reason. Hey, you should get out and check it out before you come back to talk to me. Yi Jiamen waved her hand, and all 9 people rolled out of the forbidden area. They knelt outside the forbidden area and looked at each other, their eyes filled with gloom. Just now in there, they didn't dare to have any bad thoughts. After all, Yi Jiamen could see through all their thoughts. Now that they're out, they can no longer suppress the anger in their hearts. Yi Jiamen simply treated them like dogs. Wave it and it will come. Go when called. Jiang Chanshu stood up first and looked coldly at the foggy forbidden area. If it weren't for the way to get rid of the alien void, they would never be so aggrieved. No matter how strong Yi Jiamen is, in this void, she can only reach the supreme realm. Chanshu, is His Majesty angry? What should we do? An old man said tremblingly. They envy Jiang Chanshu and Chanken for becoming younger. Every time she saw Yi Jiamen in the past, when she was happy, she would change their lifespans. This time, only Jiang Chanshu and Chanken were changed. The remaining 7 people felt somewhat balanced but did not show it. Jiang Chanshu said, Your Majesty has always had this temper, and I feel that Your Majesty is different this time. The 8 people looked at Jiang Chanshu in confusion. Jiang Chanshu said, The few times we met Your Majesty before, she never told us her name, let alone her identity. But this time she made it clear that she wanted to use the identity of Yi Jiamen. So I suspect that this matter has something to do with that chess piece. Jiang Chanshu said this and walked out. As the ancestor of the Jiang family, no one knows whether he is still alive. He also never told anyone in the Jiang family his name. I'm afraid something might be deduced. The Jiang family only knew that his surname was Jiang. Chanshu, I'm going to go back to the Feng family first to investigate the specific matter, and then I'll meet up with you later. The one who is speaking is repenting. His current identity is the ancestor of the Feng family. After Tui Qian finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1858 Fusion Soul, Gold Ticket 1. Jiang Chanshu looked at the remaining people and invited them to stay at the Jiang family. In fact, everyone has his or her own power. However, the forces they originally led underwent a major change during their slumber, and there were no longer any of their own people left. One of them shook his head and said, Hey, Chanshu, you were really amazing. When I woke up, I couldn't contact any of the people I could use in my Taichu Holy Land. Another person sighed and said, Don't say that. It's the same in my Holy Land of origin. Without the people from the past, even if they go back, they will not be able to quickly lead these forces. Of course, they can use tough measures to become the leaders of these forces again. But they have already made Yi Jiamen unhappy. A rash move might lead to unnecessary trouble. So they decided to figure out the situation first before talking about anything else. Xuanchu will be a member of our Xuanmen sooner or later, so why bother about these things? Jiang Chanshu complimented with a smile. Ha ha ha, you're right, Xuanmen should make a high-profile debut. Chanshu, I'm going to rely on you for a while. Ellipsis. As they talked, they came to a luxurious courtyard. The ancestor of the Jiang family is waiting there. The Jiang family's ancestor was shocked when he saw the man in front of him who was younger than himself. If it weren't for the special blood sensitivity, he would definitely think that the person in front of him was an imposter. The Jiang family's ancestor, who should have died in the ancient war, suddenly appeared and still looked so young. If this news gets out, it will probably cause quite a stir. When Jiang Chanshu passed by the ancestor of the Jiang family, he threw a porcelain bottle to him. Then he took 7 people into the courtyard. The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the porcelain bottle in his hand, and after opening it, he found that it was a divine-grade elixir. His hands trembled slightly. The holy ancestor's casual reward was so generous. Is the Jiang family going to rise again? Jiang Chanshu directly closed the gate and set up a barrier. Qian Kun was surprised and asked, Qian Shu, why don't you let that person in? Aren't we here to get information? Jiang Chanshu's face turned pale and he took out a piece of broken jade. Is there anything wrong with your jade? Changkun and his companions immediately took out the jade. All in pieces. This jade is a special communication jade. Luo Wuji will only use it when Xuanren is facing the crisis of destruction. The jade on Luo Wuji's side shattered. They can see it here. Luo Wuji is the master of Xuanren and controls the entire Xuanren. Once his life is in danger, it means that someone wants to destroy Xuanren. Chanshu, it's just a matter of dying with honor, you shouldn't be like this. Changkun looked at Jiang Chanshu's pale face and said worriedly. Jiang Chanshu said, I feel someone is controlling the soul goo, and my soul seems to be being devoured. Qian Kun said solemnly, even if the soul control goo could be discovered, what is the strength of that person? One of them asked, do you still remember the Mo Lord from the Immortal Realm? I suspect he will be the only one who will attack Luo Wuji. The Lord of Chaos Realm has cooperated with us and promised us that he would take care of Xuanren. He will never attack Luo Wuji. The Immortal Realm person shouldn't touch Luo Wuji. After all, the source core of the universe is still in Luo Wuji's hands. Could it be that the Chaos Mushrooms have attracted the enemy? Jiang Chanshu shook his head, I don't know. Luo Wuji is very far away from us, so other news cannot be transmitted to us. Compared to Luo Wuji, he will die. They were more worried about the Chaos Mushrooms. Over the years, they have always been just a little short of being promoted to Dao Master. What's missing should be the Chaos Mushroom. But right now, they can't abandon Yi Jamin and go looking for the Chaos Psychic Mushroom. After all, no matter how powerful the Dao Lord realm is. After all, he is just the master of this void. If you go to other places, you will still be crushed. Don't worry, we have all witnessed the power of the soul control goo. Maybe it can counter the opponent. Back then, countless lives were sacrificed in order to refine the soul controlling goo. Finally, I managed to refine such a unique goo. If they hadn't banned the soul controlling goo, they're afraid that they will become the first target of the soul controlling goo. Now that the soul controlling goo is sleeping in Luo Wuji's soul, it is inevitable that people feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. Wait until the soul controlling insect wakes up completely. Anyone who dares to touch it will suffer. Lord Feng, I'm so tired. Feng Shi fell on Feng Qingren's shoulder and said weakly. Feng Juyu didn't seem to be in any better condition either. It lay on the ground with its wings drooping. Only the loyalty goo looked at the soul controlling goo trapped in the light array with great excitement. The soul controlling insect looks like a spider and is as big as a palm. The whole body is dark red. Its eyes are also dark red. At the beginning, the loyalty goo entered Luo Wuji's sea of consciousness and was almost counterattacked by the soul control goo. If Feng Shi and Feng Juyu hadn't reversed time in time, the loyalty goo will definitely be hurt. Afterwards, the loyalty goo used verbal stimulation to lure out the soul controlling goo. The soul controlling goo truly has the power of the supreme realm. And the soul controlling goo also knows everything that Luo Wuji knows. The soul controlling goo also knows how to do things that Luo Wuji doesn't know. Feng Qingran decisively changed her training object to the soul controlling goo. At the beginning, Feng Qingran was no match for the soul controlling goo. The soul controlling goo is superior to Feng Qingran in both strength and various shady tricks. But this is Feng Qingran's world. She didn't have to worry about getting into danger. Feng Qingran continues to improve in her fight with the soul controlling goo. It was completely suppressed from the beginning. To be able to avoid the attack of the soul controlling goo. Gradually, Feng Qingran adapted to the pressure of the supreme realm and began to attack the soul controlling goo instead. In the end, she and the soul controlling goo had a very close fight. Afterwards, Feng Qingran felt that she was about to advance, so she stopped playing. Let the loyalty goo deal with the soul controlling goo. Feng Shi and Feng Juyu cooperate with the loyalty goo. Feng Qingran set up a formation and began to advance. As soon as she advanced and opened the barrier, Feng Shi ran over impatiently. Feng Qingran looked at the trapped soul controlling goo and said, Jungcheng, why don't you just swallow it? Loyalty goo said, Master Phoenix, the 3 souls and 7 spirits in its body are not from 1 person, but from 10 people. I have never seen such a fusion soul before, I dare not swallow it easily. Moreover, I feel that since these souls are in Luo Wuji's body, they must be very important and may be helpful to the Phoenix Master in the future. A soul can do many things. Only if you control it well, you may be able to control the Lord of Souls. Fusion soul. She had only heard of the pseudo-spirit. I have never heard of a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits being integrated. Hong Shan said, Ranran, the fused soul is not a real soul, but another kind of pseudo-divine soul. Luo Wuji carries this fusion soul, so everything that happens to him can be seen by the master behind the fusion soul. And there is a trace of Luo Wuji's soul on this fused soul. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1859. There is a master above, Goal 2. The existence of this soul makes it impossible for Luo Wuji to discover the existence of the soul control goo. Luo Wuji's original soul had long been swallowed by the soul controlling insect. The soul in his sea of consciousness is actually a disguised soul controlling insect. It can be seen that the founder of Xuanju did not regard Luo Wuji as a human being at all. They just treat him as a tool to control Xuanren. Feng Qingran was shocked after hearing Hong Shan's words. Something that went against the principles of nature could probably only be produced by Xuanmen. When Luo Wuji was the lord of Xuan, he viewed everyone as a chess piece. In the end, he himself was the real chess piece. It's true that even the most hateful people can have their pitiful side. Fang Qingran said, in other words, when the soul control Gu was taken out, Luo Wuji was already dead. Loyalty Gu responded, yes, I thought Luo Wuji had escaped at first, but in the end I found out that he was the soul controlling Gu, and the soul controlling Gu was him. The founder of Xuanmen gave Luo Wuji this poison and never wanted him to live. Right. Luo Wuji has been in charge of Xuanmen for such a long time. If the founder of Xuanmen returns, the first threat will be Luo Wuji. Similarly, Luo Wuji would also regard the founder of Xuanmen as a threat. Therefore, Luo Wuji can only end up dead. Fang Qingran naturally thought of the same things that Loyalty Gu thought of. Fang Qingran was feeling a little complicated at the moment. She examined the soul control Gu and said, this soul control Gu has 3 souls and 7 spirits in its body. Getting rid of Luo Wuji proves that there are 9 people behind it. If these 9 people are all founders of Xuanmen, why can they tolerate each other? No matter where. There can only be one true leader. When there are 9 masters in a family, there will definitely be disputes. Unless the founder of Xuanmen. Hong Shan obviously understood Fang Qingran very well. There is a higher goal that requires their joint cooperation to achieve. Or perhaps, there is a master above them. Loyalty Gu immediately said excitedly, there is still one above, doesn't it mean that the other party has a stronger Gu? This soul-controlling Gu is so powerful. If there is another stronger Gu, give it some nourishment. Wouldn't it become the most powerful Gu at that time? The kind that all Gu who see it will submit to. Loyalty Gu flapped its wings, Master Fang, let's go find the founder of Xuanmen. It can't wait. You seem quite excited. If you have the ability, go and tame this Gu first. Fang Juyu said with a slightly resentful tone. It helps to catch the poison. The last one to advance was the Loyalty Gu. Fang Juyu felt a crisis for no reason. No. It also needs to improve its strength. After Fang Juyu made up his mind, he stared at the soul-controlling insect, trying to see if it could devour the other party. Hehe, I'm not that great. I have to thank Lord Fang, Fang Shi, and Juyu. Thanks to your help, I can be invincible. Loyalty Gu said sincerely. HMPH. Fang Juyu snorted coldly. Fang Shi ignored the loyalty poison. It doesn't want there to be a next time. It wasn't this tired when it helped the Phoenix Lord block the visitors from the void. Loyalty Gu can really cause trouble. Lord Fang, it's still very dangerous. Fang Juyu said cautiously. Even if it's controlled. The soul-controlling Gu is still a Gu of the Supreme Realm. Not easy to deal with. After hearing what Fang Juyu said, Fang Qingran started to think seriously. It was obvious that this Gu could not enter dreams. So she could only control it here. But there is no better way to deal with it. The most important thing is that she couldn't find a way to extract its memory. Fang Qingran took out the Chaos Gourd. Xiao Fang, this can't collect Gu, said Hongmeng Tree. Fang Qingran put away the Chaos Gourd and said, Hongmeng, what can hold this Gu? Hongmeng Tree suggested, why not try the Jushao Pagoda? Isn't there a small world inside it? The Jushao Pagoda has been silenced since it merged with the Time Bead. Fang Qingran is not sure if this can be done. After all, the Jushao Tower spirit is also in the tower. Xiao Fang, that kid could have woken up a long time ago. You just need to call him, said Hongmeng Tree. Jushao, Fang Qingran called out. A small and exquisite pagoda appeared in her hand. Lord Fang, I'm sorry. I didn't advance after I merged with the Time Bead, Jushao said in a muffled voice. It originally wanted to wait for a while before meeting the Phoenix Master. As a result, the Hongmeng Tree told it that the Phoenix Lord was in danger and needed it. It ran out immediately. Fang Qingran sensed the level of the Jushao Pagoda and found that it had indeed not been upgraded. However, the world inside the tower has changed greatly. There is an additional law of time. Fang Qingran asked, Jushao, can this soul-controlling Gu be placed inside the tower? Ju Xiao said, of course, Master Fang, as long as you have the same strength as me, the space inside the tower will be your absolute domain. Fang Qingran looked puzzled. Jushao felt a little guilty. Master Fang, Jushao Pagoda cannot force people of higher levels to take things in. Those with a higher realm than the Phoenix Master must voluntarily enter before they can be allowed in. As for those whose strength is lower than that of the Phoenix Master can use his power to suppress them and forcibly take them in. As long as we can get the things in, the rest is up to the Phoenix Master. Jushao was afraid that Fang Qingran would be unhappy, so he added, Master Fang, I will find a way to advance as soon as possible. Fang Qingran's eyes darkened when she heard Jushao's words, I can't cross the realm, so let it be lower than mine. Jushao still didn't understand what Fang Qingran meant. Then Fang Qingran raised her hand and threw the defenseless Loyalty Gu in front of the soul-controlling Gu. The Loyalty Gu faced the dark red eyes of the soul-controlling Gu. Startled. However, as soon as the soul-control Gu saw the Loyalty Gu, it pounced on it. Loyalty Gu quickly jumped away, Master Fang, I am no match for it. Fang Qingran said firmly, you are loyal. Don't forget, you said that you are the king of kings and can crush all kings. The Loyalty Gu fled around in the barrier, avoiding the soul-control Gu's pursuit. Lord Fang, I was just bragging. Loyalty Gu was about to cry. It's just exaggerated a few times. How come Lord Fang still remembers it now? Fang Qingran said, Loyalty, swallowing 10% of its power should be no problem for you. Loyalty Gu feels like there is a big problem. It had the constant help of Fang Shi and Fang Juyu in front of it, constantly reversing time and launching sneak attacks on the soul-controlling Gu, but it only gained a little power. Now fight directly against the soul-controlling Gu. How it swallows its power. Lord Fang, I really can't do this. Loyalty, you are the most powerful Gu I have ever seen, you can definitely do it. Fang Shi and Fang Juyu were both watching the show. It's Loyalty Gu's fault for always bragging, now he's getting his comeuppance. Ju Xiao had been asleep for quite a while, and didn't know a lot of things. He couldn't help but ask, Master Fang, this soul-controlling Gu is really strong. How about we think of another way? Fang Qingran patted the tower in front of her and said, don't worry, it's fine. Loyalty Gu is almost promoted. Don't push it. It probably doesn't even know how great its potential is. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1860. It is easy to change a country, but it is difficult to change one's nature. The Loyalty Gu fled everywhere within the barrier. The soul-controlling Gu seemed to harbor a deep grudge against the Loyalty Gu and kept chasing it. After the soul-control Gu failed to catch up with the Loyalty Gu many times, it began to exert its supreme pressure. The space that the Loyalty Gu can escape is gradually decreasing. Loyalty Gu wanted to cry. Unfortunately, it is a Gu and cannot cry. Loyalty Gu swore secretly. It never exaggerated in front of Fang Qingran again. When it was about to devour the soul-eating insect, Fang Qingran asked it how confident it was and whether it needed help. It swore that it could easily control the soul-eating insect. So Fang Qingran really believed what it said. Directly opened the formation that controlled the soul-eating insect. But it didn't expect that the soul-eating Gu in the Void Realm was so powerful. It had already reached the Immortal Realm, but was almost killed by the soul-eating insect. Finally, the soul-eating insect ran out of the formation and headed straight for Yuanbao. Yuanbao has no fighting power at all. If caught by the soul-eating Gu, it will definitely be eaten by it. Fortunately, Yuanbao was smart and ran straight towards Fang Jingyu. Afterwards, Fang Jingyu used the Moonlight Holy Water to control the soul-eating Gu in time and rescued Yuanbao. However, during the time when the soul-eating insect ran out of the formation, it destroyed a lot of things in the void space. It was not until the soul-eating Gu was caught that it remembered that the soul-eating Gu was a Gu that specialized in devouring souls. Any living creature with a soul could be suppressed by the soul-eating Gu. At that time, it was only thinking about the scene of swallowing the soul-eating insect in a majestic manner, and it forgot that it also had a complete soul. It was careless for a moment and almost caused a big mistake. At that time, Fang Qingran did not blame it. She found a way to control the soul-eating insect again and allowed it to complete the devouring. It thought the matter was over. Unexpectedly, Fang Qingran had never forgotten about it and was just waiting for the right time to deal with it. As Loyalty Gu ran, he shouted, Master Fang, I really know I was wrong. I will never brag again. Fang Qingran remained indifferent when she heard what Loyalty Gu said. Fang Juyu told Ju Xiaopagoda about the story of the Loyalty Gu. After hearing this, Ju Xiaopagoda fell silent. There was nothing wrong with Lord Fang throwing the loyalty poison in there. The enemies we encountered before were relatively weak, so it doesn't matter if the loyalty poison is a little exaggerated. But now the enemies they face are becoming more and more powerful. Sometimes, a small mistake can lead to a huge disaster. Therefore, the Loyalty Gu's habit of exaggeration must be corrected. The Loyalty Gu fled in panic inside. After realizing that Fang Qingran was not going to save it, its expectation finally died. It must find a way to defeat the soul-controlling Gu. But it cannot confront the soul-controlling Gu head-on. Because it has a complete soul. What if the soul-controlling insect discovers this? Its situation will be even worse. The Loyalty Gu began to observe the soul-controlling Gu. Find the weakness of the soul-controlling Gu. The soul of a fused soul must be unstable. As long as it finds a way to harm one of the souls, it will definitely injure the soul-controlling Gu and greatly reduce its strength. Once the Loyalty Gu is confirmed, it will no longer run away. Instead, he deliberately moved closer to the soul-controlling Gu. When the soul-controlling insect was about to bite it, it dodged and ran away. After all, the Loyalty Gu has more experience than the soul-control Gu. When it tried to tease the soul-controlling Gu, it didn't let the Gu, which was stronger than it, get any advantage. Loyalty Gu taunted, ha ha ha, with someone like you, if I get serious, I can beat 10 of you alone. Liquid seemed to flow through the soul-controlling insect's dark red eyes, and terrifying power erupted from its body. The entire space began to distort. Order and rules were disrupted. Everything gradually became blurred. The barrier of space is also disappearing. Hongxian reminded, Ranran, it is controlling this place to become a chaotic world. The world formed by the Dreamless Boundary Monument is indeed controlled by Fang Qingran. But there is a way. It can make Fang Qingran lose control of this place. That is to make the world disordered, the laws blurred, and everything return to chaos. In this way, only the strong can be respected in this world. Loyalty Gu was also a little panicked at this moment. If the world turns into chaos, everyone will be suppressed by the soul-controlling insect. At this time, with the soul-controlling insect as the center, the space that lost order was constantly expanding at an increasingly faster speed. When Fang Qingran heard Hongxian's words, she did not act immediately, but looked at Loyalty Gu with concern. Loyalty, what should I do? I don't know as much as you do about dealing with Gu. When Loyalty Gu heard Fang Qingran's words, he felt guilty. If it hadn't angered the soul-controlling Gu, everyone would definitely not have fallen into such a crisis. The Loyalty Gu felt that it could no longer hide. The Xuanmen witchcraft is inherited from it. It must be able to think of a way to deal with the soul-controlling insect. Loyalty Gu said seriously, Master Fang, don't worry, I will find a way, I will definitely be able to deal with it. Fang Qingran nodded, okay, I believe you. Loyalty Gu suddenly gained confidence, it will definitely be able to protect everyone. A bright light flashed on the Loyalty Gu. A mysterious power emanates from the Loyalty insect's body. The boundless and vast force instantly crushed the soul-controlling insect. Fang Qingran felt the power emanating from the Loyalty Gu, her eyes darkened slightly. It seemed that she had underestimated the potential of the Loyalty Gu. The speed of space distortion stagnated. A crack appeared in the void. The golden light is bright. A large golden hand stretched out from it. At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from far away sounded, "All evil retreat, suppress all laws." The big palm slapped towards the soul-controlling goo. A wisp of soul flew out from the soul-controlling insect's body, caught by a big golden hand. The power of the soul-controlling goo directly changed from the supreme realm to the chaos realm. A look of surprise flashed across Fang Qingren's eyes, and she sent the soul-controlling goo into the Jushao pagoda at an extremely fast speed. During the entire process, the soul-controlling goo did not resist at all. After the soul-controlling goo enters the Jushao pagoda, the golden palm then sent the soul to the loyalty goo. Then he returned to the void crack. The cracks closed quickly. Fang Qingren dodged, raised her hand to catch the loyalty goo, and controlled the soul again. The chaotic area that appeared before was dissipating little by little. The loyalty goo lay limply in Fang Qingren's palm, without any movement. Fang Juyu came over. "Master Fang, what happened to it?" "Excessive use of force." Fang Juyu sneered suddenly when he heard this, so every time the loyalty goo said that its power was exhausted, it was all false. This is the state when the power of the loyalty goo is exhausted. Fang Qingren did not say anything, but let the loyalty goo recover quietly. She also sent the wisp of soul into the Jushao pagoda. Then her spiritual consciousness probed into the Jushao pagoda and directly extracted all the souls from the soul-controlling goo. Start viewing the memories. I can only see Luo Wuji's memories. The memories of other souls are blank. But part of Luo Wuji's previous memories was also forcibly erased. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1861. You are right to doubt. Luo Wuji only has the memory of the founder of Xuanmen after he left. He took over Xuanmen and became the absolute controller of Xuanmen. The founder of Xuanmen left several tasks for Luo Wuji. The first one is to find chaos mushrooms. The second is a plan to seize her luck. The third is to lay out in every universe. No matter what, you must lay down hidden chess pieces and wait for the necessary time to start them up in the future. The fourth is that after occupying each place, you must seize the fortune of the Son of Fortune and use it for the Xuanmen. The fifth task is about finding the whereabouts of the gods. Ellipsis. Fang Qingren read them one by one and felt a chill all over her body. Even though she had already escaped the plan to steal her luck. But when she saw the details in Luo Wuji's plan, she still felt a little scared. The layout of Xuanmen is so sophisticated. The primitive period spanned countless eras between when she was born. In the meantime, the heaven and earth will continue to revolve. The universe also changes. However, the founder of Xuanmen still deduced to the time when she was born. I also found out where she was born. The effort required for this is immeasurable. A plan that spans countless epochs. Just waiting to seize her luck. This matter is weird no matter how you look at it. There is no basis for it. How did they know to extrapolate to the post-ancient era? Besides, at that time, Xuanchu was still Taichu. The founder of Xuanmen did not think about dealing with the enemies at that time. But he was thinking about dealing with someone who hadn't appeared yet. He is still a person who is like an ant to them. Fang Qingren's eyes dimmed. Could it be that the person who arranged this plan was actually her future enemy? Only this explanation can make sense. Fang Qingren thought of Fang Lingyun again. When she saw Fang Lingyun, she could sense that there were no traces of time on Fang Lingyun. There is no such thing as lifespan. She looked at Fang Lingyun and couldn't see through anything. Only the sense of blood connection told her that Fang Lingyun was a member of the Fang clan. But when one's strength reaches Fang Lingyun's level, everything can be controlled at will. She can only sense what Fang Lingyun wants her to sense. Can enemies with the same strength as Fang Lingyun also come to this void and spy on the past and future of the original void at will? Perhaps in the eyes of those enemies, it would be better for her to die. That's why these plans come out early. Fang Qingren carefully read Luo Wuji's memory again. The weirdness is innumerable. But after Ancestor Lingyun appeared in the original void, many strange actions disappeared. During the time when Lingyun's ancestor stayed in Xuanmen, Xuanmen was indeed rampant. But all the actions became reasonable. Since Lingyun was able to intimidate those with ulterior motives when Ancestor Lingyun was around, will these people jump out again after she leaves? Can she and Amo deal with these people from the alien void? Wrong. There is also the divine black turtle. As long as we can control the number of people coming from the alien void, it should be able to resolve the crisis of the original void. She just wanted Xuanmen to be completely destroyed. She didn't even intend to let Kang Guyi go. Kang Guyi said that he hated Xuanmen and wanted to revenge senior Kang Xuanji, but that was just his one-sided statement. Who knows if he and Xuanmen were acting together? I have seen too many methods of Xuanmen. She could no longer trust anyone related to Xuanmen. What's more, Kang Guyi has lived in Xuanmen for so long. But now she changed her mind. After Luo Wuji's death, Kang Guyi, the young master of Xuanmen, should have succeeded to the throne and become the new Xuanmaster. Xuanmen is in need of people. It was very reasonable for Kang Guyi to order the activation of those hidden chess pieces. The mysterious ones hiding in the dark are difficult to deal with. Only by letting them surface can we eradicate them as quickly as possible. This time she only killed Luo Wuji, Luo Hui and others. No one knows where the rest of the Xuanmen elders are hiding. A new master must be brought out to find these people. The founders of Xuanmen poisoned Luo Wuji with the soul-controlling insect. Didn't they want to return to Xuanmen? She wanted to prevent them from coming back. We also need to turn Xuanmen into a tool to deal with them. Fang Qingren found the thing and sealed the souls separately. This thing will be of great use in the future if you keep it. As for the hiding place of the founder of Xuanmen, it can only be the Xuanchu Plain. Fang Qingren condensed the soul-controlling goo into a pill and threw it to the loyalty goo that had just recovered. After loyalty goo swallowed the pill, he said happily, "Master Fang, thank you so much, I am alive." There was a hint of deeper meaning in the look Fang Qingren gave loyalty goo. Loyalty Gu felt a little guilty. Master Feng, was my move just now cool? Feng Zhuyu said, Jungcheng, since you have this power, why didn't you use it earlier? You must make me and Chaos Bell work hard for you. Loyalty Gu hesitated and said, I can explain this. It's not that I don't want to use it, but I don't dare to use it. Why? Feng Zhuyu asked. Loyalty Gu was silent for a long time, and seemed to have made a great decision, and finally said, Master Feng, you should have seen it. Feng Qinggran said, I'm not sure, but I have doubts. You are right to be suspicious, said Loyalty Gu. Feng Zhuyu. Feng Shi. What kind of charades are you? You might as well just send the message directly. Feng Zhuyu asked curiously, Master Feng, what do you doubt about it? Feng Qinggran said, Loyalty Gu has already been to other voids. Feng Zhuyu looked at the Loyalty Gu in disbelief. Loyalty Gu confessed, before the Dark Void, the universes on all sides had no boundaries. As the original space extends infinitely, some powerful people who have reached the supreme level have glimpsed the special secrets of heaven and naturally want to break through to a higher level. But there is a special law of power here, and there is no way to break through to a higher level. Plus, there was great chaos everywhere at that time. Very few supreme realms have found a way to go to other voids. And of course the fewer people who know about this method, the better. So those powerful people who left would deliberately pretend to fall. Of course, some of them really fell. I am just as fake as they are in their fall. But after leaving here, everything was beyond my imagination. I didn't improve my strength in that void, and I almost died. I also witnessed a more terrifying darkness. I have no chance to practice, let alone improve my strength. Even staying alive is a luxury. I just wanted to leave that void. But it's easy to enter that void, but there's no way out. The few who went with me couldn't hold on and died before me. I was the only one who barely survived. My memory of that film is very confusing and vague. I can't remember exactly what happened. All I can remember is that I tried all kinds of ways to escape, but I failed and got hurt every time. Luo Wuji only has the memory of the founder of Xuanmen after he left. He took over Xuanmen and became the absolute controller of Xuanmen. The founder of Xuanmen left several tasks for Luo Wuji. The first one is to find chaos mushrooms. The second is a plan to seize her luck. The third is to lay out in every universe. No. 62, changing a mysterious master, additional update. I almost died every time. Later, I secretly followed a strong man and finally found a way out. But after I left that void, I entered a land of chaos and immediately lost my direction and perception. The life keeps slipping away from me. I couldn't find any way to survive. Those powers that seem to me to be extremely powerful cannot be used at all in the land of chaos. Fortunately, I didn't give up on myself. I accidentally broke into another void. A void that is extremely similar to the original void. I thought I was coming back at first. But after observing for a long time, I found that it was the void where I was, but not completely. I saw myself there, and I also saw many people who had fallen. I couldn't hold back my curiosity and met me. After that, I suddenly returned to the original void. At the same time, I also have an inexplicable memory. It turns out that if you step into other voids without special guidance, the place you go to may very well be your future, or your past. You can be a bystander and observe that you, but you must never meet the other person. Once the two of you meet, one of you will have to bear the heavy consequences. I still don't understand until now, is the other empty me really me? Also, after I die here, will the other me in the void still exist? Loyalty Gu has tried his best to explain things clearly. But unfortunately, what it tells is too fantastic. Feng Zhuyu and Feng Shi went from being shocked to being confused, and then completely bewildered. If it weren't for the Loyalty Gu answering the Phoenix Lord's question. They all thought that the Loyalty Gu was telling him a story. None of the books they had read were so ridiculous. Loyalty Gu paused, then continued, the big hand I summoned just now came from me in the alien void. I can't always rely on the power of the void. Because I still don't understand why I, who am in the other void, exist. I'm even less sure if the other person is me. By the way, I also heard that if you have a reincarnation extraditionist, it will be easier to summon people from the void. There is no need to worry about betrayal from those from the other void. I forgot to mention just now that there is a warning in my extra memory, telling me not to easily summon the help of the alien void. No matter who you summon, you must be extremely careful. Because sometimes the one summoned is an enemy. Lord Feng, this memory is too complicated. I haven't found the truth yet, so I haven't told it yet. Loyalty Gu originally wanted to keep it secret. It's a pity that the appearance of the soul-controlling Gu today forced it to do so. This matter has been exposed. It's better to just confess. So that everyone doesn't have to think too much. Even if it is myself who is summoned, will he still be an enemy? Feng Zhuyu asked. Correct. Here a positive answer. Feng Zhuyu fell into deep thought. Feng Qinggran had a rough guess. The divine black turtle once said that if one wants to leave this void, special guidance is required. You must also go through the original door. If you don't go through the original gate, you will want to leave the original void. There are only two situations, one is that the original void is broken. The second is to reach a certain level of strength. As for what that level of strength is, the divine black turtle said it didn't know either. It only knows that with such a level of strength, it can understand countless void rules and easily cross all voids. But so far, no one has reached that level. All the controllers of the void are trying their best to find an opportunity to reach that level of strength. But in the end no one succeeded. She also couldn't imagine how powerful the level of strength was. But she was sure of one thing, it must be far beyond the supreme realm. When loyalty Gu was Yuanxi, its strength did not exceed the supreme realm. It is impossible to cross the boundary of the void at will. Moreover, in its era, the dark void did not exist, and the primordial void was still in the process of evolution. An evolving void. A lot of things are out of order. Time and space are in chaos. It is very likely that the past and future times are not completely distinguished. This caused loyalty Gu to see another self. Therefore, the loyalty Gu never left the original void from beginning to end. It just went to a strange place without knowing it, making it mistakenly think that it had arrived in another void. Make sure the loyalty Gu has not crossed the primordial gate. Fang Qingran breathed a sigh of relief. She was not afraid of the loyalty poison that had gone through the original gate. The only worry is that it will be bewitched by other visitors from the void and expose things that should not be exposed. Fang Qingran looked at the loyalty Gu that was in a depressed state. It doesn't matter whether you are in those places or not. You are you, and you are irreplaceable. You in the past and future are both intangible. Only you in the present are real. She once traveled through the river of time and went back to the past. But she is still her. Don't change because of past changes. Am I irreplaceable? Loyalty Gu murmured in a low voice. In the past, he was Yuanxi. Now it is a loyalty Gu. Sometimes it doesn't even know whether it is it or him. One of the reasons why he has not chosen to transform is that sometimes he can't tell who he is. Especially after recovering that memory, he became even more confused. In other places he is Yuanxi. If he had always been a Gu. Can you become unique? He is just him. No one can replace him. So it doesn't matter who he is. What matters is his experience in the moment. When the loyalty Gu is happy, he can always be the loyalty Gu. Until one day he doesn't like this kind of life anymore, then it won't be too late to think about other things. In a moment, vigorous vitality overflowed from the body of the loyalty insect. His body glowed with golden light. Fang Qingran sensed the power surging within the loyalty Gu. It is about to be promoted. Fang Qingran raised her hand and sent the loyalty Gu back to the void space. The world formed by the dreamless boundary monument is not suitable for advancement. Juyu, Fengshi, you should go back too. It is good. Fang Qingran flicked her sleeves and took out the fragment of the moon goddess from Luo Wuji's body. Luo Wuji's body turned into ashes in an instant. It's time for Xuanan to have a new leader. Lord Fang, you finally came out. As soon as Fang Qingran went out, she heard the surprised sound of the small box. Fang Qingran responded to the small box, then looked around and found that all the mysterious practitioners had lost the moon goddess bone in their sleep. Their souls also all disappeared. The flag of 10,000 ghosts was flying happily, obviously it was full. Lord Phoenix, can you give me these bodies as well? The 10,000 ghosts banner transmitted the message. After all, it is more comfortable to swallow a powerful soul. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1863 cannot be changed, gold ticket 1. Unfortunately, another part of it was taken away by the devouring and god-killing spears. Otherwise it would surely be happier. What do you want these bodies for? Fang Qingran asked. Wan Gui Banner decided to tell the truth, Master Fang, these people were the top people in Xuanmen when they were alive. Their bodies are naturally the best. Even if they lose their bones, the flesh and blood in their bodies are still very useful. Moreover, they committed too many evil deeds in their lifetime, and they are burdened with countless karma. The resentment of the lives that died because of them will erode their souls and leave residue in their bodies. I can slowly refine their flesh and blood in my space, and then absorb remaining resentment in it, which can also greatly improve my strength. After the 10,000 Ghosts banner finished speaking, it waved the flag to express to Fang Qingran its desire to obtain these bodies. Fang Qingran was slightly speechless. Take it. If she had known earlier, she would have left Luo Wuji's body to the 10,000 Ghosts banner. Fang Qingran put away the Wumeng boundary monument. The competition stage also collapsed. Yuan Ji knew that the crisis in the Dark Land had been resolved. Lord Fang, thank you for coming. Yuan Ji saluted respectfully. Since you have made a contract with me, I will protect the safety of the Dark Clan. After Fang Qingran finished speaking, she flashed in front of the divine black turtle. Fang Qingran asked directly, Senior Shengshuan, our enemies are only the alien races, or are there other enemies besides the alien races? The divine black turtle was a little surprised. Did you hear what Luo Wuji said? Fang Qingran said, well, I also want to know where the totem I summoned came from. The divine black turtle laughed and said, how dare you ask? The divine black turtle paused for a moment before saying, the alien race is our mortal enemy, and we will never stop fighting until our death. The enemies in the boundless land are far more than just alien races. Countless forces hiding in the dark have been keeping a close eye on the boundless land. As long as we relax for a moment, they will pounce on us. It's understandable that these forces are keeping a close eye on us. After all, a place with abundant resources is likely to attract a lot of prying eyes. Of course they have invaded the infinite land and stolen many things. But when the foreign races invaded us, they didn't rob the vast land. The aliens want to kill us all, but they also want us to become their puppets and be used by them. The methods used by the aliens to deal with us were extremely cruel and bloody. That hatred can never be erased unless the aliens are exterminated. You now have 5 primordial origins in your body, so you must have seen a lot of things. For a void to exist completely, it must have various laws. Some laws lead to unexpected things. For example, another dimension. For example, the mirror space. For example, parallel space. These spaces together make up your future and your past. They actually coexist. It is like a person's past, present, and future are all happening at the same time. With my strength, I can control these 3 very well, and I won't let myself fall into chaos, let alone get lost. But you can't. You still have the concept of time, and you can't travel through space at will. It's easy for you to see your past or future self when traveling through space, and it's easy for you to lose track of who you are at the moment. It will also affect your state of mind and growth. So the long river of time appeared. The long river of time has forced these three things into order, making your past the past and the future not arriving early. That way you can be at peace with the present moment. Focus on the experience of the moment and you won't lose sight of your goal. But the emergence of the long river of time also has a disadvantage. That is, some people have very little time, so when the three methods are combined into one, they can only disappear. So reincarnation appeared. By reincarnating endlessly in the river of time, we can ensure that everyone is alive. Of course, some people will disappear in the long river of time, and some people will have no way to go through reincarnation. As time goes by, more new problems emerge. But we can only try to take care of what we can. As for the rest of the process, it is beyond our control. And the sudden appearance of the power of cause and effect has helped us a lot to a certain extent. At least, some powerful people no longer dare to easily kill living beings, let alone change the fate of others without authorization. Some of the beasts you summoned using the void summoning technique are the beasts from the mirror space. The black turtle said this and looked at Feng Qingran. When you cross the long river of time, what you change is not your original past, but the past of the parallel space. The emergence of the long river of time is only to make time and space orderly. What has really happened cannot be changed. So the harm those people have done to you can never be undone. Your senior brothers and sisters just don't remember those experiences temporarily. When they break through the shackles of time, they will remember them. And Xiao Mo, you forcefully reversed time, and the span of cause and effect you shouldered was very large, so you must have been seriously injured at the time. And Xiao Feng returned to the long river of time, wanting to change his past actions, and took on part of the consequences for you. Otherwise, I'm afraid your injuries can only be treated in the boundless land. The black turtle said this and sighed. Xiao Feng, there are many causes and effects in your life. I can't see through them, and I can't give you any advice. All I can say is that you have to be careful and don't get hurt easily. Some backlashes of causal power will only occur when you are injured. Of course, some causes and effects will not bring about backlash. There is no way to tell the difference. Hey. After all, she is a junior that Feng Lingyun cares about, so telling her some things in advance will be more beneficial to her growth. After listening to the words of the divine black turtle, Feng Qingran had answers to many questions. According to the divine black turtle, she went back to the long river of time and seemed to have changed the past, but in fact, nothing changed. Mo Jinggong's eyes flashed with worry. Senior Shengshuan, can we talk about the karma of Ranran? No, don't ask. The divine black turtle said first. Feng Qingran saw that the divine black turtle seemed unhappy. She and Mo Jinggong looked at each other and asked a different question. Senior Shengshuan, is the me in the parallel universe related to the me now? If the current me disappears, will she still exist? The black turtle was silent for a moment. You are her, she will not be you. If it is just an ordinary death, she will still exist. But if you disappear completely, she will disappear with you. You in the parallel universe are actually equivalent to you in the mirror world. She exists because of you. You can influence her, but she cannot influence you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1864 I am back with reinforcements, 2. The divine black turtle seemed to be afraid that Feng Qingran would ask other questions, so he said seriously, it is enough for you to know these. If you want to know more, you should improve your strength quickly. When you reach my level, you will understand the deep meaning of my words. The black turtle immediately changed the subject. How should we deal with Kang Bui? Feng Qingran didn't ask any more questions. She looked at Kang Bui and said, let him be the Xuan sect Xuan master and clean up the remaining Shrinists from other universes. The black turtle nodded with satisfaction. This is a good idea. We can use our own spear to attack our own shield. We won't lose anything whether we win or lose. After Mo Jinggong heard Feng Qingran's words, he raised his hand and Kang Bui's injuries healed instantly. Kang Bui woke up slowly. He sat up somewhat confused. Don't know what happened. The small box and the 10,000 ghosts banner flew directly in front of Kang Bui. The little box said, Shuanman is gone, and you are the only one left. Wang Bui banner echoed, yes, you will be all alone from now on. TSK, how pitiful. Kang Bui's face was completely confused. Gone. The little box asked again, how is it? Shuanman was destroyed and the great revenge was achieved. Are you happy? The 10,000 ghosts banner followed closely behind. Kang Bui, you are completely free, no one can restrain you anymore. Ellipsis. The small box and the 10,000 ghosts banner sing in unison. It means to test Kang Bui. Also told him exactly what happened. After Kang Bui understood, there was no happiness on his face, but a bit of complicated emotions. He always wanted Shuanman to disappear. But now that Shuanman has really collapsed, he doesn't know what to do. His identity meant that he can settle down anywhere. Those who have grudges against Shuanman will never let him go. Kang Bui felt that the destruction of Shuanman also meant his death. Kang Bui stood up, bowed in the direction of Feng Qingran, and took out a storage ring. Miss Feng, Master Mo, thank you for avenging me. These things are my thank you gift. I cannot repay your kindness. If he stayed with Feng Qingran and Mo Jinggong, it would only bring them trouble. To him, choosing to disappear is actually a relief. Living is too tiring. You have to fight against the goo in your body every moment. Also have to deal with many mysterious people from the mysterious sect. He didn't dare to die before. Now Shuanman is completely destroyed. There is no such concern anymore. The small box and the 10,000 ghosts banner sensed something was wrong. They just said a few words, so why did Kang Bui have bad thoughts? Are they going too far? Mo Jinggong raised his hand, took Kang Bui's storage ring, and handed it to Feng Qingran. Ranran, take it. Fang Qingran was not polite to Mo Jinggong. After she received the things, she looked at Kang Bui and asked, "What are your plans next?" Kang Bui said, "I will return to the original Shuanman universe, erase all memories of you, and then disappear quietly." Fang Qingran's eyes darkened slightly. "Don't you want to revenge Senior Kang Xuanji? The enemy is still alive, are you sure you want to disappear?" Kang Bui's dim eyes suddenly changed. "Miss Fang, please tell me the details." Fang Qingran asked, "Have you ever heard anyone talk about the founder of Shuanman?" The Great Elder mentioned this once before, but he said that those founders have fallen. Fang Qingran shook her head. "They didn't die." Fang Qingran drew a golden seal of memory and gave it to Kang Bui. "This is part of Luo Wuji's memory. After reading it, you will understand a lot of things." Soon, Kang Bui finished reading the memory and asked hesitantly, "Is Luo Wuji dead?" When the body dies, the Tao disappears. Kang Bui felt a little dazed. Then his expression was complicated. The master of Shuanman died quietly. It's incredible. Kang Bui raised the corners of his lips, feeling very happy. "Don't worry, Miss Fang, the scene you want to see will be there." After hearing this, Fang Qingran threw another token to Kang Bui. "This should be the Xuan Lord's token. With it, you will definitely be able to regain control of Shuanman." After expressing his gratitude, Kang Bui turned around and left the extremely dark place. As soon as Kang Bui came out of the extremely dark place, he slapped himself and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before heading towards the Jiayuan universe. He needs to clear out the chess pieces in this area first. The closer a mysterious person is to the place of truth, the less likely he is to stay. Fang Qingran, Mo Jinggong and Shen Shuangui saw clearly everything Kang Bui did. The divine black turtle said, "If this kid is an enemy, he must be killed. Someone who is cruel to himself. It's even more terrifying when they become enemies." Kang Bui slapped himself not to gain the trust of the mysterious people here. He just wanted these mystics to spread the message. In this way, he can be cleared of suspicion. The divine black turtle asked, "Xiao Fang, in the memory you just gave him, is there a way to control the loyalty goo?" Fang Qingran nodded, "Yes. Aren't you afraid that he might turn against you?" Fang Qingran smiled nonchalantly, "Don't be afraid. Besides, what if he really turns against us? It won't take much effort to kill him. She never tests human nature. Nor will it always rely on external things. The goo in Kang Bushi's body can control him temporarily, but it cannot control him forever." So she put a new spell on him. She also left a hint in Kang Bui's memory. When he finds out that the founder of Shuanman is in Xuanchu, he will definitely rush to Xuanchu. "Xiao Fang, I like what you said," the divine black turtle said with a smile. "All confidence comes from confidence in strength. It's comfortable to listen to." Fang Qingran said, "Next, I will have to trouble Senior Shengshuan to take us back to Xuanchu." The black turtle replied cheerfully, "No problem, come up." The divine black turtle looked at Yuanji and said, "Yuanji, I met Yuanji on the road. When this child comes back, you should teach him a lesson. He is too naive and it will be difficult for him to survive." Okay, there was reluctance in Yuanji's eyes, but he didn't show it. "Yuanji, I have high hopes for you. You will definitely be able to change the situation of the Dark Ones." The divine black turtle said goodbye. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong nodded to Yuanji and said nothing more. Yuanji watched Fang Qingran, Mo Jinggong, and the divine black turtle leave. Yuanji looked at the unusually quiet and dark place, and actually felt that everything that had happened before was just a dream. Perhaps, Yuanji's appearance was also his imagination. Yuanji just stood there quietly. He didn't know how long he stood there. Until a familiar voice sounded, "Chief, I'm back with reinforcements." Yuanji looked at Yuanqi, raised his hand and touched the other's head. The touch felt very real. Yuanqi blinked his confused eyes and said, "Chief, I almost couldn't come back, but luckily a beautiful sister appeared and saved me." Yuanji looked at the flame phoenix sitting on the sin blood lotus, then turned to Yuanqi and said, "When judging a person, you can't just look at their appearance, understand?" Yuanqi shook his head. "Yuanji, don't forget that you are not even a human being," Yan Huang said lazily. "Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1865. You will come back, right?" Yuanji stared at Yan Huang with heavy eyes, full of inquiry. "The darkest one has human form. But they are not real humans." "But so what? In this world, anyone who can transform into a human form can be called a human. Besides, his current body is no different from that of humans. Not only him, but even Yuanqi is considered a human being." The complete soul of the Dark One changed both him and Yuanqi. Yuanqi thought of Yuanqi's matter and asked, "Yan Huang, what's going on with that sinful blood lotus?" Yan Huang's eyes were deep. When she raised her hand, a blood-red lotus appeared in her palm. The blood lotus was shining brightly, highlighting the beauty of the woman. Yuanqi looked at the blood lotus and his expression changed slightly. The lotus that replenished Yuanqi's soul was exactly the same as the one in front of him. Yan Huang chuckled, and with a flick of his wrist, the sin blood lotus disappeared. "Yuanqi, you are really greedy." Yuanqi asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Flame Phoenix raised her beautiful eyes slightly, with a lazy smile on her face. "Do you want such a blood lotus?" Yuanqi nodded without hesitation. "I can exchange with you. I won't take your things for nothing." He could actually guess that such a sinful blood lotus must be extremely precious. But no matter how much it costs, he would like to get more. He wants to awaken more Dark Ones. Yan Huang said, "You can't afford it. That one is a gift from me to you. It is the gift you agreed to give me in the contract with Feng. I can only give you that one. What do you think you can exchange for something that can complete your soul? Is it the blood of the life ancestor or the blood of the divine phoenix in your body?" "I don't need the blood of the divine phoenix." Yan Wang's words were already clear. "I can give you the blood of my life ancestor," Yuanji said. Seeing Yuanji being so decisive, Yan Wang's eyes turned cold. She thought Yuan Ji would at least consider it. After all, the blood of the ancestor of life is the source of his power. If he could extract the laws from the blood of the ancestor of life, he would definitely be able to comprehend the laws of reincarnation. Hey, Yuan Ji, I thought you were sober, so I wanted to help you, but I didn't expect that you would be emotional. After Yan Huang finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked forward into the air. Soon they reached the entrance to the dark land. Yuan Ji didn't expect Yan Huang to leave, so he just stood there, looking at Yan Huang's back. The flame phoenix reached the entrance to the dark land and stopped. She turned around and looked at Yuan Ji. There was pity and disappointment in his eyes. There are many more emotions that Yuan Ji cannot understand. Yuan Ji's heart trembled, and he felt like something important was about to be lost. Flame Phoenix, don't go. Yan Huang smiled softly. Yuan Ji, the Dark One's clan has used up all their luck to produce you and Yuan Li. If you cannot become the most powerful of the Dark Ones, no one can protect the Dark Ones. Don't put all the burden on Feng. She is very busy and has many things to do. Don't let her be distracted from protecting you, the Dark Ones. When Yuan Ji heard Yan Huang's words, he felt inexplicably sad. He opened his mouth, but in the end said nothing. His sea of consciousness was in turmoil, as if something special was about to break through the obstacles and appear. Yuan Ji, I hope you can figure it out sooner. An incomparable strong man can crush millions of divisions. Yuan Ji didn't know how to respond to Yan Huang's words. He could only ask, Yan Huang, what price did you pay to give me that sinful blood lotus? Yan Huang said nonchalantly, it didn't cost much, it just made a certain parallel void of me disappear. It seemed like he had said something commonplace. Yuan Ji widened his eyes, looking at the tall and graceful woman in the distance. At this moment he saw divine light flowing around her. Otherworldly. Peerless independence. Countless blurry images seemed to flash before Yuan Ji's eyes. But he couldn't catch it. Yuan Ji had only one feeling at this moment, that the flame phoenix seemed to be about to disappear between heaven and earth at any time, and its breath could never be found again. Yuan Ji recalled what the divine black turtle had said to Feng Qingran before. The past, present and future are actually three things running in parallel. Indispensable. As long as the present self does not disappear. Both the past and the future can exist forever. The flame phoenix of the parallel void. Doesn't this mean that there is something wrong with flame phoenix's past or future? Yuan Ji had thousands of words to say, but he couldn't ask any of them. But if he didn't ask anything, he was afraid that flame phoenix would disappear. Yan Huang, what are you going to do now? Yan Huang looked at Yuan Ji, haven't you already guessed it? Yuan Jixen was inexplicably pulled, is it because you disappeared in that life that you want to go there now? Yan Huang smiled and said, not too stupid. When Yuan Ji heard this, he was not angry at all, but relieved. You will come back, right? Yan Huang shook his head, I'm not sure, I haven't found my original self yet. Yuan Ji, everyone has things they have to do, and many people will make sacrifices that they're grateful for. I hope you won't be as stupid as I was. Love yourself first, before loving anyone else. You have to understand that if you disappear, everything will become a passing cloud. You want to save the other dark ones, that's right. But the premise of saving them is that they cannot affect you. While Yan Huang was speaking, his gaze was far-reaching and he was not looking at Yuan Ji. Instead, he looked through Yuan Ji and towards an unknown place. Yuan Ji asked back, then why did you sacrifice yourself? Yan Huang said, because I am not afraid of death, or rather, I can be sure that I will not disappear, but can you? Yuan Ji was stunned for a moment, you won't disappear. Is it related to the Sin Blood Lotus? Ah. After Yan Huang finished answering this, he turned around and said, Yuan Ji, I hope that when we meet again, the blood of the life ancestor will still be in you. Yuan Ji looked at Yan Huang's back and wanted to ask her to stay. But he knew that he couldn't keep the flame phoenix. Do you want to take the little divine phoenix with you? The figure of flame phoenix has disappeared. Only a light laugh was heard by Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji still didn't give up and chased out of the dark place. In the dark void, there was no trace of the flame phoenix. Yuan Ji stood there in a daze. There was an illusion that the flame phoenix had never appeared before. Chief, why are you standing here? Yuan Chi's voice awakened Yuan Ji. Yuan Ji looked at Yuan Chi and saw that he had his head down and his body was still shaking. Yuan Ji asked in confusion, what's wrong? Yuan Chi said guiltily, Chief, I'm sorry I didn't bring back reinforcements. What did you say? Yuan Chi was even more frightened. Leader, I went to the Northern Wasteland universe you mentioned, but I didn't even enter the Northern Wasteland. I also encountered a group of people who wanted to kill me. In the end, I could only flee back in a hurry. Chief, you told me to run away if I couldn't win. I thought at the time that I would be safe if I ran back to the Dark Land. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1866 Time and Space Dislocation. Yuan Ji lost consciousness again. Yuan Chi has no memory of Flame Phoenix. He even forgot that the reinforcement he brought back was Flame Phoenix. Yuan Ji's eyes were deep, so the Flame Phoenix in this life also does not exist. Did she come here to see him just to tell him not to throw away the blood of the ancestor of life? Was she interfering with his karma? I just warned him not to sacrifice himself. The results of it. She chose to sacrifice herself. As long as you won't die, can you do whatever you want? Yuan Ji just felt like there were many things stuck in his heart, and he couldn't put them into words. There are many more vague memories that I want to see clearly, but are always blocked by inexplicable forces. What is going on? Yuan Ji wanted very much to see those scenes clearly. Chief, did I do something wrong? Yuan Chi's voice was muffled, and he seemed a little at a loss. Yuan Ji suddenly stared at Yuan Chi with a cold look in his eyes. Yuan Ji was horrified. He almost went crazy just now. Is this what the divine black turtle said, that when there is no time distinction between the past, present and future, people will inevitably lose themselves? Could those vague memories he saw be his future? Get a glimpse of the future in this moment. He will definitely suffer backlash. Why can Flame Phoenix travel between the past and the future at will? He was sure that the Flame Phoenix he had just seen was definitely not the real Flame Phoenix. Because Yan Huang said that she has not found her original self yet. In other words, if something happened to the original Flame Phoenix, the one who was alive in her place might very well be herself in the mirror world, or maybe in some other world. Yuan Ji just felt a headache. Do Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong know the secret of Flame Phoenix? Since the current Flame Phoenix shouldn't exist, then why can they see the Flame Phoenix? Could it be a dislocation of time and space? The Long River of Time was constructed by the Divine Black Turtle and his people. Does that mean the Long River of Time can be adjusted? Leader, Yuan Qi shouted again. Yuan Qi didn't understand much, but he had a feeling that if he didn't call Yuan Ji will become terrible. Leader Yuanzi, Kang Buyi's weak voice sounded. Yuan Ji, who was originally immersed in various emotions, instantly returned to his indifferent appearance. Yuan Ji actually doesn't like Kang Buyi very much. But I thought that Kang Buyi was working for Fang Qingbran. Yuan Ji still spoke up. Has Lord Kang Xuan dealt with this? Kang Buyi said, well, there will be no more Xuanists in Zhaoyuan and Tianyuan universes. Unless there are unexpected events, no Xuanists will come here again. No matter how powerful the Xuanman is, they cannot allow a Xuan person to disguise himself as a Dark One. Therefore, this area, the darkest place, is the cleanest place and has never been touched by the Xuanman. Yuan Ji smiled wryly and said, then I would like to thank Lord Kang Xuan. I hope you can take good care of those dogs in Xuanman. Yuan Qi blinked when he heard this, feeling very confused. Why did the leader call Kang Buyi a dog? Kang Buyi is clearly a human being. As Yuan Qi finished this thought, he noticed Kang Buyi was looking at him. Yuan Qi hid directly behind Yuan Ji. Leader Yuan Ji, his name is Yuan Qi, right? Kang Buyi's blue eyes were full of deep meaning. It is easy for a cultivator to spy on a person's mind. Therefore, practitioners all know how to block these prying eyes. Everyone has secrets, and everyone is afraid of having their secrets exposed. Therefore, all practitioners can obtain the exercises in this area. However, Yuan Qi in front of him would not hide his thoughts. Still quite interesting. Lord Kang Xuan, eavesdropping on other people's thoughts without permission is not what a gentleman does. After Yuan Ji finished speaking, he passed on a secret technique to Yuan Qi. He didn't consider this matter at the time. The words that the Divine Black Turtle said before he left should have been a hint of this. Kang Buyi smiled nonchalantly. Chief Yuan Ji, if something is placed before one's eyes, everyone will take a look at it. Yuan Ji said, it's easy to go blind if you look around, Master Kang Xuan, be careful. Kang Buyi released the pressure of the Lord of Chaos. It is more than words. Yuan Ji's eyes darkened slightly. Lord Kang Xuan's cultivation speed is really fast. After just a while, he has advanced for a new realm. After Kang Buyi achieved the desired effect, he smiled and said, in fact, Leader Yuan Ji can do the same as me. I wonder if you are interested in exchanging. What do you want? A drop of life ancestor's blood. Oh, Lord Kang Xuan really dares to speak, isn't he afraid of rotting his tongue? Leader Yuan Ji, you are joking. We are all immortal, there is no need to worry about this. Yuan Ji felt that he had such a good temper that he could actually pretend to be nice to Kang Buyi here. What the Divine Black Turtle said is absolutely right. If Kang Buyi is an enemy, he must be eliminated as soon as possible. In front of Fang Qingbran and Mo Jinggong, Kang Buyi acted really well. He almost thought that Kang Buyi was really indifferent to the world. Lord Kang Xuan, I am very interested in your method of improving your strength, but I don't have what you want. Then what can Chief Yuanzi give me? Yuan Ji sneered and said, I can help you to take revenge. Your enemy is not only the founder of Xuanman, but also the Lord of Chaos, right? Kang's eyes remained calm and he motioned Yuan Ji to continue. Yuan Ji added, the plunderer is the sharp knife in the hands of the Lord of Chaos, and the Dark One can sheath that knife. Kang Buyi. Yuan Ji, is this a dry joke? Probably. Kang Buyi decided to hear what else Yuan Ji had to say. Lord Kang Xuan, if we the Dark Ones can become stronger, we can directly help you destroy that sword. Not far away. Chen Guang, the guardian of the Zhaoyuan universe, and Li Zhenhou, the guardian of the Tianyuan universe, looked at each other in surprise. Chen Guang hesitated and said, it seems that Yuan Ji has a good relationship with this new Xuan Lord. Li Zhenhou nodded. Yuan Ji's temper has really improved. He can talk to people for such a long time without getting angry. In the past, Yuan Ji's temper was very changeable. That sentence made Yuan Ji unhappy, so he started to fight. Li Zhenhou sighed. Yuan Ji probably feels that the new Xuan Lord is not strong enough and there is no need to take action. Lao Chen, I was really relieved just now. This new mystic is really weak. When we joined forces, he didn't even have the strength to resist. All those mysterious people died protecting him. You said he's the only one left in Xuanman. Should we take this opportunity to kill him? That way we can wipe out the entire clan. After Li Zhenhou finished speaking, he noticed that Chen Guang's eyes looked a little strange. Lao Chen, what's with that look in your eyes? Chen Guang said, Zhen Huo, shall I find you something to nourish your brain? Li Zhenhou was immediately unhappy. What do you mean? Chen Guang said, can't you see that Kang Buyi is using us to get rid of those mysterious people? Also, don't forget, Kang Buyi is the new Xuan Lord. The Xuanman Xuanj may not be a good thing, but he is definitely not a weakling. As soon as Chen Guang finished speaking, he felt the scrutinizing gaze from Kang Buyi. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1867 I am your ancestor, additional. Chen Guang's heart skipped a beat. Forget that their words can be heard by Kang Buyi. Li Zhenhou didn't realize anything. He was extremely shocked and said, use us to get rid of the mysterious one. I was wondering why those mystics were as fragile as pieces of paper. It turns out we are the ones taking the blame for Kang Bui. Lao Chen, you were right. The Xuan sect master is really a piece of shit. This new Xuan lord is a mean and evil person. Li Zhenhou was a little worried again and said, will he come back with Xuanmen to seek revenge on us? Chen Guang directly dragged Li Zhenhou into the Zhaoyuan universe. They originally wanted to look for Yuan Ji. There is no need to look for it now, let's just take shelter first. Yuan Ji saw Chen Guang and Li Zhenhou disappear, and looked at Kang Bui with a smile. Lord Kang Xuan, it seems someone knows you very well. Lord Kang Xuan shouldn't be so stingy as to retaliate after hearing a few words of truth, right? Yuan Ji's deliberate compliment. Ling Kangbi fell silent again. He was actually thinking about whether to silence him. Chen Guang was very smart and saw through his plan. If the other party revealed it, it would affect his future plans. Yuan Ji seemed to see through Kang Bui's thoughts. Lord Kang Xuan, don't worry. As long as the Xuan people don't come to invade here, we won't talk nonsense. Kang Bui said, the mysterious ones will not come here. There are many things in the memories that Fang Qingbran gave him. Especially the method of controlling other mystics is very detailed. It can be seen that Fang Qingbran is really helping him. He was not alone in this revenge plan. After Yuan Ji got the answer he wanted, he continued, Lord Kang Xuan, since you are so generous, why don't you tell me the secret to improving your strength? Kang Bui said, okay, I can tell you, but whether to use it or not depends on Chief Yuan Ji. There are special connections between people in the Xuanmen. While the goo in his body restricts him, it can also help him devour the power of other Xuanists and use it for his own benefit. The Dark Ones also increase their strength by devouring each other. As the darkest being, Yuan Ji can of course devour the power of other darkest beings. This method of improving strength will not cause much backlash. Of course, only the Dark One and he can do this. After listening to Kang Bui's proposal, Yuan Ji's expression did not change at all. Instead, he looked at Kang Bui with great admiration. Yuan Ji said, Master Kang Xuan, the Xuanist in your Xuan sect are nothing, you can do this. But we the darkest are beings without sanity. It would be very unkind of me to learn your method. I can't do that. Actually, I have a better idea. I need Brother Bui to lend me a helping hand. Kang Bui's expression changed again and again. When he was needed, he could just call him Brother Bui. That was good enough. Chief Yuan Ji, they're mentally deranged, what about you? It was his first time dealing with Yuan Ji. The Yuan Ji in front of him was completely different from the dark leader who was both good and evil that he had heard of. This Yuan Ji is so shameless. Yuan Ji pretended not to hear Kang Bui's sarcasm. I can devour the plunderers and quickly improve myself, and I can also help you solve your problems. Brother Bui, are you interested in joining me in cutting off the source of the trouble and catching the Chaos Realm Lord off guard? The two of them are certainly no match for the Lord of Chaos. So it is still possible to cut off some of the Chaos Lord's hands first. Yuan Ji's remarks once again left Kang Bui speechless. He felt that he was far inferior to Yuan Ji. Because Yuan Ji's words touched his heart, okay, do you want to bring Yuan Ji with you on this mission? Yuan Ji said, take it with you. You should know that it is difficult for the Dark One to survive if he is too weak. Chaos World. The mountains are vast. It stretches endlessly. Apart from these, the hermit only saw ruins and devastation. Through these traces, we can vaguely see that the chaotic world that once existed was a paradise on earth. There are also countless magnificent cities. After admiring the situation in the Chaos Realm, Yin Yi said happily, who did this good deed? It saved me a lot of trouble. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded, who is coming? Your ancestors, Yin Yi said bluntly. The other party was silent for a moment, probably because he didn't expect Yin Yi to answer like this. Yin Yi said, according to seniority, I am your ancestor, no doubt about it. Presumptuous. A vast murderous intent emerged. Boundless and terrifying force pressed towards the hermit. The space around him was crushed in an instant. Seclusion fell into chaos. He remained calm throughout, as if everything that happened had nothing to do with him. Do you have any other tricks? Yin Yi asked from a distance. Looking for death, a cold voice sounded. The terrifying force once again headed towards seclusion. But these powers disappeared just as they were about to enter seclusion. Yin Yi looked into the void and said, if this is all you have, I won't wait any longer. The hermit's voice fell. A formation lit up under his feet. The array patterns are stacked one after another. It formed a cage. It seemed as if it wanted to trap him in it. Yin Yi raised his eyebrows. Interesting, this formation really scares me a little. The person in the dark snorted coldly, you don't know whether to live or die. The Chaos Realm is not the place for you to come. Yin Yi folded his arms, I really don't want to come to this filthy place, but since I'm here, of course I have to meet your world master. Wanting to meet our realm master is just a pipe dream. As the man finished speaking, a skynet formed by an array formation headed towards the hermit. There was no escape from seclusion. Let Skynet cover you. This formation has something quite good. However, his attainments in formation were not as good as He Yuan's. Seclusion just feels a bit boring. Yin Yi said, I won't play with you anymore. Either you ask your realm master to come see me, or I will go see him. No one responded to him. More attacks fell on him. When Yin Yi raised his hand, a blood mist spread out. Soon, the entire entrance to the Chaos Realm was shrouded in blood mist. In a moment, the formation collapsed and the Skynet disappeared. The hermit heard the sound of vomiting blood and an incredible exclamation. He didn't care. Instead, he repelled countless attacks and moved deeper into the area. This was his first time in the Chaos Realm. In the past, we only heard that in the chaotic world, non-chaotic creatures could not survive. Now it seems that there is still a bit of truth in it. When weak creatures come here, they can only see chaos and cannot get a glimpse of the real chaotic world. However, the chaotic world in front of us is not good. The ground is full of dry bones. It looked like a place washed in blood. Yin Yi suddenly remembered Qi and Yan Yue whom he had heard before. These two did a great job. Stop. Several figures blocked the way to seclusion. They stared at Yin Yi, their eyes full of vigilance and imperceptible fear. A pair of evil spirits just left. Why is there another one? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1868. Your name is Su Exingheng, Gold 1. He retreated but did not stay for a moment. Walked straight past several people. A few wisps of blood mist also passed through the bodies of several people. In the blink of an eye, a scream of pain was heard. Then, the bodies of several people began to rot, revealing their white bones. The hermit who had already left returned to them in an instant. He stared at the ribs of several people again and again. Crystal clear bones. Completely different from other places. Yin Yi sneered, and with a flick of his sleeve, a blood mist rolled up the bones and brought them in front of him. Yin Yi said, "You were lucky to meet me. If Fang Xi had come, these people would probably have died in even more pain." After Yin Yi finished speaking, he just left. Only a few people were left there, living a life worse than death. Go and inform the commander. A panicked voice sounded in the dark. The hermit looked disdainful. With such strength, he called himself a chaos enforcer. It's ridiculous. If they were put into a chaotic period, they wouldn't even know how they died. It seems that this Lord of Chaos is not that good either. Wrong. Venerable Feng said that we should not underestimate the enemy. If he really got stuck here, I'll probably be laughed to death by He Yuan and the others. The main city of Chaos Realm. The Black Snake looked at the body sent by the Lord of Chaos and was very dissatisfied. Without the innate Tao embryo and the ancient Chaos seed, these immortal spirit bodies cannot allow the Void Comer to exert his greatest strength. The Lord of Chaos said, "Use it if you like. Treat him as a fool. Don't say there is no body that is too strong. Even if he had, he wouldn't give it to Black Snake. He was willing to extradite those who came from the Void because they would be restricted after coming here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be stupid enough to make enemies for himself. The Black Snake now has to deal with Mo Jinggong from the Immortal Realm. We also have to deal with Feng Qingran. That's why I cooperate with him. Wait until all those who should be eliminated are gone. He should be the Black Snake's target. After all, he is the only Taoist master in this Void. Moreover, no matter how well Black Snake pretended, he could see clearly that there was someone in this Void that Black Snake was afraid of. In this situation, if he doesn't suppress the Black Snake, will he have to wait until he reaches another Void to be suppressed by it? Su Exingheng, don't forget that we have a common enemy. If the Void Visitor fails, you won't get any benefit. Black Snake warned. The Lord of Chaos Realm frowned slightly when he heard the Black Snake's words. Su Exingheng was the name used by his soul. And his original name. He couldn't even remember it. Ever since he became the Lord of Chaos Realm, everyone calls him the Lord of Realm. Later, he was promoted to Taoist Master. Those people also called him Taoist Master. Countless eras have passed, and no one has ever called him by his former name. Black Snake, do you still remember what my original name was? Asked the Lord of Chaos. It seems that he hasn't used that name since he met the Black Snake. Your name is Su Exingheng. The Black Snake's eyes were dark, and there seemed to be a strange light flashing. Really, the Lord of Chaos tried hard to recall. It seemed that he had another name in the past. But why couldn't he remember? The Lord of Chaos stared at the Black Snake. What did you do? Black Snake said, what can I do? You can't even remember your own name, and you blame me. The Lord of Chaos looked suspicious. He had a feeling that Black Snake had deliberately made him forget his name. But why does it do this? Just a name. But it's also okay to call him Su Exingheng. Anyway, he is him, and the name is just a code name. The Lord of Chaos Realm didn't hesitate for long before he figured it out. Black Snake, why don't you turn into a dragon? The Lord of Chaos asked curiously. Logically speaking, the power of the dragon bloodline is stronger than that of the snake bloodline. Why doesn't the Black Snake want to transform into a dragon? What the hell is it to you? Black Snake's voice sounded a little impatient. It hates to hear this question the most. What it originally wanted was the body of a dragon. However, the dragon bodies are protected by special marks. When it took over the body, not only was it wounded by the backlash, but it also failed. Later on, it had to settle for the next best thing and wanted to become a dragon. But Jialong is close to dragon. There are also special rules for protection. It was hurt again. Its soul was extremely weak at the time, and its strength was only enough to possess a black snake. Moreover, the wound on its soul is very serious, and it cannot easily change its body. Otherwise, it would have taken the black dragon's body long ago. The dragon's body is so majestic and powerful. The might of a dragon is enough to crush the snake clan. But it can only watch. This time, the black dragon came to the Chaos Realm Lord, and it was sensing something. But there is a contract between Black Dragon and Yanyu. Even if it recovered from its wounds, it would not be able to take over the black dragon's body. Unless it wants to find another owner. The black snake got angrier the more he thought about it. The dragon clan was so annoying. As annoying as the Phoenix clan in the Boundless Land. The dragon clan would not even give the bodies of fallen dragons to the alien races. The Lord of Chaos Realm didn't expect that he had such a small problem. It actually made the black snake distracted. The mockery in his eyes became more obvious. Black snake, as long as you want, I have many ways to help you transform into a dragon. The black snake became even more agitated, and was unable to transform into a dragon after taking over the body. Aliens can only occupy bodies. But it is unable to transform the fused body. Unless the soul level reaches level 8. But after the soul level reaches level 8, why not just choose the best one? Isn't it simply insane to choose a bad body and transform it? Black Snake forcibly changed the subject. Have you finished the formation I asked you to draw? We are still missing a willing sacrificer, said the Lord of Chaos. Black Snake was puzzled. The Lord of Chaos has many loyal guys under his command. Why is there a shortage of sacrificers? The Lord of Chaos said, you said that the first sacrificer must be strong, otherwise it will easily affect the subsequent plans. I haven't chosen the right person yet. Any formation that requires a sacrifice is a forbidden formation. He was worried that Black Snake's intention to extradite the person from the void was fake. But it is true that he wants to use the formation to deal with him. So it was impossible for him to sacrifice his own people. He had already sent the Chaos Enforcers to look elsewhere for suitable men. You. Black Snake was about to speak. Then I saw the Lord of Chaos took out a compass. He stared at the compass, his face not looking very good. What happened? Asked Black Snake. The Lord of Chaos said, Luo Wuji has fallen, and Kang Bui has succeeded him and become the new Lord of Xuan. Black Snake said in disbelief, is there something wrong with this? It would often use invisibility to go to Xuanmen to check the situation. It remembered very clearly that Luo Wuji was in the Supreme Realm, which was already the peak strength in this void. How come there was no sound at all when he fell? The Lord of Chaos said confidently, no problem, they met Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran, Xuanmen was almost destroyed, only Kang Bui escaped. Black Snake became even more suspicious, did Kang Bui bring all this information? No. Black Snake asked, how dare Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong kill Luo Wuji? Aren't they afraid of Xuanmen's revenge? Why don't they dare to kill Luo Wuji? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1869 Don't listen, Goal 2. Black Snake said with a firm tone, Xuanmen has the source core of the universe. As long as the source core of the universe is destroyed, billions of lives will surely die. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong will never watch the common people suffer this disaster. So they won't kill Luo Wuji. The Phoenix clan and the Mo clan seem to have love for all people engraved in their souls. At all times, these two tribes will protect all living beings as much as possible. As the children of these two families, Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong would definitely not be exceptions. The Lord of Chaos Realm took out a cosmic source core. It looks like an irregularly shaped stone. The energy contained therein is extremely vast. If he wants to destroy the core of the universe, he will need to expend tremendous energy. What's more, it's Luo Wuji. As long as Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong act fast enough, the entire Xuanmen can be destroyed before Xuanmen destroys the source of the universe. Of course, there is another possibility. Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong used special means to spy on the person coming from the void, which is why they were so anxious to clean up Xuanmen. After all, before we can resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the internal situation. Therefore, will he be Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong's next target? But he didn't want to get rid of Fang Qingran for the time being. The powerful demon god tricked him back then. Prevent him from touching those fragments of laws. He must ask Fang Qingran to help collect all the fragments. After that, he will be able to obtain the complete command of the laws, so that his Dao Lord realm can be consolidated. Otherwise, he would fall back to the Dao upper realm sooner or later. What really excited Black Snake about the outer void was that there were no constraints of Taoism there. Without the constraints of Taoism, he doesn't need to worry about his realm being unstable. But you must be prepared for everything. He was not sure whether Black Snake's words were true or false. So before that, he still has to get the law governing order. Thinking of this, the Lord of Chaos said, but they just killed Luo Wuji. If Luo Wuji had not died, Kang Bushi would never have had the possibility of becoming the Xuan Lord. The hierarchy in Xuanmen is the most serious. There are even more control methods than what he has here. The mysterious one will not have a chance to counter Luo Wuji. Only if Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong kill Luo Wuji first, Kang Bui will have the opportunity to become the Lord of Xuan. Moreover, he felt that Kang Bui would not retaliate. Maybe Kang Bui would be grateful to Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong. Black Snake, didn't you say you could contact your master? Just when the Black Snake was about to try to contact Wuyu, it found that it couldn't contact Wuyu again. The Black Snake pretended nothing happened. The master is busy. The Lord of Chaos put away the compass and said, the sacrificer you wanted has come. The sacrificer has come to your door. Do you want to deal with him personally? Black Snake understood what the Lord of Chaos Realm meant. It must be that someone had broken into the Chaos Realm again. The Black Snake sensed the hermit's aura and was very surprised. How could it be him? Do you know him? The Chaos Realm Lord's eyes gradually darkened. He is suitable, but he is not easy to deal with. Black Snake said bluntly. What it first tempted was seclusion. In fact, it's almost successful. However, the appearance of Fang Lingyun forced its plan to be interrupted. Perhaps, it can now make seclusion completely obey it. The Black Snake didn't even bother to fight with the Lord of Chaos. Go straight out of the palace and look for seclusion. The hermit was stopped by hundreds of Chaos Enforcers. Just as he was about to take action, a huge monster appeared in the sky. A strange smell came over me. Yin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Why is this aura so similar to the aura of the Black Pool? At first, he always heard a voice in the dark pool. Every time he heard that voice, he would feel an uncontrollable irritation, as if everyone looked like an enemy. Later, the voice disappeared and he gradually returned to normal. You can also control the greed, anger, ignorance and thoughts in your heart. All of you retreat. Black Snake's voice was intimidating and a bit domineering. The Chaos Enforcer still hesitated. The main reason is that they have never actually seen a Black Snake. Until the voice of the Lord of Chaos came, you go down first. The Chaos Enforcer saluted respectfully and disappeared. Yinyi looked at the person next to the Black Snake. He was wearing a mask, so his face could not be seen. But he was very sure that it was the Lord of Chaos Realm. Yin Yi ignored the strange feeling brought by the black snake and said to the Lord of Chaos, "Our venerable Feng asked me to bring you something, saying it is what you want." Yin Yi said this and took out an antique box. Said it was a box. It's actually a small box. Only the wood on the surface of the box showed signs of decay. There are also many ancient texts engraved on it. They are all texts from the chaotic period. The Lord of Chaos stared at the small box, sensing the aura of the laws within it. His eyes darkened. Could it be that what was inside was impossible? The Lord of Chaos denied his own expectations. How could Fang Qingbran know his plan? Besides, even if she really knew his plan, it would be impossible for her to send him what he wanted. However, the Lord of Chaos couldn't help but look forward to it. If it really is the law of governance, wouldn't he be able to become a true Taoist master? Do you want to know what's here? Yin Yi asked in a mean way and put the box away. Yin Yi said, "Our venerable Feng said that she knew what you wanted, so she asked me to bring it to you. However, there are conditions for giving you the things. You must hand over the universe source core in your hand. Seclusion is intentional." After seeing the expectation in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos, he decided to do so. Although the cosmic core in the hands of the Lord of Chaos can no longer control the universe, but the power within is still there. Can be used to improve strength. Of course it would be best if you could get it back. Why do you think that you can exchange all the source cores of the universe with just one box? The Lord of Chaos asked coldly. If I can't change it, then I won't change it. I'm leaving. Yin Yi really turned around and left. The black snake blocked the way to seclusion. Black snake said, "Yin Yi, you will regret leaving like this." Hermit stared at the black snake in silence. Black snake continued, "Yin Yi, you should have some impression of me, right? In fact, I wanted to find you and tell you the truth since the beginning of time. But I'm in danger, so I have to run for my life first. Yin Yi, you were born to be the strongest, but your power was taken away by someone, so you were bullied like that in Taichu. Yin Yi, I'm sorry, I wanted to take you with me, but I was." Yin Yi chuckled and said, "You are indeed very sorry for me. You were trying to insult my intelligence and treat me as a fool." All of Black Snake's words were stuck. It remembers that the hermit has the darkest heart and is especially jealous of the strong. Since it said so, shouldn't Yin Yi suspect Mo Jinggong? Yin Yi, oh, forget it, just take a look at it yourself. The black snake threw a memory mark at Yin Yi. Yin Yi did not answer. Black snake couldn't hold it in any longer. Yin Yi, don't you want to know the truth? It's better not to listen to the truth from your mouth. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1870. Hidden, you've been cheated. Black snake has a feeling of punching the air. It had everything and the wording ready, but Yin Yi totally refused to accept it. This is not reasonable. In the beginning of time, it would choose the hermits and want to pollute their souls and use them for its own purposes. This was a decision made after much observation. Hermits are suspicious and jealous by nature. Moreover, his methods of doing things are cruel and bloody, but he is also flexible. Once such seclusion is polluted, once it bears the mark of an alien race, it will become a powerful weapon. It deliberately misled several people at that time, making them think that the hermit had an innate treasure in his hands. Those people really set their sights on Yin Yi. They wanted Yin Yi to hand over the innate treasure, but Yin Yi had no idea about the situation and hurt them instead. So Yin Yi became enemies with those people. They always look for opportunities to bully and humiliate hermits. Yin Yi was no match for those guys and was always covered in bruises. Afterwards, it began to pollute the hermits and successfully made the hermit's psychology distorted and darker. It wanted to wait for the right moment to appear and leave its mark on the reclusive soul. And Fang Lingyun suddenly appeared. It also sealed the dark pool where it hid. Helplessly, its plan was shelved. After it finally broke the seal, it wanted to continue with the previous plan. His traces were discovered again by Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong suppressed it with the reincarnation extraditionist. It used all its strength to get a petal. In order to avoid losing that petal, it can only escape from the original space. If it continues to stay there, it will not be able to protect the reincarnation extraditionist, and will have no chance to refine that petal. Later, it hid in a void and took a long time to integrate the petal into its soul. Therefore, it can travel freely in the long river of time, without fear of reincarnation or being affected by cause and effect. The first thing it wants to do is to go back to the beginning and control seclusion. But as soon as it entered the original space, the reincarnation guide on its soul was pulled away by force. It could only give up its plan and leave Taichu immediately. It then went to the chaos period, wanting to control the chaos demon. As a result, not only could it not control them, it was nearly tortured to death by those chaos demons. In the chaos demon god's sea of consciousness, the only thoughts are who to fight with today, who to subdue tomorrow, and who to kill the day after tomorrow. It has tried to corrupt many chaos demons in order to make them obey it. But it had absolutely no effect. Instead, he almost exposed his whereabouts. Because in the eyes of the chaos demon, they are the strongest beings derived from heaven and earth, and it is reasonable for them to be the only ones who can submit to them. They will never take orders from anyone. They will not even think of obeying others. If this happened, it must be the chaos demon god's dirty tricks, and they had to find the opponent and kill him. If you stay one more day because of the threat, you will be doing yourself a disservice. They always have the idea that they are the best in the world. It is also completely convinced. Directly entered the primitive period. I heard that the Honghuang God vine and the 7 gods are very powerful. It just wants to grab it. This is an innate treasure from the original void, so don't fight for it if you don't want it. But it failed again. Those old bastards have millions of tricks up their sleeves. We agreed to cooperate at first, but now we are dealing with it. It's not enough to deal with it, those old bastards are trying to make a contract with it. If it weren't for the contract on its soul, he really capsized in the ditch and found a master for himself. Helplessly, it went back to the ancient times. There are no particularly powerful enemies in this era. But there was nothing it was looking for. The ancient times were like the time after a great war, when one needed to recuperate. All the powerful people and the rare treasures were in silence. It had no gains in the ancient times. We can only go back to the ancient times. During this period, the inheritance gap was more serious and there was no one to control. From now on, it will already belong to the future. It doesn't take too much energy to cross the void and go to the past. But the original void has the power of cause and effect. If you want to go to the future, you need to consume enormous power. What's more, the future is full of unknowns. It is afraid of stepping in without permission and exposing something. You are more likely to encounter unknown dangers. It turns its attention to the chaotic period. Only this period is the most favorable for it. Just in time, it contacted its owner. After the master knew its situation here, he let it return to the chaotic period and find a suitable person to control the original void for it. And it can no longer expose its breath at will. Otherwise, Fang Lingyun would find him. It chose the Lord of Chaos Realm, and while cooperating with him, it also set its sights on the 12 witch ancestors. Use the Lord of Chaos to control the overall direction of the original void. Control the 12 witch ancestors, find opportunities suitable for the survival of aliens, and prepare for the aliens to come here. As for Xuanmen, it came to us on its own initiative. The 12 witch ancestors did not reject Xuanmen's surrender. It just so happened that at this time the master deduced through Fang Lingyun that a person who would threaten the safety of the alien race would appear in the original void. It's just that person is in the post-ancient era. The owner also asked it to find a way to get rid of the other party. It arranged for the 12 witch ancestors to find a solution, and also asked the Lord of Chaos to cut off the opponent's opportunity to grow. As a result, the 12 witch ancestors had to make several attempts in an attempt to deduce the opponent's future, but they were hit back and their lifespans were shortened. After the 12 witch ancestors are no longer available, only Xuanmen and the Lord of Chaos Realm are available. Even so, it still feels uneasy. Thinking that he had a reincarnation guide and was not involved in cause and effect, he went to look at Fang Qingran. In the end, it was also seriously injured. Everything can only be left to the Lord of Chaos Realm to complete. During this period, it had been asking the Lord of the Chaos Realm to search for the primordial creatures. Those are the descendants from the boundless land. As long as you can control a few of them, they will be of great use. However, the primordial creatures seem to have become extinct. The Lord of Chaos Realm searched for a long time and only found Mo Jingong. A person it dare not touch, let alone see. But there was no clue about the hermit it wanted to see from beginning to end. Fortunately, Yinyi was delivered to it. This time, it is determined to make Yinyi a puppet of the alien race no matter what. Black Snake thought of his purpose. Decided to be more patient with seclusion. Black Snake said, "Hidden, don't you want to know the truth and what kind of enemy you will face?" Yinyi's pupils turned dark red. Alien. Yinyi was glad that he followed the divine black turtle into that secret realm and heard something. Otherwise, he would have been fooled by the Black Snake at this moment. You. Black Snake was shocked. Why should I know that, right? Hermit asked back. Black Snake said excitedly, Yinyi, you have been deceived. The aliens are not your enemies at all. You are actually the alien. There was confusion in Yinyi's eyes, but they told me that my enemies are aliens. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1871, Acting Competition. It was Mo Jingong who told you, right? How ridiculous. He took away everything from you and still wants to deceive you in the end. The Black Snake seemed really angry, yet helpless. Yinyi looked at the Black Snake's reaction. If he had not met Venerable Phoenix and the Divine Black Turtle, he would really believe the words of the Black Snake at this moment. After all, he used to be very jealous of Mo Jingong. Wanted to replace each other countless times. But when he saw through many things, he just wanted to be himself. However, Yinyi planned to play along with Black Snake. Why did he take away my power? Seeing the change in Yinyi's attitude, Black Snake was immediately delighted, because you and he were originally enemies, and we, the alien race, found this void first. But after we found it, Mo Jingong's ancestors and the Fang family wanted to take it away. They threatened us with the descendants of the alien race. In order to protect you, the alien race had no choice but to give in step by step and allow them to occupy this piece of void. After they occupied most of the void, they were still not satisfied and wanted to exterminate all of us aliens. The alien race does not want to bring disaster to the common people. In the end, the space in this void that belonged to the alien race became smaller and smaller, and countless descendants of the alien race died. By the end, Black Snake believed it himself. Sorrow and anger. The hatred is overwhelming. Yinyi nodded, thinking that Black Snake's story was well written. Can fool fools. Such as. The hermit's gaze fell on the Lord of Chaos Realm. The Lord of Chaos Realm frowned, feeling that Yinyi was scolding him with his eyes. But this was the first time he heard what Black Snake said, in order to understand more. He decided to turn a blind eye. The Lord of Chaos Realm turned his eyes away and did not meet Hermit's gaze. The Black Snake became more and more excited as he spoke. In its mouth, the alien race became a kind, brave, fearless and able to endure humiliation. It's just like in a melodrama, where the protagonist is overly kind, hardworking and only moves himself from beginning to end. Yinyi felt that the Black Snake was really shameless and interrupted it impatiently. Since the alien races have suffered so much humiliation, why don't you ask for it back? Instead, you give the boundless land to them. Black Snake was stunned for a moment, and said, we do want to take back the infinite land, but the Fang and Mo people are despicable, we can't take it back. However, we now have a way to take back control of this void. What a pity. Black Snake sighed deliberately. Yinyi cooperated and asked, what method? Black Snake said, let more aliens come over, and we will take this opportunity to take it back. When the Lord of Chaos heard Black Snake's words, his eyes became sharp. This was exactly Black Snake's goal. The aliens want the original void. I was a little afraid before. Now the person that the foreign races feared is gone. Black Snake wants to seize this opportunity and let the aliens occupy this place. After learning about the Black Snake's goal, the Lord of Chaos Realm suddenly wanted to destroy the extradition formation. An alien with ulterior motives and extremely powerful strength, after coming to this void, does he still have a way to survive? Not my kind. His heart must be different. When his usefulness is exhausted, the aliens will not keep him. Unless he agrees to become a foreigner. And he didn't want to be an alien. Judging from the large number of aliens killed by people with the surname Feng, it is obvious that the human race has the advantage. The human race is the dominant party. What he wants to do is to replace the one with the surname Feng and become the new leader. Rather than becoming a foreigner. Lord of Chaos Realm, what do you think about this matter? Yin Yi did not answer Black Snake's words, but instead asked for the Lord of Chaos Realm's opinion. Fellow Taoist Hermit, what do you think I should think? Yin Yi said, you have been working with Black Snake for many years, don't you know the aliens? If the aliens come here, will there be a chance to seize control? Only then did the Black Snake realize that it had ignored the Lord of Chaos. There are some things he shouldn't know. But his usefulness is almost over, so it's no big deal to know. The Lord of Chaos replied, we have to wait until the aliens come here before we can reach a conclusion on this matter. Black Snake said immediately, Hidden, the alien race needs you now, and will not let you pay a high price. After hearing what Black Snake said, a dark light flashed in Yin Yi's eyes. He only needed a little blood to attract other aliens. It sounds easy. But what kind of formation would require blood? Sacrifice formation. Forbidden formation. Fortune-stealing formation. Ellipsis. In short, it won't be a good formation. I want to take a look at the formation first and then make a decision. Yin Yi said. Without a moment's hesitation, the Black Snake took Yin Yi to the formation side. The Lord of Chaos Realm looked at the secluded figure. There is something wrong with this seclusion. It's so obvious that Black Snake shouldn't be able to see it. The Lord of Chaos Realm thought of a possibility, and the Black Snake saw it, but it did not expose it in order to lure the hermit to the formation. Once there, no matter whether the hermit agrees to be sacrificed or not, it will find a way to force the hermit to enter the formation. The Lord of Chaos Realm suddenly felt cold all over. Could it be that the stupidity that Black Snake had shown in front of him before was all intentional? Or perhaps Black Snake was not afraid of him seeing anything at all. After all, who cares what ants think? Correct. The box in Yin Yi's hand has not been given to him yet. The Lord of Chaos followed. When he arrived, the Black Snake was performing a sad drama, telling about its efforts over the years to help the aliens return to the void. The Lord of Chaos looked mocking. The things that Black Snake said were clearly instructions for him to complete. Black Snake lay in the main city all day to recuperate. As long as I enter the formation, will it be okay if I shed a little blood? Yin Yi asked with a smile. The Black Snake replied, yes, don't worry, I won't let you get into danger. Yin Yi took a few steps towards the formation and observed the formation below. In the void. Yan Yue touched Xiao Hei's dragon horn and said to Qi, he shouldn't be so stupid, right? Qi shook his head, maybe he's not stupid, but he's just deceiving himself. Yan Yue said, he seems to be working for Xiao Qingran, do you want to save him? Xiao Hei stared at the Black Snake and unconsciously felt disgusted. This disgust seems to come from the soul. Xiao Hei asked, Master, can we kill that Black Snake? Yan Yue was slightly surprised, do you have a grudge against it? I don't know, but I don't like it. When Yan Yue heard what Xiao Hei said, her eyes changed slightly. She directly checked Xiao Hei's body and found that there was no problem. Then she said, don't believe in the feeling without reason. When you want to do something for no apparent reason, be careful of traps. During the Chaos period, there was a Chaos demon god who liked to give us hints, causing us to lose control of our behavior. Many demon gods fell because of this. Later, everyone gradually figured out the rules and stopped doing anything that was not beneficial to them. If you really can't control yourself, go into the space crack and knock yourself out. Xiao Hei, how about I send you to sleep now? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1872, No Benefits. Add. Xiao Hei was stunned when he heard this, and asked rudely, Master, can't you beat the Black Snake? Yan Yue admitted generously, I'm no match for it. I did not stay in the Chaos Realm because I felt threatened. She didn't know why the Lord of Chaos Realm didn't call Black Snake to help him. If the Black Snake came out, she would have no chance of dealing with the Lord of Chaos. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't see through her strength. Xiao Hei suppressed his emotions towards the Black Snake. Qi said, who is the demon god you mentioned who bewitched you and gave you hints? Yan Yue recalled for a moment, I don't know, it has no name, no one knows who it is. I just remember that there was a demon who was very mean. At the beginning, they induced everyone to kill each other. He also seduced the demons into doing all kinds of strange things. During that time, all the demons were very nervous and disliked everyone they saw. What's even worse is that it even wants to be their master and make them obey it. But after what happened before, the demons were no longer fooled. Qi Zhe recalled that when he entered the 10 Directions realm, Undone, one of the 4 evil spirits, seemed to want to plant a demon in his heart. The inner demon given by chaos makes him question why he is alive. What is the meaning of life? When he noticed this abnormality, he wiped out this demon in his heart. Chaos was also backfired as a result. He felt that the person Yan Yue was talking about was most likely Undone. However, the 10 Directions domain is no longer under his jurisdiction. It's not appropriate to talk about chaos now. After all, in the long river of history, ferocious beasts have long been extinct. Qi changed the subject, should we still care about Yin Yi? The strength of that Black Snake is unfathomable. There is an extremely dangerous aura on him. With the Lord of Chaos Realm around, Yin Yan Yue might not be able to deal with him if they go out. No matter what, there won't be any stupid people around Xiao Qingbran. Yan Yue said. Too stupid to survive. If Yin Yi believed all these words, then if he stayed with Feng Qingbran, it would be trouble sooner or later. It would be better to just disappear now. When Qi heard Yan Yue's words, his eyes became deep. He thought Yan Yue would find a way to give Yin Yi a hint, but he just ignored it. No wonder Yan Yue was able to escape the Chaos Realm Lord's schemes. Qi glanced at Yin Yi again and said, let's go then. They just came back to see the reaction of the Lord of Chaos. I just happened to see Yin Yi breaking into the Chaos Realm. That's why it has stayed until now. Now that nothing happens, it's time to leave. As for the matter of Black Snake extraditing the alien race, he had just sent a message to Mo Jinggong. Only Mo Jinggong has the ability to handle this matter. Okay. Yan Yue put away Xiao He and stepped into the dark void. It's time to go back to Xuanchu. Before returning to Xuanchu, go to the Killing Universe first. If nothing unexpected happens, the Killing Universe should have become Xiao Qingbran's territory. Yan Yu and Qi left quietly. After observing the formation, Yin Yi secretly copied the entire formation. He looked at the Black Snake and said, I want to contribute to the alien race, won't you give me some benefits? The Black Snake didn't react for a moment. This is the first time it has seen someone so direct. You don't want me to bleed in vain, do you? Yin Yi said. Give it to him. Black Snake sent a message to the Lord of Chaos Realm. It has no treasures suitable for seclusion. As a foreign race, we can only envision those innate treasures. It didn't get many of these things. Naturally, I am reluctant to give up my life in seclusion. Let the Lord of Chaos give it to you. The Lord of Chaos threw a storage ring to Yin Yi. The hermit checked it out on the spot and found that the things inside were very suitable for contemporary practitioners of Taoism, and there was also a stone containing the origin of Taoism. He also saw the core of the universe in it. Yin Yi smiled and put it away. I am very satisfied with the things, but your attitude is a bit bad. Yin Yi said, and took out the box that he had shown to the Lord of Chaos before. Yin Yi raised his hand and threw the thing to the Lord of Chaos Realm. This was given to me by Venerable Feng. She also told me to tell you something, betrayers must die. You should be able to understand. After Yin Yi finished saying this, he walked into the formation without caring about the reactions of the Lord of Chaos Realm and the Black Snake. The Lord of Chaos was no longer in the mood to open the box. He stared at the hermit who walked into the formation, wanting to see what the other party was going to do. Yin Yi walked to the center of the formation and sat down. Yin Yi, all we have to do next is bleed, said the Black Snake. Okay. Yin Yi raised his hand, and blood poured out, flowing into the formation and towards those mysterious runes. It took Black Snake a long time to come back to his senses. Yin Yi, what are you doing? Bleeding. The Black Snake said, this is not your blood. Yin Yi said confidently, you only asked me to bleed, but you didn't say I had to bleed. Black Snake. It's not the blood that matters. Rather, it is the soul power absorbed by the formation through the blood. Yin Yi let other people's blood flow, but he couldn't activate the formation at all. The Black Snake was very angry. It felt that it had been fooled by the seclusion. Su Exingheng, go and bleed him, said the Black Snake. Fortunately, the hermits in the formation no longer had the power to resist. The Black Snake's anger subsided a little. When the Lord of Chaos heard the name Su Exingheng, he was stunned for a while before reacting. Yin Yi said, wait, didn't you just say that I was the hope of the alien race? Why do you want me to sacrifice to the formation now? The Black Snake said coldly, you are the hope of the alien race. It is your honor to let you sacrifice. All the alien races will remember you. Why don't you do such a glorious thing yourself? Yin Yi didn't seem to be worried about his situation at all. He quite likes this formation. Maybe what Black Snake said was true, and he really was an alien. Unfortunately, he has already joined Reverend Feng. So no matter who he is, anyone who dares to be against Reverend Feng is his enemy. HMPH. The Black Snake snorted coldly and became even angrier. Yin Yi sat cross-legged, supporting his head with one hand. Black Snake, do you know why you can only be a snake and not a dragon? When Black Snake heard Yin Yi's words, he became completely furious. The power in his body suddenly exploded. In an instant, the surrounding cities were reduced to ruins. Landslides and landslides. The scope of the destruction quickly spread to hundreds of thousands of miles away. The entire chaotic world was shaking. The Lord of Chaos frowned. Black Snake, do you want to destroy the Chaos Realm? The Black Snake seemed to have thought of something and withdrew its strength. Ha ha ha, why are you so angry? Is there really no chance for you to transform into a dragon? The hermit's laughter spread far away. Yin Yi, you die, said the Black Snake, sweeping its long tail towards Yin Yi. It originally wanted to remain in seclusion and survive. Now it seems totally unnecessary. When Yin Yi saw the Black Snake's tail swinging over, he hugged it directly. Ah, the Black Snake screamed. Yin Yi actually broke off a section of the Black Snake's tail. The Black Snake's blood also dripped into the formation. The Lord of Chaos Realm noticed this scene, but did not remind Black Snake. Yin Yi's eyes became bloodthirsty, and his dark red pupils shone with excitement. Yin Yi hugged the Black Snake's broken tail, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth under the Black Snake's incredulous gaze, and revealed a weird smile. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1873. He is advancing, Gold 1. Black Snake was almost going crazy. It knew that Yin Yi was bloodthirsty and cruel, but it didn't expect that he would dare to cut off its tail directly. There was a lot of blood splattered on Yin Yi's face and body. Yin Yi smiled strangely. No wonder you didn't turn into a dragon. It turns out that this body is not your own. Yin Yi, how dare you? The Black Snake's eyes flashed dimly and his voice was full of hostility. Black Snake, I'm even more daring. In front of Black Snake, Yin Yi bit off a piece of snake meat and swallowed it. Yin Yi felt the power flowing through his body, and the bloodthirsty light in his eyes became stronger. It's over. He could no longer control his bloodlust. Fortunately, this is the world of chaos, so it is very convenient to do anything bad. Su Exingheng, what are you doing? Why don't you do anything? Black Snake said manically. The body taken over by an alien race cannot be reshaped. It had finally merged with this body, but it was destroyed by Yin Yi. If I were to change my body again, I would have to pay a huge price. The Black Snake felt a faint sense of regret. Why does it want to control seclusion? This bastard Yin Yi can't tell friend from foe. Su Exingheng, I advise you not to move. If you enter the formation, you won't be able to get out. Yin Yi looked at the Lord of Chaos Realm and said. The Lord of the Chaos Realm paused, not understanding what the word, recluse, meant. Yin Yi stared at the Black Snake with his dark red eyes. Haven't you discovered it yet? Black Snake subconsciously asked. What did you find? Blood from the severed tail in Yin Yi's hand kept dripping into the formation. The flesh and blood on the broken tail disappeared bit by bit. There seems to be a strange power flowing around Yin Yi. His power is growing, said the Lord of Chaos. Increase your strength through the sacrificial formation. Unheard of. But this is true. Only then did the Black Snake realize that its power was fading. When it explored, it found that the formation was forcibly absorbing its power. And the seclusion strength is still increasing. How can that be? Hidden, what did you do? Yin Yi said, don't get me wrong, I just cut off a section of your tail, I didn't do anything else. Black Snake finally discovered the problem. Its blood is merging with the runes in the formation. Yin Yi wants to sacrifice it. Unfortunately, his plan was wrong, as the aliens could not offer sacrifices in this formation. Black Snake secretly rejoiced, and then he saw Hermit raise one hand. There was a big cut on Yin Yi's palm, and blood was constantly dripping into the formation. Black Snake, if we sacrifice at the same time, who will die? When the Black Snake saw this scene, it immediately looked up at the void above, but there was no movement. Wrong. After the hidden blood entered the formation, there should be movement in the void. How is this going? The runes on the formation have all lit up. However, it did not sense any alien presence. And its power is still fading. It was absorbed by the formation. Yin Yi, what did you do? Asked Black Snake. Yes, Yin Yi's voice rose, and anyone could hear that he was in a good mood. Boom. A strange phenomenon suddenly occurred above the formation. Cracks in the void slowly appeared. When the Black Snake saw the crack in the void, it was excited for a moment, thinking that the hermit sacrifice was so useful. There will be a lot of foreigners coming here. Su Exingheng, prepare the body. Black Snake ordered. The Lord of Chaos Realm doesn't like this name very much. He raised his hand and asked the Chaos Enforcer to bring the celestial body over. Click. A purple thunder dragon flew out from the void. The terrifying pressure spread rapidly. How is this possible? Black Snake cried out in horror. There was no alien breath in the void crack. Then, another terrifying thunder dragon flew out. Terrifying thunder and lightning rolled across the sky. The whole sky almost seemed to fall. Except for the purple thunder stretching across the sky. There are also countless golden lights emerging. These strange phenomena gradually spread out of the chaotic world. Into the dark void. The bright starlight illuminates the dark void as if it were daytime. The location of the Chaos Realm suddenly became particularly obvious. Yan Yue and Qi, who had already left, turned back together. Qi's expression turned serious. This is a sign of advancement to the Supreme Realm. Yan Yue stared at the golden light swirling outside the Chaos Realm with mixed feelings. Although she was a Chaos Demon God, she was unable to advance to the Supreme Realm due to restrictions. Among the people of later generations, those who can advance to the Supreme Realm are all people with boundless merits. There are very few people like this. That is why so many people try to gain merit through calculation. Xiao Hei popped up his head and said, if the Chaos Realm has another Supreme Realm, wouldn't it be even more difficult to deal with? Qi was slightly puzzled and asked, who will be the one who advances to the Supreme Realm in the Chaos Realm? Could it be that Black Snake? Xiao Hei said. Yan Yue said, it has already reached the Supreme Realm. Yan Yue said, looking at Qi, what should we do? Qi said gently, don't worry, Mo will come. Such a big movement will be felt by the entire void. Mo Jinggong would not remain indifferent. Especially since the person who advanced appeared in the Chaos Realm. No one can match the speed of the divine black turtle. Soon, it brought Fang Qingran and Mo Jinggong into the Taichu universe. And at this moment, the divine black turtle stopped. Xiao Mo, did you sense it? Someone is advancing to the Supreme Realm, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Fang Qingran tried to sense it, but found nothing. Mo Jinggong explained to Fang Qingran, only those at the peak of the Supreme Realm and Chaos Realm can sense it. Fang Qingran nodded. Xiao Mo, do you want to go over and take a look? Asked the divine black turtle. Mo Jinggong recalled the news that Qi Xuan had just passed on and said, go, the people who have advanced are in the Chaos Realm. Amo, Senior Shengshuan, you guys go ahead. I'll be waiting for you at Xuanchu, Fang Qingran said. She would rather go back to Xuanchu first. The movements of the demon-devouring abyss always made her feel uneasy. But someone should also go and take a look at the Chaos Realm. She didn't want Mo Jinggong to change his schedule because of her. The divine black turtle said, Xiao Fang, it's better if you don't go. The Supreme Realm there is different from Luo Wuji. They are all genuine Supreme Realm. Not that it would be dangerous for you to go. But they're afraid that after you go there, you'll be discovered by them and start targeting you. Fang Qingran has already reached the Chaos Realm. At this age and at this level, everyone who sees her will stare at her. Ranran, wait for me, Mo Jinggong said reluctantly. It is good. Mo Jinggong watched Fang Qingran enter the Xuanchu plain. The light on the boundary marker flashed away. Siomo, if you can't bear to leave, I can go by myself, said the divine black turtle. Senior Shengshuan, how about you stay? Oh, if I stay, with your snail-like speed, you will be cold by the time you reach the Chaos Realm. Mo Jingong. He's fast enough. But in the end, he failed to cross that limit and naturally could not catch up with the divine black turtle. Don't look anymore, everyone has gone in, said the divine black turtle. No one knows who built the barrier on the Xuanchu plain. Even it couldn't cross the barrier and peek into what was going on inside. I think it should be that guy Fang Lingyun. Siomo, if you don't stay, I will leave. The divine black turtle asked again. Let's go. He could just bring the immortal realm here. The divine black turtle should be able to resist the immortal realm. Mo Jingong turned around and took another look at the Xuanchu boundary monument. This time, he seemed to sense a more familiar aura from it. The divine black tortoise moved forward in the dark void as if it were walking on flat ground. Some powerful beings in the Supreme Realm, who sensed the situation in the Chaos Realm, were also advancing rapidly in the dark void. As they walked, something, whoosh, passed by them. They couldn't even catch his breath. The Supreme Realm powerhouses who encountered this situation all changed color. Why can some people be in the dark void without any hindrance? Could it be that during the time they were sleeping, some incredibly powerful person appeared? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1874 coming and going without a trace. In the dark void. Some of the powerful men in the Supreme Realm stopped. They hesitated whether to go to the Chaos Realm to take a look. Since the ancient times, eras have continued to change, and no one has advanced to the Supreme Realm. In the post-century era, people were unable to advance, and the lack of inheritance and resources was the main reason. But there is another reason which can only be known by breaking through the Supreme Realm. Suppression by the rules of the void. A truly supreme being can get a glimpse of this part of the rules of heaven and earth. The number of Supreme Realm venerables is limited. As for the number, they did not find out clearly. It is just that one can roughly sense that the number of truly supreme masters will not exceed a certain limit. For those in later generations, if they want to advance to the Supreme Realm, they must first obtain sufficient inheritance and resources, and then possess the strength to advance to the Supreme Realm. After that, it's a matter of finding the right opportunity. The opportunity between heaven and earth is something that cannot be explained or understood. As a result, many peak Chaos Realm masters were unable to advance. However, as those in the Supreme Realm, they knew that there were two ways to quickly find the opportunity of heaven and earth. One is that a Supreme Master has fallen. The second is to find a way to kill a Supreme Master and obtain his inheritance. The Supreme Realm Venerable has an infinite lifespan and an immortal body, and is virtually immortal. It is basically impossible to expect the Supreme Realm to fall. Another way is to kill a Supreme Realm. Actually, it's not realistic. Because the strength of the Supreme Realm Master is already the pinnacle of this void. Only the Supreme Realm can kill the Supreme Realm. And those who have cultivated to the Supreme Realm know that they want to break through to a higher level. We must leave this void. So everyone is looking for ways to leave the void, who has the energy to waste time. There will not be anyone in the Supreme Realm stupid enough to help others kill the Supreme Realm. Unless the person who is about to advance to the Supreme Realm is someone you trust very much and can become your helper. However, this possibility is very small. Those who can reach the Supreme Realm have already become proud of the world during their cultivation. They are destined to move forward alone, and no one can catch up with them. From the moment they were promoted to the Supreme Realm, they had severed thousands of causes and effects and were free from all worries. They like and enjoy this feeling of loneliness. Strength became their only pursuit. The choice of the Supreme Realm Venerable has resulted in fewer and fewer inheritances here in later generations, and even fewer people advancing to the Supreme Realm. Of course, many in the Supreme Realm would be happy to see such a result. After all, no one wants to cultivate a group of enemies. There are countless greedy people in the world, and even more people who will do anything to achieve the goals. If people in later generations really knew that by killing a Supreme Realm person and obtaining his inheritance, they would have a chance to advance. There will definitely be countless greedy people who will unite as one and find ways to hunt down the Supreme Realm Venerables. The gods at that time were favored by the laws of the universe and were so powerful, but they were still schemed against by the weak rebels and all perished. Therefore, the stronger you become, the more you understand that you should never give any chance to the greedy. Besides, they are not gods and don't have any thoughts about caring about common people. They just want to take care of themselves. I just want to strengthen myself and pursue higher strength. As for the fact that the inheritance will be cut off, what does it have to do with them? But in order to keep the secrets of the Supreme Realm, all members of the Supreme Realm must unite as one and never reveal these secrets to anyone else. For this reason, every time a Supreme Realm cultivator advances in level, countless Supreme Realm cultivators who have already successfully advanced will join him. Those who are about to be promoted are required to take a vow. If the other party is willing to swear, they will not interfere with his promotion. If the other party refuses to swear, they can only let him fail to advance. This is the best way to protect everyone's interests. It is also something that all those in the Supreme Realm understand tacitly. Originally, everyone was at the same level and their progress speeds were almost the same. This proves that they can check and balance each other. But now, there suddenly appeared one more person, whose speed was beyond their imagination and ignored the existence of the rules of the Dark Void. This caused panic among many people in the Supreme Realm. They were afraid that this promotion was a trap. It is a trap to lure the Supreme Realm to appear. No one can be sure whether the secret of the Supreme Realm has been leaked. No one can match the speed of the Divine Black Turtle. Wherever it went, it caused panic and suspicion. Some even tried to stop the Divine Black Turtle. But before the opponent's attack was launched, the Divine Black Turtle disappeared without a trace. It is truly coming and going without a trace. Has anyone broken through to a higher realm? A strong man asked in the dark void. No one answered. After a long time, the deep voice sounded again, but the direction could not be found. A person of this strength should be able to ignore any rules. Do you think those secrets can still be kept? As soon as these words were spoken, a lot of aura leaked out from the dark void. After breaking through the limit of the Supreme Realm, you will no longer care about the situation in the Supreme Realm. It is impossible for anyone to break through the Supreme Realm. You should know that rules are rules. As long as you are within the rules, it is impossible to break through that layer of restraint. Yes, if that layer of shackles had been broken, we would have sensed it long ago. What happened to that thing that just flew past? The existence of the dark void is to restrict everyone. None of us dared to use the shrinking technique in the dark void, but the thing just now was able to do it. Traveling in the dark void is extremely energy consuming. Staying in the dark void for a long time may also affect perception. No one dares to run rampant in the dark void. By the way, did you see clearly what that was just now? I don't know. The afterimages I captured were all blurry, and there was no breath at all. Is it possible that the other party is more powerful and has figured out the rules of the dark void and created a technique suitable for the dark void? Do you think it's possible? The rules in the dark void cannot be perceived clearly at all. Then are you still going to the Chaos Realm? After these words were spoken, no one responded. After a long silence, the person asking the question spoke again. Are you still there? A man who just walked here was shocked. Dao Yu, are you really brave? You are actually looking for someone in the dark void. The man seemed to realize something, cursed inwardly, and rushed towards the Chaos Realm. A bunch of old men. He left without saying a word. Yup. In this situation, anyone who doesn't go, even if there is danger, is a fool. There is a strong man who can use the magic of shrinking the earth into an inch in the dark void without restraint. I must go and see him. If possible, maybe I could even get the other party to tell me the technique. The divine black turtle surpassed countless people along the way. It also attracted countless fleeting glances. It didn't care at all and even hummed a little tune. Mo Jingdong was speechless. He had discovered that the divine black turtle really liked this opportunity to show off its speed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1875 I'm not a bad person. The divine black turtle sighed again midway. Xiao Mo, there is a reason why the Shuanan dares to be so rampant. Mo Jingdong cooperated and said, what did Senior Shengchuan discover? The black turtle said, they're all too weak. The real Supreme Realm has this kind of strength. If a level 1 soul alien comes over, I can kill a large number of them with one palm strike. There are quite a few resources prepared for you. As a result, after so much time, only a handful of people can be taken to the infinite land. I used to despise Luo Wuji's wild ways, but now it seems that these true Supreme Realms are not that strong. Hey, I don't know what they're doing. It's such a good environment, but instead of using it to improve their strength, they fight among themselves every day. The divine black turtle did not slow down while speaking. Its words sounded like simple complaints. But there is a bit of disappointment. Fang Lingyun and Mo Yuling spent countless efforts for the original space. The descendants of the original space are the inheritors of the boundless land. It is also everyone's hope for fighting against foreign races in the future. Now the alien race is about to invade the primordial void. These younger generations don't even have the strength to resist the invasion of alien races into their sea of consciousness, which is truly worrying. Except Mo Jingdong. Other people in the Supreme Realm have no right to say that they cannot go any higher because they are restricted by the rules of the original void. As it traveled through the dark void, it observed all the Supreme Realms it encountered. They are just a level of improvement. But the actual strength is still far from enough. For example, the person in the Supreme Realm just now had very little knowledge of the origin and the laws. It can be seen that the other party did not understand the origin and laws. He must have been lazy in the realm of the Lord of Origin and the Lord of Law, and used special methods to force a breakthrough. The origin state is to comprehend the origin of the world. Only in this way can the new world be formed quickly when it is created, and the living things within it can be given life. The world will not collapse due to the lack of origin. Unfortunately, after being promoted to the Lord of the Origin, many practitioners do not sense the power of origin that exists between heaven and earth, but are anxious to continue to advance. The Lord of Creation has the power to create the world. The realm of the Lord of the Origin is for the Creator to create a better world. The name of each realm has its special meaning. However, these practitioners only want to gain superficial power. But he doesn't have the patience to sense the opportunities between heaven and earth. That is, they can only achieve physical immortality. The reason why the soul cannot be immortal. The practice of integrating body and soul into one is the real growth. The divine black turtle sighed again. It was almost at the Chaos Realm, but it hadn't seen a soul above one level. There are also a few whose souls are as fragile as pieces of paper. It is really unimaginable, how did this group of people cultivate to the Supreme Realm? At this moment, it had to admit that the existence of the constraints of the Void rules was extremely necessary. If there were no constraints of the rules of the Void, the aliens who came here would all die without any fight. Without the restrictions of the Void rules, the souls of this group of people would only become weaker. Fang Lingyun, Fang Lingyun. You were right after all. Fortunately, you have absolute decision-making power. Otherwise, it can't imagine how chaotic the original Void would be now. Senior Shengchuan, the Chaos Realm has passed. Mo Jingdong reminded again. He had just called out to the divine black turtle several times, but the other party did not come back to his senses. At this moment, having passed the Chaos Realm, he could only add some spiritual power to the sound. The black tortoise stopped and asked, did you pass? Ah. The divine black turtle turned around, and in a few breaths, it was not far from the entrance to the Chaos Realm. The divine black turtle said proudly, Xiao Mo, how is it? This speed is okay, right? If you were to do it by yourself, you would have just left the primordial universe. Mo Jingdong didn't want to go back. He is not that slow. In this time, we can at least travel 1% of the distance. Mo Jingong could actually guess the purpose of the divine black turtle's words. Just want to lure him to the boundless land. But, you won't go for the time being. Hey, there are two outstanding little guys hidden here. The voice of the divine black turtle was full of surprise. Before Mo Jingong could react, the divine black turtle broke into a cracked space. Ah, a terrified scream exploded in the space. The whole space shook. Wait, I'm not a bad person, the divine black turtle explained hurriedly. Mo Jingong was speechless when he saw Qi, Yanyu, and the black dragon who were frozen in place. This explanation is very pale. Not to mention intruding into other people's space without reason. He also imprisoned the other party, so it seems that he has bad intentions. Mo Jingong said helplessly, Qi, Yanyu, this is Senior Shengxuan, it won't hurt you. The black turtle nodded, yes, I won't hurt you. I was just so happy to see you that I wanted to come and say hello to you. By the way, are you interested in coming with me? I can take you to a place where you can quickly improve your strength. The divine black tortoise shrank in size and circled around Qi and Yanyu, seeming very satisfied. Senior Shengxuan, you should break their immobilization spell first, Mo Jingong said. I'm sorry, I did this because I was afraid you would hurt yourself. After the divine black turtle finished explaining, it released Qi and Yanyu from their restraints. Qi came to Mo Jingong and said in a voice transmission, Mo, where did you find the beast? Why is it a little bit brainless? Mo Jingong transmitted the message, it is the primordial divine black turtle. Qi's expression froze, it's okay then. Yanyu and Black Dragon also stayed far away from the divine black turtle. Master, it is so powerful that my bloodline power is totally unable to suppress it. Xiao He transmitted the message. Yan Yue patted Xiao He and replied, don't be afraid, it has no malice or murderous intent. Master, it scared me to death just now. It's so big that I thought it was dozens of mountains thrown in. It is very strong, stronger than the supreme realm. How is this possible? Xiao He was shocked. Seeing that Yanyu and Qi ignored it, the divine black turtle said to Mo Jingong, little Mo, did I scare them? Mo Jingong. Is that even a question? The black turtle said, Xiao Mo, I didn't do it on purpose. I was just happy because their souls were at a high level, so I didn't hold back. Mo Jingong asked, what level are their souls at? It's slightly worse than yours, but the strength is already top-notch. The divine black turtle did not explain the soul level to Mo Jingong. It's not that it doesn't want to say it. But there are limitations here and I can't say so much. Just say nothing. The divine black turtle changed the subject, Xiao Mo, the two of them may know about the original gate, you go and tell them. Qi and Yanyu looked at Mo Jingong at the same time. What soul level? What is the original gate? It sounds like a big secret. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1876 She is going to advance, add. Mo Jingong heard the words of the divine black turtle. He told the story about the primordial gate and the infinite land. What he said was limited to what could be revealed. He didn't say more. Qi and Yanyu fell silent. Mo Jingong is a descendant of the infinite land. They should also be the descendants of the boundless land. Therefore, alien races are our common enemy. The primordial gate is the entrance to this void. It is also behind the boundless land. There are countless predecessors guarding the vast land. This created a safe environment for them. Are there dragons in the boundless land? Xiao He spoke first. It has followed Yanyu to so many universes, but has only seen one real dragon, Shaojun. Yes, said the divine black turtle. The divine black turtle investigated Xiao He and came to the conclusion that dragons are dragons after all, and they can be born with a second-level soul. No wonder the alien races would target the dragon race. Really? Then wouldn't I be considered a dragon in the boundless land? Xiao He said happily. The divine black turtle said, you're not a dragon from the boundless land. Your dragon clan has its own territory. The dragon clan and us are just in a cooperative relationship. Common enemy. The human race and the dragon race reached a cooperation. Xiao He was even happier now. Senior Shengxuan, can you take me to the dragon clan's territory? Yanyu's expression is hard to describe. It really is not afraid of being sold. The black turtle shook his head, not for now. Senior Shengxuan, are there gods in the boundless land? Qi asked. What is God in your eyes? Asked the divine black turtle. Qi Dao, gods are born from heaven and earth, possessing incomparably powerful strength, and shouldering the mission of protecting the common people. After listening to this, the divine black turtle was silent for a moment. You are right, in fact, the god clan is divided into two tribes, one is the god clan you mentioned, and the other is the god human clan. Those who, through practice, can stand shoulder to shoulder with gods are called the god men. There are no real gods in the infinite land, only the god human race. The real gods have their own territory. I don't know where their territory is. But it should be in Shenyun's inheritance. He is the god that the gods sent to the boundless land and finally entered the original void. I only know that your race of gods was also in trouble at that time, so the ancestor of gods cooperated with the boundless land. The souls of the gods are born powerful. This is probably the reason why Qi's soul is so powerful. Qi looked at Mo Jingong, who is Shenyun. Mo Jingong transmitted his voice, one of the 10 evil spirits in the 10 directions domain, the one that Zhu Jian often goes to find. When Qi Zhen was guarding the 10 directions territory, he did not interfere too much in the lives of all the ferocious beasts. As long as they don't cause trouble, he won't care. This also led to the fact that when he left the 10 directions realm, there were still many ferocious beasts he had not seen. Especially the top 10, those ferocious beasts that rarely appear. He had never seen many of them. Qi was in mixed emotions, he can sense the existence of Shenyun. But Shenyun can definitely recognize him. But Shenyun never thought of seeing him once from beginning to end. The black turtle said, Xiao Qi, the gods are immortal in a sense. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. You don't have to worry too much. Qi's eyes lit up a little. You know how to save them. Too many gods have fallen because of their priesthood. He had never been able to understand the reason for the emergence of the priesthood. Now, after listening to the words of the divine black turtle, he seemed to understand something. Those who gave the gods priesthood were most likely enemies from the outer void. Shuanman and Chaos Realm Lord probably don't have this strength yet. I don't know, the divine black turtle said honestly. This is obviously a secret of the gods, how could it know it? Qi still thanked Shengshuan Turtle. Thank you, Senior Shengshuan, for telling me these things. The divine black turtle said, if you are willing, you can go back to the infinite land with me first. Fang Lingyun knows more than me. It is good. Xiao He looked at the divine black turtle with some resentment. Yan Yue saw that Xiao He and Qi had asked, so she followed up and said, Senior Shengshuan, are you from my clan? She doesn't know whether she is a god or a devil. Or is it considered a human being? The divine black turtle stared at Yan Yue again and again. It only sensed the soul level and forgot to look at other things. The divine black turtle said, you are neither a demon nor a god. You are essentially a human. Anyway, it must be Shen Yin and Shen Qi's doing. Fang Lingyun had already considered the possibility that new races would appear in the primitive space. According to Fang Lingyun, anyone who can transform into a human form and practice the laws can be considered a human. Of course, if the other party is willing, they can also form their own clan. This is the first time it has seen someone like Yan Yue. What tribe should I be actually? Yan Yue heard the deep meaning in the words of the divine black turtle. What race do you think you are? Asked the divine black turtle. Yan Yue's soul level is naturally stronger than that of humans. But they are weaker than the gods. Her body is also stronger than humans, but slightly weaker than that of gods. It is precisely because of these 2 points that she is restricted by both the rules of the human race and the rules of the gods. The double suppression of rules prevented her from advancing to the supreme realm. Yan Yu must break free from the constraints of one side's rules. Master, how about you come with me to the dragon clan and become a dragon? Xiao He suggested. She is neither a god, nor a demon, nor a beast, said the divine black turtle. Yan Yue can become a god. You can still be a human being. You can also become a demon. It is impossible to become a beastman. Okay, Xiao He was slightly disappointed. Yan Yue didn't dwell on this issue too much. If something is uncertain, just go with the flow. There will be an answer eventually. Yan Yue asked, Senior Shengshuan, the infinite land is very dangerous now, is the battle going on all the time? Ah. Then can I go to the infinite land and join your battle? She loves fighting. Peace is good, but it is not suitable for her. Of course, said the divine black turtle in surprise. When you reach the boundless land, you will find the people there. Then can I become a human? Yan Yue continued to ask. The black turtle was even happier. You were originally a descendant of the human race, and a rare one at that. Okay, there was a gleam in Yan Yue's eyes, and at this moment she felt as if a layer of restraint had disappeared. The space began to vibrate and cracks appeared. She is going to advance, Mo Jinggong said. Xiao He said excitedly, ah, Master, you are going to become a supreme realm master. The divine black turtle looked at Yan Yue and liked every aspect of her. It immediately gave Yan Yu some inheritance about the supreme realm. Senior Shengshuan, take her to the chaos realm. As soon as Mo Jinggong finished speaking, the divine black turtle disappeared with Yan Yue. Xiao He shouted anxiously, Senior, please take me with you. It was just a shout. Unexpectedly, the divine black turtle actually turned around and took it away. Only Mo Jinggong and Qi were left looking at each other. Mo, it really comes and goes without a trace. Ah. Now that 2 people from the chaos realm have advanced, I don't know if those supreme realms will be anxious. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1877 You have no choice, Gold 2. Chaos World. The thunderstorm above Yin Yi's head was becoming more and more violent. The Lord of Chaos Realm and the Black Snake were forced to move away from the formation. Su Exingheng, you'd better think of a way quickly. You must not let him advance successfully. Black Snake ordered. The Chaos Realm Lord had a grim look in his eyes and blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. He had just tried to resist the Black Snake's order and was counterattacked. Sure enough, Black Snake did something to him. The Lord of the Chaos Realm said, the Thunder Tribulation that leads to the Supreme Realm contains the most powerful Taoism. If I go in, I will have to endure the Thunder Tribulation with him. The Black Snake stared at the Lord of Chaos Realm. Aren't you at the Tao Lord level? You are on par with the Tao, so why are you afraid of such a Thunder Tribulation? Black Snake, it's time to stop pretending. The Black Snake's violent aura subsided in an instant. It raised its head and looked at the Lord of Chaos with disdain. Now that you have seen through everything, you should know that you can only obey me, otherwise you will die faster. The Lord of Chaos exposed it without hesitation. If I obey you, my final outcome will probably be death, right? The Black Snake was full of power and intimidation. Su Exingheng, I don't want to waste time talking. I give orders, and you have to listen to them whether you want or not. Su Exingheng, stop him from transcending the tribulation right now. If Yin Yi succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, it will be the day of your death. The Black Snake is a direct threat. It is still unclear why the sacrificial formation failed. But I think it has something to do with the seclusion to overcome the tribulation. At this moment, if Yin Yi succeeds in overcoming the tribulation, the alien race will have one more enemy. It will also attract countless powerful people in the Supreme Realm. By then, those in the Supreme Realm will jointly spy on the Chaos Realm, which will definitely affect subsequent plans. In fact, it is more afraid of attracting Mo Jinggong. Take that petal. I am more worried that the petals will return and the causal forces of the past will be added to them. Black Snake, it turns out you can panic too. The Lord of Chaos said with a light laugh. The more threatening the Black Snake was, the more it made him realize that he had the advantage. When you have an advantage, you must make good use of it. Hey, after the black snake sneered, a terrifying force pressed down on the Lord of Chaos Realm. Click. The Chaos Realm Lord's leg bones were broken. He knelt down in the direction of the black snake. Su Exingheng, I can sense it. It's easy for me to kill you. Ha ha ha. The Lord of Chaos Realm laughed wildly, not caring at all about the injuries he suffered. Black Snake, it seems that my guess is correct. What are you afraid of? Why, will seclusion attract what you are afraid of? The Black Snake looked at the Lord of Chaos with his eyes. I really underestimated you. Since you have thought of this, you should know that there is no turning back. You and I are on the same page. My threat is also your threat. Su Exingheng, my patience is limited, and you have no choice, do you understand? The Black Snake looked down at Su Exingheng condescendingly. It seemed that his answer determined his life or death. The Chaos Realm Lord was not at all flustered. It's easy to continue the cooperation. Give me a Hongmeng origin. Boundless pressure fell on the Lord of Chaos. He had to get down on the ground. Black Snake said contemptuously, do you think it's possible? The Lord of Chaos was silent and didn't say anything. He was waiting. Wait for the threat that the Black Snake is afraid of to appear. This is the original void. The Black Snake is not a powerful dragon that can crush everything. Sooner or later it will coil up. Naturally, you would not compromise at this time. Black Snake asked, Su Exingheng, you want to break the covenant, right? The Lord of Chaos said calmly, did you and I have a covenant before? In your eyes, I am just an obedient dog. Okay, Su Exingheng, you are going to resist me, right? Don't call me by that name, said the Lord of Chaos. Now, he subconsciously rejected this name. A name he used as a pawn. Being called out by Black Snake, it seemed as if he was destined to remain a chess piece. The Black Snake looked at the Lord of Chaos Realm with the eyes of an ant. The Lord of Chaos endured the pain of his soul being torn apart and did not surrender. He will eventually become the leader. He deserves this bit of suffering. Black snakes will not be killed directly. At least not at this time. The Lord of Chaos Realm has been forced to crawl on the ground by the pressure of the Black Snake. Su Exingheng, if it weren't for me, would you be alive today? You would have disappeared in the long river of time long ago. Everything you have was given to you by me. You have no right to resist. Su Exingheng, I gave you a chance. If you don't cherish it, don't blame me. After the Black Snake finished speaking, it opened its mouth and spit out a black bead. There seems to be liquid flowing inside the beads, containing the breath of life. The Lord of Chaos Realm suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a cold cave. Something was gnawing at his soul. And they will also deliberately attack his sea of consciousness. His originally unstable Dalord realm began to show signs of declining. The Lord of Chaos Realm remembered what Yinyi had given him before. Open it directly in the cave. A purple gold token appeared. The rich aura of laws made the Lord of Chaos breathe rapidly, and he could no longer even imagine the pain of his soul being gnawed. It is actually the law governing order. The eyes of the Lord of Chaos were filled with brilliance, as if he had grasped the last straw. He released the token from his sea of consciousness, wanting to absorb the power of the laws within it to stabilize his realm. Boom. The token exploded in his sea of consciousness. Poof. The Lord of Chaos Realm spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. At the same time, a brisk voice sounded in his sea of consciousness, Lord of Chaos, have you experienced what you wanted? Immediately afterwards, a wisp of green smoke sank into the soul of the Lord of Chaos. As soon as Black Snake called the Chaos Law in forces, he noticed something strange about the Lord of Chaos. It has the power of control. How could the Lord of Chaos Realm faint? Black Snake had no choice but to control those Chaos Law enforcers to deal with Hermit first. Here, some power was given to the Lord of Chaos Realm. There is no time to train another useful chess piece. So he can't die yet. When the Lord of Chaos Realm awoke, the fragments in his sea of consciousness had not yet dispersed. The Lord of Chaos Realm had a cold look in his eyes. Even though he had just fainted, he still heard the voice. What a great Fang Qingbran. Did he intentionally let it go, causing Fang Qingbran to have the illusion that she could deal with him? It seems that the chess piece he placed on the Xuanchu plane can be activated. Qi Zhu, Qian, Qi Che. These 7 people were selected by him personally, just to be used to destroy Xuanchu when necessary. The Lord of Chaos Realm directly crushed a life card. Seeing Su Exingheng in a daze, Black Snake said contemptuously, are you still not convinced? Su Exingheng raised his head and stared at the Black Snake, are you sure you want to continue to confront him? Black Snake said, you still need to calm down. As Black Snake finished his words, Su Exingheng felt the tearing pain in his soul again. Su Exingheng lowered his eyes. He must obtain the origin of Hongmeng. Otherwise, he would not be able to maintain his Dao Lord status. At this time, the divine black turtle brought Yan Yue into the Chaos Realm. After a brief exploration, it took Yan Yu straight to a place with great treasures. Along the way, it created countless people who wanted to stop it. Finally, they entered a place filled with all kinds of rare treasures. Yan Yu, just stay here and survive the catastrophe. I will protect you and ensure you have no worries. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1878 I'm afraid he won't come. Xiao Hei looked around and found that the walls of the treasure house were made of special materials and were engraved with various prohibitions and runes, making this place unbreakable. Anyway, I have to let it come, and it can't be opened at all. There are also layer upon layer of formations, which all represent that this place is not simple. In a blink of an eye, Xiao Hei saw many shiny things. However, it was in no mood to pounce. It already felt countless forces pressing down on it. It makes it very uncomfortable. It looked at the divine black turtle and Yan Yu again and found nothing abnormal with either of them. Yan Yue sat cross-legged, sensing the changes in his body. The divine black tortoise looked at Yan Yu with eyes full of love. Many treasures also flew to Yan Yu, and the power in him surged into her body. Xiao Hei was stunned for a moment. Breaking into a place where other people keep their treasures and using their treasures to advance, isn't this like robbery? Wrong. That's not what's important. But this place is dangerous. If the Lord of Chaos comes over soon, how can the Master advance? It has already sensed that countless auras are coming towards it. Xiao Hei said worriedly, Senior Shengxuan, this seems to be the treasure house of the Chaos Realm. There should be many Chaos Law enforcers coming here. It is very dangerous. The divine black tortoise is calm and steady as a mountain. Don't be afraid, little black man. They can't get in. Xiao Hei, why did you give it this name? Oh, I forgot to add a layer of protection for you. After the divine black turtle finished speaking, Xiao Hei suddenly felt his whole body lighten, and all the pressure disappeared without a trace. Blackie was shocked. With just a single thought, you can dissolve the power of all the formations here. What is the strength of this divine black turtle? The divine black tortoise said again, Little Blackie, get on my back, or the lightning tribulation of the Taoist magic will strike you. Xiao Hei did as he was told obediently. At this moment, it was just glad that it had not provoked the divine black turtle before. Fortunately, it seems that it has not dug up the turtle clan's ancestral land. Otherwise, it feels in danger. The black turtle was very satisfied with Xiao Hei's obedience. Not bad, this will not affect Yan Yue's promotion. The divine black tortoise carried Xiao Hei on its back and strolled around the huge treasure house. It will throw to Yan Yu anything that Yan Yu can use. He also threw a few treasures to Xiao Hei. The rest of the divine black turtles were all collected. It can't use these treasures, but it can give them to Xiaofeng. Senior Shengxuan, the master is here, can the thunder tribulation strike in? Xiao Hei asked. After the divine black turtle emptied the entire treasury, it said calmly, don't worry. The process of advancing to the supreme realm is very long. It's not the time for the thunder tribulation to strike yet. Yan Yue now needs to stabilize his realm first. Comprehend the techniques of the supreme realm. Only then can you start advancing. What if the thunder can't strike us? Xiao Hei couldn't help but worry. This is the treasure house of the chaos realm. It's hard not to worry. Poke a hole so the thunder can come in, the divine black turtle said slowly. Hey. After all, I have never encountered any big storms. This little thing has to be so urgent. Still have to practice. Xiao Hei was stunned again. What kind of outrageous words were these from Senior Shengxuan? This place is a treasure trove that was created with great care. Xiao Hei asked cautiously, Senior Shengxuan, are you really not afraid that the Lord of Chaos will come? The black turtle said, I'm afraid he won't come. It has to protect Yan Yu and cannot leave. It would be perfect if the Lord of Chaos Realm came to us. In fact, as soon as it entered the Chaos Realm, it sensed the location of the Lord of the Chaos Realm. It also felt the breath of seclusion. It was really beyond its expectation that someone who advanced to the Supreme Realm in the Chaos Realm would actually be a hermit. Yinyi is a kid with a lot of ideas for beating up little kids. He dared to come here to advance, he must have made full preparations. There should be no need to worry about it. However, there was a vague aura around the Lord of Chaos. It didn't figure out what it was. Let Xiao Mo go and take a look. Senior Shengxuan, what is your strength? Xiao Hei couldn't control his curiosity and asked. The divine black turtle paused, as if recalling something, I don't know, this void doesn't have my level of strength. Xiao Hei was even more shocked, the Lord of Chaos Realm is the first Tao Lord, are you stronger than him? The divine black turtle answered irrelevantly, he was able to become the first Tao Master simply because he had the right time and place. Moreover, the Lord of Chaos Realm controls the Tao, not the Tao itself, but only the laws derived from the Tao. The divine black turtle did not intend to explain many things to Xiao Hei. Xiao Hei didn't understand the deep meaning of the divine black turtle's words, but he is at least the first Tao Master. Others can't cultivate to his level. The divine black turtle said, be good, stop talking, and feel how Yan Yu advanced. This is also your chance. Yan Yu and Xiao Hei have a contract for the coexistence of heaven and earth. Under this contract, Yan Yu's insights into advancement can be passed on to Xiao Hei. The things on Xiao Hei's body can also be used by Yan Yu. Only when two people trust each other extremely much will they sign such a contract. Okay, Xiao Hei coiled on the back of the divine black turtle and began to feel the feeling of promotion like Yan Yue. After finally having some peace and quiet, the divine black turtle felt a little bored again. The divine black turtle sent a message to Mo Jingong, Xiao Mo, go check on Yin Yi's situation. That guy is also going to advance. As for what the other Supreme Realms want to do, don't worry about it. This is the world of chaos. The Supreme Realm did not get the desired result, and the target of the attack was also the Lord of the Chaos Realm. It really wants to see these people fighting. Those who have advanced to the Supreme Realm clearly lack experience. If you don't endure the hardship, what will you do when the aliens really come? After Mo Jingong received the message from the divine black turtle, he paused and disappeared into the primal chaos realm. Mo Jingong felt the situation in the chaotic world again, and his eyes became even deeper. He could even sense the location of the seclusion. There are special barriers and formations separating each city in the chaos realm. The existence of these barriers cannot completely block his perception, but it will weaken his power. As a result, he was unable to get any details. When Qi saw Mo Jingong stop, he immediately guessed the reason. Mo, the situation in the chaos realm is very complicated and full of weirdness. Yan Yu and I entered here and investigated carefully. We found that the power of spiritual consciousness would be devoured. Have you ever seen the Lord of Chaos? Qi nodded, he showed up once, wearing a mask, and persuaded Yan Yu and I to leave. After Yan Yue beat him up, he left. After the Chaos Enforcer showed up, Yan Yu and I haven't seen him since. Chi said this, and seemed to think of something else. Mo, Yanyu and I came back quietly and saw a man named Yinyi. The Lord of Chaos and the Black Snake appeared and tricked Yinyi into entering a formation. The alien race I told you about before is the one from outer space that the Black Snake wants to lure in. The aura of that Black Snake is also very strange. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1879 Escape. After hearing Chi's words, Mo Jingong immediately concealed his own aura. Before, there was a dark void between us. The information Chi conveyed to him was limited. Just say that a crisis situation has occurred. That's why he insisted on coming to the Chaos Realm. Now when he heard Chi mention the Black Snake again, Mo Jingong realized that he almost missed the opportunity to catch the Black Snake. Senior Shengshuan, do you know the Black Snake? While Mo Jingong was sending a message to the Shengshuan turtle, he asked Chi to take him to find the Black Snake. He wasn't sure if he had alarmed the Black Snake. If the Black Snake had been able to sense the aura he had just released, it would have probably sensed his presence. Black Snake, where is it? As the divine Black Turtle finished speaking, it had already arrived in front of Mo Jingong. Chi realized the seriousness of the problem and said directly, I'll take you there. Before Chi could finish his words, he discovered that his body had already landed on the back of the divine Black Turtle. The divine Black Turtle moved quickly. Chi was shocked. Traveling thousands of miles in an instant is not enough to describe the speed of the divine Black Turtle. Moreover, he did not sense any fluctuations of power from the divine Black Turtle. It can be seen that such movement does not consume any energy at all for the divine Black Turtle. Chi's eyes dimmed. The power of the divine Black Turtle indirectly proved that the enemies of the gods were also very powerful. He used to only compete with Mo Jingong. At this moment, he realized that his vision and cognition were too narrow. The road they have to go is much longer than they imagined. The Black Snake originally wanted to suppress the Lord of Chaos. Force him to surrender completely. It is very clear that this contest is very important. If it cannot make the Lord of Chaos realm completely surrender, the next time it asks him to do something, the scene will be the same. However, the soul of the Lord of Chaos had been torn apart and his sea of consciousness was broken. If it continues like this, it cannot be repaired. It will affect his future cultivation. Even so, the Lord of Chaos still refused to surrender. The Black Snake only felt that it was annoyed by the Chaos Realm Lord's anger, and its soul began to move strangely. It really wanted to kill the Lord of Chaos in a fit of rage. Fang Lingyun has left anyway. It has revealed its aura, so there should be no problem for it to manage the Chaos Realm personally. Black Snake asked, Su Exingheng, I'll give you one last chance. Are you sure you want to fight me to the end? The Lord of Chaos let out a low laugh. There is excitement in the pain. Black Snake, I used to obey you and you treated me like a dog. But those days will never come again. Black Snake didn't quite understand what the Lord of Chaos meant when he mentioned the past. In the past, it told the Lord of Chaos that Yuan was the master. Wasn't it natural for him to work for it? Now, it would still bring him benefits, so why would he insist on disobeying orders? Could he have learned something from Yin Yi? Dare to ask it for the origin of Hongmeng. What a wishful thinking. The origin of Hongmeng is the foundation of this void. It hasn't even obtained a few of them, so how could it possibly give them to him? Black Snake couldn't figure out what went wrong. The Lord of Chaos realm seemed to suddenly become disobedient. Su Exingheng, I just ask you to arrange people and not give Yin Yi a chance to advance. Is it necessary for you to make such a fuss with me about this? The Lord of Chaos laughed sarcastically. Black Snake, you still treat me like an ant. You want me to die first, but now you ask me why. As soon as the Lord of Chaos realm finished speaking, he noticed that the formation in a certain city had been destroyed. A dark light flashed across his eyes. Perhaps the person he was waiting for had arrived. Also, he changed his mind. It would be best if the other party could get rid of the Black Snake. He wants to reach the top of the void, and the Black Snake is not of his species, and will sooner or later become an obstacle. It would be better to remove this obstacle as soon as possible. Anyway, Black Snake can no longer give out the benefits he could get. When the Black Snake heard the words of the Lord of Chaos, he wanted to say something. But at this moment, it felt the petals of its soul begin to become restless again. Then it felt Mo Jingong's breath. Now Black Snake can't take care of anything. It tore through the void directly. Su Exingheng, you'd better do as I say, otherwise when I come back, I will make you live a life worse than death. After making the threat, the Black Snake wanted to leave. But it felt something biting its broken tail. Xiao Mo, hurry up, seal the void. A serious voice sounded. The Black Snake was completely panicked. No. You must not stay. The Black Snake simply abandoned the body it had used for so long. Use all your strength to escape into the void. Then, with lightning speed, he merged the soul into the void. Without stopping for a moment, it disappeared. Senior Shengshuan, he was not kept. Mo Jingong said in a deep voice. I know. The divine Black Turtle spat the Black Snake's body on the ground. He even cleaned his whole body with disgust. The Black Turtle then said, I just want you to feel the power of the alien race in advance. Mo Jingong couldn't describe the feeling just now. There was no collision of force between him and the Black Snake. The Black Snake was so afraid of the divine turtle that it even gave up its body. It must have used up all its strength to escape. In order to stop it, he used all his strength to block the void. But the two forces collide. He felt nothing. This means that the Black Snake's power completely crushed him. Mo Jingong raised his hand and looked at his palm. He had actually grabbed the petal. But the petals were still taken away by the Black Snake. Seeing that Mo Jingong was distracted, the divine Black Turtle transmitted a message, Little Mo, among the alien races, Black Snake is at most of medium strength. It is also suppressed by the void rules here, and can only exert 1/10 of its power at most. Do you feel the gap between you and it? Xiao Mo, I'm not letting you know this to discourage you. I just want to tell you that the alien race is an absolutely powerful enemy. You have stood at the top of this void for too long. So long that you start to overlook a lot of things. In fact, in addition to its strength, the black snake has another ability, which is the real reason why we can't catch it. The black snake can quickly integrate the soul into everything and become a part of that thing. The moment the void crack appeared, I knew we couldn't keep the black snake. If you want to kill the black snake, you must kill it first. Of course, when dealing with any alien race, it is best to strike first. Mo, you should know that I let you know this because I want you to go to the boundless land. The divine black turtle did not hesitate to speak his mind. It didn't know what Fang Lingyun was thinking. Why should Mo Jingong be left in the original void? If Mo Jingong stays here, the amount of strength he can improve will be extremely limited. The emergence of the primordial void is to protect the future generations of the boundless land. Naturally, the rule here is protection first. In a protected area, there must be countless restrictions and constraints. If Mo Jingong wants to become able to fight against alien races, he must go to the boundless land. There is no other way. I know, Mo Jingong said calmly. The divine black turtle could not hear his specific emotions. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1880 I really forgot, update. The divine black turtle sighed lightly and didn't intend to say more. Mo Jingong has lived for so long, and he knows almost everything he should understand. You will also have your own thoughts and choices. What kind of road to choose? You have to bear the consequences. If you want to stay here, then stay. Senior Shengshuan, what should I do with my master? Xiao Hei said weakly. It felt like the atmosphere wasn't right for it. It's still more comfortable to be around the master. The black turtle said, I'll go back right away. Xiao Mo, I'll leave this to you. The black snake won't come back. Before leaving, the divine black turtle glanced at Yin Yi and then at the sacrificial formation on the ground. In the end, nothing was said. After walking in the primordial void for such a long time, it discovered that every decision made by Fang Lingyun was correct. In this case, it should trust Fang Lingyun's choice regarding seclusion. Yin Yi, I hope you won't let Fang Lingyun down. The divine black tortoise disappeared very quickly. Mo Jingong looked at the place where the divine black turtle left and quickly calmed his mind. There are many chaos law enforcers in the formation where Yin Yi is located. They are attacking seclusion. But their attacks didn't hurt Yin Yi at all. Instead, the vitality in him is rapidly fading away. Yin Yi absorbed their power through the formation. Mo Jingong observed the formation. There were many strange runes in it. He seemed to have seen them in the spell book of the mermaid tribe. Why does the mermaid tribe spell appear on this formation? Lord of Chaos Realm, are you okay? Chi's voice rang out. The Lord of Chaos was now lying on the ground, dying. After the black snake left, the painful torture disappeared. He seemed to come alive. So he turned over and lay flat. The Lord of Chaos met Chi's gaze and said, Lord Chi, you came back to see me not long after we met. Do you miss me? Chi's expression turned colder. The Lord of Chaos relies on his thick skin to rule the Chaos Realm. Ha ha ha, is Lord Chi jealous? The Chaos Realm Lord's voice was calm, as casual as if he was chatting with an old friend. But he and Chi will never be friends. Isn't it tiring for the Lord of Chaos to live with a mask on for a long time? I'm not tired. If I can't reach the highest position, I'd like to die quietly. Chi's eyes were cold yet somewhat complicated. It's strange, after being the enemy of the Lord of Chaos for so long, I didn't even have the chance to learn your name. When the Lord of Chaos heard this question, his eyes were a little confused. He just lay there, staring at Chi quietly for a long time. Mo Jingong did not bother Chi He, the Lord of the Chaos Realm. Chi said, the Lord of Chaos Realm will not forget his name, right? I really forgot. Hear this answer. There was a hint of mockery in Chi's eyes. Obviously don't believe it. The Lord of Chaos Realm was born earlier than him. It is impossible not to know the importance of a name. How could I forget my own name? The Lord of Chaos said, I really forgot. Ever since I started working with that black snake, I gradually forgot who I was. I only remember one name I didn't particularly like. The Lord of Chaos said this and looked at Mo Jingong. Come to think of it, Lord Mo should know my name. Mo Jingong looked at the Lord of Chaos Realm and remained silent. Su Xingheng. When the Chaos Realm Lord said this, Chi was shocked. The aura around Mo Jingong turned cold. You really dare, Chi said. It was delivered right under their noses. Mo Jingong's voice was chilling to the bone, so, Fang Qingren's experience has something to do with you. The Lord of Chaos said, alas, I didn't want her to die, but the chess piece went against my will. Only Fang Qingren can find the command that governs the laws of the gods and demons. His original intention was just to let Su Yanran seize Fang Qingren's luck. Fang Qingren's luck is weak, which makes it easier for him to obtain the law governing order. Unfortunately, when he was Su Xingheng, he also became a pawn of Xuanmen. The Mother of Decay is still parasitic on his soul. Steal his luck. It's quite interesting to talk about this matter. He planned everything, but in the end, he was still planned against. If Fang Qingren hadn't escaped Xuanmen's plan on her own, I'm afraid that everything he prepared will become mysterious things. When the Lord of Chaos Realm thought about this, he suddenly had a horrified thought. Could it be that there was more than one controller behind Xuanmen, Black Snake? Hey, Mo Jingong said lightly. Chi retreated thousands of miles away in an instant. The sky of the entire chaotic world darkened. Those who have quietly entered the supreme realm of chaos hid their breath and dared not move rashly. A vortex of power appeared around Mo Jingong. The terrifying thunder that was originally hovering above Yin Yi's head was actually coming towards Mo Jingong. Gahu flew out of Mo Jingong's body. Roar. The long and deep dragon roar resounded through the sky. With irresistible majesty. It unfolds around me in a huge way. Stretching for tens of thousands of miles. Each of the crystal-clear purple scales is filled with mysterious and ancient power. The terrifying dragon might directly destroy the defensive formations and barriers of countless cities in the Chaos Realm. When Chi saw this scene, his eyes were unclear. Gahu appeared in a high-profile manner. It seems that Mo wants to do more than just deal with the Lord of Chaos. Mo is preparing to warn all the powerful people in the Supreme Realm. Tell them that as long as they have him, even all the Supreme Realms combined are no match for him. Chi King sighed. Hey, I'm the only one who's behind. With such a gap, when can I catch up? He was a little skeptical. Wasn't Mo the real god? He could tell from the divine black turtle's tone that the true gods were born powerful. Born to be powerful. But he couldn't even be on par with Mo Ping. How awesome is this? At this time, many people in the Supreme Realm looked at the extremely majestic purple dragon in the sky. For the first time, I felt like an ant. So on a daily basis, people who are despised by them all feel this way. True dragon. How could there be a purple true dragon in the Chaos Realm? Didn't the dragon race become extinct a long time ago? This dragon must have been hiding in the Chaos Realm for a long time, otherwise it would not have survived until now. The Lord of Chaos is really well hidden. I suspect that these two people who were promoted to the Supreme Realm at the same time have something to do with this purple dragon. Then what should we do? The qualifiers have not been found yet. Let the dragon block the road first. If those two advanced ones reveal the secret of the Supreme Realm, their situation will become extremely bad. Someone tried to move forward. Zilong suddenly lowered his head and looked at him with sharp eyes. He had a feeling that if he dared to take another step forward, he would be reduced to ashes. He wasn't the only one who felt this way. Other Supreme Realms also had the same feeling. Many people's eyes flickered. No wonder the dragon race became extinct. Just one dragon is enough to stop them. If a few more dragons came, wouldn't they really be destroyed? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1881 No More Chaos Realm, Gold Ticket 1. Such a powerful and terrifying existence. How could those greedy people allow him to live? Although the Dragon Clan is not a clan of gods and will not take the initiative to protect all living beings, if they really encounter a catastrophe, the Dragon Clan will still be at the forefront. It seems that all the races that are powerful and willing to protect the common people are slowly disappearing in the catastrophe of heaven and earth. Some were targeted by greedy people and were eaten up bit by bit. Some disappeared without a trace in the process of fighting against the greedy. After these races disappeared, Schwanman rose rapidly. People in later generations also live under the shadow of Schwanman and no longer have the power to resist. The dragon in front of you dares to reveal its breath. Isn't it afraid of attracting greedy people again? The strong men had thousands of questions in their hearts, but they did not dare to take any action. When the Lord of Chaos Realm saw Gahu, desire instantly appeared in his eyes. He has the opportunity to contract a real dragon. But the Black Snake wouldn't let him. There are no dragons allowed in the Chaos Realm. The Black Snake dislikes the dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn tribes and only wants to destroy them. He hadn't understood why before. Now I see the carcass thrown away by the Black Snake. He suddenly figured it out. It turns out that if you can't get it, you have to destroy it. Su Exingheng, do you have anything else to say? Mo Jinggong's voice was indifferent, without a trace of warmth. Lord Mo, you won't kill me, right? The Lord of Chaos was very confident. He did give the source core of the universe to Yinyi. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a trump card. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep, as if he could see through all of Chaos Realm Lord's thoughts. I will kill you until you can no longer be resurrected. The Lord of Chaos Realm is fearless. In addition to the Hongmeng origin in his body, he also possesses a Tao body. When one reaches the strength of the Lord of Chaos Realm, one can create many soul incarnations. As long as the soul incarnation is alive, it will not die. Qi killed the Lord of Chaos many times. None of them succeeded in killing. This is why Qi Neng could chat and laugh with the Lord of Chaos Realm despite his hatred. If one wants to kill the Lord of Chaos, it would be best to wipe out all of his soul incarnations within the River of Time. Neither Qi nor he could do this for the time being. He didn't ask the Divine Black Turtle if it could do it. Since the Void has its own rules, the Divine Black Turtle will certainly not be able to violate these rules. Why should the Divine Black Turtle bear this karma that does not belong to it? Master Mo, do you hate me so much because of Fang Qingran or because of what I did? Mo Jinggong's eyes were cold, his black hair was flying, and there seemed to be a divine light emerging from his body, which was extremely dazzling. At this moment, the three laws of reincarnation, time, and cause and effect are running together in his body. Mo Jinggong looked down at the Lord of the Chaos Realm and said calmly, from today on, there will be no more Chaos Realm, and no more Lord of the Chaos Realm. A hint of panic finally appeared in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos. He wanted to speak. But he found that all his strength was restrained. He was blasted into the sky. The whole person became bloody. Mo Jinggong's body flashed, and he stood proudly on the top of the sky. His eyes swept across the chaotic world lightly, and then looked at those supreme realms. Gahu moved, and the dragon's tail twitched. The body of the Lord of Chaos was broken and blood splattered everywhere. The strong men looked at the scene with horror. Mo Jinggong's voice rang out, no matter who it is in this void, if anyone dares to bully the weak and harm innocent people in the future, you will end up like him. Mo Jinggong raised his hand, and it seemed that the light of stars followed his palm, forming strange rays of light. Boom. The next moment, terrifying power spread out from his body. The city that seemed indestructible to the powerful collapsed. The body of the Lord of Chaos also exploded into a bloody mist. When the strong men saw this, they trembled all over and their faces turned pale. Is this the strength of Lord Mo of the Immortal Realm? With just one move, the immortal body of the Lord of Chaos was destroyed. With just a wave of his hand, the chaotic world was destroyed. What kind of power is this? It turns out the dragon is his contracted beast. Isn't there a rumor that Master Mo is injured? Someone asked in a voice transmission. I also remember there were rumors that Lord Mo was injured. I heard that it was because of his injury that Shuanman and Primal Chaos had the opportunity to develop. Could it be that his injury has healed? With Mo Jinggong's strength, he won't be easily injured. Likewise, once injured, it is difficult to heal. He should have recovered from his injuries and wanted to return to his peak. He killed the Lord of Chaos Realm, probably to make an example of him. The Lord of Chaos Realm is at Dao Lord level. If I were to do this, I would probably only be able to injure a hair on him, but Lord Mo just killed him directly. You think too much. The Lord of Chaos will not die easily. He will cause harm for thousands of years. Can you guys reply first, before we discuss this? I don't dare to reply anyway. If you dare to reply, you can speak first. In this situation, they were very cautious in communicating. How dare I speak? If I hadn't dared to run away. At this moment, they will definitely turn around and leave. Why should he stay here and let Mo Jinggong remember him? When the divine black turtle saw what Mo Jinggong did, his eyes were filled with relief, and then he seemed to understand something. It turned out to be the case. Fang Lingyun asked Mo Jinggong to stay, not just for Feng Qingran. Or is it to suppress the powerful ones in this universe? At least, when Mo Jinggong was around, these powerful people would be cautious if they wanted to do evil. Moreover, Mo Jinggong's strength is far stronger than he shows. Even if he is no match for the Black Snake. At least the Black Snake didn't dare to do anything to him. Senior Shengshuan, what's wrong? Xiao He asked in confusion when he saw the Shengshuan turtle spinning in circles. The divine black turtle set up a separate territory here. Xiao He couldn't see what was happening outside, nor did he hear what Mo Jinggong said. It's okay, I'm just happy, said the divine black turtle. The master's bloodline is ultimately better than it imagined. It couldn't help but feel happy for its owner. If only I could tell the master this good news. It will be happier. Senior Shengshuan, the bloodline of your Shengshuan clan must be very powerful, right? Mo Jinggong looked at the strong men indifferently. Without Mo Jinggong saying anything, the strong men understood what he meant. One of them said with a smile, Master Mo, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Master Mo, we will remember what you said. Another person left. Of course, there are also people who leave quietly. Master Mo, don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words to others. Many people who valued their lives and were afraid of death left very quickly. But some of them remained in place. An old man who looked skinny as a stick trembled and said, May I ask if Master Mo has already broken through to the peak of the Supreme Realm? As soon as these words were spoken, those who were about to leave stopped. Mo Jinggong said calmly, No. If we want to break through to the peak of the Supreme Realm, do we have to leave this void? The old man asked again. He advanced to the Supreme Realm relatively late. At that time, Shuanman had already become a well-known faction. He refused to join Shuanman and offended Shuanman. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1882 What I heard, Golden Ticket 2. Therefore, when he was promoted to the Supreme Realm, he was framed by Shuanman, causing him to suffer spiritual damage. If he hadn't been lucky enough to advance, he wouldn't be alive today. But the damage to his soul could not be repaired. Now seeing Mo Jinggong's situation, he was moved. Perhaps, there will be a chance to repair his injury. Only then did he boldly ask Mo Jinggong. When he spoke, he was prepared to face everything. If the damage to his soul is not repaired, he will remain in this realm forever, with no possibility of further improvement. Instead of living a miserable life, it is better to seize the opportunity in front of you. Mo Jinggong looked at the old man calmly. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? The old man looked lost upon hearing this. Seeing that Mo Jinggong did not embarrass the old man, someone stepped forward boldly. Master Mo, do you have a way to leave this void? Snapped. The person who was speaking was pulled out of the Chaos Realm by Gahu. Gahu said, It's best not to ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Zhu Qiang felt a tightness in his heart. It turned out that he was not that easy to talk to. If you think about the questions asked by the old man, they're indeed very reasonable. And the person just now seemed to have crossed the line. If there really was a chance to leave this void, Mo Jinggong would have left long ago. One person said respectfully, Master Mo, if you destroy the Lord of the Chaos Realm, aren't you afraid that the Chaos Law Enforcer will be angry and cause harm to other universes? The attitude is indeed very respectful. But this question is a bit too much. Qi stood out, looking calm and composed. If Mo doesn't kill the Lord of Chaos, then the Chaos Enforcers are not harming the universe. Zhu Qiang was silent. Qi said again, You are all in the Supreme Realm, you should be able to deal with the Chaos Enforcers. With your kindness, how about helping to clean up the Enforcers? All the strong men glared at the person who had just spoken. Why are you asking such random questions? Now you're bringing trouble upon yourself, right? They were burned together. The man in brown robe who asked the question lowered his head guiltily. He just thought that Mo Jinggong cared so much about the people, so he wanted to ask about the other party's follow-up plans. Who knew this would be the result? What, you guys don't want to? Gahu said. As soon as it opened its mouth, dragon might immediately spread. We are most pleased to do so, the strong men said, and once again glared at the young man in brown robe who had spoken. Qi smiled and said, You are all really good people. You will definitely gain countless merits. Zhu Qiang, we actually don't want this merit. The Lord of Chaos Realm is not dead at all. If they attack the Chaos Law Enforcers, the Lord of Chaos will not let them go when he returns. It's okay, everyone can go away. Qi smiled and waved his hand, truly gentle and flawless. It's time to leave. Some people couldn't help themselves and sent a message to Mo Jinggong. Master Mo, I have another question. Will these two advanced people reveal the secrets of the Supreme Realm? No, Mo Jinggong said. The Supreme Realm Powerhouse wants to keep this secret. Nothing wrong with that. After all, no one wants to live in fear. No one likes to be remembered all the time. After hearing this, the strong men left with peace of mind. After they left the Chaos Realm, they grabbed the young man in brown robe and started taking action. Don't hit my face. Oh, kicking my butt is not okay. I really didn't mean it. Be gentle. Oh, we won't be able to calm down our anger unless we beat you till you feel the pain deep in your bones. Ellipsis. The strong men hiding in the cracks of the void saw this scene. They are all very enthusiastic. Something interesting must have happened after we left Chaos Realm. Why don't you go ask later? Only a fool would ask. If you can run, run fast. Many of the Supreme realms disappeared very quickly. Those who didn't have time to leave were caught. Master Mo said that we need to help clean up the Chaos Enforcers. Anyone who dares to slack off will end up like the Chaos Realm Master. Everyone looked miserable. They are not the Lords of Chaos. Then the killing. With Mo Jingdong's strength, he can find the places where their souls have transformed into in just a few minutes. Let's cut the weeds and root them out. Chaos Enforcers are not cabbages. How do we clean them up? I've heard that Chaos Enforcers have many special abilities. We should be careful when we meet them. With so many of us in the Supreme Realm, are we afraid of a bunch of little Law Enforcers? Chaos Enforcers are everywhere in the universe. Do you think you can just deal with one place? Don't discuss this here. We should first find a universe, capture a few Chaos Enforcers, and then determine the plan for the future. A group of Supreme Realm Masters left very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the entire Dark Void became quiet. Yuan Shi and Kang Buyi just appeared. Yuan Shi followed behind the two of them. Brother Buyi, it seems someone has taken action before us. Ah. Yuan Shi was slightly puzzled and asked, according to what those people said, the Lord of Chaos Realm has several lives. Why did Luo Wuji die all of a sudden? Kang Buyi said, because his soul and incarnation are gone. At that time, Fang Lingyun not only took back her things, but also directly destroyed countless soul incarnations of the Chuanists, leaving no one alive. Luo Wuji, Luo Hui and others originally wanted to wait until Chuanan settled down before creating their soul incarnations. It's a pity that there is no chance anymore. Brother Buyi, do you still have your soul incarnation? Yuan Shi smiled somewhat weirdly. Facing Kang Buyi's sharp eyes. Yuan Shi didn't feel guilty at all. Chief, he has a soul incarnation hidden. Yuan Shi was surprised when he heard Yuan Shi's voice transmission. He asked in a voice transmission, how did you know? Yuan Shi transmitted the message, I heard it. What else did you hear? No, I can only hear something now and then. Yuan Shi's eyes darkened. Yuan Shi's ability must have been given by the sinful blood lotus. Yuan Shi transmitted the message, Yuan Shi, tell me everything you heard afterwards. Kang Buyi is such a thief. They came out of the darkest place together. This guy actually has the chance to hide a split soul incarnation. Yuan Shi pretended to be magnanimous and said, Brother Buyi, it is your business whether to hide the split soul incarnation or not. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. Kang Buyi said firmly, you know it. Chief, he said he wanted to hide another soul incarnation. Yuan Shi transmitted the message. Yuan Shi's smile became more sincere. Brother Buyi, look at what you said, I definitely don't know. Yuan Shi, you said this. The more the sky moves, the more I don't believe it. Yuan Shi said, Brother Buyi, don't think about it, let's quickly find the looter's hiding place. Kang Buyi glanced at the Chaos Realm. He knew that one day he would obtain such power. Yuan Shi, do you know the original gate? The primordial gate sounds familiar. What is that place? Xuanchu Plain. As soon as Fang Qingran entered the border area, she felt a sense of peace of mind. What's strange is that there are only a few Buddhas guarding the border area. She concealed her breath and did not disturb the Buddhas. But at this moment, a little dragon jumped into her arms. Feng Feng, you're finally back. Fang Qingran picked up the dragon's tail and pulled it out. Fang Qingran looked at the small but chubby dragon in front of her and asked hesitantly, are you Xuan? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1883, 1 point, or billions of points. Yes, it's me. How is it? Am I very powerful now? Xuan said in a cheerful tone. He was pinched by the tail by Fang Qingran and swayed back and forth, but he didn't show any sign of anger. It even cooperated and shook the faucet on purpose. From a distance, it looks like a ball floating in the air. Fang Qingran looked at Xuan's body shape, then probed Xuan's strength, and said insincerely, yeah, very strong. What a majestic and powerful dragon. Almost as fat as a ball. Now it's just cuteness. Fang Qingran placed Xuan in the palm of her hand and poked its belly, coming to the conclusion that dragon scales were quite delicate. Xuan's eyes suddenly widened, and his two dragon whiskers stood up. Wait, Feng Feng, you, how is it possible that you have already reached the Daoshang realm? Fang, you've been gone for less than 10,000 years, how come you've become so strong? After Xuan was shocked, his dragon whiskers drooped. Why can't it catch up with Feng Feng? Fang Qingran just felt that Xuan's reaction was very cute, and touched its dragon horn. I encountered a little bit of opportunity and was lucky enough to advance. Xuan said, is it a little bit? Or a billion points? Fang Qingran raised the corners of her lips slightly, and a mark appeared on her palm. Xuan felt the breath of the mark, flew up, and said excitedly, this breath is Xiaobei. Feng Feng, did you encounter it? Fang Qingran said, well, I met Biawang, and he mentioned you and said he would come to see you if he had the chance. Xuan's dragon head drooped down. There is no chance. As the will of the universe, we cannot leave the universe. We were close before, and there was no dark void between us, so we could still see each other. There are now countless cosmic rulers between us, and it is impossible for us to meet. It makes me happy to know that it still exists. Xuan's tone was dull, all his emotions on display. Fang Qingran's voice became a little gentler. Don't worry, we will meet again one day. When Xuan heard Feng Qingran's words, his lost mood was swept away. Feng Feng, I remember, please don't forget your promise. Feng Qingran took a moment to react before she realized that Xuan took her words as a promise. Feng Qingran felt a strange feeling in her heart. Xuan Neng took her comfort as a promise, there must be other reasons. Perhaps, one day in the future, she will really be able to let Xuan meet Biawang. Feng Qingran nodded solemnly under Xuan's expectant gaze. I will always keep it in my heart. Ah, Feng Feng, you are so nice. Xuan rolled around in Feng Qingran's palm and almost fell off. Feng Qingran caught it in time. It turned into an upside-down position again. Xuan, weren't there many defenders in the border area before? Why are there only these few now? After reminiscing about the past, Feng Qingran started to ask about serious matters. Xuan said, Feng Feng, something went wrong in the demon realm, they all rushed there. Feng Feng, a lot of things happened here during the time you were away. The evil dragon and its subordinates were all cleaned out by one person. Also, the Dark Lord of Xuanmen changed his name to Qinshi and stayed in the fairyland with Tianchen. He did not make any other moves. Xuanyuan Linglong threw the Xuanyuan family to Xuanyuan Jun's, and she became a true god, ruling the god realm. Ellipsis. The things Xuan talked about were all things he used to kill time and observe when he was bored. Most of them are related to Feng Qingran. After listening to this, Feng Qingran had an idea in mind. Do you want to go to the demon world with me? Feng Qingran asked. Let's go together. I'm very strong now. I can chop down anyone who dares to bully you. Xuan said with high morale. Feng Qingran smiled and put Xuan on her shoulder, then raised her hand and tore open a void. Spirit world. Jiang family. Jiang Chanshu and the others spat out blood at the same time, and the breath in their bodies became disordered. Their faces looked very ugly, and there was extreme anger in their eyes. Someone actually dared to kill Luo Wuji. Are you trying to deceive me because there is no one in Xuanmen? Then let me find out who this person is. I can feel that the soul-controlling goo has also been destroyed. The person who killed Luo Wuji must have a huge force behind him, otherwise he would never have been able to kill Luo Wuji by getting past so many Shranists. No, Luo Wuji is at least in the Supreme Realm, and also in the Dao Realm. He also has many soul avatars. How could he die so easily? Not to mention the Supreme Realm. Even the Lord of the Universe has a split soul and incarnation. As long as you divide up some of your soul and some of your strength to create an incarnation, it is equivalent to having a second life. No practitioner would be so stupid as to be unwilling. After the split soul incarnation is created, its strength will not exceed that of the real body. At this time, the real body is usually hidden in an extremely secluded place, and the soul incarnation is allowed to walk outside. Of course, you can also let the real body continue to walk outside. After all, as long as the soul is incarnated, it will not die. But if this is the case, when the real body disappears, the split soul incarnation will have to sleep for a period of time before it can recondense into the real body. The strength of the new true body will inevitably be weaker than the previous true body. In fact, practitioners who have broken through the universe will not die easily. Even if I don't create a soul incarnation. There are other ways to stay alive. For example, keep a drop of your own blood, inject soul into it, and then place the blood somewhere, or give it to someone you trust. In this way, if one unfortunately dies, one can use this drop of essence and blood to gather the soul and reshape the true body. However, this approach is very risky. It's better to split the soul and create an incarnation. Because the split soul incarnation can help you seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. But blood does not. Once this drop of blood containing one's own soul falls into the hands of someone with ulterior motives, the consequences will be disastrous. Xuanmen mystics generally don't use this method. They all choose to hide multiple soul incarnations to save their lives. The number of soul incarnations is determined by strength. With Luo Wuji's strength, he can have at least 7 soul incarnations. No matter how you look at it, he shouldn't be killed so easily. Unless someone directly wiped out all of Luo Wuji's soul incarnations. The locations of the soul avatars are extremely hidden. Even we may not be able to find all of our soul avatars. Since you have to hide a secret, it is best to hide it from yourself, which is the safest way. Anyway, just death. The consciousness will return to a certain soul incarnation. So I don't remember the exact location. For them, the impact is not that great. Is it possible that someone is strong enough to find all of Luo Wuji's soul incarnations based on his aura? This is absolutely impossible. Some soul incarnations are hidden somewhere in the long river of time. To find them, you have to cross the long river of time from ancient times to the present. No one can do it. Let's take a step back and say that even if someone can sweep across the long river of time from ancient times to the present, the hidden formations of the Xuanmen sect can still prevent the other party from spying on them. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1884. The Mother Goo is in our hands. After listening to what they said, Qian Kun asked, could it be that Luo Wuji's soul incarnation betrayed him? Several people looked at each other. This possibility is even more ridiculous than someone finding out all of Luo Wuji's soul incarnations. The incarnation of a split soul is just the incarnation of a split soul. Without the consciousness provided by the real body, it is just an unconscious puppet. The real body can also take back the consciousness of the split soul at any time. There is still a certain difference between the clone and the soul incarnation. There are many examples of double betrayal. But they have never seen an example of betrayal by a soul incarnation. The clone has a complete soul and its own thoughts. Therefore, even if the clone's soul bears the imprint of the main body, it is still possible to develop a rebellious heart. Moreover, creating an avatar requires a tremendous amount of effort and energy. The split soul incarnation is created by separating a wisp of soul consciousness, and its thoughts and consciousness are completely dependent on the real body. There is no possibility of betrayal. Of course, except for old man Chankin. Yi Jamin also said that this matter was related to the divine phoenix egg. But there is only one divine phoenix egg. Luo Wuji has so many soul incarnations that a collective betrayal would not happen. Several people thought about this but didn't say it out loud. One person said after careful consideration, it shouldn't be the betrayal of the split soul incarnation. It's possible that there is a traitor around Luo Wuji. During the period when they were in charge of the Xuan sect, every Xuanist had a loyalty gu in their body, and they could sense the slightest sign of disloyalty. But they didn't know whether Luo Wuji would do that. Jiang Chanshu's eyes were deep, and he changed the subject. Luo Wuji is dead, the soul control gu is destroyed, and a new Xuan master should appear in Xuanmen. It's possible that this new Xuan lord may have other ideas, so we should make plans early. After Jiang Chanshu said this, several people fell silent. They gave Luo Wuji the soul-controlling insect in preparation for their return to Xuanmen. Now that Luo Wuji is dead and the new Xuanju has just taken over, it's still unknown what might go wrong. They must contact the elders of Xuanmen as soon as possible. Qian Kun said, but we can't leave here now, otherwise we will have a hard time explaining to His Majesty. Yi Jiamen gave them time just to let them understand what happened during their sleep, not to let them solve the Xuanmen issue. Yi Jiamen seemed to have no temper. But they still didn't want to, and didn't dare to, anger her. Once Yi Jiamen gets angry, no matter how many soul incarnations they have, they will not be able to save their lives. One of them said, there is no need to worry too much about the Xuanmen. The Mother Gu is in our hands, and the new Xuan Master will not be able to cause any trouble. They come from that kind of place and understand the darkness of human nature better than anyone else. Naturally, I won't hand over all the chips. Even among themselves, they were on guard against each other. The loyalty gu that they left for Lord Xuan looked like a Mother Gu, but it was actually a Sun Gu. As for the real Mother Gu, it was sealed by them. But the soul fragment we left in the soul-controlling gu might have been taken away by someone. Jiang Chanshu expressed his thoughts. The soul control gu is a gu of the supreme realm. No one would risk controlling it and extracting the soul. Witchcraft and sorcery have always been feared by people because they are very dangerous. Especially gu. If you want to kill a gu, you just need to be stronger than the gu. But if you want to control a gu, you have to leave a mark on it when you start cultivating it. It is almost impossible to control it later. Even if there is someone powerful enough to easily kill the gu, he still cannot make it surrender. Jiang Chanshu certainly knew all this, but he still felt uneasy in his heart. Qian Kun also said, Qian Shu, don't worry, we have all sensed that the gu has been destroyed, there will be no problem. They all have this strength. Even if someone gets their soul fragments, there is very little they can do. Jiang Chanshu's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't say anything else in the end. At this moment, their bodies have recovered. Jiang Chanshu called the ancestor of the Jiang family in and asked about what happened in the plain. The ancestor of the Jiang family gave Jiang Chanshu the things he had prepared. Then, wait aside. Soon, Jiang Chanshu and others finished reading the things given by the Jiang family's ancestor. The information provided by the Jiang family's ancestor was extremely limited. There is only a general summary of things before the ancient era, and some things are obviously not true. After ancient times, things were very detailed. Xuanmen secretly controlled Xuanchu and arranged one thing after another. However, if you look closely at all the things that seem to be under Xuanmen's control, you will find that Xuanmen is very passive. Is Su Exingheng a pawn of the Jiang family? Jiang Chanshu asked. Yes. Jiang Chanshu's eyes were sharp. He has another child in the Jiang family, named Jiang Chanyu. The Jiang family ancestor nodded truthfully. Who came up with this name? Changken asked. The Jiang family ancestor didn't understand, but still answered honestly, I calculated that this name will make him have the strongest luck. He actually has selfish motives. He wanted Jiang Chanyu to become the son of destiny in the god-forsaken land. It just backfired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chanshu looked at Changken. Jiang Chanshu asked, have you had any contact with Elder Changken? The Jiang family ancestor nodded and said, yes, I will discuss many matters of the Xuanmen with him. When Fang Qingwu targeted the Jiang family several times, it was Elder Changken who stepped in to resolve the crisis. Ah. A sneer came from Changken. His soul incarnation is really powerful. You can go down. Jiang Chanshu waved his hand. The ancestor of the Jiang family did not hesitate for a moment. After paying his respects, he left. Chanshu, why did you let him go? Someone asked puzzled. We can't hear any useful information from him anymore, Jiang Chanshu said. The ancestor of the Jiang family is obviously being manipulated by old man Changken. In this case, the experience of the Jiang family's ancestors has no reference value. Jiang Chanshu said coldly, no wonder His Majesty suddenly got angry. The chess pieces we arranged have become knives in the hands of others. After hearing Jiang Chanshu's words, several people could not hide the coldness in their eyes. Could this matter be related to the Lord of Chaos? We have a Supreme Master behind us in Xuanmen, and there is no guarantee that there won't be another Supreme Master behind the Lord of Chaos. It's actually not bad. According to the news, there are no strong people guarding the Xuanchu plain. It will be easy for us to rule here. Yes, it seems that after the Chaos Enforcer came, the plain no longer has a Lord of the Universe. There is also one who was promoted to the Lord of the Universe not long ago. His name is Tianyu. According to the information, this Tianyu seems to be very powerful. After the ancient war, he became the defender of the border. There is also this Lingyun sect, which has produced many geniuses, but they left the plain not long ago. Lingyun sect's Fang Qingbran, isn't this the one we want to seize? Why does she have the god-killing gun? She may have also contracted the nine-colored true dragon. Several people exchanged glances. There are many emotional changes. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1885. She will definitely come back, additional. But they could see the greed in each other's eyes. They know better than anyone else the benefits of true dragon flesh and blood. There is also the dragon soul, which, if it can be refined, can protect the soul from being eroded by darkness. Real dragons, like the Kun clan, are full of treasures. What a pity, she is not in Shwanshu now. I hope she can come back soon and not send the real dragon to other places. It only says there is a suspected 9-colored real dragon, but you guys took it seriously. Let's not discuss the real dragon first. Haven't you found any other problems? What is the problem? She is so lucky that she can even find the god-killing spear. No wonder your majesty is worried about her growth. Ellipsis. Those with strong luck will not be useless, nor will they be weak. If you encounter such an enemy, the best way is to take away his luck when he is weak, and then eliminate his entire body. Fortunately, when she left the Shwanshu plain, she was only at the same level. With this strength, can she come back alive after crossing the dark void? She will definitely come back, Jiang Chanshu said with certainty. Several people looked at Jiang Chanshu. Jiang Chanshu said, if she can't come back, His Majesty will not say that our plan has failed, nor will he be disappointed in us. Yi Jiamin's ability can see through the past and present, and can even peek into the future. She must have found out something about Feng Qinggran. That's why I say those words to them. Humph, not so stupid. When Yi Jiamin's voice sounded, a figure appeared not far away. Jiang Chanshu and Chang'an trembled unconsciously. They secretly thanked their lucky stars that they had not shown any disrespect just now. I have met your majesty. Several people stood up at the same time and gave their seats in front of the stone table to Yi Jiamin. Yi Jiamin's figure flashed, and in an instant, she was seated. Yi Jiamin supported her chin with her hand. I just went to see a good show, do you want to know what it was? Jiang Chanshu said, Your Excellency, please speak. Yi Jiamin's eyes fell on Jiang Chanshu. Jiang Chanshu only felt that his body seemed to have become much younger. The others watched as Jiang Chanshu grew from a man in his 30s to a teenager. Red lips and white teeth. Bright eyes and white teeth. The people who watched were extremely envious. This kind of youth is not about appearance, but about being young from body to soul. Yi Jiamin nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, it looks much better this way. The others all looked at Yi Jiamin with burning eyes. Expressing your desire. Yi Jiamin didn't even give them a glance. I just went to the demon realm for a walk, and found that almost all the strong people went there. Besides, I also saw the spirit of a vicious beast there. They heard that enemies from the other void had come to the demon realm, and they are all preparing to deal with them. You say, isn't it interesting? After Yi Jiamin finished speaking, several people agreed that it was interesting. Only Jiang Chanshu said, Your Majesty, this is our chance. The strong men from all walks of life have gone to the demon realm. Why don't we take this opportunity to occupy other places? Yi Jiamin looked at Qian Kun and the others. Now you know why I changed his lifespan but not yours, right? Several of them lowered their heads and said nothing. When it comes to cunningness, they're not as good as Jiang Chanshu. Yi Jiamin said calmly, occupying these places is too meaningless. I don't like this feeling of fighting back and forth. I like playing games with rules. There are constraints and restrictions. It's more fun to defeat the opponent under such circumstances. Rules game. It will make the ants think that even if there is a huge gap in strength, they still have the possibility of winning. So the ants will try the best and keep showing their cards. Only when the fight reaches the end will the ants discover that everything was just a dying struggle. Because victory will always belong to the one who makes the rules. What are your plans, Your Majesty? Jiang Chanshu's attitude remained extremely respectful. Yi Jiamin's eyes flashed with interest. Do you know who the person from the outer void of the demon world is? Forget it, you don't need to know. They want to open up void rifts themselves and extradite those coming from the outer void. As a result, the plan was constantly interrupted, and the operation was eventually discovered. You may not know that those coming from the outer void do not have their own bodies when they come here. If you want to extradite, you must first prepare the body. There are many requirements for preparing a body, but they're sneaky and can't find a good body at all. It's really frustrating. Such a strong strength is wasted. Yi Jiamin's last sentence sounded like she was expressing regret, but in fact, it was full of contempt. Jiang Chanshu and the others looked at each other, and their hearts were already filled with turmoil. Can people from outer space come here in large numbers? What if the other party wants to occupy this place? Will they have the power to resist? While Jiang Chanshu was thinking about these questions, he was still trying to figure out the deeper meaning of Yi Jiamin's words. Your Majesty, do you also want to extradite our clansmen over here? Jiang Chanshu asked. Yi Jiamin said in a cheerful voice, Jiang Chanshu, you understand me very well. I really want my people to come over and play. But I don't want to be sneaky. I want everyone to come openly. Of course, if you are not allowed to come here, that's fine. Jiang Chanshu was tactful enough not to respond. He felt that Jamie Yi had not finished speaking. Yi Jiamin paused for a moment, then said, then let's have a competition based on the rules. If we win, our people will come over openly. If we lose, my people won't come. I will also give some compensation to the people here. Well, is it fair? Yi Jiamin's last sentence was really asking. She glanced at several people, waiting for their answers. Jiang Chanshu said, very fair. It's actually not fair at all. Whether winning or losing, the Shwanshu plain will suffer. But the weak have no choice. Since Yi Jiamin proposed the rules of the competition, she was already prepared. Even if the Shwanshu strongmen wanted to refuse, Yi Jiamin had plenty of ways to make them agree. Yi Jiamin said, Jiang Chanshu, you can go and talk to someone about this matter. I will follow the host's wishes and let them arrange everything. A dark light flashed across Jiang Chanshu's eyes. Your Majesty, are you not going to hide your identity anymore? Yi Jiamin thought for a moment, then reveal my identity for the time being. It's also interesting to be a behind-the-scenes promoter. She was actually looking forward to everyone's expressions when the truth was revealed. It's just that this expectation has to be postponed. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Jiang Chanshu said. Yi Jiamen looked at the other 7 people and said, you all should go with us. As the 7 people saluted, they noticed that the wrinkles on their skin were disappearing. Several people felt the vigorous vitality in their bodies, and joy appeared in their eyes. It feels so good to have this lifespan reshaped. The attitudes of the few people became more respectful. Thank you, Your Excellency. We will definitely do what you asked us to do. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1886, the price has already been marked gold 1. Yi Jiamen looked at the place where the few people disappeared, with endless mockery in her eyes. What a bunch of pathetic creatures. She gave them their belongings. It actually made him feel grateful. In the void in all directions, the laws are very different, but there is only one law that exists in all voids. That's balance. Gaining and losing always maintain a strange balance. This group of people enjoyed their future lifespan in advance. You will eventually pay a huge price for this. All gifts given without reason have already been priced. By the time they suffered the backlash, she had already left here. It was such a pity. I couldn't appreciate their regretful expressions. Yi Jiamen's eyes regained their calmness, and a serious expression appeared on her face. She raised her hand and drew strange words in the air with her fingertips. The text exudes a special atmosphere. Soon, several rows of ancient Chinese texts were suspended in the air. Yi Jiamen took out another compass and threw it in the direction of Gu Wen. A void crack appeared in front of Yi Jiamen. Your Majesty, are you coming back? An illusory voice came through the cracks, as if coming from an extremely far-away place. Yi Jiamen said, no, I haven't played enough here. Then Your Majesty contacted me, is there any instruction? Qian Yuan, I have found the chosen successor, who is also our future enemy. Are you sure, Your Majesty? Yi Jiamen's eyes were dark. I'm sure, Qian Yuan, do you think it would change the future if I killed her now? There was silence for a long time. Your Majesty, you should know that no matter the past or the future, anything that can be seen is an established fact, and neither you nor I can change it. Yeah, Yi Jiamen sighed. Anything that can be seen is a foregone conclusion. The danger of pushing it out is not considered dangerous. The most terrifying thing is to see blankness. When she arranged for Jiang Chanshu and others to seize the fortune, she actually knew that the outcome would be failure. But she still wanted to try. What if it could influence the future of Feng? However, the impact is an impact, but there is no change at all. Feng is still getting stronger. There is no feeling of being blocked from the future. Qian Yuan, what should we do? We have to fight against Feng in the future, and I always feel that we have no chance of winning. Your Majesty, we only saw that she would be very strong and would become our enemy, but we did not see our clan being destroyed, so the outcome is still undecided. Yi Jiamen seemed to feel much better after hearing this. Qian Yuan, the alien Mu Yu is here, and they are planning to let other aliens come over. I just had a sudden thought. Let's send some people over. Yi Jiamen told Qian Yuan the competition rules she had come up with. After hearing this, the other party was silent for a long time. Your Majesty, I know you are anxious, but you shouldn't provoke future enemies in advance. Yi Jiamen said, anyway, they're destined to be enemies. We will have to fight sooner or later. It doesn't hurt to test the waters now. Your Majesty, why do you want to compete with the Xuanchu Plain? According to what you said, Feng has not returned yet. Yi Jiamen said happily, it is precisely because she didn't come back that I dare to do this. Think about it, in this rule competition, the strong men in the Xuanchu Plain will definitely send the best children to participate in order to win. The bodies of these outstanding disciples definitely contain ancient seeds of chaos, or ancient seeds of immortality. When we fight, we will quietly dig out the things in their bodies. No matter whether we win or lose, they will suffer the loss. Once these talented youngsters find out that they have physical problems and cannot advance, they will definitely go crazy. The future of the plane will also be affected. Why not do something that kills 3 birds with 1 stone? The more Yi Jiamen talked, the better she felt her idea was. What's the third one? Yi Jiamen's eyes flickered slightly. Qian Yuan, this third one will certainly increase Feng's future burden. Think about it, the future strong have their talents stolen in advance, becoming weak and indistinguishable from the crowd. When the Void War comes, these people won't be able to participate. Someone has to shoulder the burden they should bear, right? Under this situation, Feng's energy will be dispersed and his strength will be greatly reduced. Yi Jiamen's words made Qian Yuan fall into deep thought. This consideration is profound. Feng Qingren's future cannot be cut off. But others can. Destroying these people is equivalent to cutting off Feng Qingren's arm. Your Excellency, you have done a great job. I will arrange the contestants, but where should we choose the venue for this competition? Yi Jiamen said, there's no rush for this, you arrange the contestants first, and when this is settled, I will let you come forward to discuss with them. It is good. As the voice fell, the crack in the void closed. Yi Jiamen waved her hand, erasing all the aura. Then he got up and went to the demon world. The show is about to begin, how can she be absent? Demon world. Countless powerful men stood in midair, staring at the formation below. They did not act on their own. The formation in which the spirit of the ferocious beast exists is already the strongest. If this formation cannot suppress the alien race, the entire plane will be in crisis. The evil god looked at the formation below and said to Yun Shang, Old man Yun, you guys stay here. I'll go clean up the garbage first. Yun Shang said, Shenexi, what are you going to do? He was really afraid that the evil god would suddenly become emotional and want to enter the formation to take a look. The evil god said, don't worry, I am dealing with legacy issues, I will not touch the formation. Mo Tian said, Yun Shang, let him go, Shenxi still knows his limits. Yun Shang asked back, are you sure? Mo Tian didn't reply and looked elsewhere. The evil god had already arrived beside Tang Jungguo. Master Demon, I can help you with a big favor, do you need it? The demon ancestors stared at the evil god with strange eyes. Offer to help at your doorstep. I feel like someone is being too nice to me for no reason and is either a traitor or a thief. Without even a second thought, I would definitely reject it outright. But Tang Chongguo's reaction was beyond the expectations of the demon ancestors. Tang Junguo said, in this case, I have to thank you, fellow Taoist. Junguo, do you believe all this? A demon ancestor said in a voice transmission. But Tang Chongguo ignored him completely. Follow the evil god. When did he become so gullible? Is it possible that Chongguo followed him on purpose and then found a deserted place to kill him? It's really possible. No, we can't do this. It seems that Shengxi has a good relationship with Tianyu. If we do this, it will hurt the relationship. Who of you will go and stop Chongguo? I won't go. No one can change what Chongguo has decided. I believe he is very sensible. Even if he kills someone, Tianyu won't be able to find any evidence against him. Ellipsis. On the other side, Mo Qian sent a message to Yunshang. Yunshang, Shengxi will not be dragged away by the demon lord to be beaten, right? Yunshang replied, don't worry about him, he just likes to be beaten. Hey. Yunshang sighed secretly. Fortunately, he was the only one who knew that the evil god had a masochistic tendency, otherwise the gods would be completely disgraced. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1887 The True Body of the Mother of Decay, 2. Tang Chongguo followed the evil god and headed towards somewhere in the demon world. Halfway through, the evil god stopped and asked with a half smile, you are going to follow me alone, aren't you afraid of danger? Tang Junguo said slowly, you don't dare. The aura of the evil god became dangerous. To be honest, there is nothing I dare not do. Tang Chongguo did not show any sign of panic. Even though his current strength is not as good as the evil god. You are really not afraid of me, why? The evil god showed curiosity. Because this is the demon world, you can't kill me, Tang Chongguo said. When the evil god heard this, he nodded in appreciation. No wonder the evil dragon dared not come to the demon world, it turns out it has something to do with you. He liked Tang Chongguo's attitude. The evil god raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Where is that place? Tang Chongguo said, the forbidden demon realm. All demons that cannot control their own nature will stay there. You can only come out after you can control your own evil nature well. The forbidden demon realm was established after he obtained the demonic scripture and the demonic realm order. Some demons are murderous and cruel by nature, and cannot change their bloodthirsty nature. You can only stay in the forbidden demon realm. A demon that likes killing should stay with a demon that likes killing until he can control his nature. The evil god's eyes flashed. Interesting, it's normal that you can't find me hiding in a place like this. Tang Junguo asked, who is hiding in the forbidden demon realm? The evil god said, the true body of the Mother of Decay. When I was clearing the corruption of this plane, I never found the true form of the Mother of Corruption. I thought the original body had left, but I never thought it was hiding in the demon world. And I have successfully integrated myself into one person. The Mother of Decay is transformed from the power of Tan Yuing. Then came consciousness. Not a living thing. There is no soul either. The Mother of Decay is a parasite that survives by devouring the souls and strength of living creatures. The Mother of Decay has devoured the memories of countless creatures. This caused it to develop the greed to become a living being. But there is absolutely no possibility for an evil creature like the Mother of Decay to transform into a spirit. The rules of heaven and earth will not allow the Mother of Corruption to become a living being. When it is just a ball of air, it can harm countless lives. If it were allowed to become a living being and get the opportunity to practice cultivation and cultivate the Tao, the scope of harm would only become wider. At that time, the Mother of Decay will not only devour the souls and strength of living beings. It is likely to erode the vitality of heaven and earth. If the Mother of Decay reproduces a large number of offspring, it will be like a swarm of locusts, leaving no grass behind. Therefore, the Mother of Decay had no chance to transform into a spirit. Of course it has to find another way. For example, becoming one with all living things. Then find ways to turn the opponent into corrupt. How strong is it now? Tang Chongguo asked seriously. It's hard to say. I don't know if I can win. The evil god said bluntly. The Mother of Decay becomes human. He really couldn't be sure what the other party would become. Upon hearing this, Tang Chongguo took out the demon realm order and directly sealed off the forbidden demon realm. Uncertain. They didn't go in yet. As soon as Tang Chongguo finished, he found that the evil god was looking at him with a strange look. The evil god said, if you block it like this, it will alarm it. Its aura is moving, so it should prepare to escape. Tang Chongguo didn't feel the slightest bit upset when he heard this. I just feel very fortunate. The demon realm order has been integrated with the entire demon world. When it is used to block a certain area, there will be no power fluctuations at all. In this case, the other party can sense what he did. It can be seen that it is terrifyingly powerful. Fortunately, I didn't rush in. While Tang Chongguo was thinking, he saw a cloud of black mist coming out from the forbidden demon realm. It seemed as if it could sense Tang Chongguo and the evil god. The black mist took the shape of a human. His whole body was covered with black mist. Nothing can be seen. The evil god said, you finally came out. Do you want to fight? Ha! A dull and hoarse cold sound was heard. It sounded like the sound of completely rotten iron moving after being covered in dust for billions of years. The evil god frowned, feeling a little harsh. Are you afraid? The black fog dissipated. Shengxi dodged and chased after him. Tang Chongguo did not hesitate and caught up with the evil god. At the same time, he also sent a message to the demon ancestors to inform them of what was happening here. Demon ancestor Chongshen came to Tianyu and said, God, there is something I need to tell you. Tianyu nodded and motioned for him to speak. Chongshen continued, the Mother of Decay merged with a person, and seemed to be about to become a living being. Now that the alien race has appeared, it has made contact with them, so it ran out. Chongguo immediately discovered its tracks and is chasing after it. This kind of thing must be blamed on the aliens. Otherwise, all the demons in the demon world will become a joke today. Besides, the Mother of Decay has been hiding in the demon clan for so long and has never come out. As soon as the aliens come, she will come out. It must be aimed at foreigners. The more Chongshan thought about this, the more he believed it. The only remaining guilty feeling disappeared completely. Inside the demon-devouring abyss, Wu Yu tried several methods but failed to tear open the void. Tong Cheng gradually became impatient. High Priest, how about we just rush out? Anyway, if a fight really breaks out, all the people outside combined are no match for him. Do you think the spirits of ferocious beasts are vegetarians? Wu Yu asked back. Of course she wanted to go straight out. However, she would rather stay here than fall into the formation set up by the ferocious beast. At least the ferocious beasts outside cannot come in. But if we go on like this, we will be trapped to death. Tong Cheng could feel his soul power slipping away. There is a force in the formation outside that suppresses him. This caused him to be unable to integrate with his new body. If he delays any further, he will miss the best opportunity for fusion, which will be detrimental to his future practice. Bailey Zhu listened to the conversation between Tong Cheng and Wu Yu and said, I know something. I wonder if it can help. Wu Yu said, speak. The Mother of Decay is in the demon world, and it is the Mother of Decay that has merged with humans. This is the information he obtained as the head of the Bailey family. He discovered that after someone merged with the Mother of Decay, their strength increased rapidly. To keep this secret, he cleared out all the secret guards who knew about this. After that, he has been looking for a way to control the Mother of Decay. But still have nothing. The matter was put on hold. Now seeing Wu Yu's strength, he felt that she might know the reason. When Tong Cheng heard Bailey Zhu's words, a strange look flashed across his eyes. Wu Yu's eyes were calm. Are you sure the other party is in the demon world? Bailey Zhu nodded. Upon seeing this, Wu Yu raised his scepter, drew a few runes in the air, and then lightly tapped it to send the runes out. High Priest, do you want to summon the Mother of Corruption? Tong Cheng asked. Wu Yu said, yes, the power in the Mother of Decay is extremely dark and yin, which is just enough to deal with the spirits of these ferocious beasts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1888, Can't Stand Despicable People. Tong Cheng felt the aura of the rune spreading out and asked, High Priest, will it come to us? He didn't want to see the Mother of Decay right now. Many things are inconvenient to accomplish in front of the High Priest. Wu Yu said with certainty, it will definitely come. The Mother of Decay is a spiritual consciousness born from a mass of air. Even if it controls a person and merges with that person, what it gets is a pseudo-soul and it cannot completely transform into a living being. If it wants to become a real living being, it is necessary to use the soul fusion method of the alien race. After that, you must obtain the certification of heaven and earth. Neither of these could be accomplished by the Mother of Decay alone. To be precise, within this void, the Mother of Decay will never be able to complete her certification. If it wants to transform into a living being, the best way is to cooperate with alien races. Get the opportunity to go to the void. Can it come in here? Tong Cheng asked, staring at the flying runes. Wu Yu said, this is a question it needs to think about. The bait has been cast. All you have to do is wait for the fish to bite. No unnecessary movements. As long as the Mother of Decay wants to become a spirit, this greed will drive it to find her. Bailey Zhu said, High Priest, can the soul of the person who merged with the Mother of Corruption still exist? Wu Yu heard Bailey Zhu's words and looked over with sharp eyes. Do you know that person? Bailey Zhu said, I don't know him. I was investigating Fang Qingren's past and found him by following the clues. He seems to have a grudge with someone from Lingyun sect. He has been looking for ways to take revenge, but the people of Lingyun sect advanced too quickly and soon left him behind. So he started looking for various ways to quickly improve his strength. Somehow, he merged with the Mother of Decay. After that, his cultivation speed improved by leaps and bounds. But he still failed to catch up with the Lingyun sect members. Afterwards, he seemed to be afraid of being discovered by the Lingyun sect members, so he hid in the demon realm. My people only know that he is hiding in the demon realm, but they haven't found his exact location. Bailey Zhu didn't know what was wrong with him. When facing Wu Yu, he would subconsciously tell the truth. Wu Yu asked curiously, who is this person who has a grudge against Lingyun sect? Bailey Zhu said, this person's name is Fang Cheng. It was a surprise that he was able to investigate the existence of the equation. When Shankang saw Fang Qingran, he sent people to investigate Fang Qingran, and all those who had contact with her were investigated in detail. He actually wanted to find Fang Qingwu's whereabouts through these people. But I accidentally discovered that the equation was special. Not long after the dueling competition, Fang Cheng disappeared from the sect. And the disappearance was very strange. He immediately asked the secret guards to investigate in detail. I actually found some clues. Unfortunately, by that time, Fang Cheng had already hidden in the demon world. His secret guards were unable to investigate further into the demon world, so the matter was shelved. Wu Yu recalled it again, but couldn't remember who Fang Cheng was. Tong Cheng's eyes were dark. High Priest, I feel that Lingyun sect should have many enemies hiding in the dark. If we find all these people, can't we just watch them fight each other? Many times, hatred can support a person to do many things. It can also enable a person to unleash unlimited potential. Since other alien races can't come over now, it's better to let these people fight among themselves first. Wu Yu said, since they are hiding in the dark, they cannot fight against Lingyun sect in public. Unless you know them, it is best not to use such people. Cooperate with the dark ones in the gutter. It is very likely that the first thing to be hurt is yourself. Therefore, when she is not sure that she can control the other party, she will not choose this kind of collaborator. Tong Cheng couldn't help but smile when he heard the deep meaning in Wu Yu's words. There was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. To say hidden in the dark. Who can compare to the aliens? Even the name, alien race, was stolen. As for the alien void, it was stolen. What were they like in the beginning? Not to mention Wu Yu, even he chose to forget it. In the past, they were also looked down upon by many forces. If the leader had not stolen the inheritance from the gods and used unknown means to advance to an 8th level soul, the alien race might still be hiding. The aliens have no chance of occupying the alien void. There is no chance of invading the vast land. Other races have their own heritage. Only the inheritance of alien races is stolen from other races. Tong Cheng thought about these things and looked at Wu Yu, who had a proud expression. I can't help but sigh, it's true. When you become a superior being, you will understand how despicable you were in the past. So I cannot stand despicable people. Because I am afraid that seeing the other person will remind me of the dirty past. Tong Cheng said quietly, High Priest, this is the original void. The mother of decay has not transformed into a living being. Similarly, it does not have the cause and effect of a living being. What if it comes and instead of trying to save us, it wants to devour our souls? Can we defeat it? Tong Cheng's tone was very serious. Wu Yu was slightly startled, then said, that won't be possible. The source of the power of the mother of decay is the power of extreme darkness. The mysterious power cultivated by the mermaids. The power of witchcraft contains the power of extreme yin, as well as the power of extreme yang. The power of the yang can easily suppress the mother of decay. How could she not have a backup plan when working with something like the mother of decay? At this moment, among the runes drawn by Wu Yu, a rune flashed with light and flew towards her scepter. The dragon head on the scepter opened its mouth and swallowed the rune. The worry on Wu Yu's face disappeared. The mother of corruption has agreed to cooperate. Tong Cheng remained silent, but the power in his body began to stir. Bailey Zhu's face lit up with joy. Perhaps he could know some truth. The evil god chased the mother of corruption, and the more he looked, the more he felt that something was wrong in this direction. Isn't this the direction of the demon-devouring abyss? Could it be that the mother of decay was not alarmed by them, but was awakened by the aliens? The evil god immediately sent a message to Tianyu. Tianyu, the mother of decay seems to be looking for an alien race. Keep an eye on him. I haven't caught up with him yet. Of course Tang Chongguo also discovered the problem. Moreover, the blockade of the demon realm order was simply unable to stop the mother of decay. The evil gods have realized that they cannot catch up with the mother of corruption. This guy is totally fooling us, the evil god said with great optimism. Even though the mother of decay is heading towards the demonic abyss. The evil god did not choose to go to the demon-devouring abyss to block the other party. Who knows if the mother of decay is playing tricks on me? All he needs to do now is keep a close eye on the opponent and not lose its whereabouts, so that he can find a way to deal with it. Sir, do you want to get rid of them? Fang Cheng sent a message to the thing in the sea of consciousness. No, hurry up. Fang Cheng's pupils were completely black, like a bottomless abyss. Sir, I feel they're no match for me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1889, Ice God Bone. I don't quite understand the equation. Why did you run away? When he came out of the forbidden demon realm, he wanted to devour Tang Chongguo and the evil god. The power in these two is very pure. If he could complete the devouring, his strength would be even stronger. But the voice in his sea of consciousness did not allow him to go. He was also ordered to flee immediately. He is able to have his current strength entirely due to the guidance of the voice in his sea of consciousness. Naturally, they would not disobey the other party's orders. But he still couldn't control his curiosity. The mother of decay sneered and said to Fang Cheng, you said it was your feeling, why do you think you can be a match for God? Fang Cheng's movements paused for a moment. God, is there still a God in this world? Wasn't God killed by those who rebelled against God a long time ago? Fang Cheng looked at the evil god carefully again. There is not a trace of nobility. He looks just like some playboy from some family. Full of recklessness and arrogance. Can such a person also become a god? Why? Of course there are gods in this world, and he is not the only god in this world. There may be other gods behind him. Fang Cheng asked, are all gods the same as him? Fang Cheng sensed fluctuations in his sea of consciousness. After a moment, a voice sounded, it's different. He is the most unique god. Don't ask these questions yet. Go to the demon-devouring abyss and find the high priest. However, Fang Cheng misunderstood the meaning of the mother of decay's words. The most unique gods are like this. Then the other gods should be worse. Is this the reason why those who rebel against God want to overthrow God's rule? After all, such a god will not protect the people at first glance. Why do I feel like he despises me? The evil god murmured softly, wanting to catch up with the mother of decay even more. After Tianyu received the message from the evil god, the pressure around him spread. The strong men felt the pressure and looked towards Tianyu. Tianyu said solemnly, all those whose strength is below the saint realm must leave the demon realm immediately. Some people want to ask the reason. Yu Jing responded quickly and ordered the people from Wugui Pavilion to begin dispersing those below the saint level. Below the saint realm, the air of decay can silently invade their bodies. Above the saint realm, there is a golden light of merit on the body, and the corrupt aura will not easily choose it. Tianyu didn't intend to explain this to these people. He can be sure that everyone here could be trusted. Tianyu said politely, I would like to ask Dao's fellow Wanyu to help seal off this area. Wanyu nodded, and ice was already overflowing from under her feet. Almost as soon as the saint realm left the demon realm, the ice spread rapidly with the phantom moon as the center. Except for the formation area. The rest of the place is covered with ice. If anyone makes any unusual movement, Wanyu can sense it immediately. Others were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. Who is this girl? Why have I never seen her before? By the way, what realm is she in? Why does the heavenly moon god Venerable treat her with such respect? I can't see through her realm, but I know that the ice 1,000 miles he cast is not simple. This ice contains the 9 yin qi, which is the most extreme cold air in the world. Ordinary creatures cannot touch it at all. I heard the heavenly moon god called her Wanyu. When I get back, I must find out who she is. Ellipsis. Yunshang looked at Wanyu, a hint of inquiry flashed across his eyes. When Wanyu exerted his power just now, he felt the breath of divine power. Mo Qian excitedly transmitted his voice, Yunshang, she has the ice god bone. Back then, the snow god possessed the ice divine bone. But in order to stop the rebels and give other gods a chance to retreat, the snow god finally sacrificed himself. Yeah, Yunshang tried his best to control his emotions. The Lord God once said that true God originated between heaven and earth and was favored by the laws of the universe. Also bound by the law. Once a true God dies, there is no chance for reincarnation or rebirth. It will only dissipate between heaven and earth. Its own power returns to heaven and earth. The next true God that is derived will not be the same God as before. So it is of no use for them to keep the breath of God's soul. There is no chance for God to be resurrected. That year, the snow god offered a sacrifice and his soul was destroyed. All the souls placed in the Qionghua palace dissipated. How can there be reincarnation? Yunshang has expectations in his heart. But thinking of the Lord God's words, he finally suppressed his excitement. Mo Qian, don't move. The voice came from the cloud. If Wanyu is really the snow god, it would be good enough now. Be a strong and comfortable person. Stop being a responsible god. Mo Qian transmitted his voice, Yunshang, if she is the snow god, we can give her the snow god's inheritance. This way she will become more powerful. Yunshang replied, no, the technique she is practicing now is just suitable for her. Can use divine power. But it will not be perceived casually. If it wasn't for. Yunshang's gaze fell on Taishu and found that the other person's face seemed a little pale, and he looked at everyone with some vigilance. Therefore, he did not detect that Wanyu used the divine power before, it was Taishu who was covering up the divine power for Wanyu. But why wasn't it covered up this time? Yunshang thought of the spirit of the ferocious beast in the formation. It is the existence of this formation that affects Taishu. After Yunshang figured out the whole story, he deliberately released his own power. When the vast divine power unfolds, all the strong men cast their eyes towards the clouds. There were all kinds of emotions mixed in the eyes of the strong men. In fact, they don't know what this extremely terrifying power is. But they could feel that they were powerless to fight back against Yunshang. Tianyu was slightly surprised. Why did Ancestor Yunshang use his divine power at this time? Are you not going to hide anymore? Yunshang has a majestic aura. Mo Qian sent a message to Tianyu. Tianyu, there is no need to explain to everyone. God does not need to explain himself to anyone. It would be good to recognize them. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it. Yunshang is probably doing this to help Wanyu. Okay, Tianyu responded with a smile. This is the attitude that God should have. The strong men from all walks of life were waiting for answers, but they found that Tianyu and Yunshang had no intention of speaking at all. This made many powerful people extremely uneasy. They have already started to inquire about each other. Does any one of you know the origins of this old man? Another strong man I have never seen before. I feel like they should all be powerful hidden masters, probably invited by Tianyu to help resolve the crisis of the demon clan. Such a hidden strong man has come out. Does it mean that the alien race is very powerful? If they can't suppress the aliens, won't all of us be doomed? It shouldn't be a problem. Tianyu only lets those below the same level leave. No matter how powerful the enemy is, they're only slightly stronger than us at most. That being said, some people who are afraid of death choose to leave. No one tried to stop people from leaving. Some people came here because they heard that Tianyu appeared in the demon realm and thought that some rare treasure had been born. I want to come along and join in the fun. By the way, see if you can find any leaks. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1890 Yajaman, additional update. As a result, some people only realized it was an alien invasion after they arrived. Many people left the demon world immediately after hearing about the dangers posed by the alien races. There are also some strong ones who choose to stay. I want to fight the crisis together with Tianyu and others. But there is also a small group of people who don't believe in any alien races at all and stubbornly believe that a treasure has been born. Afraid of missing out on something good. Tianyu also knew what these people were thinking. He welcomes those who want to contribute. These people are very tactful and don't ask too many questions or be overly curious. They only thought that Wanyu and Yunshang were powerful hidden beings. But those who have other thoughts still want Tianyu to give an explanation. At least introduce some Wanyu and Yunshang. Tianyu didn't even glance at these people. A group of people who only want to take advantage and don't want to put in any effort have the most illusions. But these people have other uses. Tianyu didn't ask Wugui Pavilion to kick him out. Many people don't know Yunshang's identity, but Taishu does know it. Yunshang exposed his divine power without permission. Isn't he afraid that there might be mysterious people among these people? Taishu could actually guess it. Yunshang is doing this, probably to help Wanyu. Wanyu went to the immortal realm and met Qiju, only then did she learn the secret of cultivating divine power. Wanyu cultivated his divine power without encountering any bottlenecks. Qiju pulled Wanyu and said, Wanyu, I feel like you must be the lost bloodline of the Qi family. How about you come with me to meet the ancestor of the Qi family? Apart from the true gods, only the Qi family can cultivate divine power. Because the Qi family has God-given blood in their bodies. Of course Wanyu refused to go to the Qi family. The matter just ended there. But after Wanyu cultivated his divine power, he inevitably leaked some of it every time he used it. He and Wanyu will leave the immortal realm sooner or later. In order to avoid too much trouble, he found a way to cover up the phantom moon and conceal the divine power. Never fails. Only this time, when his power touched the edge of the formation, it was suddenly restrained for a moment. Even for a moment, it was not hidden from Yun Shang and Mo Qian. Yun Shang's subsequent behavior also proved his guess. Taishu was still thinking when he noticed Mo Qian giving him a big smile. That smile was strange. It's like saying, I know your secret, it's okay, I will keep it for you. In the past, Kang Yan would always have this kind of, I understand, expression. Mo Qian is not Kang Yan. He can go over and slap the other person. Taishu gave Mo Qian a very forced smile in return, then withdrew his gaze. Guan Yu still doesn't know what happened. Just some weird behavior on the cloud. After Guan Yu froze the area, he said, Dao Yu Tianyu, there are 3 auras coming this way. Upon hearing this, Tianyu flashed and headed towards the formation. Tianyu, Nan Xuan shouted nervously. He didn't even dare to touch the edge of the formation with his spiritual sense, but Tianyu was actually trying to go in. It's okay, Tianyu replied indifferently. Standing right above the demon-devouring abyss. Some of those ferocious beast spirits wanted to attack Tianyu. He raised his hand slightly, and a token appeared in his palm, and the spirits of the ferocious beasts returned to their original positions. Nan Xuan heaved a sigh of relief. When others saw this scene, they were all shocked. How can this be? Just now, I was attacked by the backlash when my consciousness approached the formation. Has the strength of Heavenly Moon God become so strong? I remember that the Heavenly Moon God seems to be at the law realm. Could it be that the strength can suppress the spirit of the ferocious beast? Since he can suppress the spirit of the beast, why doesn't he take us into a circle and suppress the alien race? Are you questioning the Heavenly Moon God? I was just thinking, how powerful are the alien races? They actually make the Heavenly Moon God so afraid of them. I don't know how strong they are, but I know that aliens are dangerous. Otherwise, the hidden strongman wouldn't have been alarmed. Ellipsis. The strongmen did not say anything. They all use voice transmission. They were worried that making any noise would disturb Tianyu. Yi Wenshan was also among this group of people. Yi Jiamen stood beside Yi Wenshan, looking like she was enjoying the show. This Tianyu is not very strong. But the level of the soul is unexpectedly high. He is indeed Feng's closest blood relative. Yi Wenshan said seriously, Jiamin, you go back to the fairyland first, it's dangerous here. The interest in Yi Jiamen's eyes disappeared, and when she looked at Yi Wenshan, her eyes became extremely clear. Brother, I won't leave. If there is danger, wouldn't it be more dangerous if I leave you? Yi Wenshan fell silent. All the powerful people from the fairy world came to the demon world. If there are alien races lurking in the fairyland, it would be more dangerous to go back now. Brother, please let me stay. Yi Jiamen blinked and pleaded. Yi Wenshan looked at Yi Jiamen's misty eyes and finally nodded with a soft heart. Jamie Yi smiled brightly, brother, I know you love me the most. Yi Jiamen took out a box and handed it to Yi Wenshan. What is this? Brother, you can't stay like this forever. This is the honeymoon fruit I found for you. After you take it, your injuries will heal and your hair will turn back to black. Yi Jiamen's eyes were full of sincere concern. Yi Wenshan's eyes were complicated. Jiamin, this is the punishment I deserve, don't waste the treasure for me. He aided and abetted the evil and killed so many innocent people. It is very difficult to improve his cultivation nowadays, and this is the cause and effect he has to bear. If he bears more karma, his disciple will have to bear less karma of going back in time. Yi Wenshan looked at the bright smile of the person in front of him, and the regret in his heart eased a little. His past choices have let down many people. But people are selfish. Compared to a group of strangers, he would of course choose to protect his sister first. Jiamen is fine now. The young disciple also avoided the Emperor of Heaven's plan. It's all worth it. Yi Jiamen felt Yi Wenshan's emotional fluctuations, and a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. It was really interesting. She stuffed the box into Yi Wenshan's hands. Yi Wenshan was about to refuse. Yi Jiamen said, brother, are you sure you want to stay at this level of strength? Aren't you worried that you won't be able to draw your sword when a stronger enemy comes to kill me? Yi Wenshan pursed his lips, his face turning pale. Bad memories flashed through his sea of consciousness. Yi Wenshan tightly grasped the box that Yi Jiamen handed over. Brother, look at the god of the moon. He is so cautious in dealing with aliens. We should be prepared in advance. Okay, Yi Wenshan accepted the things. He felt Yi Xingchen's presence before. There won't be another Su Xingheng. But Su Xingheng would not appear again, but an alien came. If he really fights against aliens, he must protect Jiamen first. Brother, there's no need to thank me between you and me. I hope everything will be fine for us. Yi Jiamen's words were sincere, and Yi Wenshan felt warm at heart. Yi Wenshan solemnly promised, Jiamin, before I fall, I won't let anyone hurt you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1891, Pure and Immaculate Soul, Gold 1. Yi Jiamen looked into Yi Wenshan's eyes and smiled brightly, brother, are you sure it's anyone? Yi Wenshan did not hesitate for a moment, yes, anyone. His Qishao sword was found by Jiamen from the secret realm. At the beginning, it was also thanks to Jiamen that he was able to improve his strength so quickly and become the head of the Yi family. Later, when Su Xingheng became the Emperor of Heaven, he did not touch the Yi family because of his strength. Jiamen sacrificed too much for him. I have also suffered too much. Her soul was first wounded and she fell into a deep sleep. Then he met Su Yanran who took over his body. I almost lost my soul. Fortunately, Fang Qingran acted in time and got both her body and soul back. Otherwise he really didn't know what to do. After Yi Jiamen woke up, she had no idea what had happened in the past. Her memory still stayed at the time when he became the head of the family, but he was no longer the head of the Yi family. He was full of sins and had no face to stay in that position. In this life, he only wants to protect her from worries. Yi Jiamin's lips curled up, her eyes clear. Brother, I remember everything you said. If you regret it one day, the consequences will be serious. Yi Wenshan raised his hand and touched Yi Jiamin's head. Jiamin is so good, no one will hurt you. Yi Wenshan did not understand the deep meaning of Yi Jiamin's words. I just thought she was worried that he would encounter an enemy he couldn't deal with. Yi Jiamin did not reply to Yi Wenshan. She really wanted to see Yi Wenshan's expression after he knew her identity. Unfortunately, I can't see it now. When Yi Jiamin felt quite regretful, she noticed a burning gaze. Yi Jiamin glanced sideways and found the owner of her sight. Facing Mu Chanjue's gloomy look. Yi Jiamin smiled at Mu Chanjue, without a trace of impurities in her expression. Mu Chanjue looked a little cold and closed the folding fan in his hand. He has memories of being Yi Wenshu. The Yi Jiamin in my memory is indeed exactly the same as now. However, his intuition told him that there was something wrong with Yi Jiamin in front of him. Even if the breath of the soul has not changed. Even if the personalities are exactly the same. The style of doing things is no different from before. But Mu Chanjue was very sure that the Yi Jiamin in front of him was not the same person as before. Yi Jiamin's smile to him seemed sincere. He saw a provocation in it. Qianju, what are you looking at? Dong Ji asked. Mu Chanjue followed the principle that the more people who knew, the more people who would come up with ideas, so he directly transmitted his voice. Great Elder, I suspect that Yi Jiamin has a problem. Who is Yi Jiamin? Dong Ji looked puzzled. Why is this name so unfamiliar? Mu Chanjue remembered that Yi Wenshan and Yi Jiamin had already left the Yi family. It's normal that Dong Ji doesn't know Yi Jiamin. Mu Chanjue told Dong Ji the whole story directly. This is a long story, so I'll start from the beginning. I used to have another identity, Yi Wenshu of the Yi family. Yi Wenshan and Yi Jiamin have a good relationship. Later, Su Exingheng became the Emperor of Heaven, and Yi Wenshan reached a cooperation with Su Exingheng in order to save Yi Jiamin. Yi Wenshan went to the God-forsaken land and tried to trick us. If it weren't for Junior Sister's wit, we might have really become the dead souls in Su Exingheng's hands. Dong Ji listened, his eyes darkened, so Yi Wenshan wanted to harm you, but failed. Mu Chanjue was slightly stunned. It seemed to be the case. Dong Ji changed the subject and said, Qianju, I never thought that you actually have two bodies at the same time. Where is Yi Wenshu's body? There are two bodies at the same time. Quite interesting. Mu Chanjue was speechless. Great Elder, this is not the point. The point is that there is definitely something wrong with Yi Jiamin. Mu Chanjue didn't want to mention the process of Yi Wenshu's body being destroyed. It would make him look stupid. Dong Ji shook his head and said, I don't see any problem anyway. Her soul is purer than anyone else's. This is the first time I've seen such a pure and flawless soul. But such souls should not exist in the world. Dong Ji didn't say the last word. Dong Ji touched Dawu beside him and said, Xiaowu, do you find anything unpleasant about Yi Jiamin? There was a cold light in Dawu's eyes. Mu Chanjue and Dong Ji did not avoid him in their voice transmission. So when Mu Chanjue opened his mouth, he was observing Yi Jiamin. Really no issues were found. But in this world, it is almost impossible for a soul to be pure. If such a person really appeared, he would definitely be a being of utmost purity and goodness, with immeasurable merits. Such a person must be a compassionate person. Yi Jiamin's eyes were clear, and she also had a sense of being naive to the world. The sincerity she showed to Yi Wenshan did not feel fake. But if you look closely, you can find that there is an unparalleled contempt hidden in Yi Jiamin's expression. He had seen this kind of contempt in the eyes of the 12 witch ancestors. In the eyes of the 12 witch ancestors, every living creature is an ant. Or in other words, not even an ant. There is no emotion in their eyes when they look at the common people. The 12 witch ancestors dominated the universe at that time and had no scruples, so naturally they didn't need to hide their emotions. And Yi Jiamin in front of him was hiding her emotions. Xiao Wu, why are you staring at me for so long? Dong Ji couldn't help but speak out. Even if they found out that Yi Jiamin had a problem. You can't look at it that way. It would be bad if we alerted the enemy. Dawu retracted his gaze. Yi Jiamin is a new soul, there is no sign of reincarnation, there is no problem. There is something wrong with Yi Jiamin. But he didn't want Dong Ji to investigate Yi Jiamin. Someone who can disguise so perfectly. Their power was no match for it. Dong Ji nodded on the surface, but secretly said, Xiao Wu, you lied to me, why did you lie to me? Dawu said calmly, you are no match for her. Don't provoke her. Since such a terrifying enemy is willing to hide himself, it is best not to expose him. Once the truth is revealed, it will not benefit anyone. Xiao Wu, aren't you afraid that you will endanger the people and destroy Xuanchu? Afraid? This is the place where the Queen Mother Hao Tu is willing to protect at all costs, how can he not be afraid? But fear is not the solution. Xiao Wu, you don't want me to deal with her, do you want to deal with her alone? Dawu didn't expect that Dong Ji could even guess this. Dong Ji transmitted his voice, Xiaowu, as soon as you turn your eyes, I know what you are planning. So this Yi Jiamin not only has problems, but also big problems. Dawu was helpless and said in a voice transmission, her strength may be stronger than that of Hao Tu Niang. He remembered that the Empress once said, Dawu, you have to become stronger quickly. The enemies we can see are not considered enemies. In more distant places, there may be enemies that we cannot defeat. Every word the Queen said had deep meaning. He suspected that Yi Jiamin might be the enemy from a more distant place that the Empress mentioned. Neither he nor Dong Ji could match such an enemy. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1892. You came back just in time, too. Dong Ji's eyes sank slightly. He never doubted Dawu's judgment. The reason why Dawu was able to survive multiple crises was not only due to Hao Tu Niang's intentional protection, but also had something to do with Dawu himself. Dong Ji transmitted the message, so, Yi Jiamin is definitely not a new soul. She must have used a special method to erase all traces of her existence, right? After Dongji asked this question, he saw Dawu nodded and his eyes became cold. The goddess Hao Tu originally created the path of reincarnation to allow innocent beings to reincarnate. Any soul that enters the cycle of reincarnation cannot escape the detection of reincarnation and cause and effect. It is even more impossible to hide the abnormality of the soul. Those sinful souls will go to hell to pay for the debts they owed in the past. This type of soul is often unable to reincarnate. New souls will take their place. The newborn soul is pure and flawless. Just like Yi Jamin's soul at this moment. But when a soul enters the world, it will definitely change. Especially since Yi Jamin's soul had once been invaded by the aura of decay. How is it possible to be pure and flawless? This Yi Jamin's strength is really terrifying. But she is so strong, yet she still has to pretend. What is she trying to achieve? Dongji thought about this and said in a voice transmission, Xiao Wu, I feel that Yi Jamin is here for Xiao Ranran. Xuanmen plots against Xiao Ranran. The Lord of Chaos Realm plots against Xiao Ranran. It is very strange that two powerful forces are targeting the people of a small world and plotting against them. This newly emerged Yi Jamin is most likely also trying to plot against Xiao Ranran. Ah. Xiao Wu, can't I really test her? No, Dai Wu said coldly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Dongji decided to wait until the matter with the alien race was over before looking for an opportunity. Dongji saw Tianchen and Chenxi, his eyes turned and he waved to Chenxi. Chenxi came to Dongji with a smile. Tianchen stood there with a sullen face. Dongji gave Tianchen a big smile and got a roll of the eyes in return. Dongji retracted his gaze and sent a voice message to Chenxi. When you, Xuanmen, were plotting against Xiao Ranran, did you arrange some chess pieces that you didn't know about? Chenxi felt that this question was difficult to answer. A chess piece he didn't know about. What was he going to say? Dongji changed the question. Will the founder of your Xuanmen come here in person to plot against Xiao Ranran? Cheng Zai's eyes changed again and again, and he transmitted his voice. The founder of Xuanmen is a rebel against the gods. After the gods hid, they disappeared. I am just the Dark Lord here. I can only know the plans of this plane. Chenxi actually doesn't want to recall the past. I don't want to recall the days when I was trapped in one place. Dongji waved his hand. Okay, I understand, you can go back. Chenxi returned to Tianchen again. Tianchen said sarcastically, are you okay? Chenxi looked puzzled. What could be wrong with me? Tianchen said seriously, Chenxi, tell me honestly, are your feelings for Dongji abnormal? Chenxi was shocked. Why is it abnormal? I regard him as a close friend. What's abnormal about the friendship between close friends? Tianchen chuckled. Really? I thought you had found love. Chenxi jumped up and down with a look of anger on his face. Tianchen, have you read too many storybooks? How can you have such dirty thoughts? Chenxi simply changed his position, staying far away from Tianchen. Tianchen felt speechless. At this moment, a black shadow appeared in everyone's sight at lightning speed. Another voice followed. Tianyu, stop him quickly. Power surges around Tianyu. The bright golden light is dazzling. Therefore, Fang Cheng did not dare to directly break into the formation. Sir, what should we do? Is it the golden light of merit? Fang Cheng asked nervously. He may not be afraid of other forces. But he must be careful when dealing with the power of the golden light of merit. The Mother of Decay has not yet replied. A strange voice sounded in Fang Cheng's sea of consciousness. Don't worry, just rush in, I will send you into the demon-devouring abyss. The Mother of Decay said in a cold voice, who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that only I can help you. Fang Cheng looked around warily. The evil god had caught up by now and started attacking Fang Cheng without a moment's hesitation. Yunshang and Motion also moved. Advanced formation, said the Mother of Decay. The equation entered the formation. Yunshang and Mochan also withdrew their strength. The originally leisurely spirits of the ferocious beasts all headed towards Fang Cheng. A wisp of black mist emanated from Fang Cheng's body, entangled with the spirit of the ferocious beast. But soon, the black fog was dispelled by the golden light of merit. At the same time, a void crack appeared above the sky. Most people didn't notice the sudden crack in the void. Yi Jamin looked at the crack in the void at the first moment. This aura, is it a phoenix? Why is Fang back? Yi Jamin was shocked, but also more excited. The second person to notice the crack in the void was the evil god. He suspected that the people coming from this crack were aliens. The evil god said, Old man Yun, pay attention to the sky. When the others heard this, they all looked up and saw the crack in the void. Yi Jamin sent a message to the Mother of Decay again, if you don't enter the demon-devouring abyss, you will have no chance. After I open the space door, you must go in immediately. The Mother of Decay apparently also noticed the crack in the void. Equation, do as she says. Okay, when Fang Cheng agreed, he saw Mu Chanjue. Fang Cheng suddenly couldn't control his emotions. It was Mu Chanjue who interrupted his enlightenment, causing his talent for alchemy to be destroyed. He hated Mu Chanjue. He wanted Mu Chanjue to also experience the feeling of having his talent destroyed. Fang Cheng was filled with hatred and rushed directly towards Mu Chanjue. Fang Cheng, what are you doing? The Mother of Decay shouted harshly. I want revenge. Go into the demonic abyss first, the Mother of Decay ordered. Fang Cheng was unable to control his body and turned to enter the space door opened by Yi Jamin. Yi Jamin looked a little unhappy. The delay in solving the equation caused her to waste a lot of energy. Especially to delay Fang Qingran's coming out. She was almost exposed. She never thought that Fang Qingran would become so powerful after going out. It's really scary. However, what happens next is even more interesting. Yi Jamin looked at Fang Qingran who came out from the crack in the void, with excitement that could not be concealed between her brows. Fang Qingran, why is it you? The evil god asked in surprise. Junior sister. Mu Changjue flashed and appeared in front of Feng Qingran. Yan Miyu followed closely behind. Mu Changjue said happily, little junior sister, it's great that you're back. Feng Qingran smiled, 4th senior brother, 8th senior brother, I'm back. Are you all right? Everything is fine, Mu Changjue said. Okay, Yan Miyu said concisely. The evil god's lazy voice sounded, Qingran, you came back just in time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1893, thank her in person. Feng Qingran felt embarrassed for a moment when she heard this slightly familiar voice. Before she left, she tricked the evil god severely. He shouldn't be holding a grudge until now, right? Feng Qingran looked towards the evil god. The evil god stood not far away, his smile was quite meaningful, and his behavior had a sense of unruliness that was not bound by the world. After meeting Feng Qingran's gaze, the evil god continued, Qingran, I heard from the demon lord that this formation was left behind by you. Feng Qingran nodded. The evil god clapped his hands, that's great, go and deal with the aliens inside. Now that the mother of corruption has gone in, you can just wipe them out in one fell swoop. After listening to the evil god's words, Feng Qingran began to investigate the situation in the demon-devouring abyss. When others heard the evil god's words, their reactions varied. Mu Changjue and Yan Miyu stood in front of Feng Qingran. Mu Changjue looked at the evil god with a half smile, my fellow Taoist, my sister just came back and doesn't know the situation yet, so don't fool her. Yan Miyu was more reserved and sent a message to the evil god, Senior Shengxi, it's your business if you like adventure and excitement, don't drag my junior sister into it. I only have this one junior sister, and I don't want her to be in danger. Our senior brothers haven't fallen yet, so it's not her turn to take risks. At this moment, the evil god also received messages from other people. Shengxi, what nonsense are you talking about? Are those alien races and the mother of decay so easy to deal with? The voice from the cloud was full of warning. Mo Qian stared at the evil god and said in a voice transmission, you little bastard, get down here. Don't lead Master Feng astray. Feng Qingran has a good family background. Or is he the future venerable that they all want to cultivate? Never have too much contact with evil gods. Tianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it would be better to let the evil god lie in the coffin. Xiao Ran had just come back, and the evil god mocked her at first, and now wanted to trick her into danger. It was obvious that he still remembered the grudge of being locked in a coffin by Xiao Ran. Such a dangerous element. We must find a way to clean it up. It would be best if the evil god has no chance to get close to Xiao Ran again. Dongji and Dawu also moved aside and stood in front of Feng Qingran. Dawu had a cold face and remained silent. Dongji smiled dangerously and said in a voice transmission, evil god venerable, if you have any dissatisfaction with Lingyun sect or me, come to me. Xiao Ran is still young and cannot stand your kindness. I know very well that if we really fight, I will definitely not be your opponent. But I feel that since you are so magnanimous, you probably don't want to fight with me. Your Majesty, I believe you understand what I mean, right? During the process of Dongji transmitting the sound, there was always a perfect smile on his face. At first glance, you would only feel that his attitude is extremely good. A closer look did not reveal anything unusual. But the red light in his eyes was evil and bloodthirsty. The evil god received many messages, but he chose to ignore them all. Only Dongji's voice transmission caught his attention. The evil god raised his eyebrows and his eyes fell on Dongji. This person kept calling you, and, Your Excellency, when he spoke, and it sounded like he had a very good attitude. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that every sentence is a threat. The evil god looked at Dongji. For a moment, he had the illusion that the other party was the evil god and he was an imposter. Guan Yu and Taishu saw that there were many people around Feng Qingran, so they chose to stay where they were and watch quietly. When Chenxi saw Feng Qingran, she became nervous and returned to Tianchen, saying in a voice transmission, should we leave? Tianchen glanced at Chenxi and asked, have you done anything wrong? Chenxi felt helpless when he heard these sarcastic words. He was a good person now. What bad things can you do? Forget it. Don't ask any more questions, just stay. Chenxi didn't reply, but Tianchen had no intention of letting him go. Tianchen said calmly, don't worry too much, you are not important. If you want to leave, no one will stop you, and no one will remember that you left. Chenxi wanted to save face and changed the subject directly. I want to stay and watch the show for a while longer. If the evil god embarrasses Venerable Feng like this, Tianyu might not be able to help but intervene. I want to see the evil god get beaten up. Tianchen asked, aren't you afraid that you will be the one to be beaten in the end? Chenxi was very dissatisfied. I was just watching a show and didn't provoke them, so why is it my turn? Chenxi felt that Tianchen had something wrong with his brain. Let's wait until Tianchen is back to normal before talking to him. Tianchen noticed Chengzai's eyes and said coldly, Chenxi, if you get beaten later, I will definitely not save you. Chenxi snorted and said nothing more. While Chenxi and Tianchen were talking, the space around them gradually became empty. A very wide-range circle appears. When many powerful people realized that the atmosphere was not right, they retreated silently. The atmosphere at this moment is even more tense than when the Mother of Decay appeared just now. Even if there was no formal fight. But the terrifying pressure had already begun to unfold silently. Such pressure is simply not something that people like them can bear. However, no one paid attention to them. They can only choose to exit the range of coercion on their own. Guan Yu, Taishu, Yunshang, Motion, Yi Exingchen, Yi Wenshen, Yi Jiamen, as well as Tianchen and Chenxi are still within the range of pressure. Their presence becomes particularly obvious. There is also a Tianyu staying in the formation. It also attracted the attention of many people. The evil god actually asked Feng Qingran to deal with the Mother of Corruption, who even Tianyu couldn't deal with. I really don't know why the evil god enjoys watching the fun. Or maybe he simply wanted to make things difficult for Fang Qingran. Yi Wenshun suppressed many thoughts in his mind and looked nervously at the situation above the sky. Yi Jiamen was curious about what choice Fang Qingran would make. Wrong. Didn't she ask Jiang Chanshu and others to come to the demon realm to declare war? What's wrong with these people? Are you a turtle? She has been here for half a day. There is no movement at all. Or do they have other ideas and are prepared to pretend to obey but actually disobey? Yi Jiamen originally wanted to find out the location of Jiang Chanshu and others. But in the end she didn't move. She hasn't found out Fang Qingran's background yet. It would be bad if it was exposed. When facing an unfamiliar enemy, you must never take it lightly. Jia Min, she is the one who saved you. You must remember her kindness. Yi Wenshun's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Jiamen glanced sideways. Brother, I remember her. Let's find an opportunity later to thank her in person, right? Yi Wenshun's eyes darkened a little. Forget it, she is very busy, we just need to remember it in our hearts. In the end, he didn't have the courage to stand in front of her again. The scenes in those lives were too tragic. When he first saw it, his heart couldn't help but feel a tearing pain. No matter how hard a person struggles, he cannot escape the cage that has been set for him. How desperate the feeling must be. And it was him and Chu Chanji who pushed Fang Qingran into such a situation. After seeing those scenes once, they're like engraved in my heart and cannot be forgotten. I can't let it go. These scenes from past lives that were forcibly erased by his young disciple became a demon in his heart that he could not get rid of. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1894. You don't need to apologize to anyone. Fang Qingran should hate him. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to go back to the past and turn things around. He even suffered huge consequences for it. Yi Wenshun looked at the people protecting Fang Qingran, with envy in his eyes. In one of his lives, he had protected her like this. But he won't have that chance anymore. Like a stranger. This was Fang Qingran's greatest kindness to him. Brother, I feel that it's best to express gratitude in person, so that it will be more sincere. Yi Jiamen's voice sounded again. She doesn't need it, Yi Wenshun said. Yi Jiamen didn't want to let Yi Wenshun go. Brother, don't you want to see her? Yi Wenshun fell silent. He wanted to see her, but she didn't like it. Don't bother her. It's the best ending for both of them. He didn't want Fang Qingran to notice that he had pried into her past without her permission. Yi Jiamen saw that Yi Wenshun had nothing to say. A little bit satisfied. No matter who it is, they should pay the price for what they have done. What Yi Wenshun did cannot be erased by changing the past. She didn't understand why Fang Qingran wanted to let Yi Wenshun go. Anyway, if anyone dares to plot against her like that. She was determined to make the other person suffer so much that he wished he was dead, leaving him no chance of survival. Yi Xingchen glanced at Yi Wenshun and Yi Jiamen indifferently, then looked away. Not a member of the Yi family. Life or death has nothing to do with him. The great elder, who had already retreated a long way, was very worried about Yi Wenshun and Yi Jiamen, and wanted to remind them but was hesitant. Elder Yi finally couldn't help himself and sent a message to Yi Wenshun. Wenshun, you and Jiamen don't stand there anymore. That's not a place for you with your strength. Those who remain on the field all have unfathomable strength. Only Yi Wenshun and Yi Jiamen are at the same level. Many people have cast suspicious eyes on Yi Wenshun and Yi Jiamen. Yi Wenshun realized something and retreated into the crowd with Yi Jiamen. Seeing this, Tianchen also quietly retreated into the crowd. Chunxi followed closely behind tactfully. Fang Qingran of course saw Yi Wenshun. She glanced at Yi Wenshun and Yi Jiamen indifferently, without any emotional fluctuations. On the contrary, when he saw Tianchen and Chunxi, his gaze lingered for a few moments. The evil god found that Fang Qingran was still observing the situation leisurely, and said helplessly, Qingran, if you don't explain a few more words, I feel like I'm going to be sent away. Fang Qingran smiled brightly. Evil god, I'm sorry, you overestimated me. I can't catch the mother of corruption and the alien race in one fell swoop. Mu Chanjue thought Fang Qingran was forcing a smile, and immediately comforted her. Junior sister, you don't have to feel burdened. How can we easily catch something that even we combined cannot handle? Dongji said, Xiao Ranran, the mother of decay and the aliens are too cunning, you don't need to apologize to anyone. Yan Miu nodded. Junior sister, Master is helpless against the mother of corruption and the alien races. It makes sense that you can't deal with them. Fang Qingran felt warm in her heart after listening to everyone's words. The evil god once again received a cold stare from Tianyu. Nan Xuan was hiding in the crowd and had the same idea as Tianyu at this moment. He felt that the evil god should continue to lie in the coffin. Xiao Qingran just came back, and the evil god threw such a heavy burden on her. He is such a scoundrel. If only he could defeat the evil god. I must go up and beat the evil god. You little bastard, why do you have to make things difficult for Venerable Feng? Mo Qian said in a voice transmission. The evil god felt the pain of being attacked by a group of people. The evil god said, Qingran, you are trying to trick me without any negotiation. The evil god looked at the others and said, before you scold me, can you check Qingran's strength? Everyone came back to their senses immediately. Only then did he remember to investigate Fang Qingran's realm. Completely invisible. Even Yun Shang and Mo Qian could not sense Fang Qingran's specific strength. Although Fang Qingran had left Xuanchu for tens of thousands of years, all the strong men present were impressed by her. But they couldn't see Fang Qingran's strength clearly. And very curious. They all took out the voice transmission orders and started to inquire. The voice transmission order in their hands was engraved with the logo of Qinghe Tower. Have any of you figured out what Master Fang's strength is? It's so funny, if I could see it, would I have to stand in the outer circle now? Brother, you are so warm-hearted when you say this. Not only do I not see through the strength of Venerable Feng, but I can't see through anyone in the circle. Ha ha ha, you are all rubbish. I know how powerful Yi Tiandi is. Get lost. Everyone knows the strength of Emperor Yi Tian. Don't get sidetracked. Did you hear what they just said? They called the dishonest man an evil god. The name evil god suits him very well. You've gone astray again. I just want to know how strong Venerable Feng is. Only by understanding the gap between me and her can I have a chance to catch up. Brother, go take a shower and go to bed. Yes, I advise you to just daydream. The gap between you and Venerable Feng is not called a gap, but a chasm that you can never cross. Have you noticed that everyone seems to be very shocked and confused, proving that they have not seen the strength of Master Feng? Impossible. Continue, Divine Lord, at least see it. Is it possible that they really didn't see the power of the Phoenix Master? I remember that before Venerable Feng left, he seemed to be at the same level, right? And Venerable Tinyu is said to be the Lord of the Universe. Could it be that? You are behind. The Divine Lord of the Moon is already the Lord of Laws. Oh my god. Does that mean that the realm of Venerable Phoenix is higher than the realm of law? Some people were so frightened that they almost threw away the voice order in their hands. Many people raised their heads, looked at each other, and finally put away the voice transmission order. These people are outrageous. I really dare to guess anything. Venerable Feng has only been away for 10,000 years, not for a whole epoch. How is it possible to cross so many realms? At this moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. May I ask, Brother Feng, what realm are you in now? The sound reaches all ears. Feng Qingran naturally heard it. The evil god immediately took the lead and said, of course her realm must be kept secret. Don't forget that there are alien races to deal with inside. Feng Qingran really didn't intend to reveal her own realm. After all, among the techniques practiced by many practitioners, the Void Realm is the highest realm. There are too many things to explain when it comes to the realm after the Void Realm. Feng Qingran said to Mu Chanjue and Yan Miyu, fourth brother, eighth brother, the Wu, you should go back to the fairyland first. Mu Chanjue and Yan Miyu left the demon realm without asking the reason. When Yan Miyu left, he also took away the strong men he brought from the underworld. The junior sister asked them to leave. It must be to protect them. We can't let these people drag down our junior sister. Xiao Wu, you go back first. Dongji's smile was a bit annoying. Dai Wu said hello to Feng Qingran and left. From beginning to end, he didn't even give Dongji a glance. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1895, meeting but not recognizing each other, additional. Smart people saw Mu Chanjue, Yan Miyu and Dai Wu leaving, thought of their identities, and followed them out of the demon realm. And those who were not smart saw that most people had left. I feel like what's coming next is going to be very dangerous. Also chose to leave the demon world. Soon, the place that was once crowded became empty. The evil god looked at Dongji who was standing not far away. You're not leaving. Dong Jidao, you haven't left yet, why should I leave? The evil god said, then if I leave, you will leave too. Dongji shook his head, just go, take care. Hehe, Dongji Yuming, you are very good. The evil god had a dark look in his eyes and a dangerous tone. Feng Qingran was too lazy to pay attention to Dongji and the evil god. Her figure flashed and appeared below. Yun Shang said, Venerable Feng, Mo Chan and I will stay here. If you need us, please speak up as soon as possible. Mo Chan said, yes, don't look at our old arms and legs, we are actually very resistant to beatings. It is good. Feng Qingran looked at Wan Yu again. Wan Yu, take back the domain. This consumes a lot of spiritual energy. Wan Yu nodded. Feng Qingran noticed that Yu Wenshan and Yi Jiamen were still there, and her eyes quickly swept over them. Tianchen and Chenxi didn't leave either. Nan Xuan and Yi Xingchen have retreated to the entrance of the demon realm. Feng Qingran also discovered Yu Jing. There was a hint of resentment in Yu Jing's eyes as he looked at Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran remembered that she had left Wugui Pavilion to Yu Jing and decided not to say hello to Yu Jing first. The demon ancestors of the demon world and Tang Chongguo were standing not far away. This is the territory of the demon world. Others can just walk away, but they can't. Tang Junguo said, Venerable Feng, if you have anything to say, just speak up. The entire demon world will fully cooperate with you. Feng Qingran said calmly, thank you. Those who can participate in the affairs of other races should be the most powerful people in their respective fields. Most of them are at the same level. There are very few creators. After that, there were only 5 lords of the origin. Perhaps there are still some strong people left to guard the various realms. But it can be seen from the people who came here that if the aliens really want to break into Xuanchu, everyone will be powerless to resist. Feng Feng, what are you worried about? Xuan lay on Feng Qingran's shoulder and transmitted the message. Xuan, is there an invincible person hidden in the plane? Xuan was a little depressed. There were some before, but after the cosmic catastrophe appeared, many people sacrificed their lives to protect this place. Later, almost all of them died in the War of the Ancients. As for those powerful people who were hiding, they left Xuanchu one by one when the universe changed. When Xuan mentioned these things, the whole dragon became limp and had no energy at all. Is there an invincible person that you cannot detect, hiding in the Xuanchu plane? Xuan was still listless. Yes, I can't detect it, which proves that they were hiding before I became conscious. After that, there was no more leakage of breath. Nor has he participated in the War of the Ancients. People like this are worthless whether they exist or not, let alone expect them to protect the plane. I had already considered them dead. If they suddenly jumped out, I would be a little scared. Xuan didn't want to talk about this, so he changed the subject. Feng Feng, have you investigated the situation in the demon-devouring abyss just now? Feng Qingran transmitted the message. No, there is an extremely strange formation inside that can devour perception. She can enter the demon-devouring abyss. But there is no guarantee that the aliens inside will not come out. This was why she asked Mu Chanjue to leave first. Feng Feng, what should we do? We can't just stay here forever, right? Don't worry, there is a way. Fang Qingran walked slowly towards the formation. The others had already moved away from the formation. Only Tianyu remained in the formation. He saw Fang Qingran coming towards him and felt a little at a loss. I don't know how to greet Fang Qingran. As for Da Kun's message asking him to come out, he simply pretended not to hear it. Fang Qingran arrived at the edge of the formation, and said in a polite and distant tone, "Senior, leave this to me." Tianyu tightened his grip on the token slightly, suppressing the emotion surging in his heart, then thank you very much. Afterwards, he left the formation and passed by Fang Qingran without stopping for a moment. Very much like a stranger. When Xieshan and Dongji saw this scene, they stopped mocking each other and showed sympathy towards Tianyu. Yunshang and Motion felt a little sorry for Tianyu. But they could not interfere in such matters. Nan Xuan looked at Tianyu's expressionless face and finally sighed helplessly. When will such days end? He is suffering from the torture. It's all the damn Xuanman's fault. If Xuanman did anything that human beings do, Tianyu and Qingran would not be to the point where they could not recognize each other when they met. The more Nan Xuan thought about it, the angrier he became. He really wanted to kill some Xuanists to vent his anger. Nan Xuan glanced sideways at Tianchen and Qinshi. Were these two people from the Xuanman before? He has done a lot of evil. Nan Xuan looked at Tianchen and felt that he was no match for him given his strength. He looked at Qinshi again and found that he was as strong as himself. This person seemed to have been the Dark Lord of Xuanman. Is this the strength of the Dark Lord of Xuanman? Nan Xuan came to Chen Shi and put his arms around Chen Zai's neck. Brother, how about a fight? Chen Shi was confused. Nan Xuan took the opportunity to pull Chen Shi, who did not hesitate but was confused, into his field. Tianyu was a little absent-minded at the moment, so he did not interfere when Nan Xuan dragged Chen Shi to fight. Seeing that Fang Qingran and Tianyu were like strangers, Li Jiamen curled the corners of her lips slightly. Did they really not know each other, or were they acting? Or is it to protect each other? When Tianyu left, Fang Qingran did not look back. She came to the edge of the formation and released Fang Jingyu, Fang Si, Zhu Zhao, Fang Yuyu, and Wan Ling. With her current strength. If you want to release Fang Jingyu and the others, there is no need to worry at all. Zhu Zhao, the real body of the Mother of Decay is inside. Fang Qingran threw the question to Zhu Zhao. Most of Tai Ying's power lies in this Mother of Decay. After hearing this, Zhu Zhao immediately started thinking of a solution. Fang Jingyu raised her hand, and a drop of crystal clear moonlight divine water passed through the formation and flew into the demon-devouring abyss. Demon-devouring abyss. The Mother of Decay directly seized control of the body and put Fang Cheng into a deep sleep. The High Priest of the alien race has the method of soul fusion. Soon, equations could become discarded pieces. High Priest, I can take you away, but you have to tell me the method of soul fusion first. The Mother of Decay makes no secret of her purpose. As for the situation outside, it had no intention of telling Wu Yu. You don't look that good, but you think you are beautiful. Tong Cheng said sarcastically. The Mother of Decay did not look at Tong Cheng, but at Wu Yu. High Priest, is this your attitude towards cooperation? A random man can talk to me. Anger flashed in Tong Cheng's eyes. He is a 5th level soul. How dare someone who can even achieve spiritual transformation say that about him? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1896. The slap in the face comes so quickly. 1. Tong Cheng sneered and let it be arrogant for a while. After he leaves, he will make it the nourishment of his soul. Tong Cheng said, High Priest, I feel that it definitely does not have the strength to lead us out, so it is anxious to get the skills. Wu Yu remained silent, as if pondering Tong Cheng's words. Mother of Decay thought about what she was about to get and explained, High Priest, I can take you out, but I never work for nothing. I always have to see something first to make sure if what you say is true. Not all. But at least give half. Wu Yu naturally heard the deep meaning in the words of the Mother of Decay. There is no need for Wu Yu to refuse. Tong Cheng spoke again, cooperation means both sides have to make sacrifices. You said you can take us out, so you should let us see your strength, right? Otherwise, who would know if you were just making empty promises? The soul fusion method is a secret inheritance of our alien race. The High Priest promised to give it to you, so he will definitely keep his promise. Besides, if you really don't want to cooperate, it's not bad for us to stay here. Anyway, no one can break the formation set up by the High Priest. Tong Cheng's words had just fallen. Click. There was a noise above their heads. Several cracks appeared. The barrier was attacked. Wu Yu and Tong Cheng were both shocked. There was something wrong with the barrier. Someone was trying to break it. The Mother of Decay was also startled. It was also afraid of the moon outside coming in. It is unwilling to confront someone who carries the golden light of merit. But the Mother of Decay quickly hid her emotions. High Priest, your formation doesn't work, said the Mother of Decay. Tong Cheng was silent at this moment. Wu Yu raised the scepter and a ray of light appeared. In a moment, the cracks on the barrier disappeared. Tong Cheng's mood instantly improved. Humph. Making a fuss out of nothing, no wonder you can't become a living being. Tong Cheng's words always hit the most painful spot for the Mother of Corruption. The Mother of Decay could pretend not to care at first, but as her pain points were repeatedly pointed out, she couldn't help but beat Tong Cheng. When Tong Cheng saw that the Mother of Corruption was about to attack him, a hint of triumph flashed across his eyes. And the scepter stopped the Mother of Decay. Wu Yu said coldly, I brought him here, it's not your turn to do anything. The Mother of Corruption's attack on Tong Cheng was a slap in her face. Of course Wu Yu couldn't just stand by and watch. The Mother of Decay stopped and said, Oh, High Priest, I don't think you are really cooperating. In that case, I will leave first. Wu Yu said, You can go now. The Mother of Decay was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Wu Yu to be so straightforward. Wu Yu said again, The people outside should be waiting for you. If you go out, can you escape? When the Mother of Decay came in, she was already suspicious of the situation outside. Now cracks appeared in the barrier, proving her guess. Moreover, the Mother of Decay came in through the gate of space, and she smelled the familiar scent of the power there. There should be other forces within the original void. Ha ha ha, you are so arrogant. I thought you were very powerful, but it turns out you're just a stray dog. Tong Cheng said sarcastically. Wu Yu gave Tong Cheng a warning look, signaling him to shut up. In the past, Tong Cheng was a bad mouth, but not as often as today. It must be the mother of corruption who is deliberately guiding Tong Cheng's emotions. Tong Cheng has not yet merged with Yu Che's body. The strength cannot be brought into play. Very susceptible to the influence of Mother of Corruption. Wu Yu said to the Mother of Decay, if you want to cooperate with the alien race, don't touch the people around me. The Mother of Decay heard Wu Yu's warning and didn't think much about it. You take care of him, I certainly won't touch him. At this moment, Bailey Zhu was like an invisible man, with no existence at all. Wu Yu said, tell me about the situation outside. The Mother of Decay was thinking about the method of soul fusion and told the truth. After hearing the words of the Mother of Decay, Wu Yu fell silent. Tianyu, the evil gods are all here. This is not good news for her. Tianyu seems to be only at the law realm, but he is definitely not that strong. She can kill Tianyu. But she was worried that it would alert the powerful person behind Tianyu. Tong Cheng didn't quite understand why Wu Yu was hesitating. With their strength, they can crush everyone after they go out. Tong Cheng said, High Priest, except for the fierce beast formation, nothing else poses a threat to us. If you don't want to kill them, then destroy their strength first and save their lives. We can also control them and use them for our own benefit. High Priest, let's go out now and directly lead the demons. It will be convenient to take over the alien races later. Tong Cheng doesn't understand the original void at all. Naturally, I couldn't understand Wu Yu's concerns. The Mother of Decay sneered, Humph, how naive. You still want to take down the demons. After you get out, you might not even survive a day. The power it controls now is already stronger than that of the Demon Lord. Even so, it did not dare to touch the demon world. An outsider dared to speak so arrogantly. Wu Yu didn't want to be exposed now. The plan here is just to assist Black Snake's actions. If she revealed anything without permission, it would easily affect Black Snake's plan. At this moment, Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed, and she quickly raised the scepter in her hand. However, the cracks in the barrier are still increasing. At the same time, a joke came in. High Priest, I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you a lot. Are you sure you don't want to come out and see me? Wu Yu's eyes changed slightly. This was Fang Qingran's voice. Why is she here? Why didn't you tell me Fang Qingran was here too? Wu Yu asked the Mother of Decay in a cold voice. The Mother of Decay was stunned for a moment. Fang Qingran. She hadn't appeared when I came in. When Tong Cheng heard Fang Qingran, he immediately became interested. High Priest, is Fang Qingran the daughter of Fang Qingwu? Ah. Tong Cheng said, High Priest, let me go out and meet Fang Qingran. Wu Yu asked, do you want to die? Fang Qingran is a person of fortune favored by the laws of the plane. Or a person with good fortune who has grown up. Tong Cheng, a man from outer space, really confronted Fang Qingran. The constraints of the void law could make Tong Cheng breathless. Tong Cheng said confidently, High Priest, I have a way to avoid the law of the void. He really wanted to see how beautiful Fang Qingwu's daughter was. The Mother of Decay was stunned. She didn't expect Tong Cheng to be so brainless. Even after Wu Yu said this, Tong Cheng still wanted to leave. The Mother of Decay suspected that there was something wrong with the alien race's method of merging souls. I am even more worried that after using the alien soul fusion method, it will become as brainless as Tong Cheng. You are no match for Fang Qingran, Bailey Zhu said suddenly. He had never fought Fang Qingran head-on. But he witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Fang Qingran killing people in Shankang. It was after seeing that scene that he quickly fled from heaven. Tong Cheng smiled and asked, why do you think so? Tong Cheng obviously disagreed with what Bailey Zhu said.